Chapter 11, Phase 14, Race Towards Earth. A/N. Like before, I don't own anything from the Gundam universe, just my musings, and characters. Enjoy the chapter. February 11th, 71 CE. The Archangel. Both the Strike and the Asuka were moved into the hangar just after the Blue Zero armor was taken in. After being put into the mobile suit docks, Kira and Lakis exited their cockpits before heading towards the locker room in a very somber mood. However, Lakis stopped halfway across the hangar and noticed that the Shadow wasn't coming in. Tyler had been not too far behind them, so he should have been coming in by now. "Kira, where's Ty?" she asked. Kira came to a halt and also scanned around the hangar, pausing on the empty dock where the Shadow would normally be. Then shifted between both sets of airtight shutters that led to the catapults, which were closed for the moment. Seeing this, mystified Kira, for Tyler had been behind both Lakis and himself. "I thought he was right behind us," muttered Kira, before he shook his head. "He's probably coming in as we speak, Lakis." The two teens continued to the pilot locker room while on the Archangel's bridge, clean-up from the battle was being seen to. The losses were harsh, none would deny that, but none said the fact out loud. "The Strike and the Asuka have returned," reported Mirelia somberly. Muru acknowledged the report, reviewing over how things had come out, for the battle had ended badly by pretty much all accounts. Even with the Archangel coming back to help in hopes of saving lives, they had failed to stop the destruction of the advance force. Muru was lost in thought when Mirelia spoke up again. Ma'am, the Shadow is approaching the right catapult, but it seems to be carrying something." Muru glanced down to the CIC at hearing the Shadow had something with it. "Carrying something?" asked Muru. Natarl felt a growingly familiar irritation with Tyler McGregor and what he did like she was now. The teen had been blatantly ignoring orders and mission guidelines consistently, much as he did instructions given to him. Natarl had attempted to nicely and politely correct the misbehavior, but all of that had been unsuccessful. If anything, the teen had been trying Natarl's military discipline and mentality more than any had previously, and that was saying something. She seriously contemplated having McGregor spending time in a brig cell, but she had the suspicion it wouldn't change much with him. With her patience tried, she got on the comm channel that was connected to the mobile suit in question herself, ready to reprimand the pilot. "X-209 Shadow, what the hell are you thinking? Let go of whatever you are carrying and return immediately," she commanded. Tyler blinked at what he heard Natarl just say to him, as it was out of the expected norm for her in Tyler's view. Granted, Tyler hadn't missed that Natarl Bajaruel had issues with his attitude and mannerisms, but that wasn't Tyler's problem. Nor was it her needlessly uptight persona that she had thought it was annoying at times. Nope, it was that Natarl seemed to have the impression that Tyler himself did things for no reason. And in this, Tyler wasn't going to hold his tongue like he had been. "Did you just tell me to let go of what I'm carrying?" he posed flatly. "You want me to chuck this Alliance life pod back out to space and pretend that I didn't find it at all? To not take into account that there is likely someone in it and what they have gone through? Is that what I'm hearing from you, acting vice captain?" Tyler paused for a moment, knowing he was very likely embarrassing the woman, but with what she was demanding, she needed it. And while Tyler had been around some real strict officers during his 2 years of service, Natarl was definitely towards the top of the list. "Goodness gracious, I've been around some mean tight uniformed officers before, but just how heartless can you be, woman?" he challenged. Then Tyler sighed. "I recommend that whoever is at the controls to operate the catapults makes sure to keep the right one open for me to come in, and then, have someone around that can open this pod. It's coming into the Archangel with me regardless of whatever anyone else says, so shut up and accept that. Any of the commanding officers that wish to argue or reprimand me can feel free to do so later should any of you need something to do and feel inclined to waste the time. I guarantee that I won't be listening, but if that's how some of you get your kicks, more power to you." By the time Tyler had finished, Natarl was fully ready to reprimand the teenager for the insubordination he was showing and get as close as she could to court-martial him. Granted, Natarl didn't think she could technically court-martial the teen with him being a Federation soldier, but he would be reprimanded. The young man had not only called Natarl heartless, but he was completely ignoring the order he had been given once again. Natarl would get McGregor to shape up no matter what it would require, or throw him off the ship when the time came. And if the tossing came, it wouldn't be soon enough for Natarl's sanity to have relief from Tyler's rebellious streak. However, Muru cut in before Natarl could give Tyler a piece of her mind. "Ensign Bajaruel, it's clear he doesn't intend to leave the pod, and if it really is an Alliance life pod as Tyler says it is, then we may have a survivor of one of the ship's destruction." Natarl exhaled at having to accept Tyler's actions like she seemed to do lately, and it frustrated her. Yet she still planned to tell Mr. McGregor how unwise his blatant disregard for orders was later. His challenge didn't intimidate her in the slightest and wouldn't be put off by it, so she'd ignore it. "Understood, Captain, you're right," she returned evenly. After Tyler came into the catapult, he waited for the outer door to close and the airtight shutters to open once the pressure cycling was complete. He was mulling over the display that Natarl Bajaruel had just put on, as it was one of the sorrier displays he'd seen from her. Although Tyler had come to expect clashing with Badgeruel as she didn't like that he did things how he wanted and not what he was ordered, this was worse than usual. To tell Tyler to let go of whatever he was carrying, it was like she thinks he would pick up random junk or something like that. Tyler was left to wonder if the woman that was second in command of this ship would ever understand he followed orders that he saw reason to, not every single little ridiculous command he got told. It was a point of Tyler's profile with the Federation that he didn't mind elaborating upon when asked. He switched off the Shadow's phase shift armor to conserve power and just because he didn't need the system running anyway. The shutters into the main hangar area slid open after around 30 seconds and Tyler moved his mobile suit in. As the Shadow came into the hangar, the first mechanics by the shutters noticed that the mobile suit was carrying an object. One of the mechanics sailed over to Murdoch and gestured to the Shadow and the object it had in its hands. Murdoch squinted at the object and a moment later he recognized that it was an Alliance lifepod. Where McGregor had found it among the wreckage of the advanced fleet, Murdoch couldn't guess. However, if the kid had gone through the trouble of bringing it back, Murdoch knew that he would make sure it was opened too. That was how the teen was from what Murdoch had seen thus far and so he had come to expect such from Tyler. The Shadow set the pod down on the hangar floor before it moved to its usual dock. With the Shadow in the dock, the mechanics had the docking cage moved into place so work could be done on the mobile suit. Tyler unbuckled his restraints and hit the switch to open the cockpit hatch which hummed as it opened. Once the cockpit was open, Tyler pushed himself forward and sailed out of the suit into the hangar. Tyler floated along removing his helmet as he went before he glanced around the hangar seeing the mechanics busy with cleanup and maintenance. With the battle over, Tyler felt relief washing over him somewhat, he could get some time with less stress. Thank God that mess is over and done with, was not nice out there really at all, Tyler said out loud, mostly to himself. Where Murdoch could agree with the line Tyler had just stated, there was still work to do. The teen had put the lifepod right in the middle of the hangar and that hindered said work being done. Hey McGregor, he shouted. Tyler turned to face Murdoch and saw the man not looking the happiest about something. It took another moment for Tyler to look at the pod and realized he had set it down in the middle of things and it was not helping. Upon understanding the cause of Murdoch's expression, Tyler gained an apologetic look. Oh dearie me, Tyler commented, sorry for putting that pod in the middle of the hangar chief, I didn't exactly know where to set it down. Tyler paused for a few seconds. I hope you have the means to pop it open chief, and then if you need, I'll move the pod to somewhere else after escorting whoever it may be inside. Murdoch wouldn't say no to having McGregor move the pod after it was dealt with, but he was curious why the teen would offer. That's nice of you to offer, why do that McGregor, he inquired. Tyler opened the collar of his pilot suit before he replied, truthfully, I would rather not tick you or your mechanics off. I have learned the mistake screwing with a ship's mechanics and their bosses, so I try not to do that, no offense. Murdoch blinked at the reply as it was sort of a compliment to him and his boys from McGregor. So, he grunted in affirmative and hollered for some mechanics to bring the needed equipment to open the lifepod. Tyler stopped and watched as the mechanics work on opening the lifepod waiting to escort whoever it was inside. A few minutes later, there was a hiss from the pod and a hatch on the front snapped open, which was followed by a man coming out of the pod itself. That was close, the man muttered, but I can't believe we lost Kopman with all of this. Tyler didn't recognize the man, he was slightly older than middle-aged and was in a light brown suit. The man in the suit had dark brown hair and a healthy complexion but not much more notable features. However, Tyler floated forward over to the man, so then, there was someone in this pod, makes me glad I picked it up then, he remarked coming to a stop in front of the man. George Ulster looked at the one who had just spoken and found it was a young man that appeared to be in his early 20s. He was in a spacesuit that looked very much like the kind the Federation's military used generally. However, by what the young man had just said, he had brought in the lifepod which George had been in, so he would be grateful for that. You brought the lifepod in then, he asked. Tyler smiled and nodded, yes sir, I did indeed. I do hope you didn't get bumped around too much in there along the ride, if so, then my apologies. My name is Tyler McGregor and whom did I help out if I might ask? George smiled a bit at the question as he was grateful to be alive and on a ship right now. What a potential Federation pilot was doing around the Archangel, he couldn't guess and at this time it didn't matter. As much as George may not appreciate everything the Federation and its military did or didn't do, one of them saved his life. No, thank you for carrying the pod Mr. McGregor, my name is George Ulster, he answered. Well then, since you're on board now, let's get you to the captain and go on from there, shall we? Tyler suggested putting the diplomacy skills his mother drilled into him while he was young to use. He gestured towards the door, but twisted around to glance at Murdoch. I'll swing back once I get our guest to where he needs to go, I promise chief. Tyler then guided Ulster out of the hangar and down the corridor to the lift that would lead to the upper decks. After the lift opened to the main crew deck, the two floated out and began to head towards the bridge. Tyler figured it would be best to get his escort to Miss Ramius as she was the one in charge. He'd learned that it was always better to get guests to those in charge as they were the ones to deal with them. It was a position that Tyler didn't envy as it had lots of flack and just as much unwanted responsibility. However, the two never made it to the bridge as they bumped into a group on their way. Said group consisted of Kira, Lakis, Sai, and Flay, Sai looking to be trying to comfort Flay. Tyler was about to speak up and greet them when George recognized his daughter, Flay. Kira, Lakis, Sai, and Flay turned towards the voice and Flay instantly locked her gaze on her father. "Daddy!" cried Flay, tears of joy leaving a trail behind her as she pushed herself at her father. "Flay!" George exclaimed, wrapping his arms around Flay as she crashed into him. He was glad his daughter was okay and that he could now see her. When the report of Heliopolis collapsing went public, George had been very worried about what had happened to his daughter. Flay was all he had since his wife died 3 years ago and neither had taken that well. George didn't think he could handle it if Flay died because of this ongoing war. Tyler couldn't help the small smile that formed on his face at seeing the reuniting of father and daughter. But that made him wonder a bit as his mother had said Minister George Ulster could be difficult to be around and get along with. Tyler hadn't seen anything that would lend credence to such a description and he knew his mother was an accurate judge of people. Granted, Tyler hadn't been around the man for long and so, couldn't accurately say if the man he was seeing was the one his mother dealt with. But his mother was uncanny with how she could predict people and with what she did she would have dealt with Ulster. Kira and Lakis moved over to where Tyler was, both in a far better mood than when they had come back onto the Archangel. And now why Tyler wasn't behind them made more sense as he was bringing in whatever had contained Flay's father. Tyler acknowledged Kira and Lakis as they approached as he kept watching the scene in front of him. "You're okay," Flay sobbed, clinging to his business suit. Just like he promised, she smiled and turned slightly to look at where Kira, Lakis, and Tyler were watching from. "Thank you Kira," called Flay, to which Kira smiled slightly. "You too Lakis and you Tyler. My father is still alive because of all of you." Kira nodded in modest acceptance of the gratitude, not saying anything as he didn't do enough out in the fight. Meanwhile, Tyler smiled in response. "You're quite welcome Flay, glad to be able to help your father." "Don't worry about it," replied Lakis. Minister Ulster gained a confused look. "Flay, who are they?" he asked, pointing to Kira and Lakis. Flay smiled at him as the 3 Archangel pilots had done more than had been expected of them and even saved her father. Surely, he could appreciate the work they had done to protect the ship as she had come to. "Their names are Kira Yamato, Tyler McGregor, and Lakis Christopher," she said pointing to each as she named them. "They're volunteers from Heliopolis and they were piloting the mobile suits out there protecting the ship." Shock replaced the confusion upon Ulster's face as his daughter talked about the 2 teens and the young adult. The project to produce mobile suits had been important, but the pilots chosen weren't teens as far as he'd been told. Of course, there was the report that much of the crew and the intended pilots for the G-weapons had been killed at Heliopolis. Mr. McGregor made an amount of sense as a replacement. A young adult like him could be a pilot and that he was with the Federation's military made it more likely. Yet, for the rest to be replaced by 2 teenagers was unexpected and an unwise decision, even George could agree with that. "What? A couple of kids did all of that," he murmured. "I can understand him," he said pointing at Tyler, "but how do these 2 teens, they're only civilians yet they did what even trained soldiers should have had difficulty." The lines Ulster just muttered worried Tyler a tad for they were leaning towards what his mother described with George Ulster. The man had seemed like a reasonable person when Tyler had talked with him before they had come upon the group. Yet, it sort of matched what Tyler had heard about the man from information within the profile the Federation had on him. However, the fact that his mom had mentioned was that Ulster didn't like coordinators and was rather vocal about it. Then Tyler knew he could be mistaken for being a year or a little older than he really was by some, so could be seen as an adult. But his friends were capable too and he wouldn't accept another talking down on them. Flay could see the point of view that her father had. Kira, Lakis were young to be fighting in the war. Her father seemed to think Tyler could be a pilot even though there could be some doubt. It wasn't as much as with Kira and Lakis. But after seeing what they could do, Flay had begun having faith in what the pilots the Archangel had could protect the ship. And she had gotten to know that the 3 teens were good people so could be trusted. "They learn quick," Flay replied trying to help her father understand. It was clear that his daughter Flay trusted these teens and the young adult to an extent, yet he couldn't say where that had come from. That these 2 children had piloted the mobile suits was still hard to believe to George. Plus, there were rules between the factions that civilians were not to be put into the position of fighting, he knew those well. The Federation had made sure that the Alliance and Omni didn't forget that such was not acceptable. But to put children in mobile suits, started Ulster. "They were the only ones," said Flay softly, looking down as she knew her father didn't like coordinators. But as she had learned, not all of them were bad people, maybe she could help her father see that point too. Only coordinators could operate those machines. Flay trailed off. Tyler's attention sharpened, watching to see the reaction of the man and see how right his mother was about him. "What? Coordinators?" exclaimed Ulster, shocked at the fact his daughter stated. He glanced over the 2 teens and the young adult, his eyes focusing briefly on Lakis's distinctive hair, then over at Kira and Tyler before going down to Flay, shaking his head. Tyler felt it odd. George Ulster didn't appear to have any problem with himself when they had introduced themselves before, but he hadn't known Tyler was a coordinator at the time. "Come on, Flay, I think we should talk," he said. "I can meet with the captain later." Flay nodded, looking confused, but she followed her father as he went, leaving those in the corridor just standing where they were. Tyler was once again left to admit his mother's ability to accurately peg a person was incredible as it was uncanny. She'd been right on the money, and though Tyler hadn't doubted his mother, just was once again impressed at how good she was at this. Mew and Crystal came up from behind the group having watched the scene, and they hadn't liked what they had seen. However, Kira was the first to break the silence, but shouldn't he meet the captain first? Tyler came out of his thought and sighed at his friend's question as the answer was not simple. Technically yes, Ulster should go and see the captain of the ship and get things squared away, that was sensible and wise. However, due to the man's views, he saw his own opinions as more important than common sense. Indeed, that's normally what happens with one in politics coming on board a military ship. At least that's my understanding with ZAFT and Omni, the Federation. Absolutely true. Tyler shrugged and continued, "Heck, that's where we were heading before we bumped into all of you." Mew would agree with Kira's question about Minister Ulster going to talk with the captain being a good thing to do. And Tyler's explanation was true. Political figures were to report to the captain of a vessel. It was protocol with Omni, and Mew would bet Tyler was right with ZAFT and the Federation. But Mew felt there was more to why the man had pulled his daughter aside, though he couldn't say exactly what. "Yeah, Tyler is right. Vice Minister Ulster should see the captain first, as bigwigs normally do, and it is the rule really," he said, frowning. "I don't like this." Crystal agreed with Mew's thoughts. For the man that had tugged his daughter off for a talk, there was more to it. Crystal had heard about the Atlantic Federation's vice foreign minister, and the things she'd heard weren't the nicest. Of course, she didn't pay all that much attention to politics, but she knew they could cause a lot of problems, especially if they had their own agendas. And if the rumors of Minister Ulster were correct, he didn't like coordinators, which could create issues for the Archangel's mobile suit pilots. Mew and Crystal would defend the teenagers if the minister threatened them in some way. Although Crystal doubted that Tyler would need anyone to defend him, he could do that quite well himself and had proven it. "You're not the only one that feels this won't end well, Mew," remarked Crystal. Although the tension that had been present before George Ulster exited the room, quickly lessened. "You three really outdid yourselves out there, you know that, right?" said Sai, smiling as he and the other volunteers crowded around Tyler, Kira, and Lakis in the mess hall. Kira didn't think that Lakis, Tyler, nor he had done a great deal out on the battlefield. They had failed to save their allies even though they tried as hard as they could. "And no, not really," Kira replied, "we still lost the advance fleet." Lakis agreed with Kira, "And all Kira and I did were to keep the ZAFT forces occupied," she added. "If anyone outdid themselves back there, then it was you guys. The Archangel and her crew were the real heroes this time." Tyler was of the opinion that his friends weren't giving themselves enough credit for their efforts out on the field. They had fought hard, and Tyler had caught glimpses of the two fighting ZAFT forces intermittently. The results may not be the best scenario, but that's how life worked a portion of the time, whether many like to admit it or not. "So," Tyler snorted at the replies, "I do believe we all need to give ourselves a pat on the back for a job well done. Kira and Lakis, you need to quit being extremely modest, good equality though it is, there's a time and a place, and this isn't it. So, give yourselves some credit for what you did out there, would you?" Crystal agreed with what the oldest teen was saying about all having done a good job, but he hadn't mentioned himself. Tyler had been the first out to the field by about 5 minutes, which did make some difference. Also, Tyler not only struck the Nazca class himself, but he also fought and defeated the enemy commander. Mew and Crystal had been trying to beat Cruzet and had never really managed it. However, Tyler hadn't just defeated Cruzet. Truthfully, Tyler had whipped the masked man if what she had seen was correct. The CGUE had been losing parts as the shadow shot and sliced at its leisure. "Says the one who was the first out on the battlefield and struck the enemy ship directly along with beating the enemy commander," she remarked. Tyler glanced at Crystal before he shrugged while he scratched his head. "I did just say that all of us should be patting ourselves on the back, did I not? As for me, I was just doing what is needed to save lives. That's my story and I'm sticking to it." While Tyler had been giving his reply, Tal and Mirialia entered the mess hall where the rest were and Mew left. "Hey everyone, glad the battle is over, all of us did awesome," Tal said. Tyler turned to Tal and smiled. "Well said, Tal, true indeed. We all did extremely good with the circumstances." "Well, how could we really do any less after Captain Ramius said that she believed in us and was counting on us?" asked Tal, trying to further lighten the mood. "I mean, how could you live with yourself if you failed to live up to expectations given like that?" The other bridge volunteers chuckled, which made Tyler wonder just what Marie Ramius had said to motivate them. The woman had been a toss-up on doing things well and doing things horribly from what Tyler had seen. "And you shouldn't be so hard on yourselves," said Sai. He'd turned to face Kira, Lakis, and Tyler. We all saw what the ZAFT forces were doing when we arrived. Kira, you managed to push back the enemy commander. And Tai, you were taking on the Aegis and for a bit were fending off the Blitz at the same time. Still, through it all, you managed to save Flay's father. We may have lost the rest of the advance fleet, but you gave them a far greater chance than they would have had otherwise. If we'd gotten there sooner, well, maybe you could have done more. But you did the best that you could under the circumstances, right? Kira smiled at Sai, cheering them up. Thanks, Sai. But, said Tall, I wonder what it is that Mr. Ulster wanted to talk to Flay about? It sounded like he was awfully intent on talking to her before meeting with the captain. Even if she is his daughter, I'd expect a vice minister to place work a bit beyond that in this situation. Probably just because Flay was already here, said Mirialia, trailing off. Meanwhile, with the battle with the Alliance finished, in which ZAFT had been forced in the end to retreat, assessments were being made at damages. The Gameov was relatively undamaged and its mobile suits were quickly repaired. The Vesalius was not as lucky, as it had taken far more during the battle with enemy units reaching it. Isaac himself was more than a little irritated at the sight. So, let me get this straight, he said, staring at the Gameov's display screen, containing his fury and consternation. Not only did you fail to do anything to the legged ship, but the unknown black mobile suit that was in the report about back at Heliopolis that is similar to the Blitz reappeared and disarmed the Vesalius. Athrun wouldn't deny that the Omni ship that they were after got away and the Vesalius damaged in the battle. That the Shadow, as Tyler called it, had reappeared was something that Athrun expected at some point, though it was earlier than he had hoped. It showed to Athrun that Tyler was not someone that would be easy as an opponent. And while he had figured that with how his friend was, seeing the point was different than expectations. That's partly true. We didn't manage to do damage to the legged ship and it was the Blitz lookalike that did the disabling of the Vesalius's weapons. However, there was also a Federation fighter assisting in that damage, Athrun replied calmly, ignoring Isaac's temper that was flaring up. The damage to the Cruzat team's flagship, as extensive as most of its weapon systems, had become unusable until repairs were finished. Clearly, that they wouldn't be able to participate in the next battle, so Cruzat scheduled a rendezvous with the Gameov a distance away from where the battle with the Alliance had taken place. Once the meeting had occurred, the Aegis was transferred to the Gameov while the one Gin left, which was Miguel Amon, stayed on the Vesalius. Engineers began the repairs to both ships, though the main focus was on the destroyer as it had the most damage. Isaac, the enemy warship possessed far greater combat capability than we had anticipated, Cruzat said simply. The two mobile suits we knew about with the legged ship are showing themselves to be very skilled. Add to that, the two mobile armor pilots who are known to be good and capable of taking on mobile suits by themselves. Then their pilots are improving a great deal between each battle, no doubt the work of the Hawk of Endymion and the Lunar Peregrine. None of them are repeating any amateur mistakes from the first few encounters we've had with them. Then, the reappearance of the second unknown mobile suit from Heliopolis changed a number of things. Finally, with the untimely appearance of Federation forces, the outcome was predictable in the end. Isaac was silent with his commander's assessment, for even he had to admit Cruzat had a point. That black suit that was like the Blitz popping up had been unexpected, and though Isaac hadn't faced it himself, his comrade hadn't won against it, so he couldn't say much about it. But by what he'd seen of its performance, the pilot was either very lucky very frequently, or they weren't a novice at using the machine. In respect of the enemy pilots, whether they were just good at getting lucky or it was their skill was uncertain, Isaac leaned towards the former. Then the Federation's military forces popping up, well, they always made things more difficult for ZAFT, the Earth Alliance, or both. What irked him was Cruzat saying that the winged suits and the strikes pilots were improving a sizable margin. Cruzat turned his attention away from those communicating from the Gameov, listening to a damage report. McGregor and whoever else had helped him had crippled the Vesalius for a time, along with showing up Cruzat himself. Cruzat looked back to the comm screen. When you catch up to the legged ship, you are to do what you can to slow them down, preferably destroy them if you are able. The Gameov should be able to put up a sufficient barrage to keep the enemy warship preoccupied, so you can finish the mobile suits off in theory. The key to success will be how well you can keep the three enemy mobile suits and mobile armors busy. How you do this will be up to all of you. Methods and means don't matter to me in this as long as you achieve the goal. The one piece of advice to all of you is not to underestimate that ship or the mobile weapons it carries, nor those who use them. Nicole agreed with the reasoning that their commander was stating, more so after seeing how the black mobile suit had fought. Sound reasoning, Commander. With how much damage the Vesalius took in the battle, it won't be able to actively participate in future battles without major repair. And yet, if the Gameov doesn't continue on, there's too great of a chance that the enemy ship will rendezvous with the rest of Omni's orbital fleet. Should that occur, then we'll have to wait for reinforcements of our own before even attempting to do something about them, remarked Nicole. Nicole is quite right, and it's good to see that at least one of you is looking ahead to see what could happen, said Commander Cruzat. He knew that Nicole was the cautious one of the pilots in his team and the level-headedness would be best in the possible upcoming battle. Athrun would be like Nicole, so Cruzat wasn't worried about the two. It was Isaac Jowl that could be volatile. Very well then, I'll leave the mission of hunting the legged ship in the 4 of your capable sets of hands. Cruzat paused for a moment, and Isaac Jowl do try to avoid another incident like the last battle you used the duel in. I'm aware of your eagerness, and though I appreciate your determination in completing a mission, show restraint. Your lack of it nearly cost you your life last time, even if you got out of it with only a damaged mobile suit to show for it. Such insubordination cannot be allowed to continue, taking into account you being the son of Azalea Jowl notwithstanding. Do I make myself clear? Isaac knew that he was being told straight out to behave himself and do as suggested by others. And though he didn't like the idea, he couldn't deny the last time he went his own way it had cost him. So, Isaac gritted his teeth and swallowed his pride, and gave his reply, "Yes sir, crystal clear." Ra nodded at the response. "Dirka, the same applies for you as well, do not be recklessly gung-ho like you have been. Nicole and Athrun, I'll be counting on you both to make sure that your companions exercise restraint while keeping their attitudes and pride in line," Cruzat stated before severing the transmission before any could say anything else. Back on the Archangel, Tyler sighed at Mirieli's comment, as it was obvious that Mr. Ulster wasn't just talking to his daughter. "I think most, if not all of us know that's not the reason the Vice Foreign Minister is having a private talk with his daughter," Tyler commented. Yet, he was stopped when Flay entered the mess hall, her eyes downcast, expression unreadable, her head hung uncertainly. Everyone in the room could see that the girl was in a gloomy mood, as it was kind of hard not to see it. Flay? What's wrong?" Sai asked, worried with the look on her face. "Hey," said Flay, looking up and glancing around as though only just realizing where she was. The conversation with her father hadn't been a pleasant one at all. Yes, she knew that her father disliked coordinators and would say as much when the subject came up. She'd had problems with them before she'd met Kira and Lakis, getting to know them had changed her views of coordinators. And after telling her father that the Archangel's pilots aside from Lieutenant Laflaga and Major McAllister were coordinators, Flay's father had pretty much told her to stay away from them. Upon entering the mess hall and Sai speaking, she caught sight of Kira and Lakis and looked away. She hesitated, "My dad, she tried saying uncertainly, but was having trouble finding the words. He isn't happy about how things are being run on this ship. He's actually pretty angry, about," Flay bit her lip nervously, "he hates coordinators," she finally breathed, her words causing all to stiffen slightly. Lakis had never really gotten along with Flay at first, mostly stemming from Flay's obvious dislike/discomfort around the rosette. But ever since what went down at Artemis, the two had become somewhat tentative friends. "It's so stupid," said Flay frustratedly, startling everyone. "I mean, you saved his life, you've protected the people on this ship, and he's gone off to the captain to complain about it, and he's telling me to stay away from you and," her hands balled into fists, "it's so frustrating." This was a reaction that none had expected, not even Tyler. Flay had shown herself as someone that has at least a slight problem with coordinators in general by what Tyler had observed. Her father had displayed much stronger signs of being against coordinators, and he assumed that it had been passed on to Flay herself, but apparently, that's not entirely true. This also showed Tyler that, like he was used to, his mother was amazingly accurate at seeing how people are. Said Lakis, drawing Flay's attention, "You don't," she hesitated, "you don't have to argue with him, or anything." Lakis cast her gaze down as everyone looked at her, "Not over us, you shouldn't." Flay wasn't going to let Lakis belittle herself, not after she and the other pilots had protected the ship time and time again. "Look at me," said Flay sharply, floating over and slamming her open hand on the table in front of Lakis, startling the rosette, who did as she was told. "The two of you are my friends," she snapped. "It doesn't matter if you're coordinators, or naturals, or hybrid. So what if I might think it's wrong to have your genes modified? That doesn't change the fact you two are my friends. That's something that has nothing to do with genetic modifications, and without those changes, you wouldn't be able to protect us. All of us would be dead by now, and if my father can't appreciate that fact and blows up at me over who I choose as my friends, then I can be as angry with him as I want." Tyler, like everyone else, sat frozen as everyone stared in astonishment at Flay and how she was acting. The girl had completely transformed from the spoiled girl he'd been told about and had come to know while at Heliopolis. She was becoming an honest teenage girl who would stick up for those she considered friends even against her own father. Put simply, Flay was growing up, and it was showing very promising possibilities in his view. Tyler's hands came up and came together in the action of clapping, and that broke the silence and had everyone looking at him. "Now this is a healthy change, hope you keep it up, Flay. It takes courage to stand up and say that the views that you are taught are wrong." While those in the mess hall were talking, Murrah had been dealing with George Ulster and his complaint. She wasn't sorry in the slightest to see Minister Ulster leave as he was escorted out of her quarters. The man had been extremely different than Murrah or anyone else had thought he would be. The things that Ulster had said had been beyond rude and mean, which were about people that he didn't know. Not only had he shown he had a heavy dislike of coordinators, but also had made his dislike vocal in such a way to leave no doubt what he thought. The sound of both Natarl and Mew sighing in relief with the absence of Minister Ulster, resonated with her. The man's obvious bigotry had begun to wear even Natarl's strong military discipline and patience thin. And with Natarl's upbringing, gave her astounding patience and discipline she had shown. Natarl would fully acknowledge the coordinator pilots were the major reason if not the real reason, the Archangel had made it this far. While she'd had some reservations about them at first since they were civilians who shouldn't be in this situation, that had changed. Natarl herself had nothing against coordinators personally as she didn't see what difference genes made with people. However, she'd come to trust Kira and Lakis with the safety of the entire ship. And she'd even been coming to trust Tyler with that, regardless of the teen having a way of getting under her skin unlike any other member of the crew. Mew had entered the room about halfway through the rant made by Minister Ulster made. The half the Mew had listened to was ridiculous and unfounded but Mew had kept his mouth shut while it had been going. Mew was the first to speak his mind out of the three in the room. Well, at least that guy's out of our hair for now, he said. Man, can you say stupid and stubborn? I mean, come on, if it weren't for those untrustworthy, filthy, monstrous coordinators who fought against ZAFT out there, he'd be lucky to be more than space dust. Heck, the Vice Foreign Minister would be still floating in that life pod out in space if Tyler hadn't picked up the beacon signal and retrieved the pod. Mew paused for a moment. I'm starting to kind of wish he hadn't found it and brought it back after having to listen to the guy during his rant. Muru didn't disagree with Mew's comments but there was a good thing in all of this. Agreed, but there's nothing we can do to change his opinion, Muru remarked. Fortunately, he's only a civilian, an influential one true, but he can't stop us from sending any of them out to protect the ship if ZAFT hits us again. She let out a sigh, and here I was hoping that rescuing his daughter would have him give us his support if anyone wanted to make something out of our three pilots being coordinators. But apparently, it will be the opposite, we'll just have to deal with it and go forward. On the game of, 3 days went by since the pursuit of the legged ship had started and though they had made progress at closing the distance, there was still a distance to go. Now the pilots on board the ZAFT vessel were gathered around the tactical table display deciding what tactics to use to obtain the goal assigned them. To attack the enemy ship came with risks and rewards which is where the argument came into play. I grant you, it is possible to catch up to our target before they join Omni's 8th orbital fleet, admitted Nicole in a reserved tone. He studied the data displayed still not liking what he was seeing. But even were we to use that opportunity, we'd only have 10 minutes at best before we are within firing range of the fleet. And I don't know about you, but I'd rather not see nor experience what it's like trying to dodge the firepower a full Omni orbital fleet has to work within only a mobile suit. Especially, not the one that is said to be one of the strongest and have a tactician that can outdo a number within ZAFT. The 4 pilots of the Cruzat team had been using the last 3 days to come up with a plan to attack their enemy. In fact, they started upon separating from the Vesalius and going after the legged ship. With the Vesalius unable to continue, for the time being, the game-off had gone ahead. However, its inferior speed meant that it had taken very close to 3 days to come into even a somewhat close range of the Earth Force's warship. You mean we'd have a full 10 minutes, Dirka said smugly. I would suggest the cowards keep their traps shut, replied Isaac condescendingly, before you say something embarrassing. Nicole stood his ground and his eyes narrowed at his 2 teammates snapping back at the facts. This was not a situation to take lightly and the 2 they were showing signs that they were itching to fight and that was unhelpful. There are 5 dangerous faults which may affect a soldier of any rank, Nicole stated calmly, but he was staring rather pointedly at Isaac. Here are the 3 that affect you Isaac: recklessness, which leads to self-destruction, a hasty temper that can be provoked by insults, and lastly, a sense of honor and pride that are sensitive to shame. Nicole turned his attention back to the tactical board while everyone else stared at him in shock. It's no wonder you scored so poorly in command abilities. If your opponent is of choleric temper, seek to irritate him. Nicole thought to himself as he observed his comrade's reaction. As Nicole expected, Isaac nearly flew off the handle at that, yet Dirka held him back to keep him from completely losing it. Nicole had a bit of a point and most on the bridge knew it, even if they didn't want to admit it. Between the pilots there were from the start of this campaign, out of the ZAFT Reds that had been on this mission from the outset, including Rusty, Isaac had scored the worst in command capabilities tests. Athrun had scored the highest, only very narrowly beating out Nicole for best in their academic class. However, it seemed at times like Nicole had taken the lessons from the Black Zephyr more to heart than any of them, which has served him well with the tactical mindset that he had. Regardless, Athrun decided to try and defuse the situation by turning back to their attack plan. Moving on to the matter at hand, timing isn't the only issue that we face in this, whether we wish to say it or not. We've fought against the forces of the legged ship on several different occasions now, Athrun said, drawing everyone's attention. The ship itself is easily the strongest ever created by Omni, as is clearly seen with how it dealt with both Nicole and Dirka well enough in your first fight with it out of Heliopolis. The 2 mobile armors are piloted by 2 who can arguably be considered some of the best Omni have. One is piloted by the Hawk of Endymion, a man who single-handedly brought down 5 Djinns at Endymion, including one of the champions of ZAFT, the Rock, and his forces. He even went head-to-head with Commander Rictaith as well as Commander Cruzet, holding his own against both, iterated Athrun. He paused, still thinking about how to go over the relevant information and help the others understand, and yet not say the fact that he Athrun himself knew the two of the mobile suit pilots. The other mobile armor pilot has a similar record of going against Jin's and good ZAFT pilots and coming off the better. Then moving on to the three mobile suits, Athrun said, inputting commands into the display and bring up the known specs of the last Alliance machine. The white and blue mobile suit, the GAT X-105 Strike. It has been able to match us in previous battles, and from what we've seen, it has different equipment sets that it can use. The winged suit, there's still little information on it, but what we do have is enough to say that it isn't one to underestimate. It has mobility better than Jin's that are built for the idea, an arsenal that makes it dangerous. Finally, we can't dismiss the black suit, first encountered back at Heliopolis and reappeared again in the recent skirmish. Nicole nodded in agreement as the last suit worried him about how it had performed in the recent battle. It had set itself apart, whether the pilot contributed to that, Nicole figured they did, but there was no evidence to prove his hunch. Indeed, it may look very similar to the Blitz, but it has shown to possess capabilities that my suit doesn't. I'll say that ignoring that mobile suit will only bring negative consequences. That being said, we can't underestimate any of these forces, he added. Isaac grit his teeth, feeling like Nicole and Athrun had stolen the spotlight from him. That doesn't matter, he said irritably. If we have a window of opportunity, we need to take it. I couldn't agree more, said Dirka. The success of a surprise attack isn't determined by the actual time spent. We weren't saying we shouldn't make the attack, reasoned Nicole. We're just saying that the window of opportunity is small, and with what we know of our opponents, we need to be cautious, right Athrun? Yet, murmured Athrun, not trusting himself with saying more right now. There were facts he couldn't say or else he would be seen as unfit to go out to the field. Athrun didn't want his two best friends to be put in more danger than they would be already. Were he to tell his teammates about his friends, that would cause problems. It'll be fine, Dirka said confidently. Yeah, sure, it won't be easy, but so long as we can hold off their mobile suits and armors, the game off stays safe, and one of our machines can get up close, we can take them out. You make it sound easy, but keep in mind that it'll be 3 mobile suits and 2 mobile armors versus our 4 machines. So then how do we do that? Athrun posed. The way those pilots are improving, we may not be able to match them all at once. And other than the reports of the Battle of Nova, I've only ever heard of the Hawk being taken down by lucky shots. Looking at it from a practical point of view, continued Nicole, picking up where Athrun left off, a hand going to his chin. The dual and Aegis would be the best to lure away the strike and the winged machine. Nicole paused, thinking, that still leaves the 2 mobile armors and the 3rd suit. And out of the 5 machines, the black mobile suit worries me the most by far. It and its pilot are a different matter altogether which the others don't present. Everyone was looking at Nicole, then Isaac scoffed, you make it sound like this black suit is the most powerful. That black machine will be the wild card in this, I have no doubt about that. The mobile suit and the one piloting it, have shown to be the most efficient out of the 5 machines we will face. I would bet they'll be harder to lure away than any of the others if we can do that at all. I can't say how to plan for that one, Nicole stopped then continued, meanwhile, the Buster would be the best to use against the mobile armors. Dirka, think you can handle it? That shouldn't be a problem, said Dirka, the Hawk's a better pilot than me for sure, but he's in that outdated mobile armor. His weapons won't even scratch me, and his mobility has its limits. Good, still watch yourself out there. All it takes is a well-aimed shot from the armor's main gun and your mobile suit's armor to go down and they win. Said Athrun before turning to the captain. Captain Zellman, we'll need the game off to provide long-range fire support at the beginning of the battle, but you should pull back if it seems like the legged ship is going to seriously target you. If we lose the game off, then we'll be stuck as well. It should work in theory, said Zellman. We'll definitely be cutting it close with the 8th Fleet approaching, but this plan is the best we can come up with. In the meantime, the Blitz should be able to close in on the legged ship with relative ease, said Nicole. If I can get in close, the battle should be over at that point. Fine, we'll go with this, Isaac remarked, but I want the white-winged machine, got it? There was silence for a moment, Isaac's 3 teammates all thinking about the demand that he made. Isaac, are you sure that's wise? Dirka asked nervously. Given what the data and what we've observed, I would say that the Aegis is better suited to fighting that machine out of ours. Isaac glared at Dirka. No, that one is mine, he said hotly. That damn natural, he's responsible for everything that's gone wrong since Heliopolis. Athrun sighed and conceded, there would be no getting Isaac to change his mind about this. Yet, Athrun said nothing about what he knew about some of the pilots or at least the 2 out of the 3 suit pilots. If he had, then Athrun knew that he would have to answer where he learned the information and he really didn't want to answer that question. Back with the Archangel, it had been sailing along without further interference from others, and the mood on board the ship had begun getting better. Once the sensors had detected the first few ships that were with the 8th Orbital Fleet, a sigh of relief was released by many. "We'll reach the rendezvous point in about 30 minutes, said Muru smiling. "Well everyone, we somehow managed to make it this far and are home free." While a nice sentiment, Neytarl would only relax the slightest degree when the Archangel linked up with the fleet itself. Until that occurred, there was still the chance ZAFT could attack, and relaxing would only help them with that type of idea. "Don't slack off on your monitoring," Neytarl ordered sternly to Pal and surprisingly Tyler. It'd come as a shock when the oldest teen had asked if he could do some shifts on the bridge, for none had expected him to do so at all. Not only that, Tyler had already known basic operation for half of the stations, not specific on all the control or operations, but he had learned quickly. Muru hadn't a problem with Tyler's request. The Archangel was short on bridge crew, let alone one that had some experience to begin with. Neytarl had been against it at first, yet after Mew and Crystal had vouched for him, she had agreed and relented. Fleets are conspicuous and they'll draw the attention of the enemy. We may be in Federation territory right now, but that certainly didn't stop ZAFT before, and it unlikely would now. We don't want to get shot down just because we relaxed a moment before we were somewhat safe. "Yes ma'am," Pal answered. "Will do," Tyler replied after Pal in a loose tone. Muru shook her head slightly as she gave Neytarl a reproachful look, even if Neytarl didn't see it. They'd been on high alert for a while now, and while what Neytarl said was true, if they didn't relax some, they'd all snap. "Neytarl, you should calm down. We've made it, don't be so uptight," remarked Muru. The Archangel would soon link up with the 8th Fleet. Once with the fleet, all of them would proceed to either Lunar HQ or down to JOSHA. Honestly, who at this point would be stupid enough to attack this close to the 8th Fleet? However, Neytarl just shook her head and kept doing what she was. She wouldn't let what someone else told her to affect her judgment or how she did her duties. But the standoff didn't stop there as the voice of Tyler was heard. "Did you honestly just say we've made it, Captain, or were my ears deceiving me?" Muru glanced in the direction of the sensor console where Tyler was stationed currently. She had learned that Tyler was one that stated his mind without care of what others thought. Such did cause problems around the ship, normally with Neytarl specifically. But what Tyler was getting at escaped Muru. "Yes, what of it, Tyler?" she asked. Tyler didn't know if he should pity the acting captain of the Archangel or whether he should shut up and let her learn a serious lesson. Tyler had learned the idea already even before he enlisted in the Federation's military: you don't jinx yourself. To think you were fine before you were at the end of a journey more often than not screw you over, and sometimes royally so. What Muru had just said was as prime an example as Tyler had seen of setting yourself up to have trouble come your way. "Those are some of the most famous last words that have been said before people get killed," Tyler finished simply. Meanwhile, all 4 Heliopolis volunteers had gathered in the mess hall since, for one of the rare times, none of the 4 of them had a shift right now. They'd agreed to meet together to talk about recent events, as what had been happening was not what any had thought at the beginning of the year. "We've gone through a lot," Cuzzy said to Sai in the mess hall, "but we're almost there." "Yeah," muttered Sai, poking at his food, thinking about their circumstances as they stood. "It's hard to believe all that's happened since Heliopolis, isn't it?" uttered Mirialia. The 3 boys gave sounds of agreement to the question. The chain of events that had led to where they were now was unbelievable. They were college students who had been worried about what most students, namely schoolwork, classes, and their social lives. "So, you don't suppose they'll let us off anywhere but on Earth, do you?" Cuzzy asked. Sai looked at Cuzzy confused. "It's just that," he hesitated, "remember what Lieutenant Ramius told us?" Sai thought back a bit and realized immediately what his friend was talking about. Just after first introducing themselves to one another, Muru had warned them that they weren't likely to be allowed to just go anyway, not after having seen Omni's prototype mobile suits. They'd have to wait for a decision from the appropriate authorities though, before being certain about anything. Yeah, muttered Sai. "So, under the circumstances, wouldn't the leaders of the Alliance fleet be considered the appropriate authorities?" "Guess you're right," said Cuzzy, however. Sai stared at his friend as did Tall. "However what, Cuzzy?" questioned Tall, "what are you trying to get at?" Cuzzy paused, trying to decide how to put what he was attempting to say into words properly. "What do you think will happen to Kira, Lakis, and Tyler? Will they be allowed to leave too when we get to the fleet?" he asked. They did get involved in a whole bunch of stuff. With their 3 coordinator friends having been the pilots of Omni mobile suits, they were valuable. And the machines they used had been originally intended to be used by naturals according to the crew. Also, some of those from the Earth Alliance had treated the 3 differently already, not bad necessarily yet not good either. So, now that the Archangel was close to being with the 8th Orbital Fleet, there was the chance that their friends might not be released from the job they'd been doing. Artemis had proven that Omni officers weren't above using non-nice means to get what they wanted. Sai looked down, frowning in thought as he knew that Cuzzy had a point in saying that Omni officers. With what their friends had done thus far, it was unlikely Omni would release the 3 pilots if given the choice. Sai didn't want to see his friends forced into something they didn't want or choose to do. Things were so uncertain right now for those that volunteered and weren't officially enlisted in Omni. Sai was brought out his thoughts when he looked up and was surprised as two of the pilots in question entered the mess hall. They only shared a brief look before the two went to get food and water. Tyler was of course doing a shift on the bridge and so would be busy for hours. Flay, exclaimed Sai, softly, as the redhead entered the mess hall soon after Kira and Lakis. The rest of them had seen very little of Flay over the last few days, with the girl spending most of her time talking with her father. That's what everyone believed, since Ulster himself had hardly been seen around the ship at all. They were correct, as Flay had been forced to listen to her father go on about how horrible coordinators were along with those that protected them. He had even gone off about the leader of the Republic of East Asia yesterday, which had lasted for a while. Flay figured that the Prime Minister of the Federation nation was one her father didn't get along with, as he had rarely spoken nicely of them. Kira looked at Sai at his exclamation before he followed his gaze and saw the mentioned redhead. Hey? Flay? What's up? He asked as everyone looked over at her. Flay glanced at those in the mess hall before looking away. More problems with my dad, she replied. Flay hesitated, refusing to leave his quarters. He doesn't want to wander around where coordinators have been, or me to do so either. He's just so. Flay paused in frustration. Oh, he's just so stupid. Lakis didn't like the fact that Flay was having issues with her father because of Kira, Tyler, and herself. A strained relationship with one's parents should be avoided so you didn't regret it later, which Lakis knew by personal experience. Should you really be fighting that hard with your father? She asked, tilting her head a little. I understand that you don't agree with him. I happen to agree with you about how our genes don't affect who we are. But still, he's your father, you should try to get along. Flay wouldn't accept what Lakis was saying as to her. It was the pink-haired girl demeaning herself. No, said Flay, shaking her head. You're right, I still want to be family with him, but I'm not going to share his beliefs about coordinators, beliefs I now know are wrong. Kira and Sai both blinked at hearing that, as it was something neither had really expected from the redhead. Flay apparently was becoming increasingly vehement about her disagreement with her father over the treatment of coordinators. And by what they'd seen and just heard, things were getting worse. The question was, how long would it be before things got ugly or worse than they were already and reach a breaking point? Meanwhile, back on the bridge of the Archangel, things were running as smoothly as they tended to run lately. All was quiet, yet things changed, which came in the form of sensor readings. Murmured Pal as he saw a new signal on the radar detection screen. Is that what I think it is? Tyler inspected the sensor feeds in front of him closely, and in a moment noticed what Pal was referring to. Neutron levels were on the rise, and from what Tyler saw, he had a strong hunch that at least one ship from Cruzet's team was chasing the Archangel. And if Tyler had to guess, it was likely the Laurasia class out of the two, with how he and Lisa had damaged the Nazca class. That would mean that likely 2 or more of the stolen Omni prototypes would be assaulting the Archangel, and that would spell trouble. So, Tyler sighed, yeah, it is. Did I not say we've made it? Our famous last words you shouldn't say. Pal ignored Tyler's comment right as it was. Electronic interference detected, announced Pal, and jammer levels are rising. Muru and Natarl both looked in Pal's and Tyler's direction, tensing up before rushing to their seats. That an attack happening just before the Archangel linked up with the 8th Orbital Fleet was problematic. All hands, Level 1 battle stations, ordered Muru as she took her seat. Tall, fire up the engines to maximum speed. Yes ma'am, said Tall, who was currently handling the piloting since Arnold was off duty at this time. Muru knew the crew would be rushing to their stations right now, so she would need Tyler to get to the Shadow. While the oldest teen's help with bridge stations was very nice, but his skills as a pilot were far more valuable. Tyler, get to the hangar. Pal can handle sensor detection and fire control himself until the others get here, ordered Muru. Tyler had been about to leave the seat he was in with a fight coming. The Shadow's cockpit was where he would need to be. So, the order just sped things along for Tyler as he headed towards the elevator without further hesitation. Laurasia class identified at Red Charlie 103, Orange Alpha 72, announced Pal as he temporarily ran an enemy search through the detection systems through the main sensor station, since Tyler was making his way to the hangar right now. Cuzzy would take over the station when he got to the bridge. Pal was looking over the data that was being displayed from the detection systems. The signals coming in are mobile suit thermal patterns, comparing to the database to see if they're matches. Pal paused and gulped before turning back to look at Muru. Thermal patterns all have matches, they're the Duel, the Buster, the Blitz, and the Aegis. Hearing that their opponents included the 4 stolen prototypes didn't bode well for the Archangel. Before this, they had only faced 3 out of the 4 stolen machines, not all 4 of them at once. Damn it, all 4 of them are coming at us, muttered Natarl, and of course, this happens just moments before our rendezvous. Arnold rushed into the bridge, Sai and Cuzzy right behind him, all 3 throwing themselves toward their stations. They quickly got down to doing the operations of the station they were in. The 8th Fleet is at the border and will be meeting up with us soon enough, said Maru as they focused on their tasks and duties, we just need to hang in there. Activate CIWS Eagle Stallions, ordered Natarl. Load anti-beam depth charges, ready stern missile launchers with sledgehammer missiles. The Archangel's Gottfried beam turrets rose up out of their storage position in the top of the legs of the ship and the barrels extended out, ready to be used. The Valiant linear cannons came out on either side on the back of the ship and then flipped around to point forward. And the defensive Eagle Stallion 75mm CIWS turrets deployed, ready to do their job of interception of incoming enemy fire. Tyler sped up his pace to the hangar as an announcement came over the ship speaks, all hands, level 1 battle stations. I repeat, all hands, level 1 battle stations. Tyler spotted Sai and Cuzzy coming out of the mess hall straightening their uniforms as they went. Tyler sailed past them as he continued on to the locker room. When he got there, he changed quickly into his pilot suit, before pushing off to zoom towards the door. Tyler caught sight of Kira and Lakis coming to the locker room as he exited. It didn't take long for the three teens to travel the rest of the distance to the hangar. When the three came into the large room, they caught glimpses of both Mew and Crystal getting into their zero armors. Wasting no more time, Tyler, Kira, and Lakis boarded their respective mobile suits. The mobile armors moved to launch position in the catapults as Tyler went through the Shadow's OS boot up. It was when Mirielai's voice came over the radio that Tyler looked up to one of the comm screens. Kira, Lakis, Ty, she began, be advised the ZAFT force is made up of a Laurasia class, the Duel, the Buster, the Blitz, and the Aegis. Tyler's thoughts ground to a halt at the force being described, for it wasn't what he expected, as that implied that Cruzat wouldn't be participating. That didn't sound right, since Cruzat had proven too persistent to give up on this hunt given the choice to do so. His earned reputation of being dogmatic and obsessive was established from what Tyler had learned. And Tyler couldn't let go of the question of Cruzat missing from the attacking force. Kira didn't like that they were about to go against 4 opponents in mobile suits, let alone the other 4 of Omni's prototypes. They had only gone against 3 of them at a time, and the Aegis only at Heliopolis in the last battle. Ty had gone against that one at Heliopolis, and Kira had found out Athrun was its pilot in the previous battle. Kira was still uncomfortable about fighting Athrun, and he didn't doubt Tyler was too, even if he could ignore that enough to go out and defend the ship. But Kira knew that should he and the others not go out to defend the Archangel, then all on the ship would die, including their friends. So, all 4 of them at the same time now? Asked Kira. Tyler still had the nagging feeling about Cruzat, and so, made his voice heard, only the one Laurasia class is detected. Are you sure the Nazca class isn't just behind the Laurasia? All the pilots heard the suspicious tone in Tyler's voice, and some on the bridge did too. Mew and Crystal fully could appreciate Tyler's paranoia with Cruzat's Nazca class missing, they were suspicious of the absence too. Mirielai took a quick moment to look over the sensor readouts again and still only saw the Laurasia class showing along with the mobile suits. The Nazca class isn't in range, so it's unlikely that they'll be in this battle. They must have stayed behind with the damage they took and then just transferred the Aegis over to the Laurasia. Tyler considered the idea of Cruzat being unable to pursue, and it was possible, but Tyler still couldn't see the man just sitting by unless he didn't have another choice. That made him think there could be more to the situation than was clear and visible. Well, that means we're on our own on this one, meaning this battle will be 5 versus 4. The Asuka moved to the left catapult while the Strike went to the right for launching out first. When the question came about extra equipment, Lakis had chosen to have the Strike equip the Sword Striker set. The set included the 15.78-meter Schwartgewehr anti-ship sword, Midas Messer beam boomerang, and Panzer-Eisen rocket anchor, good for close quarters. Kira didn't want any other equipment for this fight other than the standard for the Asuka. The Shadow began moving to the left catapult, which Tyler assumed Kira was launching out of. A moment later the Shadow moved through the airtight shutters to the catapult. Tyler had asked Chief Murdoch to equip different equipment than normal, since Tyler wanted to test some of the new optional sets that had become available. With the intended set, the Shadow would still have the shield with rail cannon and beam saber, but it would switch out the medium-range beam rifle for another weapon. The rifle the Shadow would use a high-powered gun that would be stored on a pivoting rail system that was attached to the back right side of the Shadow's frame, named the Halon beam rifle. The main difference between the long rifle and the normal rifle the Shadow could use was the long one was 1.5 times the length of the normal one and had higher output. It would work well with the hidden scope the Shadow had, since both were meant for an extended range. The price of the long rifle was that it would drain the battery of the Shadow more than the mid-range beam rifle. Tyler knew that just meant he needed to make his shots count, and he did that anyway. It was one of the pieces of equipment that had been transferred over from the Dawn for the Shadow before entering the debris belt. After the Halon was attached to the Shadow, Tyler zoomed out to the field and joined his comrades. Ahead of the Archangel, the 9 mobile weapons were constantly decreasing the distance between each other. The 7 mobile suits activated their phase shift armor, taking on their colors that made them more identifiable. The plan that Athrun and Nicole had come up with was to use their suits' heat sources to hide the volley that the Gamov would fire off. So, the 4 ZAFT machines moved to clustered together back to back, barrel rolling when they had positioned together. Behind them, the Gamov blasted off a shot from its main cannon, and the ZAFT pilots broke away from one another. The shot flying between them to crash into the Archangel, rocking the vessel. But the beam damage was minimized by the energy being converted into heat by the laminated armor the ship had. Mew gritted his teeth at seeing what their opponents were doing to start off this fight they were insisting on. Mew figured the battle wouldn't be fair per se, their pursuers hadn't shown themselves to be like that much. Using their mobile suits to conceal the firing position, muttered Mew, his grip on the Zero's controls tightening, "That's very cute." As Mew locked in the stolen G machine that was the closest to him, which was the Blitz, and he let loose a round from his Zero's linear gun. Mew then deployed the gun barrels of his Zero and let loose with the entire arsenal of his armor. Holding back wouldn't do much but give a slight advantage to ZAFT in this battle, and they had more than enough of that already. Crystal joined in with Mew in shooting at the stolen Alliance suits, deploying her own gun barrels. There was a bit of satisfaction as the four opposing units broke apart to avoid the incoming weapon fire. Although none of them would have suffered any real damage, every hit would have drained just a bit more precious battery life that was powering the phase shift armor. Athrun knew that this battle would come down to which side had the best tactical execution. The mobile suits had a time limit, which was once power dropped enough for the phase shift armor to shut off. Once phase shift ran out, the mobile armor weapons would have an effect and the opposing suits' shots would do more. Not only would that figure into the battle's outcome, but the Legate ship's pilots also were able to hold their own the last time, so could do so again. The plan Athrun had thought of from what Tyler had done to the Vesalius. Attacking your opponent's vessel had merit as it cut off resupply, and Nicole had agreed with the mentality. Once the formation of the four ZAFT suits broken, they picked their targets and headed towards their chosen opponents. The duel went straight for the Asuka, Isaac engaging it without wasting any more time, forcing Kira onto the defensive. The Aegis faced off against the strike while the Shadow began clashing with the Buster. The mobile armors attempted to occupy the Blitz and stopping its progress forward. "Nicole, go ahead and get the ship immediately," Isaac called over the radio as he shot at the mobile armors, forcing them to dodge and let up on Nicole. "We'll keep these damn naturals off your back." With the three Omni suits and the armors occupied by his teammates, Nicole was free to go after the real target. Surprisingly, even the black suit was being kept busy, which surprised Nicole that one cooperating with the plan. Nicole had thought the black suit wouldn't fall for the distraction the same as the others had. The machine and its pilot had proven dangerous in the last battle, which was why he and Athrun planned for it as problematic. Granted, the mobile armors did attempt to intercept the Blitz, however, Nicole dodged them without much effort and continued to his goal. Even Kira and Lakis tried to go after the black suit but were stopped by the Aegis and the duel. The Archangel fired the Valiants at the Blitz, but Nicole evaded and then the Blitz vanished from sight. "Captain, I've lost the Blitz," said Kuzi. "Its Mirage Colloid must have been activated," said Maru. "Fire another spread of anti-beam depth charges and reload all missile tubes with anti-suit shrapnel missiles." "Fire anti-beam depth charges," ordered Natarl, echoing Maru. "Stern missile tubes, switch over to anti-suit shrapnel missiles." Nicole got into range and fired the Trichorus beam rifle at the Archangel, but the beams never reached the warship, they were dispersed instead by the anti-beam curtain surrounding the warship. It was expected by the enemy, long-range weapons would be nullified by their anti-beam depth charges. That left two options for Nicole, which were to use the non-beam weapons which had a limited range or move past the anti-beam depth charges. Between the two options, Nicole chose to get closer as that would be in the long run the option that would be the most effective. So, Nicole moved closer to get around the effects of the anti-beam depth charges. Meanwhile, back with the Buster and the Shadow, both were still fighting one another and Dirka was quickly getting annoyed with his opponent. The Blitz's twin was evading out of the shots that Dirka lined up and made it look irritatingly easy. Granted, Athrun and Nicole had said for whoever faced the black suit to not let their guard down. Dirka wasn't as crazy and hot-headed as Isaac could be at times, and so he knew that his teammates didn't say that without a good reason. That by no means meant that Dirka liked being fooled around with but his opponent. "You're getting on my nerves, black guy," Dirka said, firing both the gun launcher and the high-energy rifle at the black suit. The Shadow weaved out of the attacks again, which just served to infuriate Dirka more. "Black guy," Tyler muttered a little incredulously, "that's the best name he can come up with for me." Getting caught fighting the Buster wasn't what Tyler had hoped for but had ended out with. If Tyler had the choice he wanted, he would either had gone against Athrun in the Aegis or Nicole Amalfi in the Blitz. Those two would be the harder ones to go against in Tyler's view, and the safety of the ship was at stake. It was then Tyler caught sight of the Blitz reappearing a lot closer to the Archangel than was comfortable in his mind. His response was to bring out the Halon beam rifle and brought it to bear before the Buster had a chance to combine its two rifles. The weapon let loose a high-powered beam which the Buster just managed to dodge. Dirka had just caught sight of the black machine bringing out the rifle which it hadn't had before. He was forced to throw his control sticks hard to one side to avoid being nailed by the beam rifle. While the Buster's pilot allowed his concentration wander, Tyler used the time to activate the Shadow's Mirage Colloid, vanishing from view. Then he switched on a second system which was called the Echo Trace Transmitter. Tyler had no doubt that the system was definitely proprietary technology of the Federation's military. The system is designed to make the machine equipped to disappear from sensors, and not show up at all. It was a better version than what the Federation employed currently that Tyler knew of. So, combined with Mirage Colloid, nobody sees, nobody knows where he was, and that's just the way Tyler liked it. By the time Dirka righted himself, he looked around and saw that his opponent wasn't where they had been before. In fact, there was no evidence as to where the black suit had gone at all, no reading whatsoever. What the Dirka uttered, where did that black guy just go? Dirka wasn't dumb enough to know that an enemy that you didn't know where they were was dangerous. Guys, we got a problem. Athrun was being kept rather busy with fighting the strike, and though he was holding his own, it was taking a lot to do that. It was the one enemy mobile suit that Athrun didn't know the pilot for. Tyler hadn't mentioned who it was, and he felt that his friend had done so for a reason. Whoever the pilot was, they had skill, and Athrun was left to wonder if they had been taught by someone. However, with Dirka speaking up, it distracted him a little. What is it, Dirka? We are all busy with our parts of the plan. The effort in Athrun's voice was audible as he fought the strike. Unbeknownst to him, Lakis was using the lessons that Sakura had given her to push Athrun back. Dirka gulped hard before answering, as he knew what he would say wouldn't go over well at all. Well, that black suit, he began, it's gone, vanished, haven't a clue where it is anymore. Dirka hesitated, sorry for losing sight of it. Athrun, realizing the implication of this change, knew that Nicole was the likely target that Tyler would be aiming for. Tyler's goal was to defend the legged ship, and the Blitz was going for it directly, so it was the highest priority target. So Athrun shouted over the comm channel a warning to their comrade, Nicole, watch your back. The other black suit just vanished and is probably coming your way. Nicole heard the warning that Athrun gave, and he took it seriously, as he knew Athrun wasn't joking. Nicole was nervous. The data there was on the twin of the Blitz was worryingly slim, and what there was had scared Nicole honestly. Still, that didn't stop him from closing the distance between him and the Archangel steadily. Once Tyler had managed to get the buster off his back and to stop bothering him, he'd changed course and got to chasing the Blitz as it went towards the Archangel. Admittedly, Tyler would say it was much easier to move around now that none could detect him, and the freedom was wonderful. In front of him, Tyler caught a glimpse of his mobile suit's fraternal twin before it disappeared for the second time. However, the glimpse was enough for him to be able to predict where the machine now was. It wouldn't be perfect for locating the machine, but it's close enough for Tyler to work with. The Blitz fired off some shots from its beam rifle in its shield, which the anti-beam charges were dispersing. At the same time, those on the Archangel were trying to trace where the Blitz was. Calculate the Blitz's position from the shot's angle, ordered Natarl. When you have its position, link the data to the fire control station. Officer Pal, when you have the data, fire with shrapnel missiles and get the Blitz to show itself. Yes ma'am, said Cuzzy and Pal. Cuzzy ran through several console commands as he narrowed down the stealth mobile suit's location, then linked it to Pal's station as ordered. Firing anti-suit shrapnel warheads, announced Pal as he let them loose. The missiles blasted off from the Archangel's stern missile tubes, and upon reaching their designated range, the outer shell of the missiles broke apart to reveal small, shrapnel-sized explosive-tipped darts that blasted away from the missile casing. Both Tyler and Nicole were forced to defend themselves, even if in different ways. Tyler had to hit the brakes and reverse out of the shower of metal shards that the projectiles from the missiles. Since the shadow wasn't using its phase shift, Tyler had to avoid rather than block right now, as he didn't want his opponent to see him following. Seeing the shrapnel coming at him, Nicole immediately activated his phase shift armor, which required the Mirage Colloid to shut off. Nicole brought his shield up, covering the cockpit, managing to block the shrapnel darts from putting him directly in danger. That's right, this machine once belonged to you, muttered Nicole, as much a remark to the enemy ship as a reminder to himself. Of course you know its weaknesses. Nicole learned his lesson. His enemies knew about the Blitz enough to counter, and that could cause trouble if he wasn't careful. To be honest, Nicole had really only counted on the black machine being a real issue. That had been a mistake. With that in mind, Nicole reactivated the stealth system as the shrapnel fire died down, immediately moving to a new position to avoid further weapon fire. Continuing his approach to the Archangel so as to get past the anti-beam particle curtain the warship had released. Nicole's eyes widened as the CIWS turrets all began firing wildly on randomized vectors, a barrage of bullets numerous enough to tear any mobile suit to pieces. Nicole reactivated the phase shift armor, his only hope to avoid being turned into Swiss cheese, and began maneuvering away somewhat. Meanwhile, on the Archangel's bridge, there was growing panic as the Blitz got closer and closer to the Archangel. Blitz is still approaching, exclaimed Cuzzy with tones of fear as the enemy black mobile suit weaved through the defensive fire being spat at it. The Laurasia class was launching a long-range bombardment, and while only a few shots got close, much less hit, they were enough of a distraction for the Blitz to catch them off guard. For one enemy unit to get this close was very bad, and Natarl knew that. What are our three mobile suits doing? Their mission objective is to defend the ship at all costs, she demanded. Both the Asuka and the Strike are too busy battling the duel and the Aegis, reported Sai. He looked over his display screen and at that moment noticed that there was a signal missing from before. The Shadow's marker was nowhere to be found. Sai hadn't seen it vanish and he doubted Tyler had been shot down. And I've also lost the Shadow's signal. At hearing that the Shadow wasn't showing up, the thought of it perhaps being shot down went through everyone's mind. The Shadow couldn't have been shot down, Mireille muttered in horror. No, it just vanished from sensors completely, replied Sai firmly, not willing to believe for a moment that Tyler was gone. What was being said wasn't possible. The Archangel's mobile suits should always be visible to the ship's sensors. True, Murdoch and his mechanics had managed to confirm the Shadow had the Mirage colloid system as the Blitz did. However, that wouldn't affect the Archangel's sensors with seeing the mobile suits. Its transmission code would make sure of that. Granted, neither the Shadow or the Asuka had been fully examined, there hadn't been the time to do that thus far. So Natarl didn't buy the Shadow wasn't detectable, and the teen was too stubborn to be beaten so easily. But that shouldn't be possible, Natarl stated, even if it activates its Mirage colloid, its signal should still show up to our sensors. Inside the Blitz, Nicole smiled slightly in slight satisfaction and relief as the Blitz landed next to the Archangel's bridge tower, which put him out of reach of the ship's defenses. However, there still was a nagging worry in his mind, more so since Ithran had warned him that of the disappearance of the Blitz's twin. Its disappearance had put it back to the top of the list of the most dangerous machine on the battlefield and it had the top by a sizable amount in Nicole's view. That one mobile suit had been nigh impossible to predict in the battles it had been in previously, it was the point that Nicole had seen that the others besides Ithran had noticed. The only thing that made it somewhat worse was the pilot that flew it, which had proved to add to the unpredictability and was clearly skilled. An opponent that's dangerous is one thing, yet when you don't know where they are or where they can strike from, that type of opponent could be and usually were lethal. From what Nicole had seen already, the machine had Mirage colloid like the Blitz, yet had some advantages that the Blitz didn't. The unknown factors were just dangerous, but Nicole continued firing at the Archangel's bridge tower. He did keep an eye on his sensor screen hoping for there to be some kind of warning of incoming threats. The bridge shook as the Blitz kept shooting the tower. We can't get him with the cannons or the Eagle Stallions, muttered Natarl frustratedly. She was getting irritated with how the Blitz was in a position that the Archangel could do little to nothing about it. Where are our mobile suits? Kira, Lakis, Tai, called Mireille desperately. The enemy is beside the bridge. Get back here now. Kira glanced back at the Archangel and his eyes widened as he saw that what was going on. The side monitor first zoomed in and then showed the Blitz firing on the side of the bridge tower. The black machine had managed to get to the ship while its comrades had kept them busy. No, shouted Kira. Lakis looked in the same direction as Kira and saw the same scene as him and it was bad. The Archangel, she cried at the same time. If they lost that ship, then all they'd done would have been for nothing, all on the ship would be lost including the refugees. Their enemies would be able to overwhelm them and who knew what could happen after capture. And Flay thought both Kira and Lakis, thoughts straying onto the friend they'd nearly failed once before. Both tried to go back to the Archangel, but were blocked by the stolen suits, all they could do was watch as the Blitz kept shooting. Neither Kira or Lakis was going to let those attacking them to destroy the Archangel, and that resolve solidified. Kira evaded the strike that the duel was making and got on the right side of the machine drawing a beam saber as he went. Kira struck the torso of his opponent then followed that up with a hard kick sending the duel flying. It took Isaac a moment to stabilize his suit from the sudden counter-attack and that the winged suit had caught him off guard irritated him. Isaac aimed his beam rifle at the winged suit but as he began shooting, his opponent was dodging, but doing it by seemingly instinct which shouldn't be the case. Truthfully, that frustrated Isaac more, his enemy was outdoing him as EAFT Red Pilot. While Kira was showing up the duel, the battle between the Strike and the Aegis also changed drastically. Athrun had been moving forward to attack the suit with a beam saber, but the next thing he knew the Strike vanished. Seconds later, an alarm alerted Athrun that his opponent had gotten behind him somehow. He twisted around pointing his rifle where his opponent was and fired only to find his enemy dancing out of the way with ease. Athrun glanced over at the duel and saw the winged suit was also moving as if G-force had no effect on it anymore. In fact, Athrun had to watch as he saw the suit Kira was in dodge shots and then suddenly appear directly in front of the duel. Athrun was forced to pay attention as the Strike vanished again and then appeared below him. He tried to pull back, but the Strike zoomed up at him cutting off his suit's legs before striking him and pushing him back. Meanwhile, Tyler had followed the Blitz as close as he could without being discovered by his quarry. He spotted the Blitz appear next to the bridge tower and point its rifle at the bridge itself. Tyler wasn't going to allow that for long, he would complete his mission without lives being lost for it. Tyler soared forward gaining momentum and speed, aiming at the Shadow's look-alike, with his shield out in front. And Tyler was starting to like the shield bashing he could do with the Shadow and the hit he got with the Blitz was satisfying. And the Blitz's tumbling away a short distance from the Archangel was no missed by the others on the battlefield. Nicole managed to orient the Blitz back into a controlled flight and he scanned around to find what had hit him. A moment after looking around, the Blitz's twin appeared as it deactivated its Mirage colloid. That alone seriously worried Nicole, as it showed the enemy mobile suit had either a different version of the system or had improved from the original. One of the system's critical flaws, the heat output from thrusters which could give away the mobile suit's position, wasn't happening at all. And if the enemy machine somehow corrected the flaws of power consumption, then there was no telling how effective the application of Mirage colloid could be. It would truly be undetectable and could strike before an opponent could have any warning of any kind, which it had just done. After appearing, the shadow put itself between the Archangel and the Blitz. Tyler would make sure that the Archangel wouldn't fall, even if he didn't like all the officers on the ship. He switched the phase shift armor on as he faced his opponent, and Tyler planned to give Nicole Amalfi the hardest fight he had ever had. With that in mind, Tyler rushed forward at the Blitz, taking out the second beam saber the shadow had in its arsenal. The second beam saber wasn't built into the shield like the other one, instead stored in a compartment that was under the beam rifle holster over the right hip joint of the mobile suit. Nicole had enough time to see his opponent drawing a beam saber he hadn't seen before as the shadow rushed forward. He managed to get the Blitz's shield in front and block the incoming saber, but the force behind it wasn't small. The Blitz's twin had more thrusting power, which Nicole hadn't been sure of in the last encounter. Now he was. Nicole tried to push back and even used the Blitz's leg to shove his enemy away. However, the shadow in response shifted to the side and pointed its shield at the Blitz's own. Nicole caught sight of the gun barrel at the end of the shield but was too late to get out of the way. Tyler had the shadow's railgun aimed at the Blitz's shield and began firing rounds off from it at his opponent's weapon system. At point-blank range, Tyler wasn't missing, and though the Blitz's shield was taking the pounding seemingly just fine. Yet, Tyler very much doubted the Blitz was taking the pounding he was giving. Tyler knew for a fact that the shields that the Alliance prototype mobile suits had didn't have phase shift, so can be affected by projectiles even when they were reinforced. After 5 or 6 shots from the railgun, the Blitz pushed the shadow back with a kick. Nevertheless, Tyler didn't let his opponent gain much room to work with as he kept up the assault and pressure. Within a minute, Tyler had to admit that Nicole had talent and skill as well as potential when it came to piloting a mobile suit. To be able to stand for a time against Tyler wasn't the simplest task, more so when Tyler was serious. However, Nicole wasn't at the same level as Tyler was at this time, nor was Tyler going all out. It was clear to Tyler that this young man had the mind of a tactician. However, on the battlefield one also needed to be able to react and adapt well when things throw off your plans, a lesson that Tyler knew well. It was an area that he excelled in and very well when it comes to it, and there was no real way he could deny that. In a short period, Tyler made the Blitz fall back a distance from the Archangel, even though Nicole had been doing his best to gain ground against Tyler. Nicole had to admit, the one flying the Blitz's twin was a hell of a pilot, and that was no exaggeration. Nicole couldn't gain ground against this machine, and it wasn't for a lack of trying. Tyler would give good marks for the effort being made by Nicole, though Tyler felt there was more to the point. And by the way Tyler saw the fighting was going, he figured that their enemies wanted this skirmish to be done quickly. It took Tyler only a moment to realize what it was that they wanted to avoid was the Alliance fleet, for it would come into firing range soon enough. The four don't want to have to deal with a full fleet's firepower, and Tyler didn't blame them. He wouldn't want to either. After getting some distance, Nicole aimed the Trichorus shield at his opponent and pulled the trigger for the beam rifle, but nothing happened. There then came a beeping from the main display by his knees, and when Nicole looked down to see what was being said, he started to wonder if he would make it out of this battle alive. The Trichorus was not responding as it should, and Nicole saw why now from the readouts. Earlier, when his enemy had been up close, it had used its railgun, which Nicole hadn't known about, and shot the Trichorus with multiple rounds. Nicole had thought that it hadn't been too bad as there hadn't been visible damage, so his mobile suit shook it off. But he could see now that wasn't how things were at all, and the assumption had been a mistake. The 50mm high-energy beam rifle was misfiring and the circuitry was damaged, so was unusable essentially. The Lancer darts were now stuck, or rather jammed to the point they couldn't launched. The beam saber was the only weapon system that worked at all in the Trichorus shield, and Nicole couldn't tell how well it would perform. Nicole had planned to rush forward and try using his beam saber, hoping it would work right, yet then, the Buster fired off its combined rifles in their snipe configuration at the black machine. The black mobile suit had turned to face the Buster after Dirka had fired at them, and Nicole would have taken the opportunity to attack but didn't. The reason Nicole didn't was he froze as he saw the rifle that his enemy had been carrying taken out and aim it at the Buster. It wasn't the obvious long-range rifle that made Nicole stop. It was the section of the mobile suit's head on the right side coming out, revealing a camera that was similar to what a reconnaissance gun had with its sniper rifle, that caused Nicole to pause. The black suit fired a beam at the Buster. Thankfully Dirka moved out of the way in time, but the beam rifle the Buster had was destroyed in the process. Nicole shook himself out of the stupor that he'd been in and sped forward, igniting the Blitz's beam saber. His slash just missed as the other suit weaved out of the way, but it didn't stop there. The mobile suit spun around, storing its rifle, and when it faced the Blitz again, its right fist was coming at the Blitz's cockpit. Nicole's eyes widened and he braced himself for the blow coming. Nicole was thrown forward against the mobile suit controls as the impact came, and it was hard. Phase shift armor might block projectiles, but Nicole had believed that there were ways around that, and now being shown how right he was. After a few seconds, Nicole regained control and stabilized the blitz to find he ended out a short distance from his opponent. With only one option left for ranged attacks left, Nicole raised the blitz's left arm, aiming the Gleipnir at the blitz's twin. He pulled the trigger and released the rocket claw to zoom at the other mobile suit. Yet somehow, the black machine managed to evade the Gleipnir at the last second, and Nicole couldn't understand how the pilot had done it. Ice-cold dread had been filled Nicole at seeing more and more that his opponent was no novice pilot, and it increased quickly. The feeling shot up when Nicole was about to recall the Gleipnir back to its mount, but there came a jerk. Nicole looked up and saw his opponent got a hold of the cable that connected the Gleipnir to its mount. Nicole swallowed hard, genuinely scared to find out what would come next, for his enemy had complete control of the current situation. This opponent had outdone him better than any he'd faced in his life period. Even with the one spar Nicole had gotten with the Black Zephyr where she'd whipped him horribly, which had been the scariest fight of his life. Now, this fight trumped that previous experience by a horrible margin. Nicole for a moment believed this pilot could likely give the Zephyr a run and may even beat her if put to it. He had gone beyond being afraid of potentially dying in this battle, to being sure he was facing his last moments right now. The blitz was jerked and then pulled forward towards its twin, then put into a violent spin that Nicole had no control over. The Shadow used the cable of the Gleipnir to spin the blitz around and around. The stress that was put on the cable had approached the breaking point, so much so that Nicole had to admit to himself that the Alliance had built an impressive cable for the blitz's Gleipnir, for it didn't break. Nicole tried to keep calm as possible while being pressed back into his seat by the G-force that the centripetal force from the spin his mobile suit was in. Those on the Archangel's bridge were watching open-mouthed as the Shadow spun its opponent around. Granted, they had seen Tyler was skilled, but this went beyond that. He was whipping the blitz. It was unreal to witness the idea, and once again had them wondering just how good Tyler was. While Mew and Crystal were still working on the buster, they were trying to wrap their heads around how the hell Kira and Lakis were doing what they were. And when Crystal glanced over to the Archangel to make sure the ship was okay with Tyler fighting the blitz, her mouth dropped open. The Shadow was whipping the blitz around by a cable, clearly showing that the Shadow had control of the fight. All the teens were owning their opponents more than they had done before today, with the exception of Tyler, and he hadn't done it to the extent he was. Tyler released the blitz and it went flying and tumbling in a direction that Nicole couldn't determine. Nicole was definitely sweating a great deal as he worked to stabilize the blitz from its out-of-control sail. His comm took a dive when the blitz shook hard as the Shadow shot its railgun at the blitz. That shot been aimed well enough to have the round strike the blitz in such a way to increase its forward momentum. A second shot came a half a minute later and like the first hit the blitz in a way to make it harder for Nicole to get the flight in his control. Minutes later, Nicole had regained control of his mobile suit's flight again after the insanity he was just in. The green-haired pilot forced himself to take a moment to both fully process what had just occurred and to regain his wits and calm down. It had been unreal what had just happened, Nicole knew that, but that didn't explain it nor help him stop shaking. Yes, Nicole was physically shaking. He brought his hands up and saw clearly that they were trembling. He'd just been beaten so badly that it was, as the old phrase goes, placed on a silver platter, and so cleanly, that Nicole had seriously thought he would be killed. If the pilot he'd been fighting used their beam rifle instead of their railgun on the blitz, then they wouldn't have needed the second shot and Nicole would be dead. He knew it. None of what had happened in this battle had even come into the ridiculous thoughts that had crossed Nicole's mind during the planning stage for any of the enemy suits, certainly nothing that the blitz's odd twin had done. Although, it proved beyond a shadow of a doubt to Nicole, the pilot of the black suit was the most dangerous out of the three enemy pilots, and by a terrifying margin. Nicole had clearly underestimated them, for he didn't doubt that his opponent could have killed him multiple times throughout their fight and could have destroyed the buster too. Once Nicole had gotten back his bearings, he took in what was going on around the rest of the field. He saw that the duel had taken serious damage. The buster was having trouble only using its gun launcher against the mobile armors. Nicole flew the blitz forward, grabbing hold of the duel and began to drag it back to the ship, away from the winged suit. Isaac! Isaac, are you okay in there? Cried Nicole in an even voice. Yes, Nicole had said that Isaac had issues, but that didn't mean that he wanted his comrade hurt. It burns, Isaac exclaimed in a pained voice over the radio. It burns, it burns. Nicole came to realize that this battle had done a full 180 from the outset, and now he and the others were losing badly. It had occurred without any of them knowing it, and much faster than any of them could have imagined possible. The Aegis was already heading back to the Gameov with both legs cut off. The Blitz had taken significant damage to its shield and Gleipnir, while the duel had taken an unknown amount of punishment, but enough to have Isaac crying in pain. The Buster was being swarmed by the two mobile armors, with the gun launcher being the only weapon to fend them off. A tactical retreat was the best option, and Nicole knew it. Dirka, he called, continuing to pull back the duel away from the battle. The winged suit pressed forward towards the duel and the Blitz, so Nicole grabbed the duel's shield, using it to defend them from the shots that were coming their way. We have to retreat. Isaac has been injured and Athrun is falling back. Neither you or I have a lot of options to work with and the enemy fleet is almost here anyway. We've taken way too much damage between the four of us, it's time to cut our losses and leave. Ugh, damn it, Dirka said as he realized that Nicole was right. So, shortly the buster retreated back following the others back towards the Gameov. On the Archangel's bridge, Maru sighed in relief as the ZAFT forces retreated and she wasn't the only one doing so. The Strike and the Asuka came back to the ship and landed together on the upper deck above the hangar. While those two machines did so, the Shadow flew close to the Archangel appearing to look over the vessel as Tyler did so. By the sound of the heavy breathing coming from the Asuka and the Strike, both Kira and Lakis were tired from the skirmish. However, there was nothing like that coming from Tyler, but what he said himself, he was a Federation pilot, so perhaps he was somewhat used to this kind of thing. Mew himself was reeling from what had come from the battle as it was unlike the previous ones. Each of the teens had outdone expectations of them from any on the Archangel, and due to the mock battles had set expectations fairly high. Kira and Lakis has outdone their opponents, no other way to really say what they accomplished. Tyler, well he went farther in that than his friends had and Mew hadn't thought possible. Wow, Mew muttered over the comm channel, you three are unbelievable. Kira had been trying to figure out what had happened as he couldn't explain how he had done what he did. It had been like a switch had been flipped and suddenly Kira could do things that were impossible before. The duel hadn't been going easy on Kira, the pilot had been trying to take him down, there was no doubt about that. Yet, when the Archangel came under attack, something in Kira had snapped and everything changed. Kira couldn't explain what occurred any better than that, what happened out there. Crystal was left to question if either Kira or Lakis realized what they had done moments ago. It sounded like they didn't fully recall how they had beaten their opponents, which was odd. Granted, some would do things in desperation and while on adrenaline that they wouldn't fully remember, Crystal had heard of such instances. However, this was more extreme than any she had been told about before now. You two piloted amazingly, Crystal paused for a moment before she continued, no, it was more than that. Tyler was listening to the conversation but had said nothing thus far. He had seen some of the things that Kira and Lakis had done. He would be the first to admit their performance was impressive, but there was more to it than that. Tyler could see the signs, what had happened to his two friends and he wasn't sure how he felt about it. It was clear that they had the super evolutionary element destined factor, or seed factor as it was referred to as. The first time someone with seed factor enters the seed mode, they come into a state of enhanced awareness and peak physical ability, and when it ends, they are dead tired. It had happened to Tyler a few times, so he knew how it works to an extent. If one was unlucky enough fight someone that is in seed mode, it tended to not end well at all. It will be like your opponent has eyes in the back of their head at the very least and their reaction time will be faster, those were the common traits. The two had shown signs of having seed factor which Tyler knew of since he had the ability himself. In the end, Tyler sighed over the radio, Kira, Lakis, no matter what anyone else says, you two did exactly what we launched out to do. Well done to us all. Mew and Crystal planned to ask some questions of Tyler later about what he had done on the field. Yet, the kid had summed up the feeling all five pilots felt right at the current moment. Kira and Lakis closed their eyes to fight off the tiredness that was washing over themselves. Tyler brought the Shadow to set down in the middle of the upper deck, the fight is over for now and we're still alive, that's what counts, Tyler remarked. While I can agree with what you're saying Tyler, I've never seen piloting like those two just did, Mew stated. He was still trying to wrap his head around what had occurred in the fight and wasn't able to figure out what had gone down. And that's before saying anything about your performance Tyler. Crystal would agree with Mew in what he was saying, but from past experience, they wouldn't get information from Tyler at the moment. The kid didn't tell about things he didn't see a reason to inform others about and his skills were a prime example. Before all that had been seen of Tyler's skills in piloting a mobile weapon or otherwise was glimpses of him using them, and right now wasn't the time to push, at least it's over, we made it through the fight, she commented as the Blue Zero slowly came alongside the Archangel. And we finished just before the 8th orbital fleet came into range. The 8th fleet is here, Cuzzy called to the bridge and over the radio drawing the eyes of all the pilots and those on board up to the massive collection of blinking lights that made up Omni's 8th orbital fleet. At long last, things were finally going well for the White Warship and its crew and passengers. The sight of the vessels of the Earth Force's 8th orbital fleet glided forward a distance ahead of the Archangel waiting for the Archangel to join their ranks was a comforting one for most. The Alliance fleet was made up of 51 vessels, 5 Agamemnon classes, 25 Drake classes and 21 Nelson class vessels. Phase end. A/N. I leave off where I do for a good reason, it fits wonderful to transition into where the next starts and it leaves you to wonder. I know this chapter is long but some end out that way. As always, please some of you take the time, write a review and tell me what you thought, good or bad. Thank you for reading and peace out until next time. Chapter 12, Phase 15, Looming Storm. February 14, 71 CE. The Archangel. An hour after the battle things were calming down and Tyler was heading for his quarters. Tyler wouldn't deny that he did need time to rest and recuperate after the stuff that had gone down. However, before Tyler made it to his room, he made sure that Kira and Lakis got back to their rooms and to their beds. Those two weren't just tired, it was beyond that for them, the battle had drained them, so they needed the sleep. Tyler was not as tired, but he had the stamina to handle combat for a period of time. And with them doing what they did, Tyler would bet it was hard on both of them as it had been for Tyler. Once Kira and Lakis were dropped off, Tyler was left to his thoughts about what had happened on the battlefield. That Kira had seed factor didn't sit well with Tyler, as those who had it seemed to be drawn into dangerous things like fighting. He didn't want his friend in this war, though it was too late for that wish as much as Tyler hated it. Then for Lakis to have seed factor as well made the idea worse for a couple of reasons. Much like Kira, Lakis was too good-hearted of a person to be fighting in a war. And the more personal reason that Tyler had was if Lakis could have seed factor, there was a possibility Sakura did too, and that terrified Tyler to think about. Yet, halfway to his quarters, Tyler was brought to a halt when Natarl came into his path. And the expression that Tyler saw didn't speak well, or that he would get to his bed for some time. Granted, Tyler hadn't forgotten he had extended the offer for a chance to reprimand him if they felt like it. Out of the officers, Tyler figured Natarl Bajaruel would take him up on it, but not this quick. Natarl, at seeing the oldest teen, decided now was as good a time as any to reprimand him for his recent actions. Things had calmed down enough to look into other things, and she would educate the teen even if others tolerated his behavior. McGregor, Natarl started, as you seem free, then let us have a talk then, shall we? At the moment, Tyler wasn't really feeling like listening to a rant about how his behavior was horrible and that he should shape up. And most of the talks that Tyler had with Natarl either were that from the beginning or ended out that way by the end. So then, taking me up on my offer to reprimand me and waste time, hey, Tyler posed tiredly. Natarl didn't reply vocally to Tyler's question, merely gestured for him to follow her. Tyler did as he was directed so that he could get this stupid event over with, so he could get to his bed sooner. Within a few minutes, Tyler found himself in Natarl's quarters, which were pretty much the same layout as the captain's quarters. That included a desk with Natarl took a seat behind and Tyler floated to be in front of it. He knew the drill by now. It wasn't the first time since he had gotten back to the Archangel that he'd been here for a talk. Once Tyler was in front of her, Natarl began, McGregor, care to tell me what your orders were during the last battle? Tyler stared at the woman for a moment, then shrugged. I believe like any of us that went out, we were to send CAFT packing. That is the general idea in most battles, to get your opponents to leave, as efficiently as possible preferably. Tyler stated the point like it was common sense that most should know, as to him it was essentially. Yet, I doubt that is what you are asking for as an answer from me. It wasn't the answer he gave that annoyed Natarl. The first part was loosely textbook for a soldier. The second line was the issue, as it implied he had an idea of what she was asking but was just not giving her anything. Natarl folded her hands and rested her head on them as she gazed at Tyler. No, instead of returning to the ship after the battle was concluded, you do other things. Why? She asked. Tyler put a hand to his forehead and shook his head. Really? He questioned. I would think what I brought back would answer that. I detected the life pod, and so, unlike some, I didn't ignore it, instead picking it up and bringing it back. You got a problem with me saving lives, lady, then you have issues to work through. Natarl managed to keep calm at the last line, though it was irritating to be told she had issues when she didn't. The teen was as normal, trying her patience, and though her discipline which her father instilled in her was keeping her from blowing up at Tyler, it was working hard to do so. There are times that orders need to be followed, McGregor, for the defense of the ship. Tyler sighed, having heard this argument from other officers for when he did his own thing. It was why on his Federation profile, it specifically stated that he would do as he saw necessary on the field. It usually took only one instance for most officers to understand the point, but Natarl didn't seem to take the blatant hint. Sure, and while I'll say your point has merit, there are times it doesn't so much. It's not my problem my actions irk you. And not that it will likely make a difference, nor will you believe me, he started, but I have the privilege to do as I see fit on a battlefield. Natarl gritted her teeth a bit as the teen was being rebellious, as he always seemed to be, especially around her. His defense was ridiculous and she wouldn't accept it, even should he give more of an explanation. The hell you do, what foolish idea could you even have to justify claiming that, she challenged. Tyler looked Natarl right in the eyes. I have a license, meaning my judgment is seen as good enough to make hard calls during a fight. He shrugged. I can't say if Omni has the same idea, but in the Federation's military, if a soldier shows good judgment consistently as I have, they can be given free rein to do as they see fit regardless of what orders are given by officers. Natarl didn't believe for a moment that Tyler had this license that he spoke of. It could be true that the Federation had some soldiers that had such a thing, there was no way to confirm that right now. That was one thing with the Federation, they kept a lot to themselves and didn't answer questions posed to them. But this teen wouldn't be one of those that would be given such free rein, his attitude would make sure of that. And in Omni, only members of Strategic Warrior Operative Direct Duelists had such privilege to make their own calls on the battlefield. Neytarl hadn't met any members of Sword herself face to face, so she couldn't say what the privilege entailed. But such an idea would never be given to a rebellious teenager like Tyler McGregor by any with a sane mind, of that she was sure. If the Federation's military had such a thing, then it wouldn't be given to the likes of you McGregor, Neytarl stated. Tyler exhaled, as I said, you're not going to believe me, so get on with your lecture so we can part, as I know neither of us like spending time around the other when we don't have to. The lecture Neytarl gave lasted around 20 minutes before Tyler got to leave and go to his quarters. He felt that relaxing times were going to be rare for a while. It was a hunch, but Tyler's tended to be right a good portion of the time. Plus, it was time that he wasn't being scrutinized by some in the crew which had been going on. Neytarl's lecture was one that he'd received more times than he cared to count and one that he only really listened to when his mother gave it, which was rather rare. As Tyler was taking the time to relax and went down before getting some sleep with the time available. And hours later came the call Tyler didn't expect to get signaled by a quiet beeping piercing the silence. Upon homing in on its source, Tyler realized that things were going to be tense since the signal was coming from not the Federation comm unit he'd tended to use, but from a second and more versatile communication unit he had. The difference between the two was the second one had a built-in image projector that could put out the image of the person on the other end and scans the one talking to do the same for the one on the other end. Truthfully, the device was usually used for serious or emergency calls, or at least, that's what Tyler saw it used for. It made him questions though. Was he in some sort of trouble? Tyler did do things that could be seen by some as troublesome or against policy. He avoided draw attention from certain individuals in the Federation hierarchy. Tyler had learned that lesson the hard way, especially with the one that was considered his boss or that he reported to. And Tyler was really hoping it wasn't his boss calling. He didn't want a chewing out from them. Neytarl's lecture was annoying and boring, but it was always better than a chew out from his boss. Tyler knew that it would be better to just see who was calling and get the meeting over with rather than dread it. So, Tyler got off his bed and fetched the communicator that was going off, and moved it to the desk in the room. After switching it on, the image of the Human Federation flag came up, then changed over to a different one that isn't the normal one that the general public known. The symbol was that of a laurel wreath surrounding a sphere that has stars inside it, all colored blue. It was the insignia that represents Federation Military High Command specifically, which was normally known only within the Federation's military. At seeing that, Tyler instantly straightened, as it meant that he was likely about to talk to a high-ranking superior officer at the very least. It also made it possible that Tyler could be about to speak with his boss, and that sent a chill down his spine. True, it was feasible that it could be a member of the Federation's Admiralty, which was still a stressful call. Tyler had respect for those that led the Federation's military. It wasn't a job he would ever want to have or be in. Over the next 10 seconds, an image was built in front of the desk, and it was about halfway through that Tyler realized who he was about to talk to. As the image of the man sharpened to being recognizable, his height was 6'3". His hair was short and silvery gray, and the finely groomed mustache was the same color. The man's eye color was blue and gave a feel of trust and experience. He was in his mid-70s, around 75 if Tyler were to narrow the age down. His name was Ben Moses, and he is one of the admirals, specifically one of the two that lead the rest of the Federation Admiralty, which led the Federation military. He's a coordinator that's from the Euros Coalition and is a man that has earned Tyler's respect time and time again. Tyler gave a proper salute to the man. Admiral Moses, sir. To what do I owe the honor of talking to you like this, sir? Admiral Moses smiled a bit at the greeting, as he knew that McGregor didn't give it to just anyone. The young man was a fine soldier and one of the better ones that the Federation had to work with. Granted, his work style rubbed some the wrong way, but McGregor got needed results consistently, and that was hard to argue with. His behavior put him in hot water with officers, but other soldiers that had worked around the teen had always praised him. Commander McGregor, it's good to see you are doing okay, Moses began. The reason for this call is twofold. The first is to give you another chance to opt out of the assignment you have. None would blame you or think any less of you, I can assure you. The position McGregor was in was a horrible one by most standards, and there was little way to say it otherwise. The second reason is a warning. Tyler appreciated the offer from the Admiral. It was really nice of him, especially with the priority of the mission. However, Tyler had thought this through thoroughly and known he would get the mission done the best possible. Plus, if he didn't do it, he may very well end up going to funerals of his friends, and he wanted to avoid that. Tyler smiled slightly. Kind of you to offer that to me, and it's appreciated, sir, but my answer hasn't changed. My team and I are the best to do the job, and other than a masked man's interference providing a growing pain in at least my butt, it's going swimmingly, Tyler answered. The mention of a masked man caught Moses's attention, as the description fit an individual that had always caused trouble. Moses himself had a few run-ins with Raul Cruzat, and none of them had been pleasant or helpful in the end. Cruzat committed atrocities and wormed out of the consequences often enough due to some within ZAFT. What happened to Heliopolis was just the most recent example of what Cruzat did. Admiral Moses sighed. By masked man, would you be referring to Ra-Le Cruzet? I take it. Tyler heard the hint of irritation in the Admiral's voice, and while he could understand it, such implied that he had experience with Cruzet. Tyler himself had already grown to have a dislike of the ZAFT commander for the trouble he had made thus far. So, Tyler nodded. You know him? Yes, unfortunately, have had the displeasure of meeting the man. A long story as to how and why, and is not the time to get into it, replied Moses. But back to the matter at hand, if the Archangel has linked up with Omni's 8th orbital fleet by this point, then the warning I have is valid. A ZAFT force is on an intercept course, probable intent is to target the Archangel as Cruzet has made it so to ZAFT. The force is made up of 4 Nazca class and 2 Laurasia class, and they are under the command of the ZAFT champion, the Black Zephyr, Sakura Klein. A Federation patrol is en route to assist, as Dwayne Halberton has done the Federation some favors. However, the time of their arrival is uncertain. Tyler stiffened at hearing that Sakura would be coming for the Archangel, as that had a serious weight that was unsaid. He'd expected a ZAFT force coming, and while unpleasant, it wasn't something that was a serious issue. Sending a medium to large attack group would show that ZAFT was concerned with the mission of the Archangel. Tyler could see the reasoning for such a thing, as the Federation essentially had much the same issue, just handling it differently. Nevertheless, for ZAFT to consider sending one of their champions, let alone actually do so, said there were other concerns in mind. It made Tyler wonder who was giving the orders for Sakura, as this didn't sound like something ZAFT would normally waste such talent on. He wouldn't deny that Sakura Klein was a hell of a soldier, and ZAFT knew that just as well. She was one of their best after all, so, again, why send you best to do a job like this? It was akin to sending an assault-equipped mobile suit to take out one single person with a pistol. There was not a doubt in Tyler's mind that Sakura and those following her orders would rip Omni's 8th orbital aside. It would be as bad if Halberton wasn't in charge of the fleet, but it would still be harsh before the end. It would be a mess, and Tyler wasn't looking forward to seeing how much when he got out to the field. Tyler brought up a hand to rub his temple. Would you have any time frame of when contact with the ZAFT force, sir? Moses could tell that McGregor understood the gravity of the situation that was approaching. Even with the preparation that were being done would help, but the issue was said assistance may not get there soon enough. It was pretty much a guarantee that lives would be lost. It was more a question as to how many. Current estimations put ETA of contact at around 24 hours from now, replied Admiral Moses. Tyler was starting to comprehend just how grim things would be for the next day or more, and he didn't like the point. He was about to say that he understood the information when a knock on the door to his quarters. Ty, Miss Ramius, and Miss Badgeruel said they wanted to talk to all of us pilots, said Kira. Tyler was doing some very quick thinking, as his current position would unlikely be seen the best. Granted, he had told Kira and Lakis that he was a Federation soldier, and the crew had also kind of accepted that point. However, most soldiers didn't talk to top military leaders, and those that did usually were unique soldiers. Tyler was definitely a unique soldier, but he hadn't said or mentioned anything to that effect to anyone. So, Tyler held up a hand to ask Admiral Moses to wait a moment. Kira, I'm busy with something right this second. Go ahead of me and I'll be along shortly when I'm finished. Kira was a tad curious what Tyler could be working on, as his friend had said he would be turning in after Lakis and Kira had gotten to their quarters. Tyler was the kind of person that did what he said he would. But if Tyler was working on something, it wasn't Kira's business unless Tyler told him about it. Okay, Kira returned before he turned and began making his way to the bridge. After listening for Kira's footsteps, Tyler turned back to Admiral Moses. Thank you for the information, sir, I'll keep it in mind. Knowing of the possibilities ahead, Moses believed that a soldier like McGregor would be able to help. How he couldn't say. Of course, Commander, but remember, your mission is of the utmost importance. For the future safety of our citizens and the Human Federation itself, the Earth Alliance and Omni must not obtain usable mobile suit data. Moses out, he finished before the communication line was severed. Tyler had known from the moment he had read the assignment, it would be much easier said than done. And now things have suddenly become more complicated for Tyler as well as others, that's for sure, and he wouldn't deny that. He stored the comm device and then headed towards the Archangel's navigation bridge to see what the two leading officers wanted. After all, Tyler had been lectured by one already today. What more could she have to say to him that she hadn't said? Although Tyler could perhaps get more info on how prepared the Alliance's forces were for what was coming. Once Tyler reached the bridge, he was redirected to the captain's cabin instead, which he went to get all the more curious about what the officers wanted. While Tyler was making his way towards the captain's cabin, Mura was addressing the 4 other pilots. She wanted to thank them for the services they had provided during the journey, as they had done more than had been expected of them. Kira had said that Tyler would be joining shortly, in saying that he was working on something. Mura was somewhat curious as to what Tyler could be working on, but as with the oldest teen, if he didn't want you to know, you didn't. Natarl never seemed to be able to accept that point where Mura had just given up on changing that with Tyler. I just want to thank the 4 of you from the bottom of my heart for protecting the Archangel. With the dangers we have faced, I highly doubt that we would have made it this far and you hadn't been piloting, Mura iterated. The Archangel will shortly be joining up with the 8th Orbital Fleet, and the plan is for the refugees along with the volunteers be transferred over to the Manilaus. From there, they will be sent down to Earth and this journey for them will be over and done. The door then opened to reveal Tyler standing there looking inside. He then rubbed the back of his head. Hear that I was being called for, Tyler greeted. Natarl held her tongue about the teen being late when called upon. It didn't come up as often as his attitude. She wondered if the lecture she gave hours ago had done anything or if he had ignored it, as he seemed to most of what she said. Indeed, good to see you were able to join us, Mr. McGregor, she said flatly. All eyes settled on Tyler. Yeah, sorry for not being here earlier, something came up that needed my attention, he returned with a slight smile. Tyler was hoping the subject of what he was doing wasn't press, as he wouldn't give details about his chat with Admiral Moses. Well, as was being said, Muru stated, once we join up with the 8th Orbital Fleet, the plan is for the refugees along with the volunteers to be transferred over to the Manilaus. From there, they will be sent down to Earth and this journey for them will be over and done. That of course would include Kira, Lakis, and yourself, Tyler. Tyler didn't appreciate that his services were being misconstrued as him working for Omni. He had been helping out of his own free will, not under the command of the Archangel ship officers as was being implied. That in mind, Tyler gained a deadpanned expression. I believe I've stated the fact before now, I'm a member of the Federation military, giving some of my services to this ship, not a volunteer as you say I am. That said, I'm free to do whatever the hell I freaking see fit, whether my actions go against your orders or not, period. There's a difference in the point, do remember that. Natarl couldn't forget the fact that the oldest teen was rebellious, as his two last lines made clear. And while she did appreciate him piloting to protect the Archangel even if he had his own reasons for doing, she would admit gratitude where it was due. Still, your performance and services have been appreciated, thank you, Natarl admitted. Tyler glanced over at the ensign thinking that he may have heard her wrong with what she'd said. Natarl Bajaruel had not thanked Tyler for anything that he did, more reprimanded him for his behavior among other things. So to hear a thanks was the last thing that he expected from the vice captain. That caused Tyler's eyebrows to rise. I think that's the first time I've heard you vocally say thank you in my presence, Ensign Bajaruel. I certainly hope that won't be the last time, shows you can improve yourself. Within an hour the Archangel came to be within the ranks of the 8th Orbital Fleet. To the crew of the Archangel, it was a relief to be among allies as it had been absent for their journey. Shortly after meeting up with the fleet, the Archangel received orders as to where it was to position itself among the fleet moved forward. Turn about 180 degrees, ordered Maru. Reduce speed another 20% and prepare to match velocity with the 8th Fleet. The Archangel turned 180 degrees, now facing the same direction as the 8th Fleet. The engines fired, countering the powerful warship's previous momentum, began to move it forward at the same speed as the other ships around her. The Archangel It didn't take long for the Archangel to sidled up alongside the fleet and the flagship, the Agamemnon-class carrier Manilaus moved to be beside the Archangel. Is this really a good idea? Asked Arnold, turning the pilot's chair slightly to look back at Maru, for us to cruise alongside the Manilaus. The question was understandable as the Archangel wasn't a part of the fleet even if it was an ally. It's what Admiral Halberton ordered, he most likely wants to get a better look at the ship, Maru said with a slight smile. He informed me that later on, he will be paying us a personal visit. As you may know, he was one of the biggest supporters of the development project that produced this ship and the G-weapons. While that was happening, in the mess hall and in the midship corridors, the civilians were watching the displays which were showing the 8th Orbital Fleet. And when the Manilaus came on, many gained expressions of relief for the Agamemnon class and its commanding officer were well known. Dwayne Halberton had a reputation that preceded him, and he was known for wishing to protect innocent people, no matter the side they were on. The man was among the group of Omni officers that were like the Federation's military that protected those that weren't directly involved in the war. Not too long after the Archangel linked up with the 8th Fleet, the news of the plan to move the civilians over to the Manilaus spread around the ship. All the volunteers from Heliopolis were off duty once the Archangel started moving alongside the Manilaus. And so, they were going towards the mess hall, discussing what would happen next. Civilians are really going to be transferred to the Manilaus, Mirialia informed her friends. There'll be 2 shuttles doing that, one is on its way here now, then they're supposed to transport them all to Orb. Since she'd manned communications, it was only natural that she knew that information. None of the boys missed the pronouns that Mirialia had used when referring to the expectations of what would happen soon. With them having volunteered to help with the ship, there was the question of if they would get to leave the ship. And that was before they were to mention their friends that had been piloting to protect the ship before now. You said them, Cuzzy commented, what about us? It was a question they all had on their minds since word they would link up with the fleet had come. We'll be disembarking too, of course, said Mirialia looking down at herself briefly. Yeah, said Tall, knowing that even though they had been helping, they weren't soldiers. We may be wearing these uniforms, but we're still civilians, after all. Sai was thinking more about their friends that weren't in the mess hall right now before he spoke up. Yes, but if Kira, Lakis, and Tai leave, then what happens to the mobile suits they used? Both the Asuka and the Shadow don't belong to the Earth Alliance, yet I don't see them just giving the suits to others. The problem is there has been no talk about the subject, it's like the point is being avoided. And I'm worried that there will be some that won't be as willing to let Lakis, Kira, or Tyler leave. None on board the Archangel would do that, but others in the fleet probably would. Flay listened to the conversation between Mirialaya, Sai, Tal, and Kuzi, and felt conflicted. While it was true that those who had been helping out were volunteers, and so, not officially assigned to this ship, that didn't mean that they didn't feel like any less than any other member of the crew. With all the fighting and other things that had occurred to the Archangel and those on her, Flay didn't want to think about what could have happened if the volunteers from Heliopolis hadn't been here. So then, if they leave, then what will happen to the Archangel when trouble comes its way? The questions didn't sit well with Flay at all, nor would it leave her mind. Back on the bridge, Mura was satisfied at seeing that the Archangel now where it was supposed to be positioned within the fleet. There was still one thing left to do in her mind, and that was to thank those who had been protecting the Archangel personally. So, Muru told the crew on the bridge to keep an eye on things before she headed towards the lift to the rest of the ship. The pilots tended to spend time in the hangar or in their quarters in recent days, so she intended to go there to find them. However, Natarl came up from the CIC and followed the captain into the lift as there was a topic she wanted to discuss. Muru didn't stop her second-in-command from entering the lift, kind of curious about what Natarl had on her mind. "Captain, tell me, what do you plan to do about the mobile suits on board?" Natarl began. Muru was taken aback at the question as it hadn't crossed her mind yet. "Plan to do what the mobile suits? What are you talking about, Natarl?" she questioned. Natarl fixed Muru Ramius with her gaze since this point was a major one that needed to be settled before talking with those in charge of the fleet. Only one of the 3 mobile suits on the Archangel was made by Omni that she was aware of. However, the other 2 had elements that went into the G project and that was proprietary technology. That was just the start of what the Asuka and the Shadow represented in Natarl's mind. The 2 suits also had capabilities that the other units in the G project didn't have, which could benefit Omni's efforts. The pilot's performance only enhanced what the mobile suits could do, and the evidence was hard to argue with. "Captain, everyone aboard this ship knows that we wouldn't have made it this far without at least one of those mobile suits or their pilots. Having 3 admittedly was in our favor and helped us make it through even better, but the point still stands, those machines and their abilities have proven crucial. And if we honest with one another, the machines' pilots are one of the major reasons the mobile suits are as powerful as they are." Muru was not disagreeing with Natarl as she had a fair point on this subject. The teens that had piloted the mobile suits had performed beyond any expectation. They had also proven how effective mobile suits could possibly be if employed. That had inspired some hope in Muru that if Omni could use mobile suits, the war could be ended with fewer lives lost. But what it was that Natarl was trying to say eluded Muru. "What are you getting at, Natarl?" Natarl assumed that as the refugees would leave the ship, so would the volunteers, including the pilots. Were they to leave, the chances of them being seen again were low, and pilots with that kind of skill would be necessary for the war. Yes, Natarl even knew Tyler would be able to help, but as a Federation soldier, she didn't think he would be very willing. At the same time, it worried her that Federation soldiers could be as good as the oldest teen, and Omni very well may end out going against the Federation's military at some point. Natarl hoped that Omni didn't make the Federation its enemy. Zaft was enough trouble without adding to it. "Are you just going to let the 3 of them go?" she posed. Muru was shocked at what Natarl suggested, for it could be seen as extortion and exploitation. Kira and Lakis had been put and forced into that position of piloting at the beginning due to the nature of the situation at that time. But Natarl was suggesting making them enlist in Omni and then fight others like themselves. Muru couldn't think of a way to answer the question right away. Instead of when the lift doors slid open, Muru sailed out of the elevator. "Captain," Natarl exclaimed before she followed Muru. Natarl caught up with Muru quickly, and Muru looked towards her. "I see what you're trying to say, Natarl. But Kira and Lakis aren't members of the military and shouldn't be forced to be so." Muru paused for a moment before continuing, "And Tyler, well, I would imagine you of all people know that he won't do something he doesn't want to. After all, the 2 of you clash often enough for that to be made clear." Natarl held back her thoughts from being said out loud, for she knew what Muru was referring to. Tyler McGregor had been a frequent irritation to Natarl, so they didn't get along, to put it mildly. Natarl had seriously considered dragging the teen to one of the brig cells on the Archangel and throw him in it for a while more than once. She knew that physically doing that might be an issue, since Tyler could probably outdo Natarl herself in a fight. However, Natarl knew where to acquire cords to tie the male teenager up, and it had been a temptation multiple times to go and fetch some. In the end, Natarl sighed, "I'm saying that after seeing their performance, with their help there could be real hope for the Alliance in this war. There has been very little of that, less the longer the war has been going, and you know that as well as I do," Natarl said. She paused, then continued, "Should we really let such hope slip away?" Muru gazed at Natarl, that is not a decision that either of us get to make, Natarl, that's up to Kira, Lakis, and Tyler themselves. Meanwhile, on the game of, Athrun was examining the footage from their last battle with the legged ship again for the 4th time the whole way through. He had taken records from every source available, the game of, the duel, the buster, the blitz, and the aegis for this task. He'd then spent the last day re-examined all the data from every angle of the battle he could, trying to glean something and wrap his head around what had occurred. He froze images and further examined specific ones, studying them for hours on end in the attempt to help. Yet, it was to no avail. Athrun couldn't figure out or explain how the chain events happened the way they had. And Athrun once again growled one word that voiced his frustration: how? The battle had started out as planned, the aegis, the duel, and the buster had kept the enemy mobile suits and armors busy. The aegis had the strike's attention, the duel had the winged suit busy enough. And even the mobile suit that Tyler said he was piloting, which was considered the wild card by Nicole and himself, had been occupied by the buster. The mobile armors were fended off by all intermittently, which wasn't ideal but was working overall. While the enemy force was kept occupied, the blitz had gone for the ship itself, a simple plan working as it should. No matter how Athrun looked at the fight up to that point, things had been going in their favor. Sure, there were some troublesome parts, but that was calculated into the preparation for the battle. So, when Nicole reached the legged ship and began his attack, it should have been over right then and there. However, it was at that point the skirmish morphed and twisted in 2 different ways, which twisted the battle so completely, it was crazy. Those changes were the machine that Tyler flew vanished from not just sight, but also, seemingly all forms of detection. The ability was far better than the blitz had been capable of with its stealth capabilities, and they were supposed to have the same system in theory. Athrun knew Tyler would be a pilot to worry about, as he'd show in the last fight he was skilled, more than Athrun had guessed he would be. Then, and perhaps the more horrifying change, the winged mobile suit, and the other Alliance machine style swung to ridiculous. Kira and whoever the other pilot was had suddenly begun to move differently than they had ever before. That sudden shift in the 2 enemy mobile suits had been beyond scary, it had been outright frightening. Both pilots moved like they had eyes in the backs of their heads, their reaction time sped up to a ridiculous level, and they sped about as if G-forces had no effect on them. Even for a coordinator, those maneuvers, they shouldn't have been feasible by any but the most experienced pilots, and even they don't tend to do such things due to the stress induced. An example happened when the white one had dodged the duel's shots, then somehow closed the distance between them in no time flat. Then, the duel had gained gashes from the winged machine's beam sabers, and then Isaac had in the end lost. And how the X-105 strike had gotten below and behind the aegis to cut off its legs and damaging the visual cameras, all before Athrun had been able to comprehend what had happened, it boggled his mind. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they'd been dancing almost literal circles around the 4 elite ZAFT Reds. Not only that, each ZAFT pilot was completely trounced by one of the 3 enemy suits, inflicting heavy damage along the way by the end. Lastly, there was the Shadow, as Tyler had called the black enemy machine. The visual records had made Athrun seriously wonder just how good Tyler could possibly be. Tyler had taken the blitz by surprise, true, but for Tyler to proceed to whip Nicole as if he was a green pilot fresh out of training, that was extremely hard to swallow. If what happened to Nicole was anything to go by, Tyler was in another league above all of them. From what Athrun had observed, the only reason that Nicole and Dirka were even alive right now was Tyler didn't want to kill them. Tyler could have, there was no question in that to Athrun, had he employed beam weapons and aimed to, he would be helping plan the funerals of his comrades right now. The results of the battle had been harsh to all as well as humbling to some. No matter how one looked at it, they had underestimated their opponents and had paid the price of that. Isaac was still recovering in the infirmary from the explosion in the duel's cockpit and the shrapnel that had accompanied it. The shrapnel he had taken in his face had shattered Isaac's visor. It had been only an extra security block designed to slam shut when the cockpit was threatened with the exposure that had saved Isaac from the vacuum of space and the death it brings. Technically, that was the only pilot injury that had been sustained, yet the pride of the ZAFT pilots was hit hard and that couldn't be denied. Nonetheless, the damage to the mobile suits was much worse than the pilot's pride and served as proof of the failure. Between the 4 mobile suits, the Aegis's losing its legs and head cameras being disabled was pretty light compared to what the others received. It could be repaired given some time, rebuilding the parts would be as bad as what the other machines would need. The Buster had lost its high-energy beam rifle even if its gun launcher was relatively undamaged. It had been sacrificed when the Shadow had shot it with its rifle, which wasn't the same one it had previously. The rifle could be replaced if not for its combining ability with the gun launcher, which made it difficult. Of course, that meant Dirka would be unable to use the sniper rifle or shotgun configurations until the rifle could be replicated. Granted, it was better than Dirka getting killed, but the sacrifice of one of the Buster's guns to defend the cockpit would take time to undo. Then the Blitz could be considered even more severely damaged, as there was more to work on fixing. Its shield had been its main weapon since its beam rifle and saber were built into it. Now that shield would need major repair, and parts of it likely would need replacing. The beam saber was the only weapon that worked now, the beam rifle had a series of problems and the rocket darts launching system would need replacing. The problem was that they hadn't gotten everything together to reproduce it or fix some of the Alliance machine's parts. So, for the time being, the suit would have to go into combat armed with conventional rifles and sabers. The other issue for the Blitz, the gleep near the grapple claw itself was fine, but its cable had been stressed hard. The cable that allowed retraction had become dangerous to use after pulling the Shadow had done to the Blitz. It would likely need to be replaced, but normal cable or wires wouldn't fit the need of the equipment. The duel, well, Isaac had been fairly reckless, yet amazingly, the external damage wasn't as bad as first expected. However, the same couldn't be said of the internal damage that had been done. The length of time that it would take to undo the problems there were, the engineers weren't even giving estimations on that. If anything, the engineers and the mechanics were pretty miffed at the pilots for the condition they brought their machines back in, to put it mildly. When they had seen the duel, Athrun swore he had heard quite a few muttered curses and complaints about Isaac and the work he provided them, and he probably did. However, at seeing the other three machines' condition, those in the hangar became visibly angry. So, Athrun, Nicole, and Dirka were avoiding them for the time being in the hope of getting back into their good graces. Granted, ZAFT had been working on mobile suit scale beam weaponry for some time, so they'd been pretty quick in reverse engineering the basics. Although, there were some issues with mass production and deployment. So, to replace weapons such as rifles or blade is fairly simple, but more customized weapons and equipment wasn't as easy. What this meant for the LE Cruiser team was that they could easily replace beam rifles and beam sabers, but the weaponry for the Blitz and the Buster was different. "Hey Athrun, what's up with you?" asked Dirka as he walked into the lounge and spotted Athrun working on his laptop. Both Athrun and Nicole had been hard to find since the fight with the legged ship. The loss was weighing on Dirka, but he was of the mind that there was nothing that could be done right now. So there was no real point in worrying or fretting about what had happened, though there were lessons to glean from it. Dirka had brought Athrun out of his thoughts and he looked up at his comrade. "I'm still examining footage from the last battle," Athrun remarked distractedly. "What happened makes no sense to me. I'll admit that the black mobile suit has proven to be the best performer in the two battles it has participated in, but that's not all. We figured and prepared for that opponent the best we could, but that doesn't explain what happened." Athrun paused, ordering his thoughts. "The other two suits have been improving quickly, and I can't come up with what can have caused such. When all this started out, things were going according to plan. We were better than them by a small margin overall. Even with the black one, we should be able to beat it with teamwork. Yet now, the two other pilots seem to be at least our equals." Then halfway through the fight, something really provoked them, and then, I can't even describe what happened. However, we all saw and witnessed with our own eyes what occurred. Those pilots, they just snapped. After that, it was like we were fresh green pilots or novices getting taught by a seasoned instructor. 4 machines, piloted by ZAFT Reds, completely trounced by only 3 others, and these machines are supposed to be of comparable power. Athrun was breathing a little hard after getting out what had been really bugging him. Dirka said nothing, yet he understood Athrun's feelings. His were similar. The door to the room slid open and Nicole entered the room. "Yeah, I know what you mean," he said. "I've been looking over the records as well, and I've been unable to explain what occurred out there nor how either. I can't recall ever seeing anything like what occurred to us or what we witnessed. That precise movement of mobile suits, agility, and battlefield awareness, isn't something normal pilots are capable of. It usually takes years to learn. Whether they are naturals or coordinators, that was unlike anything I've ever seen, read, or heard about before." Both Dirka and Athrun stared at Nicole, for he had implied an idea that had never been considered, that their opponents could be coordinators. Dirka spoke first. "Wait Nicole, you think that the pilots of those machines could be coordinators like us?" It was an idea that could explain a few things in Nicole's mind, and he was willing to consider even crazy possibilities. The more that he thought about how the fight went, the more he tried to wrap his head around it. Nicole himself had faced what he had thought may be his final moments in that battle, and it had been sobering. "So," Nicole shrugged, "it is a possibility. And honestly, with the luck we've had lately, I'm open to even outlandish-sounding ideas in order to understand things." The mention of luck made little sense to Athrun, and Nicole wasn't normally a believer of luck in how things went. And the tone in Nicole's voice caught Athrun's attention, as it was more serious and strained than it would regularly. "What do you mean luck, Nicole?" Athrun questioned curiously. "You don't normally believe in luck." What Athrun said was true, and Nicole wouldn't deny that he didn't put much stock in luck in a fight or mission. But what occurred in the last fight was harder to explain without luck or something like it. Either that, or they had so underestimated their opponents they had paid for it, which Nicole didn't discount, but still found hard to believe. So, Nicole pinned both Athrun and Dirka with his gaze. "Call it what you want, we're lucky to be alive right now with what those 3 mobile suit pilots did out there. I believe if we're all truthful, we know all of us could have had far worse injuries and damaged machines than we do." He paused before he kept going. "However, I'm still convinced the pilot of the black machine is the most dangerous of the 3. For Nicole to say they were lucky to be alive said just how badly things had actually gone. Each of the mobile suits was undergoing repair and so it would be a bit before they could go out again. That in mind, Dirka swallowed hard and then asked what was on his mind. Okay Nicole, I'll say that with what happened out there, things could have ended worse than they did. But why do you think the black suit's pilot is the most dangerous? Sure, I'll admit they good, skilled, and probably a lucky pilot too, but come on, how much more dangerous can that one pilot be? That Dirka had to ask that question told Nicole he needed to be reminded of how close a call he'd had. The Blitz's twin had used its rifle and had been aiming for the Buster's torso. There had been no mistake in that. Whether that had been the cockpit specifically, Nicole couldn't say. It had been through the sacrifice of the Buster's high-energy beam rifle that had saved Dirka. Not that Nicole could say he did any better against the suit, the Blitz's damage proved his folly. So he gazed hard at Dirka, which made his comrade stiffen a little. The reason Dirka is that machine has shown abilities different than the others we've gone against. If it were just that, then I would say there was no need to worry as much. But the pilot did things that I've only read of the most elite pilots pulling off. Nicole shivered before he kept going. The Buster lost its beam rifle, but think what would have happened if you hadn't moved when you did. Dirka thought back for a moment to the point of the battle that Nicole was talking about. It hadn't been nice to lose the rifle, but as Dirka thought on how the Buster had been positioned, his thoughts came to a dead halt as he realized that instead of the Buster losing the beam rifle, that shot would have hit the torso and then gone through the cockpit. That shot had been aimed now that Dirka thought more about it and it could have killed him. Nicole saw that Dirka was understanding just how close things had been for him, then Nicole continued. I'll admit, I was terrified and shaking by the end of the fight I had with the black suit. Both Athrun and Dirka stared at Nicole, for he wasn't one to let emotion show during a battle. That he would show fear and terror of an opponent said a lot about how bad the fight had been going for Nicole. Granted, neither had seen much of the battle between the Blitz and its twin, but the damage their comrade's machine came in with was not small. And yet, Nicole still had more to say. Call it a hunch if you wish. Nevertheless, I don't think we've seen that pilot's full capabilities as of yet, and that's what scares me the most. Nicole's gaze flicked between his comrades, not liking the idea he had any more now than when it came to mind. Imagine if that pilot was able to hold their own against one of the ZAFT champions, and as far as I can tell thus far, it's possible. Both Athrun and Dirka froze at what Nicole was suggesting, as it wasn't something either had considered. If what Nicole said was true, then they had been going against a pilot that had the potential to fight ZAFT champions and hold their own in that fight, then that was more than worrisome, very frightening idea to imagine. In Athrun's case, it was more so than for his comrades, as that potentially said that Tyler was a far better pilot than Athrun had guessed. And that was before taking into account what Kira and the other pilot had done, which were outlandish in a different way. You got to be kidding, Dirka uttered in a slightly shaky tone. You seriously think that Black Machine's pilot is that much better than us? Athrun bit his tongue at Dirka's question, as it was information he couldn't give, as it would then disqualify him for duty. Yes, Tyler was likely a skilled pilot. Athrun couldn't say how skilled, but Nicole had more of a point than even he had thought. Even back during the time that Tyler, Kira, and Athrun himself were at the Lunar Pep Academy, Tyler was notorious for not showing more than he saw as necessary to outdo those going against him. On the few times that Athrun had seen Tyler show what he could do, it had been ridiculous in its own way. Dirka, I believe Nicole may be right in this, Athrun remarked, gaining the attention of the two other pilots. Think back at Heliopolis, that machine forced me back along with two Jins on their own. Yes, with the assistance of the white-winged suit, true, but still. Then, in this most recent battle, it was more dancing around us, rather than fighting us, and you should know what I'm talking about. I would not doubt if that pilot had put their mind to it, Nicole, and you would likely not be standing here right now. As much as it pains me to admit it, I would agree with you, Athrun. That black suit's pilot could have killed me multiple times, but they didn't. I don't know why they didn't do so, but I think the Black Zephyr and Admiral Tries will be interested in what we saw in this battle, Nicole commented. While Athrun could understand the point that Nicole was making to make aware of the head of ZAFT and the foremost commander, he hoped that wouldn't being attentive to his best friends. Dirka, on the other hand, didn't want the two that Nicole suggested knowing about what happened, as it would then likely translate into them getting chewed out. So, Dirka snorted. Oh yeah, Tries is gonna be real interested if he hears about this, Dirka said. He'll probably fly out here personally to check it out. Along with giving a lecture on learning from this failure. Well, you know how he is, Nicole remarked. He shook his head. If we're to be candid with ourselves, if they'd pursued, we would have been done for. As it was, we probably could have been beaten by Mobius Zero armors. And that is a scary thought, Dirka replied. Yes, but it's true nonetheless, said Athrun. The Buster's missile supply was all used up and one of its rifles was gone, the Aegis had lost both legs and the main camera, the Blitz, for the time being, has lost the use of its shield and the Gleipnir, and the duel was as good as pilotless right now. Athrun snorted slightly, shaking his head. The machines are impressive, he continued. They definitely retain the most powerful of them. But looking at the records, it's the pilots that I'm really interested in. Those pilots are anything but ordinary, no normal pilot could possibly do what they did. Not even an average coordinator. Yeah, I agree, said Dirka. That's what really worries me. Wonder what Commander Le Creuset will think of all this. At the same time, the Archangel had linked up with the 8th Orbital Fleet, there was much less to do for those on the ship. Tyler was one that dislikes being idle, especially during the time you're waiting for an event to happen that you're not looking forward to. He was too restless as the fact that Admiral Moses mentioned kept coming to his mind, that being Sakura coming the fleet's way. The woman would make the coming battle anything but easy and simple, her reputation was too well earned to expect anything else. So Tyler decided to go down to the hangar and find something to do around there, as there always seemed to be work to do. After entering the hangar, Tyler saw that it was busy with activity as it usually was. He spotted Kira's head going into the cockpit of the Red Zero, likely with Mew asking him to work on it and with Kira's inability to refuse. Bless Kira's heart, even though he should learn to say no, and Tyler had tried to help with that, but his friend was doing as Mew had asked. While Tyler floated over towards the mobile suit docks, he overheard Kira and Mew talking. We've already hooked up with the fleet, Kira grumbled, popping out of the Zero and startling Mew a bit. So, would you tell me why we're in a rush? Mew didn't blame the kid for asking the question, other members of the crew were asking similar of he and Crystal working as they were. Yes, the Archangel had joined the 8th Orbital Fleet, but that didn't stop ZAFT forces from attacking. Creuset had chased them into Federation territory already, and that was a reckless choice, so Mew didn't expect an allied fleet to stop him either. I don't feel secure while it's still damaged, Mew replied, shrugging slightly. Tyler didn't honestly blame the man, more so since he knew what's coming and hadn't told anyone. It wasn't that Tyler didn't want to tell the crew of the ship what was coming, it was mostly because he doubted they would believe him. If they did, then they would demand to know where and how he got the info, and Tyler wouldn't give them an answer they would like. The pilots joining us from the 8th Fleet, most of them are all wet behind the ears, Murdoch added. If anything happens to them, then we'll need both La Flaga and McAllister to sortie. Tyler came to a stop as he really didn't like the sound of what Murdoch was saying. Omni's 8th Orbital Fleet was about to face ZAFT's best commander second only to its leader. If what Murdoch said was true, then Sakura and those under her command would slaughter them, and that was putting it nicely. Granted, if those from the Archangel joined the fight it would be a margin better, but not a tide turner. Should Tyler go all out, he might be able to take on Sakura and hold her off, but Tyler wasn't sure if he could beat her in a one-on-one fight. So the looming battle was weighing on Tyler even if he didn't let it show outwardly. Wet behind the ears you say, Chief? Tyler posed. All in the hangar turned to face the oldest teen as he floated closer. I'm almost afraid to ask just how inexperienced you're implying the pilots in the 8th Orbital are, Chief Murdoch. To have inexperienced pilots, Tyler wasn't kidding himself, and the leaders of the fleet might as well be having said pilots sign their death certificates before they go out to the field. It will pretty much be what they're going out to, they'll be used as target practice for the ZAFT pilots, Tyler knew. Novice mobile armor pilots, that's more than simply fatal against ZAFT's mobile suits, it's suicidal. What Tyler had said caught Crystal's attention as it implied that inexperienced pilots would be a bad thing. Not there weren't situations that such would be true, but thus far there were no signs of problems. And the teen had already proved that he had ways of finding out things before others generally did. If something problematic was coming up, it would be helpful to have some warning rather than none. Why do you ask about the 8th Fleet pilots, Tyler? She asked, coming closer to where he was. Tyler was forced to pause at the question as it once again addressed the point on where/how he got the info he did. Not that it was a secret that the Federation's information network was second to none with info acquisition. The issue as Tyler saw it was that should it be known that he had access to the network while on the Archangel, the officers would then likely pester him to make use of it. Tyler would be an outlet for them, but it would be an annoyance that he would rather not have to deal with. So, he smiled a bit and waved a hand in dismissal. Oh, just wondering what Chief Murdoch was implying, that's all. Crystal and Mew didn't believe that Tyler was just asking about what Murdoch was talking about. The teen didn't ask questions without a reason in mind, he had shown that before now. The question was, what did Tyler know that had him asking about the armor pilots of the 8th Fleet? Kira, on the other hand, was more thinking about the upcoming point of leaving the Archangel and what that would mean. When he and his friends left the ship, the crew would be thinner than it was now. Also, Tyler, Lakis, and he was the mobile suit pilots, and there wasn't any that could step in and do the job as they would need to be coordinators. Then what would happen to the Asuka and the Shadow? Neither machine was owned by Omni or even built by them officially from what Kira understood. Okay, but what will happen with the strike, the Asuka and the Shadow? He asked. Is it really okay if we leave them as they are? That drew everyone's attention, including Tyler's. The collective reaction was that all in the hangar looked over at the mobile suits that Kira and Lakis had piloted since fleeing Heliopolis, then at the Shadow. The majority had all but forgotten that it was pretty much impossible for any natural to pilot any of the three mobile suits. The OS of the strike had been so heavily tailored to Lakis's specifications at this point that even many coordinators would have difficulty with the machine. The Asuka was similar but for Kira instead of Lakis, even if it was an Orb Union mobile suit. However, the Earth Alliance might discreetly deliver it to Orb in an attempt to soothe relations with the nation whose colony they'd helped destroy. The Shadow, well, with the changes Tyler had made, he dared any to try to pilot it. True, the operating system was based on the Federation OS that Naturals can use, but it isn't the same. That's a good question, Mew said. It was something he'd been wondering as well, as if the teens left then the Archangel would be more vulnerable. Not that such reasoning would have Mew argue or try and get the teens to stay, they shouldn't be fighting in the war. Tyler could be considered differently, him being a Federation soldier and everything, but he had his choice. I guess none of us really thought of that seriously yet. But I'm not so sure we should return it to its original state, since that would reduce its performance by a noticeable margin. Muru had come into the hangar in the middle of the conversation that had been going on, though she had kept quiet. But when the question about the mobile suits came up, she decided to make herself heard. Well then, let's hope we can get someone who can pilot them as is. All in the hangar looked to the entrance and saw the acting Captain Mururamius floating towards the rest with a smile on her face. Captain? Kira asked. It was rare for Muru herself to come to the hangar, as there wasn't normally a need for her to. What's this? Mew asked. To what do we owe the honor? Tyler was wondering the same thing about what Muru was doing down here, especially with what was going on lately. The rumor was that there would be officers from the fleet coming on board soon enough to talk to the captain of the Archangel. Indeed, Tyler added curiously. Muru wanted to talk to Kira and Tyler while other officers weren't around so that she could personally thank them. Sorry to interrupt, Muru started. She sailed across the hangar and landed next to the Zero, close to the Asuka and a short distance from the Shadow in the neighboring dock. I just wanted to have a chat with Tyler and Kira. Kira murmured, wondering what the captain could want to talk about. Tyler stared at the woman a little suspiciously, as he wasn't in the greatest standing with the officers of the Archangel. Granted, his standing wasn't as bad as what Tyler had with Natarl, but it still wasn't the best. Muru chuckled slightly at seeing Tyler gazing at her with suspicion. Oh, don't give me that suspicious look of yours, she said, although, I can't really say that I blame you. She motioned for the two teens to follow her so that she could talk to them without the hangar listening in. Kira and Tyler followed Muru the short distance to the corner of the hangar that she went to. Lakis also went after the boys, wanting to know what was going to be said to them by the ship captain. Muru noticed Lakis in tow a bit behind them, which in truth saved time in the end, as she wanted to chat with Lakis as well. So Muru faced the teens when they were together. I've hardly had a free moment, she said, so, I could never find the time to really talk to the three of you. I just wanted to thank you all properly this time myself. Kira looked at her curiously, as did Lakis, while Tyler was trying to figure out where this was going. Muru continued, I'm well aware that I've put you two through a great deal of hardship, continued Muru, referring to Kira and Lakis, and I'm truly grateful for what you've done for us. She then turned to me, the same goes for you, Tyler, and I would like to personally apologize to you for the distrust that you've experienced while on the Archangel. You shouldn't have to face that just because you're a pilot in the Federation military. Tyler was taken aback by the apology somewhat, as it was unexpected from the majority of the Archangel's officers. And it wasn't that Tyler didn't get along with the officers of the ship, though there were one or two that he had issues with. Tyler had been helping the Archangel to protect his friends and the refugees. The crew of the ship just benefited from Tyler's efforts, that was his story, and he would stick to it when pressed. Tyler's attention was pulled back when Muru bowed in thanks to the three teens. I put a lot on all of your shoulders, and made you give us your all. I can't thank you enough, she said. It's all right, said Kira quickly, uncomfortable with this show of gratitude. Kira wasn't one to accept praise for the things he did much. He didn't think what he did was that amazing. Tyler would give credit to Mururamius for her being a decent person, which not all Omni soldiers and officers were. Just don't lose this respect and gratitude, Captain. It's rare in Omni and it really shouldn't be, Tyler commented. And I say that from experience, there are enough bad ones to make it harder to see the good. Muru didn't doubt what Tyler said about having experience with Omni personnel. How much she couldn't say. There was still so much that was unknown about Tyler, except those he chose to tell, which didn't include the Archangel officers. Even so, Muru was grateful for what Tyler had done for the ship. The others may not actually say it to your face, she said, but each of us are deeply grateful. The way things are going right now, she continued, suddenly changing the subject, I imagine it will be hectic even on Earth. So, I wish you three the best of luck. Muru held out a hand to Kira, who pretty much spoke for Lakis and himself. The two had always supported one another, so Kira was the one to address. Yet, Kira tended to stand out more, especially with the way he would always be the first to speak up if he disagreed with them. It's a good and not so good quality that Kira has. For a moment, Kira just stared at Muru's offered hand before reaching out and shaking it. At the same time, back on the Game of, it had been over 12 hours since their trouncing by the legged ship, and they'd rendezvoused not only with the Vesalius, the Ziegler, and the Galvani, but also with the Nazca class, the Black Jade, and the Fairchild. The pilots on the game off stared out of viewing ports on the bridge in various expressions of worry to disbelief. I still can't believe it, Athrun muttered as he looked on at the ZAFT ships coming into formation. I know Captain Aide said Admiral Tries had mentioned that she would be coming, but I didn't actually believe she would come out here for this. Nicole agreed to Athrun's sentiments, that the Black Zephyr was sent to deal with the legged ship was odd. For even one of the champions to be assigned the task of downing a single enemy ship was rare. It either meant the ship was seen as a greater threat than any of them thought or some higher UPS wanted the job done to an undeniable standard. And for the Zephyr to even be considered pointed to either high-ranking people on the National Defense Committee or Admiral Tries being involved. Agreed Athrun, to think they deployed her, Nicole said in disbelief, they actually deployed her to deal with the Omni ship. I would guess Tries asked her directly, Dirka added, she wouldn't volunteer for this. It makes me wonder if the Admiral is looking into this since there have been enough failed attempts to finish this. He probably can't get away himself, so he sends the Black Zephyr out to do the job instead. The legged ship must be seen as more of a problem than we thought it was. Sending her is overkill by pretty much by any standard. The Black Jade is ordering full six-way communication, sir, said the comm officer. Zellman nodded in response. Put them on screen, Zellman said. Everyone turned their attention to the screen as the faces of the 4 ZAFT commanders appeared, along with the face of the Fairchild's captain, Neil Harless, and a woman. She was the woman that every soldier in ZAFT had heard of on day one of basic training, the ZAFT champion that was the most well-known, the Black Zephyr. She was a woman that terrified most and could easily be seen as the most feared ZAFT commander. Zephyr, how good to see you again, Ra greeted. Sakura wasn't feeling kind or nice with the greeting as the masked man had caused an amount of trouble recently and did from time to time. Whenever she heard of an incident that Ra-Le Cruzet was involved in or even around, she became annoyed at the very least. He made messes which he rarely cleaned up, leaving others to do the job for him, and she'd done the idea a few times and detested the activity. And yet, with Linus asking her to help, here she was once again taking care of a mess that Cruzet had created. The feeling isn't mutual, Cruzet, Sakura replied, her tone almost completely devoid of any emotion. Sakura had been doing other things with the less eventful time she had been getting recently. She had been researching where Tyler may have gotten off to as he disappeared during the meeting she'd had with the National Defense Committee. Also, her little sister Lakis hadn't returned from the trip their father mentioned she had gone on. Sakura was curious where Lakis flitted off to from time to time that she didn't talk about when asked. She suspected there could be a possible boy involved, but Sakura couldn't confirm that yet. If that was the case, Sakura would be encouraging them to leave Lakis alone and shoo him away. Sakura would protect her little sister by what means she saw as necessary from those that would take advantage of her. Back to the present, Sakura focused on Cruzet and spoke her mind. The report I reiterated, you've once again have gone and caused a mess, not bothering to clean it or what resulted from it up. I've always said you enjoyed bringing needless chaos when you are given the opportunity, and I'll take the fate of Heliopolis as yet more proof of that. Sakura's glare intensified a bit, which caused Cruzet to stiffen as she continued. I don't believe your claims about what happened there for a second. You instigated the fiasco and your claims are more justification of your interests. Cruzet had hoped that what occurred to Heliopolis to be dismissed, and for the most part it was. But there were some individuals that Ra didn't want to look at what happened, and the Black Zephyr was certainly one of those. The woman had earned her reputation that had ZAFT soldiers fearing her. She knew ways to make one beyond miserable. So, Ra said nothing, letting Sakura keep going. After she paused for a moment, however, Linus asked me to take over this job which you are having such trouble handling effectively. And to my misfortune, you seem to be permanently attached to this mission thanks to the decision of the National Defense Committee. You wound me, Zephyr, and after all the times we worked together, Cruzet began. Yet, Sakura cut Ra off. I won't deny you're a hell of a pilot, Cruzet, she stated simply. And you can get results even if they aren't the best, but that doesn't mean I agree or like the way you tend to go about it, and I assure you I don't. This situation is as it is, that doesn't mean I have to be pleased with it. Sakura paused for a moment before continuing, but personal matters aside, we have a mission to attend to and finish. As of this moment, I will be taking full command of the pursuit of the Omni prototype warship and the mobile weapons aboard her. I'll be expecting you all to be giving it your utmost. You will all follow my orders. Is that understood? Ma'am, all the commanders replied, saluting Sakura. Athrun shifted uncomfortably, feeling that things were going to be tense and difficult for him while working under the Zephyr. The woman didn't like Athrun that much, and if they didn't have much interaction, that wouldn't be a big deal. He'd known her for years, but since the war began, the Rosette ZAFT commander had begun to even scare him more than a little. After all, Sakura Klein, the Black Zephyr and Blood Princess of ZAFT as her other nicknames that she had earned. And the glare she had given him when the engagement between Lakis and himself had been announced haunted him. It had made it clear that Sakura wouldn't be taking it easy on Athrun, and that he was in worse standing than most were with her. Phase end. A/N. I'll be ending the chapter here. Sorry it took longer to post a new phase, but unfortunately, I've caught up to where I'm working on, so yet. Hope you like the interaction between Natarl and Tyler. I made it to have Tyler mention he has a license. I also enjoyed expanding the battle analysis that Athrun and CO did. Please, some take the time to write a review and tell me what you think, ask questions, tell me I need to fix things, whatever you think. Peace out until next time. Chapter 13, Phase 16, Feelings of Unease. February 12, 71 CE. The Archangel. Tyler had finished dinner and was heading to his quarters to get some much-needed shut-eye now there was some time. He'd even come to the point that Tyler swallowed his pride to be able to look forward to getting an amount of decent sleep. That had required him to go to the ship's current doctor stand-in and asked him for medication to help him sleep. He'd explained to said doctor that he was having nightmares that were keeping Tyler himself from getting quality sleep. Mark Hales, who was the temporary ship doctor, could see the signs that the young man was telling the truth. Having been a doctor at Heliopolis, Hales could sympathize with the extreme stress individuals could go through and the effects of that. And as Mr. McGregor was one of the pilots for the ship, there was no question that he would be under heavy stress. Tyler was grateful to Dr. Hales for understanding and not for asking for more details about why he was asking for the meds he was. Tyler wasn't interested in going into detail about what was causing the nightmares recently. What had gone down around the ruins of Junius 7 kept coming back to him, though he kept it to himself. And with what was coming soon enough, Tyler needed some sleep before the looming battle. Since he had no crew shifts for the next 12 hours, sleep was a good idea, as Sakura and those with her would be arriving around 20 hours from now. Tyler believed that many of the Archangel crew would need decent sleep before the battle occurs, especially the pilots who protect the ship. That in mind, Tyler looked forward to getting some peace and quiet for a time, as he hadn't gotten much recently. He believed that he'd earned a bit of a break, even if others may disagree, such as Natarl. However, while Tyler was on his way to his quarters, he started to notice that there was a lack of crew in the corridors. The refugees were milling about here and there, which was expected, but not a single off-duty crew member. While that was odd to Tyler, he was too tired right now to look into the point, and so he refocused on getting to his bed. None of the refugees bothered him as he went. Tyler bet that his tired expression told them it would be best to let him go get some sleep, and he appreciated being left alone. Yet, just as Tyler reached the door to his quarters, Mew of all people appeared at the end of the corridor. Tyler glanced at the man a moment before opening the door, fully intent to enter his room and get together with his bed for a time. Mew had been rushing around searching for Tyler as the teen had vanished after his last crew shift. The 8th Fleet leaders were going to be coming onto the Archangel any moment. All the crew that wasn't needed at their stations were to be present to meet them. Granted, Natarl had grumbled something that had sounded very much like Tyler's presence not being needed, as he would embarrass the crew. Nevertheless, Mew and Crystal had been firm that Tyler should be there with the crew, as the kid had defended the ship just as well as any of the other pilots. And so, Mew had been the one tasked with finding the oldest teen and get him to the hangar. The task had seemed simple, yet Mew quickly found it was anything but. True, Mew had to say the teen had skill sets that were rare for those his age, but his ability to vanish was something else. It was more a stroke of luck than effort that Mew managed to catch a glimpse of Tyler at the door of his quarters. But luck or whatever, Mew would take what he could get for the time being, as time was short right now. So, Mew shot forward and grabbed Tyler's right arm, and dragged him down the hallway. They needed to get to the hangar as soon as possible. The leaders of the fleet were likely already here. Tyler, on the other hand, wasn't the most pleased at being snatched and dragged along by another. Plus, that put him in a testy and grouchy mood, as he was being denied sleep, and Tyler didn't like being denied that when he was trying to get it. Tyler gave a weak glare to the blonde man. "Mew," Tyler began, "where are we going? Then why are you dragging me there?" Tyler took a breath to calm down a bit and no snap at the man. "For your information, I was heading towards my bed, thank you very much. I haven't done anything to warrant a reprimand by the acting vice captain or anyone else." Tyler paused, doing some quick thinking, but couldn't come up with anything that would even potentially get him into trouble. "At least, nothing comes to mind, and I'm pretty good at figuring out things that can set people off, that I do. Nor do I have a shift for a while, meaning I'm free to do what I wish within reason, and sleep falls under that. So, care to fill me in on what the hell is going on that demands I forego the sleep that I was starting to look forward to?" Mew didn't blame Tyler for being irritable. The kid had taken flack for things that he really shouldn't have. Natarl was harder on Tyler than any other person on the ship. She may not admit it, but everyone knew it. The woman just seemed to have something against Tyler, and all she would say is that his attitude needed work when asked. And if the leaders of the 8th Fleet weren't coming onto the Archangel, Mew wouldn't be fetching Tyler, but it was what it was. "No time for sleeping, Tyler, have people to see," Mew replied curtly. Tyler stared at Mew, trying to process what the man was talking about. He couldn't think about any on the Archangel that he hadn't met already. Nor did the one that had problems with his behavior have any reason to lecture him right now. And if she had some crackpot excuse, she could wait until Tyler was good and ready. He would say that straight to her face if need be. Tyler wanted to sleep, and that required him in his bed to have some serious getting to know one another time. So, whomever Mew had in mind that Tyler should be meeting could and should wait until Tyler decided he would go to them. It was a point some officers in the Federation didn't appreciate about Tyler. General orders were suggestions, not demands to follow without thinking. Yet, Tyler's opinion was not heard and so wasn't even given the chance to be ignored as Mew continued to drag him to the hangar. It took a few minutes for the two to get to the hangar, but once they did, Tyler noted that all the crew of the ship was present. The senior officers were in their uniforms which were unusually neat at the front of the groups that looked to be waiting. The non-commissioned officers were in their Omni uniforms including Tyler's friends, though the volunteers had expressions of confusion about the current situation. Even Vice Foreign Minister Ulster and Flay were a short distance from the crew other than the mechanics. The mechanics were working to get a ship-to-ship shuttle that was floating towards the floor of the hangar. Tyler assumed that the ones that Mew mentioned were in the shuttle, but there was no other hint as to whom they were. And Tyler was still grouchy with being denied sleep, so he had little to no interest in whatever this was about. However, the quicker this finished the sooner that Tyler could get to bed, the thought process that was driving him for the moment. Mew let Tyler go and moved forward to join the other ship officers that were waiting for Admiral Halberton to exit the shuttle. Yet, he did notice that Tyler looked towards the hangar entrance and grimaced since Mew had specifically put him far enough away that slipping out of the hangar would be noticed. Then Tyler glared at Mew before looking away and folding his arms, which Mew took that he accepted he would be here for this right now even if he didn't want to be. Mew heard Crystal quietly snicker, to which Mew rolled his eyes. Honestly, Crystal was a tad impressed that Mew had found Tyler and brought him to the hangar. The teen had proven he was hard to find when he didn't want to be available for anything that others may want or need. It was quite the skill, and Crystal assumed it had been developed over time, for reasons she couldn't say. Heck, for all they knew, Tyler could have employed it for classified Federation military operations. It wouldn't be entirely surprising. However, by the expression that Tyler had, Mew had caught him doing something, probably sleep, were Crystal to guess, and the oldest teen wasn't happy about it. Mew had been smart enough to have Tyler be far enough away from the entrance of the hangar so that the teen couldn't run without being seen. Both Mew and Crystal had been figuring out how to at least partially deal with Tyler's behavior, but they seemed to be the only ones thus far in the crew to be able to. Tyler unhappily accepted that he was stuck here for the time being, as sneaking away would be difficult without being seen. It would be a hassle to be told off about trying to slip away, more than it was worth even when Tyler wouldn't listen to said telling off. That was why Tyler had just decided to get this over with, as that would get him to his bed faster. That said, Tyler moved over to be behind his friends, making sure he was as out of the view of everyone as he could get for the moment. If this lasted all that long, Tyler would start looking for a way to get out of the room and get to his quarters. He would lock the door when there, and it would be the end of the issue for a time. Tyler doubted that some of the ship officers would let that stand, but he would deal with that after he got to sleep. The big point was Sakura was coming with who knew how much ZAFT force behind her, and that was a serious problem. Tyler wanted to be as prepared as he could be, not just for the woman that stalked him, but for what she would do as the elite ZAFT commander she was. Granted, Tyler hadn't said anything to the Archangel officer. He doubted any would even believe him were he to inform them. If any did take what he said as fact, they then would want to know how Tyler knew the point, and that was not an answer Tyler would give. Tyler was brought out of his thoughts when the craft clunked to the floor and settled as Murdoch and his mechanics secured it to the floor itself. It was a moment later that the shuttle hatch opened and a figure came out of the craft. The first out of the craft was a well-built blonde man with a mustache, stepped out wearing the white uniform of Omni. The uniform rank insignia was of a rear admiral on the collar and shoulder pad in the form of a gold bar for Alliance ranking. His hair was short while his eyes were brown, which was complimentary for him. The man's appearance was neat and professional, yet the air he gave off was a serious one, but also one you could depend on. At seeing the man, Tyler's mood improved an amount since he knew him, having crossed paths with him a few times. The man's name was Dwayne Halberton, and he was the commander of Omni's 8th Fleet for years now. Tyler had found the man to be a decent guy and a good commanding officer from the encounters they had. It was, unfortunately, a rare thing with Omni Tyler had found, but Halberton was one of those. The man was also one that Tyler had an amount of respect for, and one of the very select few within not just Omni, but in the Earth Alliance too. Tyler didn't miss the majority in the room, immediately snapped to attention and saluted. He didn't do that, as saluting was something Tyler only did for certain kinds of people. However, to show a bit of respect for Halberton, Tyler stopped considering sneaking out of the room and going to his quarters. The volunteers watched the scene play out in front of them, still trying to understand what was exactly going on. All any of them had been told was some high-ranking officers of the fleet would be coming on the ship to greet them. That had been passed on to Kira and Lakis, as neither of them had been told anything by the ship officers. Tyler popping up with Mew was surprising. Their friend had just said something about being tired and going to get some sleep earlier. But apparently, he didn't get to his quarters before Lieutenant La Flaga had snatched him. That in itself was pretty impressive, since Tyler was notorious about getting out of things he didn't want to do. All of them had seen the point. Mirialia was the one among them that called Tyler out on that the most often. Tyler certainly didn't look happy about being in the hangar, as was obvious with his glower and glancing to the door. Tyler figured his friends didn't know who Halberton was, may have heard his name but little else. And as they were volunteers, the uniforms and the differences that denoted rank would mean nothing to them. Tyler knew the facts he did about Halberton and the 8th Fleet from reports and his encounters with Halberton himself. To tell the truth, Omni didn't have a real clue how lucky they were to have Halberton, at least that's what Tyler thought. Honestly, Tyler was kind of curious why Halberton hadn't been tapped and offered a position in the Federation's military. And if he had, then what reason did Halberton decline? Not that it was any of Tyler's business, of course. However, it didn't stop him from wondering about such things. While Tyler knew that Halberton and whoever might be with him were coming to greet and talk to those on the Archangel, that didn't make a difference to him. Tyler would state to any that may ask that he was lending his skills and service to protect his friends and the refugees. Such just benefited the Archangel and its crew. The captain and the vice-captain didn't give him orders that he would follow like a soldier. Natarl didn't like the fact, but Tyler had told her that was her issue, not his. Halberton was still trying to wrap his head around how the Archangel had made it as far as it had. The odds had been against the ship from the beginning and had never really gotten much better during the journey. What had occurred to Heliopolis was regrettable, it was neutral and got caught up in the ongoing war. Omni Brass denied involvement, but Halberton knew that due to the G project, the colony and its citizens had been put into danger. ZAFT had gotten 4 of the 5 prototypes, still, one had been saved from their hands. Then by reports, there had been 2 other mobile suits from Morgan Roat that hadn't been accounted for. Indeed, the chain of events that the Archangel had been in was messy, but it was through no fault of her crew, even if others were trying to pin the blame on them. Halberton glanced around the hangar as Captain Hoffman came out of the shuttle. He paused for brief moments on the Strike, the Asuka, the Shadow, more on the latter 2 than the first. The Asuka definitely looked to follow the framework of Orb's mobile suit models from what photos had been acquired. And then the Shadow looked to be similar to the G Project's X-207 Blitz from what Halberton saw. But after a moment, Halberton looked to the ship's crew lined up to greet him. You know, Halberton began as he floated down to the desk, when I first heard of the collapse of Heliopolis, I was convinced things had taken a terrible turn and ended this hope. Halberton grabbed Murr's arms gently to stop his forward momentum and push them down slightly, indicating to Murr that she should stand at ease. What a joy it is to see you, people, here and okay. Murr didn't have the words to accurately say how happy she was to see the man that was a mentor to her. The journey the Archangel had gone through was the hardest that Murr had ever seen or read reports about. The ship had performed better than any expectation there could have been of her, and what remained for the crew was the same. But now the Archangel was with Omni's 8th Fleet, the worst was over. ZAFT forces had failed to sink the Archangel and she had allies helping her. You do us a tremendous honor, Murr replied as she saluted again. It's a pleasure to see you again, sir. Tyler wondered what relationship there was between Murr Ramius and Halberton. The man was kept busy by Omni, so he wouldn't have a lot of time to get to know too many, Tyler would think. The other thing that Tyler noticed was Halberton frowned ever so slightly at being called sir. It told him that Halberton still didn't like formalities, a point Tyler could easily understand and agree with. Tyler himself had never liked formalities, and having the rank of commander in the Federation's military, he got addressed formally from time to time. Still, Tyler saw Halberton resigned himself and returned the salute, since the officers of the Archangel would be insistent. Murr stood at ease once Admiral Halberton had returned the salute. I was a bit worried when informed that you were engaged against ZAFT in battle right before the rendezvous with the fleet, Halberton said, glancing around. But given the reports, I'm quite delighted to hear that everyone is all right. Yes, Murr returned. Murr herself had at times wondered if the ship and crew would make it to Eliza alive. ZAFT's pursuit had been relentless, off and on, putting the Archangel's crew and especially its pilots under harsh stress. Murr continued, although our crew is inexperienced, they have managed to pull us through a great deal, far more than expected of them. So, it would seem, Halberton remarked before scanning over the crew members that remained. What was left to the Archangel's original crew was less than what made up a normal skeleton crew, and those that had been lost were regrettable. The man that was to have been the captain of the Archangel had been a good man, Halberton had worked with him enough to know that. It brought home again that this war was taking good people and the speed of the losses was growing. Natarl had heard of Admiral Halberton, most within Omni had with the record he had from this war. However, this was the first time she had seen him in person. Much of what Natarl knew of Halberton came from records and what her late father had said of him. Natarl's father didn't speak highly of most men, but he had of Dwayne Halberton, saying the man earned the loyalty of those under his command. Such a quality was becoming a rare thing these days, and it was sad in Natarl's view. Nonetheless, she stepped forward and saluted. Ensign Natarl Bajaruel, acting vice captain, sir, she introduced, wanting to make a good impression. I'm Lieutenant Mew Laflaga, 7th Orbital Fleet, Mew spoke up, introducing himself and saluting. Major Crystal McAllister, also 7th Orbital Fleet. Crystal introduced herself and snapping to. Halberton had noticed the 2 pilots with the Archangel's crew as the reports had mentioned. The ship was lucky to have had the help of the 2 armor pilots, there weren't many that were better than them, certainly not many that were active. And Halberton assumed that the two had advised the mobile suit pilots. Ah, Halberton remarked, moving over to stand before Mew and Crystal as the two ship officers both stood at ease again. We were fortunate indeed to have you two with us. Halberton held out his hand and Mew shook it. Halberton did the same for Crystal as a sign of respect between them. Mew wouldn't deny that he and Crystal deserved some praise, but they weren't the only ones that should get it. Well, we wish we could have been of more service, Mew commented, glancing briefly at the volunteers. Those kids did a lot more than could have ever been expected of them, that's for sure, and I don't just mean the ones who were piloting mobile suits. Crystal nodded in agreement with Mew. The Heliopolis teens had been as a godsend to the ship in the circumstances it had gone through. Kira and Lakis piloting of course had done wonders for the ship, but the other teens working the bridge stations had done more than was normally said by the crew. Agreed, the volunteers have been a great help getting through what we have, Crystal added. Halberton had read the reports on the Archangel which Omni had been compiling. It had taken time and skill to sort out the truth and the falsities and rumors that were nothing. The crew's performance was in truth exemplary, even if the results had been souring and festering for the Alliance. Halberton was among the few that didn't condemn what the Archangel had been involved in, unfortunately. He knew that had he been in their positions that he would have done much the same as them to survive. Yes, as I said, I've read the reports that have been coming in, Halberton replied before looking over at the volunteers. So, who do we have over here? Tyler wouldn't doubt that Halberton knew perfectly well who the volunteers were. Halberton had just mentioned that he had read reports about the ship. Tyler was more curious about what said reports actually iterated, as he didn't believe they were completely factual. With what happened with Heliopolis and Artemis, Tyler doubted that Omni or those in the Alliance were the most pleased with the ship. Plus, Federation High Command would be pushing firmly for accountability, Tyler knew. With that idea in mind, Tyler assumed that Omni top brass and Atlantic Federation big shots were denying the existence of their G project. It was the normal response that they used, and Tyler had seen and received the idea enough to know. Even as Tyler's thoughts kept running as they were, he didn't lose sight of what was happening in the hangar. Halberton still hadn't noticed Tyler being there, but Tyler had made himself less noticeable, so it was partly due to his efforts. Yet, Tyler was also working not to nod off, as he was no less tired than when he had been heading for his quarters. Tyler planned to give Mew a hard time later for dragging him to the hangar for this, no too bad, but enough to get the point across that Tyler hadn't appreciated the action. So, Tyler was attempting to keep attention off him, and that had him keeping his mouth shut for the time being. Muru wanted to make sure that the teens that had been volunteering be known for that. With the rules between the factions about using civilians being a very bad thing, she didn't want them to get into trouble. They had asked to help the Archangel and their friends, such was a commendable quality. The kids had been an unexpected gift, and Muru would state that for the record if need be. The Archangel was short-handed, and they had needed any help they could get, and those teens had been just that. Admiral, these teens are students from Heliopolis, said Muru. They've been helping with the operation of the ship and we are grateful. The instant Muru finished, Halberton began moving forward right past Natarl, Mew, and Crystal, heading over to the volunteers. He landed in front of them and smiled as he looked the group of teens over. With the collapse of the colony, the young people deserved to know that their families were okay. We've done some checking on the families of each one of you, he said kindly, and everyone seems to be safe. The news of their families was okay. There were sighs of relief from the volunteers minus Tyler himself. Tyler just took Halberton telling his friends about their loved ones as a sign of his character. The man was a decent individual that thought about the welfare of others, and Tyler applauded that. He was one of the few in Omni currently that Tyler knew or had seen that did such a great deal of the time. Tyler himself figured that his friends' family members were okay. The report from the information network had said that all inhabitants of the colony were safe and accounted for. Tyler had been thinking of how he could tell them that without having to say where he got his info. Halberton scanned the teenagers and came to a stop on one of them, a girl specifically with pink-colored hair. The hair color was odd as it was rare, but it more reminded Halberton of another he had encountered during the war. It was almost the same shade of pink as Zaft's Black Zephyr Sakura Klein. Halberton, however, hadn't seen or encountered the woman for a while, and he didn't know if this girl was related. It was possible. The chairman of the plant's Supreme Council was supposed to have 2 daughters, but what intelligence said. By what the information from the Archangel said, the girl's given name was Lakis Christopher. Halberton couldn't say at the moment if this girl was the plant's idol or not, and it didn't matter right now. Yet, he did frown a bit as his mind still was left to wonder about the pink-haired girl a bit. Nevertheless, Halberton after a moment smiled a bit. We'd like to extend our gratitude for your assistance during this crisis, Halberton stated as the volunteers shared murmurs and looks of relief, and I'd like to add my personal thanks as well. It was as he was saying his thanks when Halberton spotted a face that had been hidden before. And less than a second later, Halberton recognized the face of an individual that he had met and encountered from time to time. The young man Tyler McGregor had left a real impression on Halberton when their paths first crossed. The young Federation soldier never hesitated to speak his mind, and Halberton had personal experience with that. He assumed that the officers of the Archangel had likely been seeing that quality McGregor possessed. Well, this is indeed a surprise. It has been a while, Mr. McGregor. All in the hangar were looking between Halberton and Tyler, all wondering what kind of circumstances could occur for the two to know each other. Tyler shook off the tiredness he felt and moved forward, taking the hand offered by Halberton. Yes, it has been some time since our paths last intersected, Admiral Halberton, Tyler returned. Tyler's friends were staring confused with how Tyler was addressing this Omni high-ranking officer. And it wasn't the familiar tone or the lack of respect he had, that was how Tyler was regularly. The Archangel officers were having mixed reactions to Tyler somehow knowing the Admiral of Omni's 8th Orbital Fleet. That he was a Federation soldier was something, but for him to know higher UPS in Omni was hard to swallow. A second man came out of the shuttle. The man had a bit more girth than Halberton, was bald on top, but had dark grey hair on the sides. He was clearly an officer, and a high-ranking one at that, by the insignia, a captain. Sir, said the man, we are short on time. Halberton sighed, knowing what Captain Hoffman was talking about. There had been echoes and rumors that ZAFT was sending forces their way. He had figured that ZAFT would send a group. After all, they had been trying to sink the Archangel, they were unlikely to stop now. Especially with Cruzat having started this, the man wasn't known for giving up on things. Right, I know, Hoffman, Halberton replied, turning his eyes back to the students. I'd be delighted if later we have an opportunity to sit down together and have a talk, he said to them. He then turned away and left the hangar with Hoffman, Maru, Natarl, Mew, and Ulster. Flay wandered over to her friends, staring at her father's back uncertainly. At the same time, on board the Nazca-class Black Jade, Sakura Klein was waiting for the last commander to arrive for the meeting she called. Sakura's pink hair was floating around the bottom of her cheeks in the zero-G environment. Her green eyes were sweeping the bridge and gave off an air of seriousness. Sakura was wearing the customary white ZAFT commander uniform along with the faith crest on the left side of her collar. There was an ornamental sword on her left hip, connected to her uniform's belt. Lastly, the feeling that Sakura was putting off was one of coldness and lack of emotion, which is a sharp contrast to her father and sister, who are both considerably warmer people in terms of personality and presence. Sakura didn't like to wait on anyone really, least of all those that she wasn't fond of, and Cruzat fell into that category. All on the bridge were feeling the air she was putting off, and it kept deepening the longer that Cruzat was absent. Dirka had come with Captain Zellman, and the air in the room was getting harder to handle. He was looking at the deck, no wanting to draw attention from the Zephyr, as she was still scary to be around no matter how many times he was around her. Isaac was still in the game off sickbay recovering from the results of the last battle, so wouldn't be attending the meeting. Dirka's teammate would have a scar on his face by what the doctor said. He didn't know whether to say Isaac was unfortunate to be in sickbay or lucky not to be at this meeting. A few tense minutes later, Cruzat finally came in, followed by both Ithrun and Nicole. Sakura glared at the three. You're late, Cruzat, not helping your case with that, Sakura coldly greeted. My apologies, Zephyr, replied Cruzat, before taking his place. With all the needed participants for this planning meeting present, the business could proceed and there was an amount to cover. So, Sakura focused her attention on the digital field displayed. Now that everyone is present, let's get into the briefing of this upcoming operation, she said. Sakura began with the known facts put out, the first of which was the prototype Omni warship. Videos were shown to see the capabilities of the ship, which then transitioned to the mobile suits that the enemy had. And that ended with the enemy ship meeting up with the rest of Omni's 8th orbital fleet. With that being the case, meant that in terms of numbers, ZAFT would be at a disadvantage in the fight. Sakura knew it was likely, even probable, that Dwayne Halberton was involved in the construction of Omni's prototype mobile suits. He was a man who would support such a thing, as he would see the potential of them far more than others. Even as an enemy, Sakura did respect Halberton somewhat, as he had proven to be a worthy foe in the times she had faced him. She wouldn't underestimate the man or Omni's 8th fleet when others did, just because they used outdated equipment. The leader of Omni's 8th orbital fleet, Dwayne Halberton, is an excellent strategist and leader. I've personal experience going against the man and can tell all of you that underestimating him just because he's a natural is a mistake. And in this instance, it is a mistake that you might not live to regret, so don't be lax or not take this seriously. Halberton doesn't have the favor of those morons in Omni's leadership with the actions he tends to take. However, under his leadership, the 8th fleet is still quite formidable, making an attack on them difficult if done hastily. She paused for a moment. All those there waited nervously, knowing that if one of them interrupted the woman, there would be very unpleasant consequences. So, all on the bridge stayed silent and waited. From what information has been acquired, the legged ship, as Cruzat calls it, with the fleet will go to its intended destination. But with things as they are currently, I disagree with most in believing that its destination is the Earth Alliance's Ptolemaeus lunar base, as it likely was originally, Sakura concluded. Cruzat was curious as to where the Zephyr thought the ship would go if not Omni's lunar HQ. It was the more logical and obvious choice for the legged ship to take, more so with an orbital fleet escort. Are you sure about that, Zephyr? Not that I would question your wisdom in this, but where else would the legged ship head to? Cruzat inquired. Sakura knew Cruzat had a narrow field of view when it came to his hunts or what she saw as obsessions. It wasn't the first time he had chased an Omni ship down to sink it, leaving a mess in his wake. That Cruzat believed the enemy would only go to the moon was proof that the man was too focused on his view and not the facts. Sakura was betting that Halberton wouldn't head for the moon. He knew the risks and the chances he would have to get there. With that logic, being closer to Earth, having the legged ship descend to Omni's JOSHA base made far more sense. So, Sakura glared at Cruzat. If you take into account their position, Cruzat, it strongly suggests that ship will descend to Earth, most likely to the Alliance's JOSHA base in Alaska, as that's their Earth sphere headquarters, she returned. Were that ship even with the 8th Fleet to set a course to the moon, our forces would do a great deal to stop them. They fear Admiral Tries, remarked Laconi, looking up at her. They know he won't be nearly as effective on Earth, but if they remain in space, then they'll be dealing with all the remaining champions of ZAFT with the Admiral leading them. The reminder of the loss of some of the best warriors and pilots that ZAFT had didn't feel nice for any there. Out of the 8 original champions led by Linus Tries, 4 were gone during the 5 years of war. The Jachin Lion had been killed during the second assault on Victoria, though his sacrifice had laid the path to victory. 2 of the remaining 3 fallen, vanished at the Battle of Endymion, those being the Grey Rock and the Mockingjay. The loss of those 3 champions had struck hard, but not as much as the last of the 4 fallen champions, the Comet. The sudden disappearance of the Comet had dealt a serious blow to ZAFT and the plants. For ZAFT, to lose their best ace pilot had shaken many, while the plants felt fear and saddened at the loss of their defender of the people. There had been some that had been happy that the Comet had vanished, of course, but they didn't say anything out loud. Sakura had kept a watch on those individuals as a way to honor her friend the Comet. And while what had been said by Laconi was true, it wasn't the point for this operation. Whether Omni was timid because they feared Tries was a moot point and not really a topic of discussion. So, Sakura cleared her throat. While that may be true, Laconi, not the point of this meeting. Back to the business. What's the total mobile suit complement between the vessels on site? Replies from the captains came, and the total of force with mobile suits came out to be 17 Jins, 5 CGUEs, and 3 out of the 4 stolen Alliance suits. Whereas on the opposing side, the 8th Fleet was made up of 5 Agamemnon classes, 25 Drake classes, and 21 Nelson class vessels. From those ships, there would be likely 35 to 45 mobile armors to have to deal with. That was before one took into account the target ship's machines, and those would be a different problem. We are outnumbered, but as it tends to take on average 5 mobile armors to take down 1 Gin, then we outmatch them by a margin, Sakura stated. However, don't underestimate the enemy just because they're in mobile armors and not mobile suits. A well-placed shot can still kill any pilot, so don't get cocky and think you're undefeatable. Being overconfident is likely to get one killed out on the battlefield. I've seen that enough to know the truth of the statement. With the general point stated, Sakura figured it was as usual best to give an example. And since Cruzat had done such an exemplary job recently, she had prime material. Plus, it allowed dressing down his pilots, as at least 2 of them should have known better. That in mind, the pink-haired woman gazed directly at L.E. Cruzat and his pilots. And as it happens, we have a recent example of the danger of overconfidence. It is what resulted from Cruzat and his pilots' attempts to sink the prototype Omni ship, Sakura started. Ra kept silent, knowing that commenting at this point wouldn't help him since he figured the Zephyr would call him out for his efforts. The 3 Omni-suit pilots simply looked down and didn't meet the woman's gaze with the lecture coming. Ra knew it would be best for him to steel himself and let the woman chastise as she would. It was one of the qualities that Cruzat wasn't fond of but tolerated, as he would face worse if he didn't. Sakura continued, let's start with the last battle against your target. The odds were in your favor, but the results speak clearly. Sakura pinned Athrun with her stare. Athrun Zayla, as the leader of the team and with the promise you've shown, I've come expect a better performance from you. And yet, you not only allow the enemy to take you by complete surprise, but you didn't make one effective counter, and through your underestimation incurred serious damage to the suit you were piloting. The machines you and your fellow pilots were using suits that are comparable to the enemy's suits. Athrun didn't counter or defend himself with what was said. Commander Klein was right in her observations, and he knew it. Each time he had viewed the records had only drilled in the idea that they had seriously underestimated their opponents. However, he wouldn't be the only one that would be reprimanded, and that would be a fact. And though proof wasn't needed, it came in the form of Sakura turning to face Nicole. Nicole Amalfi, like Zayla, I would have and have come to expect better of you. You're one of a few I see with a talent for tactics, and it served you well before now. Yet, you in the last battle made a mistake that I would accept seeing from green pilots. And view it only once from them before assuming the important lesson of the dangers of underestimating sunk in. Sakura didn't stop there, she continued dressing down those who should have done this job already. She brought up an image of the black enemy mobile suit, at least what images there were, as they were the least of it out of the enemy machines. This opposing unit may have the most undefined specs out of the 3 Omni suits, yet you didn't use your brains and see the potential threat it presents. You should have known this machine would be difficult to go against and planned for that in mind. However, the lot of you could not land a hard hit at all. Sakura paused. Clearly there's a need for you to make improvements. Nicole frowned and bowed his head in humility and shame, knowing the woman he had come to respect was right and he couldn't deny it. The defeat that they had suffered had been so complete, it had hurt far more than the damage to their mobile suits. Going over the records after the skirmish had hammered the point home, even if Nicole couldn't explain how it had happened. The one battle had reminded Nicole that any opponent could outdo and kill him if he didn't keep working. Dirka knew he was up next for this lecture, but this wasn't right in his view nor the context it was being done in. Those 3 mobile suits and their pilots had done things that were out of the ordinary and went crazy. The more Dirka had thought about what Nicole had said, the more he had agreed with him. Those pilots had improved much more than any could have predicted, and those facts had to be taken into account. Even if it wasn't much of a defense and would unlikely help against the Zephyr, he would state it for the record. Now hold on just a minute, ma'am, Dirka began, but Sakura shot him a glare that immediately snapped his jaw shut and gulps, wishing he hadn't said anything. If you are about to say that your opponents surprised you in their improvement, then save it, Sakura snapped. One should expect an opponent to change and potentially improve after a fight that both sides walked away from. All 3 of you along with your fellow pilot who is still recovering became far too focused on the wrong target, she insisted. With one of you going after the enemy ship while the rest keep the enemy defense forces busy, that shows an issue with target priority. Sakura glancing Kruset's way, knowing that such a habit was one that he possessed, a bad habit you no doubt learned from your commander. As Kruset unlikely mentions, he can see where the danger lies, but then goes for something close to it and not what he should. Ra took the insult as it wasn't the first time that others said something along the lines the Zephyr did, and not even the first time she had. He knew he had more in ZAFT that tolerated his actions than liked what he did, it was no secret. The Zephyr was one of those that tolerated and disliked Kruset, he just avoided her when possible. However, Sakura turned back to the pilots she had been dressing down. The 4 of you should have focused on the enemy mobile suits first before moving on and deal with the enemy warship. If you had used teamwork properly, I'm confident that even the 4 of you should have been able to take down 1 or more of the enemy mobile suits. Sakura paused for a moment, remembering the things she had read about the pilots, specifically Izak Jowl. The young man was hot-headed and driven by pride, rarely if ever a good or helpful combination, especially on a battlefield. Sakura had seen many a pilot get themselves killed going on and being stupid enough to follow their pride blindly. Pilot Jowl is the prime of what happens when one lets personal things get priority. In a repetitive example, the point. And the last battle he let his pride get the better of him, landed him in sickbay with injuries. Let that be a lesson to the 3 of you, don't make such a mistake, you'll live longer. Sakura let out a tired sigh while shifting back to face the rest in the room. If it weren't for Kruset, you'd all be flailing around like children lost in the dark, even if he needs to think through what he does. Were it up to me to decide how this mission was handled, Kruset would be off it, and others that get needed results and know how to do so without much mess would be working on this. Nevertheless, seeing as such is up to the National Defense Committee, that isn't my choice. And Chairman Zayla has left the stolen prototypes in the hands of Kruset, and you're his only pilots, so I am forced to allow this to continue. Nicole kept quiet about the fact that the strategy of the previous battle was his idea, as that would only make things worse for him. He had already disappointed her and he respected Commander Klein a great deal. Even if she was feared by most, she was also idolized with the success she'd had against the Alliance and Omni. Only Admiral Tries had better success against Omni, it was why Commander Klein was the second best tactician ZAFT had. Now even though Sakura called Kruset and his pilots out on their mistakes and made it sound like they were at fault, she knew that wasn't entirely so. The blame didn't fall fully and squarely on them, though that wasn't to say they didn't bear an amount. There were mistakes made and Sakura would leave no doubt about that, it was the best way to allow correction. Sakura didn't expect much if any change from Kruset, the man made it clear he would unlikely change his behavior. But Zayla, Amalfi, Elsman, and even perhaps Jowl could improve for the better given the chance. In the mission they had been a part of thus far, their quarry had proven formidable and tenacious to varying degrees. That had contributed to the recent streak of losses among other things. The Omni ship and its crew were to be commended on their performance even as an enemy ship. The odds they had faced would stop and discourage an amount, yet they had persevered despite that, and there weren't all that many of those in Omni that did that these days. Nonetheless, it was the enemy mobile suits and their pilots that stood out the most in the mission. Sakura had studied what was available on them and she had been curious as well as pensive about what she had seen. The remaining Omni suit, the X-105 Strike, had the most information on it and had shown many of the same basic features as the stolen units, yet it was more versatile than the others. If it were only the potential performance of the machine, then Sakura wouldn't be nearly as interested. The pilot of the unit had bothered her, the style was familiar, far too similar to her own. But as far as she knew, the girl had been looking into something, though Sakura didn't know any more detail than that. If for some reason she'd been visiting Heliopolis at the time the operation that Cruzet had pulled occurred, then she didn't know what to think. Were Lakis hurt by Cruzet's antics, Sakura would personally punish the man to her satisfaction regardless of what anyone else would say. If the pilot of the strike was indeed her little sister, there would definitely be a reason for Sakura to be out on the battlefield. There was the winged mobile suit which the enemy used was interesting in a few ways. Upon some research, Sakura concluded that it was based on the Orbs Union's Astray mobile suit unit design. Sakura didn't know very much about the former neutral nation that was now confirmed to be a member of the Human Federation, so she couldn't say that much about the machine itself. Yet from what records there were, the unit was not one to underestimate as it was capable and versatile. Then the pilot in the beginning had been inexperienced, yet with each passing battle had made large improvements that were in leaps and bounds. Individuals such as that tended to be rare and more so within Omni. If Omni had someone like that, they either didn't know about their potential, had been hiding them, or else the pilot wasn't with Omni. Sakura was inclined to lean towards the last option as the logical and most likely explanation. And finally, there was the last mobile suit of the three enemy machines, the black mobile suit which had mystified Sakura the most. It'd been involved in only 2 of the attempts of ZAFT forces to sink the ship, less than the other 2. Why it had only been in 2 bouts, Sakura figured that somehow, it had been separated at some point from the Omni ship, likely around Heliopolis. And while those 2 instances were very informative, it also left many questions without much of an answer. The mobile suit appeared to be similar to the machine that Amalfi piloted, the X-207 Blitz, yet it could do things none of the other Omni units were capable of. That made Sakura wonder if Omni had much if anything to do with the enemy suit or if the similarities were just a fluke of some kind. Then, the black suit's pilot was another matter entirely from the other 2 enemy pilots. There was much less information, really a precious little, but their performance was indeed frightening to a degree. They had displayed immense skill that wasn't seen in most pilots, regardless of the amount of experience one possessed. If they were naturally talented, Sakura would applaud it as such raw skill was beyond rare. However, should it be acquired and polished, and that was likely from what Sakura saw, then Cruzet's pilots had been going against a pilot a league or more above themselves. The facts just left Sakura wondering what chain of events had to have played out to have an individual like that end out on an Omni ship. Sakura came back to the present and swept her ice-cold eyes over the entire gathering, causing everyone to shiver slightly. She wouldn't let things go as they had with Cruzet in charge, that was the reason she had been called out after all. So, in this next battle, the 3 of you, Sakura began pointing at Athrun, Nicole, and Dirka. Will each be paired with a wingman of my choosing, no debate or argument. They nodded quickly to that statement as disagreeing with Commander Klein was never wise to do. For everyone in this operation, none fly solo, that point is to be understood and followed. Should any feel inclined to do so, then they are on their own to get out of whatever they find themselves in. You'll have no assistance or support, even if that means you are about to be overwhelmed. A moment after Sakura threw down the rule, the door from the bridge to the rest of the vessel opened and 4 people entered. The one in their lead was the only one of the 4 that was in a green ZAFT pilot suit. The young man appeared to be in his early 20s and his height was 5.5 feet with an average build overall. His hair was black and fell straight to the top of his neck. The man's face showed little to no expression, so was as good as blank as he came to a stop before the table and saluted Sakura. His name was Juno Mars and was one of the soldiers that Sakura had taken under her command. He was one she had found that could get a given task done as per orders and didn't need supervision to make sure of that. The other male of the group was younger than Juno, being a teenager in his late teens, standing at 5 feet 5 inches. He had short blonde hair that framed his blue eyes, which brought attention to his fair facial features. The young man's name was Ryan Peters, and unlike Juno, he had a slight smile on his face, which would make you think that he hadn't a care in the world. Ryan was in a ZAFT red pilot suit and was behind Juno and a bit to the left. He was one of the younger soldiers Sakura had charge over, and though he appeared to have a carefree attitude, he tended to be serious when on duty. The other 2 of the group were females, one being a teenager like Ryan and the other being in her late 20s. The teenager had a height of 5'4", straight posture, and gave off a feeling of seriousness that only Juno could outdo. Her hair was raven black and went down to her hips and appeared to be silky. She had orchid-colored eyes that were cold-looking and didn't seem to fit her facial features all that well. The female teen's name was Lori Vance and she was in a ZAFT red pilot suit. Sakura had found Lori was adept at gathering information and insurgents operations. It reminded her of a friend she had who had died in this war already. The last of the group of 4 as well as the oldest of them was a woman who stood 5'7" in height. She had red hair that was almost a crimson shade, which fell to the level of her waist. Her eyes were a light brown and fit well in her face, which most would call beautiful. However, her looks didn't portray her personality that was not of a nice person, even if she would act like she is around people when ordered. Her name was Mindy Fairchild and she was in a red ZAFT pilot suit and was the second most mature of the group of 4, just behind Juno, who was the most mature. Sakura would often have Mindy keep others in line and left the methods of doing that up to her. Mindy got results and Sakura went by that for an expectation for those that were under her charge. Sakura gave brief introductions for each one of her 4 subordinates, to which they nodded in response and little else. After that, Sakura got down to business and laid out the battle plan she had and that would be used. During which plan, Sakura assigned Nicole to be paired with Mindy, Athrun with Juno, and Dirka with Ryan Peters. Sakura's plan to go against Halberton and his fleet outlined made sure to point out that the overall target of this operation was the Alliance prototype warship and nothing else. To achieve that goal, 3 separated problems would need to be addressed in the end. The first of those was Omni's 8th Fleet's firepower compared to what they had to work with on site. The second was the difference in the number of forces on either side of this upcoming battle, as Omni had the advantage in that. The third issue came somewhat from the second, if the 3 enemy mobile suits from the legged ship if they appear on the battlefield. The first problem was one that was solved by tactics, for as long as that said firepower of the orbital fleet wasn't focused, then it wasn't as effective. The second issue was much like the first and would be solved by fighting smarter, not harder. That would require pilots to not be foolhardy and make dumb mistakes, and for most of the pilots that would be on the field, it wouldn't be anything to worry about. Yet, Sakura wasn't anywhere near as confident with the young pilots that used the stolen Alliance machines. They'd proven to be problematic, along with a varying degree of recklessness for each of them. However, the wingmen they were assigned would help in that point, which was why Sakura assigned them. The third issue was a real problem that there needed to be a contingency for, and Sakura was trying to figure out the best way to go about it. Back to the first 2 issues, the battle plan was simple yet effective, which was normally the style Sakura went with. By dividing the enemy fleet that would cast them into disarray, then there would be a clear shot at the true target. While that went on, Laconi and Porto would sneak around until they were behind Omni's fleet and would flank them. As they made their way to that point, the stolen Omni units would keep the mobile armors busy, as their armor system would make the enemy's weaponry virtually useless. Once all the mobile armors in the front were occupied, the rest of the mobile suits would begin clearing remaining enemy forces. Laconi and Porto were not to engage Archangel for any reason, they were to focus on attacking the Alliance fleet itself. When the Alliance fleet was in chaos and disarray, the stolen machines would then move forward to attack the prototype warship, as they were the best equipped to take it on. Almost none had any issues with the plan, yet Cruzat did comment, "Zephyr, do you think this plan will work against Halberton?" Sakura gazed at Cruzat, since the man should know the answer, and it sounded more like he was questioning her. Cruzat should and really did know better than to do that with Sakura, so he was asking for trouble. "In the end, no, it won't. However, it will work for long enough for the goal to be within reach," she replied. "You would do well not to question me, Cruzat, you know better than to do that." Ra shook his head, "As you said, I know better than to question you, Zephyr, just asking if there isn't a less costly way to go about this." Sakura stared at the man with an expression of annoyance, as he was the last one to talk about methods being less costly. Hence, he was trying to score points and make himself seem nobler than he was. The idea was one that Sakura had seen many times and disliked each and every time she witnessed. "You would do well to keep your mouth shut, Cruzat, your drivel is annoying. All of you are dismissed to make the needed preparation for this operation," Sakura said to the room at large. Meanwhile, back on the Archangel, the meeting with the senior officers of the Archangel and the 8th Fleet's leaders, along with Vice Foreign Minister Ulster present, was being held in the captain's room. Halberton was sitting at the desk while Hoffman was drilling the ship officers for what they had been a part of. The trouble the Archangel had created was still being dealt with due to others not letting go of what happened to Heliopolis. And that was before getting into the volatile ripples the reveal of the G project had caused. "How could you resort to such extreme measures as destroying Heliopolis and Artemis?" Hoffman demanded bitterly to the officers of the Archangel. "All for the sake of this lone ship and a single G machine." "But sir," interjected Natarl, as there had been circumstances that were out of their control that played into what had occurred. ZAFT had taken those on the G project by surprise and had killed the majority of them at Heliopolis. Then at Artemis, the behavior of the officers there had caused a lot of the problems that led to the base's destruction. However, Hoffman cut her off, not wanting to hear excuses for the crap the ship had been involved in. "No buts, Ensign. Do you have any idea of the flack and accusations the Earth Alliance and Omni have been getting since the collapse of Heliopolis? From the Federation's military alone, demands of calling to tasking those responsible for what happened have kept coming. Along with that, they also want full disclosure of the G project, as they say that Heliopolis belongs to one of their member nations, saying we had no right. Those are the major points they are not letting go at all, which have them breathing down our necks. So, what do you all have to say for yourselves? The usual consequences of your actions are harsh, but you're lucky to not have been court-martialed already and stripped of your rank already." Both Maru and Natarl lowered their heads as the accusation was stated, though neither of them could have imagined that the actions at Heliopolis could have ended out as they did. It didn't mean that the two women didn't regret what had come about because of how they protect the Archangel and the strike. But to hear that the Alliance and Omni were being held accountable for the event wasn't nice. Yet, it did echo what Tyler had said to them somewhat when he returned to the ship. The teen had mentioned that Orb was a member of the Federation, which had been news to all of them. Also, that they had played a part in the colony's collapse was coming back to mind at what Hoffman said. Nonetheless, Halberton wasn't going to let Hoffman chastise the two women for what the Archangel had done. He had read reports about the events at Heliopolis and Artemis. After doing so, he thought that under the circumstances the officers made the best choices they could. That they had saved even one of the G-weapons was quite something, with Cruzat hounding them. The masked man was tenacious and individual as Halberton had ever met, and was known for causing messes and trouble. Then with the unknown mobile suits, the Archangel had done better than expected of her. Now Hoffman, calm down. Both Miss Ramius and Badgeruel did the best they could under the circumstances that were beyond their control. None of us knew until this instance that Orb had become a member of the Human Federation. And it's good luck that the other two mobile suits appeared. Halberton paused. What were they called again? The X-209 Shadow and the SA-01 Asuka, sir, answered Maru. Although the Shadow bears many similarities to the other mobile suits in the GAT series, it also has features that the G-weapons don't at all. Even with the time we've had, the full capabilities of that particular machine are still unknown. Natarl paused, not happy about a particular fact about the mobile suit. She suspected that Tyler had done something to prevent a full inspection of the mobile suit, but she couldn't prove it. The OS was locked and none of the mechanics had been able to unlock the system to even look at it. And what had been inspected hadn't made a great deal of sense. Murdoch had said he suspected that there had already been some modifications done while the machine had been absent, as the shield seemed different. Hoffman huffed in irritation at Natarl's reply, as the two unknown suits could help in weapon development. If either machine had Federation tech, then it would be the first real look Omni would have of it, and that was important. The Federation's military had always been ahead of both Omni and ZAFT in scientific and weapon development. And they never gave any info or shared any of their knowledge with others. You're telling us that not only have you botched things by the damage caused, but you have been wasting time as well, he posed. Both those mobile suits are unknowns, and studying them could be of help in the war effort. It wasn't like the ship and its crew had been doing nothing along the journey, it was just the circumstances wouldn't allow some things. So, Muru shook her head. No sir, the Shadow got separated from the ship for a time and only recently came back on board the Archangel. With the time there's been between resupplying and the fights against ZAFT, there hasn't been a great deal of time. The inspections our mechanics have made of the X-209 Shadow, little has been gleaned thus far. However, there's enough evidence to conclude that neither of the two mobile suits was accounted for at Morgan Roet and are believed to not be made by Omni directly, though data from the G-weapons seems to be the basis for them both. The point Muru mentioned was one that Natarl agreed with after reading what the mechanics found. The Asuka was supposedly a prototype for Orb's mobile suits, and it was quite formidable from the battle data. It also, by what the mechanics figured, a general-purpose machine like the Duel and the Strike were designed to be. Yet the flight system was one of the main differences, and that was something that Murdoch and the rest were still trying to figure out. The Shadow was a different story than the Asuka, and it frustrated Natarl no real inspection could be made. In the two battles that it had participated in, the Shadow had shown that it had the Mirage colloid system. However, the system the Shadow had wasn't the same that had been installed in the Blitz, from what Natarl could tell. She had seen one of the tests the Blitz's Mirage colloid had done, and she'd overheard the issues it had as well. Yet, the Shadow's colloid seemed to have little if any of the issues the Blitz's did. That could mean either the Shadow had a different version of Mirage colloid or it had the issues worked out. If the latter was true, then it was all the more important to get a look at it, but again, the machine's pilot blocked attempts. Whoever is responsible for the suit's design is unknown, Natarl stated, but I believe that the Asuka and the Shadow were designed by different groups than the G project was. Hoffman seemed to be at a loss for words, which Halberton smiled a bit at as he spoke, and if not for those two machines, the Archangel and the Strike would have been much more pressed to get this far. With ZAFT in possession of the other 4 G weapons, at least one was kept from them. That's a victory in itself in this war. And victories, even if small ones, are hard to come by these days, so we should be grateful for those we can get. Hoffman could agree with what Admiral Halberton was saying in principle, but Omni Higher UPS weren't saying anything like that lately. Alaska's response says that military command doesn't share that view, sir, Hoffman replied calmly, finding the use of his voice again. Hoffman's words came as a surprise to Mew, Crystal, and Natarl, mostly as they hadn't heard anything about Omni having problems out of the ordinary as of late. So then, why would military HQ have an issue with the chain of events that the Archangel went through? Perhaps there was more to what was going on, that none of them knew? Bah, scoffed Halberton. What do they know about the realities of space combat? Lieutenant Ramius has understood all along what I've been trying to achieve. Muru looked up, shocked at the praise. Nothing in this matter warrants any concern. Yes, Admiral, Muru replied. Hoffman shook his head slightly and decided to just move on to the other point of this hearing. The mobile suits were a subject of discussion, but their pilots were more so. So, Hoffman pulled out 2 pieces of paper along with a stack of 15 pages, looking them over. Moving on to the topic of the young coordinators who have been piloting those mobile suits, he said, are we going to forget all about them? He put the papers on the desk, revealing the 2 single pages to be the reports on Kira and Lakis. But what surprised the Archangel's officers was that the 15-page stack was the report on Tyler himself. Mew spotted the words on the top page of the stack, those being incomplete and invalid information stamped on it. That was odd, as it inferred that there was far more to Tyler than any thought. Not that Mew would be all that surprised if Tyler had done things that weren't talked about being a Federation soldier. Ulster shifted, his eyes narrowing at all 3 of the reports of those he considered to be mistaken walking and breathing. Kira Yamato, Lakis Christopher, and Tyler McGregor only wanted to protect their friends, Maru said. She wanted to get across that these teens had done nothing wrong and had been pressed into the situation they were in. That's the only reason they boarded those mobile suits for us. Murmured Halberton, thoughts straying once again to the mystery presented by Lakis Christopher and her relationship with the other 2 coordinators. He had his suspicions about the girl, her name didn't seem to fit, and the resemblance she bore to the woman that came to his mind was extremely uncanny. It had come as a surprise that Tyler had ended out on the Archangel, which Halberton didn't doubt there was a story to. The young soldier was incredible beyond what Omni knew about him. Halberton was one of those outside of the Federation to know that. Halberton also knew that some in Omni had issues with Tyler and incidents that he could have been involved in. In all likelihood, continued Maru, we would not have made it this far if it weren't for the abilities of those kids. However, their decision was dictated by events beyond their control. They've suffered greatly from having to fight against other coordinators. They are kind, sincere individuals, and I believe we should repay them for their selfless efforts with our complete trust. Hoffman stared at Maru as she clearly didn't have an idea what kind of people had been piloting for her. Kind and sincere individuals, you say, Lieutenant? Maybe that's true of the younger 2 coordinators. There's not enough information to say the truth, but what do you really know of Tyler McGregor? Because he is known to the Earth Alliance and is suspected to be involved in previous incidences and none of them are good ones, he asked. The records of McGregor made it clear the teen was in trouble and should be locked up and interrogated. Mew was irritated by this attack on the young pilot. Tyler hadn't done anything wrong and he shouldn't be accused of such. Whatever the Alliance knew about him, it could easily be incorrect, as the file on him stated at the top. Tyler had gone beyond what one would do to pull off an act, that much had been obvious to himself and Crystal. So, Mew stepped forward, that kid has protected this ship and put his life on the line for all of us. A person doesn't do that for just random people unless they're extremely dedicated to a cause or is just plain crazy. Tyler hasn't shown himself to be inclined to go towards crazy regularly. He's earned the trust and respect of all on this ship. McGregor was quite the actor, as the file said. Hoffman would admit that if he could have others defending him like this. But then, Omni Intelligence had stated that with their findings on the teen, and Omni Intelligence agents tended to be thorough on research. You apparently don't know your fellow pilot very well, Lieutenant Laflaga, Hoffman commented. He then picked up the stack of pages and started reading. Tyler McGregor, a first-generation coordinator, meaning that his parents are naturals. Intelligence agents have been unable to confirm the identities of either of his parents even after extensive research. Evidence suggests that either he or some in the Federation military have hidden the identities of his parents, reasons unknown. He's a soldier of and pilot for the Federation's military. The Archangel officers and both pilots didn't get where this was going. Tyler himself had said he was part of the Federation's military. This was being made out as Tyler has said to the 4 of them, a crime to be part of the Federation's military. If this was the treatment that Tyler and others like him receive from the Earth Alliance, then his harsh views of the Alliance made more sense. Also, Mew and Crystal couldn't blame Tyler for making sure in some way that the identity of his parents was unknown. If this was the kind of treatment he got, then Tyler was minimizing possible blame, punishment, and retaliation that might come his way along with his family. However, before any protests could be made, Hoffman kept going, holds the rank of commander, which is unusual for one as young as him. And not only that, with the evidence acquired, he is also suspected to be a member of the Federation's Salas. The majority of the information on him is unconfirmed or is classified, a suspicious young man to be sure. Certainly, one that trust is risky to extend to, more so with him thought to be involved in sabotage prior to now. The Archangel officers and the pilots were shocked to hear the fact of Tyler was suspected of being a part of the Federation's Salas. That group was the best of the best that the Federation's military had, and not just anyone becomes a part of it. That didn't change the fact that Tyler still had done a lot to defend the ship, even putting his life on the line. That in mind, Maru glared back at the man for the implications that he was throwing out. Yes, Tyler had said nothing at first, but this was sounding like Tyler was being accused of doing wrong. It was wrong. He did nothing to deserve this suspicion of him or his motives, and for him to be thought to have done sabotage, it was ridiculous. You're right, Tyler is a pilot of the Federation. However, he had proved that he has been working towards the best interests of those on board this ship. You really think one of those space monsters can be trusted? A mistake waiting to happen, muttered Ulster loud enough for everyone in the room. It was difficult, fighting against his disgust with the space monsters, but he knew he'd accomplish nothing as things stood. Mew wanted to tell him, if not for the monster that he was referring to, then the minister wouldn't be here. That's not what this is about, snapped Halberton to get the attention back. Hoffman stared at Halberton since McGregor at least could get facts on the G project to the Federation. Yet Admiral, but if we allow them to go now, he said uncertainly. Then what, Hoffman? They'll carry the secrets of the strike to Orb and the Federation, Halberton challenged, snorting slightly. ZAFT already has 4 of the G weapons, in case you've forgotten. Orb already has the technology themselves, and through them the Federation no doubt has now. The Asuka and I would bet the shadow was produced by them are proof of the fact. Besides, ever since I read the report on it, I've been looking into some things. The Asuka is going to be remaining with Kira Yamato until he says otherwise. The same can be said about Tyler McGregor and the shadow. Everyone else shared a confused look at this, so, as you can see, the G weapons are hardly a secret anymore, there's no reason to hold or keep them here. Lieutenant Ramius, Halberton said, ignoring Ulster and Hoffman entirely. The Archangel will be descending with the strike to deliver the machine to Alaska. We lost those who were going to be added to your crew with the advance fleet and don't have many to spare ourselves. However, you'll have to go with your current crew complement and the 2 or 3 we can give you. Understood, sir, Murray replied, her thoughts grim. Reaching the fleet had given a bit of a morale boost and that was needed. However, that also meant there would be crew changes as the refugees would be leaving the Archangel, it would also include the volunteers too. The event made the ship crew understand just how much the teens had been doing to help. She hoped the new arrivals that Halberton mentioned would be able to handle bridge duties as they would be once again extremely short-handed. The future of the Archangel was even more uncertain than when it set out from the ruins of Heliopolis. With what Halberton just said, Hoffman knew it was no longer worth trying to argue or point out things the Archangel was involved in. The Admiral had a point, the fruits of the G project were no longer secret, ZAFT had most of the prototypes and the Federation likely had enough information to piece it together. There were more pressing matters to focus on, so it was time to move on and leave what the ship did to others to decide what consequences it would face later. I'll contact you later with the details for what personnel and supplies will be transferred over as well as the matter of the civilian volunteers, Hoffman remarked. With that final remark, the meeting between the leaders of the 8th Fleet and the Archangel's commanding officers ended. Muru suspected that at least Admiral Halberton would return tomorrow since he had said he wanted to talk to the volunteers and that hadn't happened. He also would be escorting the additional crew members to the Archangel as that was the kind of man he was. As long as Muru had known the Admiral, he took the time to get to know a number of those that were under his command. Muru was left in her quarters after all had left and ended out looking over the list of supplies currently being loaded from the fleet supply ships into the Archangel's cargo hold. The supplies included missiles, ammo, fuel, water, and food of course. Although some things couldn't be obtained such as a lack of some parts for the mobile suits, so Chief Murdoch wouldn't need to improvise as he had for a time now. The Archangel also got a pair of FX-550 Skygrasper, support fighter craft for the strike planet side, though Mew and Crystal would be their only pilots unless more were trained. Yet those 2 crafts took up the last bit of space in the hangar, putting the Archangel at full capacity. There was also a variety of new potential equipment for the strike to use, like bazookas and unpowered physical swords sharper than the GIN and CGUE blades that are standard with them. There were also the personnel files for the 3 new crew members that would be coming aboard the Archangel. One was a new doctor, Mark Graham. He had a record of experience that spanned a decade and had good recommendations attached to the file. The next was a mechanic, which Chief Murdoch would appreciate. The man was Petty Officer 2nd Class Arthur Nix, his skills in general system repair, and that was sorely needed. The last of the additional officers was an engineer, Lieutenant Sophia Falco, an old friend of Muru's from her days in Omni's training academy. Muru looked forward to seeing her friend again, though Sophia would be put on the bridge crew as she was the only new crew member they were getting qualified for bridge duty. Muru just hoped that she wouldn't mind that position as there were no others to fill it. Then there was the document that was Captain Hoffman's idea for the best way to address the matter of their volunteer crew. The major issue with them was there being treaties in place that forbade civilian combatants, and violating said treaties had harsh consequences attached to them for any of 3 factions. The teens would simply be retroactively commissioned as crewmen of the Archangel. Hoffman would be bringing discharge papers when he and Halberton returned tomorrow so that there wouldn't be legal or military problems. Last but not least, there was the matter of the 3 coordinator pilots, which came with its own set of difficulties. Muru had no problem with Kira, Lakis, or Tyler for that matter, however, those above her didn't share the view. Hoffman seemed to imply keeping them with the Archangel would be the best choice. Although he didn't say it outright, Muru believed in her position, he would force them to do so if he could. That didn't sit well with Muru, not after what those 3 had gone through and done for all of those on the Archangel. Plus, she doubted any here on the ship would force them to stay, she certainly wouldn't do so. Yet, she kind of wanted to see Hoffman force Tyler McGregor stay, just to see how the man reacted to Tyler's manners. The oldest teen had proven to both Natarl and Muru herself that he won't follow orders given him if he didn't want to. The older teen had clashed with Natarl more often than Muru, but enough to see that Tyler didn't like being told what to do. It had gotten to the point that some of the crew were making bets on who would get the other to snap at the other first. And then, Natarl had told Muru at least of her frustration she had with Tyler even if she hadn't told any other on the ship. Interestingly, the exact fate of the Asuka and the Shadow was the odd news as it was neither good nor bad. And after some research, Muru understood what Halberton had been saying about the machine staying with Kira until he said otherwise, and the same for Tyler. Due to certain technicalities, namely, that neither machine officially existed, thus were unowned by any nation or faction. The nature of salvage laws currently in effect, Kira had become the owner of the Asuka and Tyler the Shadow. Both could do whatever they wanted with their mobile suits, keep it for personal reasons, take it apart, or even sell it and live the rest of his life in luxury. Either one of those machines were probably worth at least a couple hundred, more likely a few thousand times what Muru herself could ever hope to make in her entire lifetime alone. Muru just hoped she could be there to see the look on the face of Kira and Tyler when the two found out. After the greeting Tyler had been forced to attend, he'd slipped away, putting his well-developed stealth skills used to not be noticed. Tyler had been making his way back to his bed to try and get the sleep had been intending to before Mew had snatched him. However, Kira and Lakis caught up to Tyler before he had got back to his quarters. Both had been worried about Tyler. He had been irritable lately more than he tended to be. And after a short conversation, Tyler admitted he was having some trouble sleeping as of late. Kira figured the nightmares Tyler mentioned were populated by what he'd seen around the ruins of Junius 7. Kira and Lakis agreed to not tell others about the difficulties that Tyler was having and let him go get some sleep. Once in his quarters, it didn't take Tyler long to get together with his bed after taking the medication the doctor had given him. And Tyler would admit it was wonderful to not have nightmares plaguing him for a sleeping period. It allowed for Tyler's nerves to calm down and come down from their heightened alert state they had been in for the last week or so. He woke up the next morning much better than when he had gone to sleep, and since Tyler wouldn't be on bridge duty for a time, he spent his time taking things slow and easy. The time that things would be peaceful would quickly be coming to a close in the near future, and Tyler knew that. So, he got dressed and headed to the mess to get breakfast and start the day that would be a long one by the end. Within minutes, Tyler came into the mess hall, and he instantly noticed that his friends from Heliopolis were there. A moment later, Tyler saw that each one was looking at a set of papers that didn't make sense to him. The Archangel crew didn't look through papers that Tyler had seen most of the time. Now it was possible that it could have something to do with the Omni fleet. Tyler didn't know the nitty-gritty of Omni's procedures, nor did he want to know really. So, Tyler started scratching his head trying to figure out what was going on as he approached. "Discharge papers?" Tal questioned as Tyler was coming up. The 4 volunteers were looking at the papers he and the others had been given from one of the ship officers. Sai had read enough to understand that the collection of documents was discharge papers, simply put. That brought to mind how their help was being viewed by those the Archangel crew was reporting to. It made them wonder if their friends' piloting was being seen in the same light. "So," Mirielai began. "We were soldiers all along." The somewhat incredulous tone of Mirielai's voice set the tone that the 4 felt. It was like the help they had been providing was being dismissed as little to nothing. "By what this says, we were assigned to the Archangel of the 8th Fleet," Cuzzy read. Tyler had closed the distance and was looking over Sai's shoulder somewhat and saw the documents did indeed look like standard discharge papers. It made a bit of sense even if Tyler didn't like the implications that were not said by those who gave the papers to his friends. Omni was using discharge papers as an excuse so they could officially say they hadn't pressured civilians into helping. If they didn't do something like this, the Federation and ZAFT would nail Omni for a treaty violation, the latter to have something against the Alliance. So, Tyler spoke up. "They gave you them to avoid the hassle of the official stuff of you helping, if I'm not mistaken, since you never technically enlisted when you volunteered to help out." The 4 teens jumped a bit at hearing Tyler speaking to them. Sai twisted around to find Tyler right behind them, which was a bit of a shock as there had been no sound of him approaching. It wasn't the first time that Tyler had snuck up on them and made them jump a bit. He had a knack for the idea. "Ty, when did you come in?" Sai asked. Mirielai glared at Tyler a bit. "Why do you come up and scare us like that, Ty? I've told you not to do that." Tyler had to hold back the smirk at Mirielai's comment, as teasing her was amusing at times, and he managed to keep it in. Tyler was about to answer but was prevented as a pair came into the mess hall. The one on the left and slightly in the lead Tyler noticed was Natarl Badgeruel, and the other was that captain that had been with Halberton. Natarl frowned at Tyler, which he had gotten used to, and even now took it as sort of a compliment from the woman with who he didn't get along. Tyler even gave a bit of a nod to Natarl, which got a brief grimace that he judged as a victory for himself. Natarl and Hoffman moved over to the teens in the mess, though the ones they were looking for weren't here. The 4 volunteer teens had already got their discharge papers, but the 2 pilots hadn't yet. Tyler was a special case, so didn't need the discharge papers like the other teens did. Although Natarl wouldn't be complaining should Tyler be discharged from the Archangel, for her own peace of mind if nothing else. But now wasn't the time to deal with the attitude issue with Tyler. Where are Kira Yamato and Lakis Christopher? Natarl prompted. All but Tyler looked up at her, then at each other. Meanwhile, Tyler just stared at Natarl with an almost incredulous expression, like the question she asked was so obvious that it was foolish to ask it. Natarl took a moment to glance around, seeing that the two other pilots were not at any of the corners or tables before she shook her head. Never mind, Natarl said, handed 2 additional sets of discharge papers to Sai, just give these to them later. It may have been an emergency that forced it, Hoffman stated, deciding to explain things further. But the fact is, it's illegal for civilians to take part in combat per a specific treaty between the factions. We would like to avoid any potential problems for yourselves and us as well, so this is the ideal solution. You will all be recognized as volunteer soldiers who entered the military when you came aboard. That said, please don't lose those discharge papers, or it could lead to a lot of trouble for yourselves in the future. Furthermore, any information you learned while on board should be treated as confidential, even after you return to Orb. It was true that according to an agreement known as Octavian Treaty that was made after the Reconstruction War, civilians were not to take part in combat. Yet, Tyler knew that the treaty never had anything about putting innocent people in danger and possibly killed either. But again, if Omni wasn't being watched and Halberton wasn't trying to help, Tyler would bet this would never even come up. That in mind, he decided to speak up, not just himself, but for his friend's defense as well. If you genuinely mean what you say, sir, then maybe you should use this experience as a lesson, Tyler remarked, emphasizing sir in a disrespectful manner. Hoffman turned to Tyler, giving the older teen a dirty look for the comment and the way he had addressed him. Tyler didn't back down from the dirty look, just stood his ground and started right back with a determined expression. Points from the Omni intelligence report were coming back to Hoffman's mind about this young man. He had fooled others before, but it was also stated that the teen was supposed to be downright stubborn as well. I would recommend you watch your tone, Mr. McGregor, Hoffman returned in an even tone. Tyler gave the man a deadpan look. You have a problem with my attitude, then deal with it, Tyler replied. If you want examples of how I act around those who believe they can order me to do things, have a chat with Ensign Badgeruel next to you. She's had plenty of experience of trying to order me around and receiving what she considers insubordination when I don't listen to her. I would say sometimes, it more me not giving a damn about what others think about me, take it as you like. So, let me make this clear in a way you'll understand. Tyler paused, took a deep breath, and then dropped the hammer. I've been helping out the Archangel of my own free will, it's not in any way, me being under the command or control of any Omni officer or member of the Alliance. And if you think your opinion makes a lick of freaking difference to me, then feel free to kiss my ass, Tyler said flatly, so, pucker up or hush up, sir. After saying that, Tyler turned and exited the mess hall, leaving the rest in there staring at the door. To say that most, if not all in the mess hall were shocked at Tyler's words and actions, would be an understatement. The volunteers were surprised since Tyler was normally polite and didn't talk back to someone without reason. Oh, granted, he would state his opinion bluntly whether that went over well or not, but he wasn't normally as rude as he just had been. None of them had thought their friend had such a standing problem with those from the Alliance. Natarl on the other hand was flabbergasted at the things Tyler had said more than usual. She'd thought the teen couldn't surprise her to this extent anymore, not with how she'd gotten used to his attitude, but that was just proven wrong. Natarl had suspected that Tyler McGregor had an issue with the Earth Alliance and those allied with it. That was confirmed by the descriptions of the events of Heliopolis, but this put the issue beyond her estimation. Tyler had been helping out and so, been even earning Natarl's own acknowledgement and minor trust by this point with his actions to protect the Archangel. What Tyler had said about not taking orders from her was true from time to time, and it annoyed her. But when it counted, he worked towards the best interest of the Archangel, even if he used different methods that she would. Hoffman wasn't surprised by the teen's actions, which matched what was implied in the intelligence report. So, his reaction was to huff, as I believe I said earlier, Ensign Badgeruel, Mr. McGregor is not to be trusted. He's a loose cannon that can go out of control and cause issues. He should be disciplined, but that's not my place to decide, he said. As the conversation was going on, Flay entered the mess hall. She'd seen Tyler leave and head down the corridor looking a tad annoyed, but he had been out of sight before she could wonder much as what was going on. But her thoughts were more on current events, which included the refugees being moved off the Archangel. Should those that had been volunteering also go, then the ship would be in a worse position than it already was. Flay felt that the Archangel could make a difference in the war if given the chance to do so. That in mind, Flay plucked up the courage that she was hoping others would follow. Excuse me, Flay began, drawing attention to herself. I would like to volunteer to join the crew of the Archangel. There was silence in the room as everyone faced Flay, though Sai was the first to find the use of his voice. Flay, what did you just say? Flay really wanted to help, others had, and made a world of difference to those on the Archangel. So, she gained a serious expression on her face. I said I want to join the crew of the Archangel, she repeated more evenly. Neytarl wondered if this girl understood what she was asking for in joining the crew of the ship. That's not to say the Archangel didn't need help with ship operation, more so with the volunteers leaving soon. You do realize what you're saying, right? Neytarl asked, as thoroughly shocked by Flay's words as Hoffman and the volunteers were. Flay didn't want what she was trying to do to be seen as her attempt to stand out or another silly reason. She really wanted to help by her own choice and not for selfish wishes or something for her dad. Heck, she hadn't told her father about this as he would be completely against her volunteering. So she decided to stand her ground. Look, I'm not saying this just for the fun of it or for a silly reason like that. I've thought about this ever since my father came on board, when Kira, Lakis, and Tyler saved him from ZAFT. What the girl had said fit what had been mentioned by Minister Ulster when he had talked to Hoffman and Halberton. The loss of the advanced fleet was regrettable but couldn't be changed even if Hoffman had been against sending them. Still, if this girl in front of him was the minister's daughter, she appeared to have gotten some of the man's stubbornness. That means you must be the daughter of Vice Minister Ulster, Hoffman remarked in the form of a question. That's right, said Flay. My name is Flay Ulster and Flay paused for a moment in hesitation. Well, ever since I first talked to him when he came aboard, I've been thinking about everything that's been happening. It has taught me that everyone can make a difference. The ship is understaffed, and everyone is certain that it can help in this war. I want to help with that in whatever way I can, even if it's only cleaning the corridors or something to make things easier for the rest of the crew. Flay stopped and took a breath. After everything that's happened, I can't just walk away. Flay left unspoken her hopes that somehow if the Archangel made the difference it was supposed to, maybe, just maybe, both sides would be more willing to negotiate a ceasefire and peace treaty. She was becoming increasingly sympathetic to the plants because of her coordinator friends, and even why the Human Federation being so strict in being neutral and protecting its citizens. But she also realized that after the Bloody Valentine incident, there would be those that would never accept a ceasefire unless the Earth forces could manage to equal them. Even she knew that ZAFT was slowly but surely winning the war against the Earth Alliance even if it wasn't admitted publicly. The Human Federation had tried to stop the bloodshed, but very little had resulted from the attempts. Throughout all of this, everyone on the Archangel has been doing their best for this ship, and most on board has been involved, except people like me, continued Flay. So, please, allow me to join the crew. It was an odd request from one of the more unexpected places, but a volunteer was still a volunteer. Hoffman was a tad concerned with the child of an influential political figure in the Alliance. Such could produce ripples both good and bad depending on what could happen in the future should the girl be permitted to join the Archangel's crew. But for the moment, the Archangel needed help, so a volunteer wouldn't hurt. Very well, if you are that committed to the idea, Hoffman began, come with us. We should probably discuss this with your father. Flay didn't want her father involved with this as she already knew he would be dead set against this choice. She was having issues enough with her father without adding more to the plate and this would break the fragile peace that was between him. It would be better if she broke the news to her father instead of others. I'd, rather do that privately, Flay replied. She wasn't certain what Hoffman and Neytarl would think of her present conflict with her father, though she figured Neytarl might already know. Her father's mood had been fairly bad lately, mostly because of Flay's refusal to listen or heed his view about coordinators. Very well then, Hoffman remarked, not interested in having further detail about why the girl didn't want her father involved. He wanted the least amount of involvement with the politician with the trouble and difficulty he had caused. If not for him, there wouldn't have been an advanced fleet and that force would still be with the fleet. Come with us, Hoffman continued, we can discuss the details. With that, the two officers left the mess hall with Flay in tow, leaving the volunteers where they were. Sai turned back to the others trying to process what just happened in the last few moments right in front of them. Tyler's actions were unexpected as he wasn't one to be outright rude to others. But he had been stressed lately so Sai nor the others would hold the snap against Tyler. Yet, Flay volunteering to join the crew was out of the blue and Sai didn't know what had gotten into her. Although it was true that the ship's crew was hurting for help with the refugees planning to leave. It had been an unsaid subject between the Heliopolis volunteers, whether to leave or to stay and help. Finally Sai spoke, like she said, the ship is still understaffed, and a war is still being fought on Earth and in space. Everyone looked at their discharge papers but said nothing out loud, but the feeling in the room was heavy. Sai came to a decision and gained a determined look before he tore his discharge papers in two. He knew that the action would be one he would have to live with, but with what they had been through, he was okay with that. Sai, Tall exclaimed. Mirieli gasped in shock as she stood up with Tall and Kuzi at Sai's action. Even if unexpected, what Flay expressed is pretty much exactly my sentiments as well, Sai explained. Then he gave a slight smile. Besides, it wouldn't be right for me to leave her alone, now would it? Tall murmured, thinking about staying on the Archangel to help the crew. They were good people, even if there had been some doubts at first, all those from Heliopolis knew that now. To leave them and pretend that nothing happened didn't sit well with Tall, and he doubted he was the only one that felt that way. So, with that thought in mind, Tall ripped his own discharge papers in two, finalizing the choice to stay. The ripping sound got Mirelia to twist and gape at Tall and his ripped discharge papers. Sai had a bit of a reason to stay on the Archangel, he was engaged to Flay after all. However, Tall had little more reason than Kuzi or Mirelia herself had to stay on this ship. Choosing to stay on the Archangel would have long-lasting consequences, no way to get around that. Tall, Mirelia uttered in shock. Like Sai said, the Archangel is still short-handed, Tall stated. They had all had the time to think about volunteering to help on the Archangel before, there was little reason to hesitate now. Plus, without their help the ship wouldn't have made it as far as it had, it would not get far without those that could crew this ship. So, Tall sighed, I'd feel partly responsible if sometime down the road, it got shot down. Mirelia exhaled knowing that Sai and even Tall had a point in staying with the ship. And honestly, she had been arguing with herself when it had been said the refugees would be leaving the ship. If the boys were going to stay, there was no way she wasn't going to be here too. She tended to be the voice of reason, so she didn't hesitate and tore her papers in two as well. Tall blinked a moment. You too, Mirelia? He asked. She shrugged. If you're planning to stay, Tall, then so am I. You boys get into trouble without me around. Mirelia shook her head, and there is no way I feel comfortable leaving you two with Tyler around and no supervised. I would have a serious headache if I turned my back on that sort of situation. They then turned as they heard the sound of more paper ripping and saw Kuzi holding his torn discharge papers. Kuzi, as scared as he had been on the journey since Heliopolis, it had been his friends that had made it bearable. So, even though his brain said to leave, his heart said to stay right where he was with his friends. If you're all staying, then you can't expect me to leave. I won't leave my friends at a time like this, he commented. You're a fool, Tall remarked, shaking his head. But he was glad none of them would be parting ways with others leaving the ship. But then, we're in good company, I'd say, Tall finished. After that, things between the three boys effectively degenerated into some playful name-calling. Yet after a few minutes, Tall looked back at the set of papers that had been brought for Kira and Lakis. Tall muttered, but they'll be leaving, won't they? Back with Tyler, after saying his piece and leaving no doubt what he thought about what Omni was trying to excuse, he left the mess. Tyler wasn't happy to have left without breakfast, but he lost interest in food if it meant dealing with pompous Omni officers. Instead, he headed to the hangar as it's one of the places on the Archangel other than his quarters that he could find peace and quiet regularly. Also, Tyler had been meaning to do some fine-tuning on the Shadow to help in the coming battle. Whoever had been doing the programming on the Shadow, Tyler had some choice words for them. Then there had been optional equipment for the mobile suit that had been transferred from the Dawn which would take some tuning. Tyler would prefer and love to get the work done back in the Republic, specifically at the Tesway R&D complex. However, Tyler knew that wouldn't be available anytime soon, so he had to do things himself to make sure the machine was performing at its best. Tyler was willing to do the work and it was relaxing surprisingly, and he needed the least stress he could get. Plus, it gave Tyler an excuse to not be harped at or told what to do by the Archangel officers. He wasn't interested in dealing with Natarl and her attitude towards him. Granted, Tyler seemed to bring out the worst in the woman, and he wouldn't deny it. But Natarl's issues with Tyler's behavior was her issue and he'd stopped trying to make suggestions of improvement. He was more a tad surprised she hadn't thrown him in the brig already. Tyler didn't doubt it had gotten close to that. Of course, what Natarl didn't know was Tyler knew how to get out of the ship's brig cells without an issue in less than a minute. Tyler came out of his thoughts just as he reached the hangar, getting into the mindset to work on the Shadow. Yet, he found that he wasn't alone in the hangar, which was odd as the mechanics were off at the moment. Truthfully, Murdoch had said that he didn't have an issue with Tyler coming to the hangar as he pleased. And Tyler had learned the schedule of the mechanics in general, so he knew what times they tended to be out and in. But right now Kira and Lakis were there on the catwalks, simply looking at the strike and the Asuka. It wasn't only them there, Tyler spotted Halberton also in the hangar, though his friends didn't seem to know that. Tyler was about to approach when Halberton spoke, suddenly getting nostalgic now that you are going to be disembarking. Halberton had come to the ship's hangar hoping to talk with one or both the volunteer pilots alone. The two teens really had been pushed into a bad situation and Halberton wanted to thank them for the help they had given. Tyler being here was a bonus and his skills were extremely valuable and he wouldn't doubt they had helped. Halberton would like a chance to talk to Tyler but knew the young man wasn't all that inclined to speak to Omni officers. To his luck, Halberton found the two younger teen coordinators were in the Archangel's hangar. There was no one else around so this conversation would be private as Halberton wanted. After greeting them, Halberton closed the distance between him and the teens. When he got to the catwalk, one hand grabbed the rail to keep from accidentally pushing off. He came to a stop next to them as they straightened up. Kira and Lakis, right? I've read a great deal about your actions in the reports, Halberton asked. Yes, Kira replied, to tell the truth we were trying to do what we could. Halberton grunted, considering the circumstances, you both proved yourselves quite remarkable. The same can be said for your friend Tyler McGregor, but that is not for me to say I think. He swept his eyes over the entire hangar, focusing briefly on the Asuka and the shadow before looking back at them. He focused on Lakis before continuing, although you have fought for Omni and the Alliance, I imagine your sister will be quite proud of your accomplishments, Miss Klein. Both Kira and Lakis stiffened slightly at the mention of Lakis's real last name as neither had mentioned it to their friends. Tyler of course knew who Lakis was, but he had promised he wouldn't say anything to anyone. Kira had told Sai about Lakis, but like Tyler, Kira trusted that his other friend would keep the secret as well. So the question of how Halberton could know who Lakis really was running through their minds. However, Halberton merely chuckled. Oh, don't you worry, he said calmly, I can imagine and understand your circumstances Miss Klein, to an extent at least. I might not have realized myself if it were not that I've met the Black Zephyr a few times on the battlefield. She isn't someone you can dismiss or forget easily with the impression she leaves, not with the warpaths she carves. Lakis didn't like hearing about how others portrayed her older sister Sakura. She knew that Sakura had done many things, helped in killing many within the Alliance during this war. Lakis had read a report or two about what Sakura had done and it saddened her. Sakura had been a good older sister before the war, had listened to Lakis when she wanted to talk. It was memories of Sakura when Lakis was younger that made the pain worse at seeing how much Sakura had changed during the war. Lakis looked toward the floor. Please don't say that about her, Lakis said softly. Sis, she hesitated, she hates war. Lakis paused again, it's taken away almost everything she cared about, it has changed her from how she used to be. Tyler could see where Lakis was coming from, even if he wasn't the fondest of Sakura, but he had his own reasons for that. However, the fact of the matter was Lakis didn't want to admit that Sakura was good at fighting. Tyler may not have seen firsthand what Sakura could do, but that would change soon enough. But that doesn't mean she does beyond a notable job at commanding forces, none can't deny that Lakis, Tyler stated. Because damn, Sakura is downright amazing at what she does, and earned that part of her reputation. Everyone turned and looked at Tyler as he floated towards them from the entryway to the hangar. Tyler smiled a bit as he approached. Sorry for not announcing myself before, thought it would be best for me to just listen for a little. Halberton could see that his comments about Sakura Klein had hurt the woman's younger sister. I see, I apologize, Miss Klein, Halberton apologized, turning to look at the Asuka. Still, it's a surprise that you would be here. Even more surprising is what the three of you have done with these machines. Halberton looked to Tyler. You included Tyler, though I would guess you are no stranger to the battlefield being a Federation soldier. Halberton looked back to the mobile suits. These machines were only meant to be an adequate counter to ZAFT's mobile suits, but with you three inside piloting them they suddenly become near super weapons. I can't help but find myself once again amazed at the abilities of coordinators. Tyler knew that Halberton didn't mean any insult when he talked about the abilities of coordinators, some would be. He had met a number of those that hated and looked down on coordinators as subhumans or less. Yet, while Tyler didn't take what Halberton said badly, Lakis didn't like that coordinators were being portrayed as superhuman. That's not true, Lakis denied before Kira or Tyler could speak up. Us being coordinators, Lakis stopped for a moment then continued, yes, that has some effect on how quickly we learn and adapt, but it's not everything. The girl's statement about coordinators was one that Halberton didn't hear often and before now only came from the Human Federation. The explanations he had gotten before now hadn't made a great deal of sense. All that he had received from others was that coordinators were still at a base level human. So, Halberton wondered what Miss Klein could say. Could you explain what you mean, Miss Klein? Halberton posed. And I in no way mean to offend, I am merely fascinated by your abilities and how some coordinators use and develop them. No natural can pilot a mobile suit that I know of in any of the factions. Tyler knew that there were things that those outside the Federation's military didn't know about how the Federation operated. So, Halberton wouldn't know that pilots, whether natural, coordinator, or hybrid, was trained to use mobile weapons of all kinds. That in mind, Tyler snickered. Oh, you would be wrong about that, Halberton. It would probably surprise you to know that out of the top 10 pilots in the Federation's military, 4 of them are naturals and can work with most if not all mobile weapons when called upon. Tyler paused for a moment and the feeling of mirth disappearing. Plus, I would have to quote a man that I respect the most, it doesn't matter how you were born, it is what you do with the gifts you have along with the effort you put forth matters the most. A line I wish more would heed, as it would make the world a very different place than it is now. Lakis agreed with what Tyler said, though she was kind of curious who he was quoting with the line he said. Any human could achieve great things if they tried their hardest. That's why she couldn't agree or understand the hatred that a number had for other types of humans. So, Lakis nodded to Tyler's statement. Indeed, one can if they try, she said. Kira and Halberton's eyes widened in shock at what both Lakis and Tyler said. I only know of an example because he was a family friend, but, Lakis hesitated, ZAFT's ace of aces, the number 1 of the champions, he was actually a natural. Tyler could help but smile as he had a very educated guess as to who she was referring to. He would love to tell Lakis the truth about the individual she'd mentioned, but he couldn't. The man, Zaft's ace of aces, wasn't dead as most thought he was, and so few knew the truth. The reason was it had been asked by the man to be left to live his life in peace, and that wish was being honored. "You're referring to the one known as the Comet, are you not, Lakis?" Tyler asked. Lakis was a tad shocked that Tyler had guessed that the one she'd been talking about was the Zaft champion, the Comet. Granted, stories about Mr. Aker were still told by Zaft and even within the Alliance, so Tyler may have heard of him. "So," Lakis nodded, "yes, but how did you guess that, Ty?" For Halberton, to hear and understand that Zaft's best pilot and fighter was in fact a natural type, it was had to believe. Yes, the Federation's military had shown that human type didn't make as much of a difference as others claimed. The Alliance wasn't willing to admit the point at all, though Halberton knew it was an unsaid and accepted fact by most. "But how can that be?" Halberton questioned, a tad incredulous. "He was naturally talented and pushed himself to the limits constantly," Lakis explained. She remembered the things that Sakura would say about Mr. Aker, both nice and not so nice. Sakura considered him a friend but was annoyed about parts of his personality by what Lakis figured. He only disappeared because of the risk of his superiors finding out he wasn't a coordinator, Lakis continued. "That's what others have said about his disappearance, others say he died, but I don't know what to think on that." Tyler really wanted to tell Lakis the truth about the man, but he couldn't according to the agreement with the Federation. He'd met the Comet, whose name was Graham Aker, a little over a year ago by chance. Tyler would never forget meeting the man. He left an impression that was unforgettable, to put it mildly. As it happened, Graham lived within the Republic of East Asia after asking for asylum. Graham was a good guy, Tyler would admit, even with him being as different as most would think he was, especially with the reputation he gained while in the Zaft military. Halberton was led to consider being told about Zaft's foremost champion. "I see," he said. He smiled, shaking his head. "Well, then perhaps we do stand a chance in this war, but it's our war, not yours." He looked up at the Asuka, "And it is not the war of this machine either. It will be remaining with you, Kira Yamato." Then Halberton turned to Tyler, "Nor of the shadow as it is yours, Tyler. Yet, I am curious who it is that you quoted. I know that earning respect from you is no small feat." Tyler was somber at the question, as it brought up a personal point for him, since he didn't talk about his father all that often in public. Lance Blass, Tyler's father, was the man Tyler himself respected the most. He had been a man of conviction, a dreamer, and a believer in humanity's potential. Talking about his father served as a reminder of the loss Tyler had suffered, and it was one that he didn't show in public. So, Tyler's answer was quiet. "The man would be my dad. His ideals were some of the noblest I've ever known, and still be completely truthful." Then the implication of what Halberton had just said about the mobile suits began to sink into Tyler's mind. The fact that the X-209 Shadow was legally Tyler's now was a lot to take in, not that I would have a problem with the idea. However, for him to personally own a mobile suit, he'd never expected to have that happen. True, Tyler had grown fairly fond of the black mobile suit, so that said, it was kind of nice to know that he would be keeping the machine that had saved his butt along with others since Heliopolis. While Tyler was processing the point that the mobile suits from Heliopolis were now owned by those that had boarded them, Kira's mind was racing. Kira was a student, had piloted when called upon. He wasn't interested in owning and maintaining a machine like a mobile suit. What was Kira going to do with the Asuka? He didn't have any idea what to do with such a machine, or even know where he could go with it. "Hey? Seriously?" Kira questioned. "Yes, due to a technicality," Halberton began, "these fascinating and valuable pieces of military hardware belongs to you both." All of the teens stared at him in shock at the confirmation, and Halberton nearly laughed. "Officially, neither of the two exists, so both these mobile suits don't belong to a nation, and thus, they only object that you both salvaged. You can do what you wish with it, use it for some kind of work, join a military with it, just hold it for nostalgic reasons, you might even sell it as a sort of fundraiser for the Heliopolis refugees. It's worth quite a bit of money, so I advise you not to callously discard it." The man then turned to Tyler. "Then for you, Tyler, you could take your machine to the Federation for R&D or do what you want with it." Tyler was considering taking the Shadow to Federation R&D at some point, but that would be some time before that opportunity came up. Honestly, Tyler was more focused on the battle that would occur in less than 24 hours. So, he shrugged, "Maybe, I don't know yet what I will do with it." Kira could agree with his friend's reply. He didn't know what he would do with the Asuka either. "Ah yes sir, like Tyler, I don't know what I would do with the mobile suit," Kira said uncertainly. "Well, this has been an interesting discussion," Halberton started. "I won't pry into any personal matters that you three may have. Still, I would like to thank you regardless of how you ended out in the current situation. The assistance you have rendered to this ship is very much appreciated. It is my hope that with this, we may be able to bring a quick end to this war for all sides concerned." Tyler decided that of all people within Omni that may believe him with the info about Sakura coming, Halberton was the best chance. If the 8th Fleet went into the looming battle blind as to whom they were facing, the losses would be much worse than if they knew. The losses would be bad regardless, but some not dying was better than mass slaughter in Tyler's mind. "Excuse me, Halberton," Tyler said, and Halberton turned to face him. "You remember the last time our paths crossed, I asked you a serious question." Halberton was forced to pause for a moment at the question, as what Tyler had asked him previously had been coming to mind in the past months. The young man had asked if there was a point to the war that the Alliance and ZAFT fought. A simple yet complicated question, and one that had so many different answers depending on who one asked. Halberton had met some of those that were completely convinced that the war the only way to solve standing differences. Some of those same individuals that were members of Blue Cosmos also stated that the war would only end with coordinators suppressed and control, or complete extermination. Halberton had never agreed with such people, their hatred was toxic and corruptive. Nonetheless, that brought things back to the original question: was there a point to this war, or was it all for the hatred of some? Halberton nodded slowly after a moment. "Indeed, as I recall, you asked me if I thought this war has a point to it." Tyler acknowledged that the man recalled correctly what he had asked him more than a year ago. Tyler, even at the start of this war before he'd enlisted, saw it as pointless killing. It was people crying for imaginary vengeance that they used to advance their own interests. And during his service, Tyler had further seen proof of that point within the Alliance. It was seeing such things that made it painful to watch genuinely good people go and get killed for ridiculous reasoning. "Correct, and your answer back then was yes." Tyler gazed at Halberton. "Do you still believe that? Or do you admit that I have a valid point in saying that this war is nothing more than a few using the many to fulfill their views and desires?" Halberton wouldn't deny that Tyler had a point as much as he wanted to believe his colleagues were above such things. He knew that sadly there were some in Omni's top brass that not only went along with those like Blue Cosmos but were in total agreement with their views. "So," Halberton hesitated at the question, "I do not deny that your view has merit, and often I wonder if the leadership of the Earth Alliance doesn't have a hidden agenda. But I do not think that it makes much of a difference anymore," he answered. "Perhaps when it does end, we can all meet again. Until that time, I wish you the best of luck, and hope that being coordinators will be able to improve your futures. Few others seem to be so fortunate." Halberton smiled at them. "And Kira? I don't want to sound critical of your parents, but I think you might want to ask them why it is they made you a coordinator. If it was for some dream they had for your future, then I for one would want to try and make their dream come true. Wouldn't you agree?" Kira hadn't doubted his parents, or at least those that he knew and called his parents. Kira had found out years ago that the Yamatos weren't his parents biologically, but that hadn't really mattered. The two that had raised him loved him and he loved them. That was what's important in the end. Kira thought himself fortunate to have parents. Not all did, Tyler being an example with only having his mom now. "Indeed, Admiral," Kira replied with a small smile, "I believe that they want me to live my life as I choose." Halberton turned, intending to go and head back to the Manilaus, as there had been signs that ZAFT was heading this way. A ZAFT force was expected. Cruzat wasn't known for giving up on a hunt he started. However, there was a nagging feeling in the back of Halberton's mind that wouldn't go away. "Halberton, one more thing before you depart," Tyler spoke up. Halberton twisted around to stare at Tyler, wondering what the young man could wish to say. Tyler McGregor didn't mince words. Halberton knew that for a fact when he said something he had a reason. "There's a ZAFT force heading this way, and from what I understand, there are more than 5 ships but no other specifics on the force's size. However, what I can tell you, is that the one leading them is Sakura Klein, the Black Zephyr." The nagging feeling that Halberton had before came to the forefront of his mind at what Tyler had stated. He had been planning for a ZAFT force, even one around the size Tyler had suggested as the worst-case scenario. But if what Tyler had said about the Zephyr leading the force, that changed the battle quite a bit. And Halberton doubted that Tyler would joke about this. "Are you sure about that?" Tyler wished he was joking about Sakura coming, but having come from the top admiral of the Federation's military, no chance of that. However, Tyler was sure that Halberton would take the information seriously while most others wouldn't, just because it was coming from him. The information came from Federation High Command directly and they obtained it from the information network. Tyler returned with a nod. "And you are aware how accurate that intelligence network is?" The conversation would have likely continued, but an officer came into the hangar. "Sir," the Manilaus officer called who'd come aboard with Halberton earlier. The officer saluted. "The Manilaus would like you back on board at once. There are suspicions of ZAFT activity in the area." Tyler didn't need further confirmation of ZAFT encroaching, but it did say that time was becoming short. The issue as Tyler saw it was there was still work to do before the battle started. "I see, I guess it was too much to hope they'd leave the Archangel alone once it linked up with the fleet," Halberton remarked with a resigned sigh following it before looking back to the 3 teenagers in the hangar. "Well, at least we were fortunate enough to have a decent chat. May the 3 of you live to see the dawn of a better era." "Thank you, Tyler, for the information. I hope that it can make a difference. Halberton gave a quick salute as a show of thanks and began to walk away. With the battle likely coming, Kira was left to wonder and worry what would happen to the Archangel and those on board. He had come to care about those on the Archangel as he'd found they were good people overall. And if Tyler, Lakis, and he left the ship, that left it with just Mew and Crystal to defend it. Not that Kira felt that the two would do any less than they could to protect the Archangel. However, Kira knew that if not for him and his friends, then the Archangel would have very likely been destroyed. Sir, Kira called, surprising Lakis, Halberton, and Tyler. Halberton grunted, turning back to face Kira. So what will happen now to the Archangel? Kira asked, and to Lieutenant Ramius and the others. Halberton took a moment to think about how he could explain to the teen what was ahead of the Archangel. Its journey would not be an easy one, Halberton was sure of that, unfortunately. The Archangel will be heading to Earth and descending, Halberton replied. From there, they'll be meeting up with allies, but beyond that, I don't know. Tyler could understand the question Kira asked, though Tyler had assumptions on what the Archangel would go through in the future. The ship didn't have the brightest future with the path it was on currently, Tyler just didn't say that out loud. From what came from the information network, Omni's higher UPS, as well as a number in the Alliance, were very miffed to put it mildly. The chain of events the Archangel had been in was pretty bad by most standards any faction had. Although Tyler knew it wasn't the crew's fault, at least not entirely, they were victims to an extent. In short, the Archangel had few if any allies within the Alliance any longer, even if its crew believed otherwise. Really, the only reason that Tyler could come up with for Omni to not sink the ship was the mobile suit it carried, as that's what they wanted the most. Kira had become attached to the crew of the ship, Tyler had found them to be good people as well. Kira was in a mental conundrum with the crossroads that he found himself at, whether to stay or go. He needed to get Lakis home, there would be consequences if he didn't, and he didn't want details on what those would be. Sakura wouldn't be the nicest, she would unlikely kill him, but Lakis's older sister didn't need to do that. But Kira didn't want to leave knowing he may have made a difference and saved the lives of the crew if he'd stayed. Well, Kira started before falling silent. Tyler guessed that Kira felt the need to get Lakis home, and with what hung over his friend's head, Tyler didn't blame him in the slightest. If Sakura knew that her baby sister had been around Heliopolis when Cruzet was doing what he did, the masked man would be in a world of trouble. In fact, the idea of what his stalker may do to the man tempted Tyler to the point that he seriously thought about telling Sakura. What kept Tyler from saying anything was he knew that Lakis would not like the results with her kind heart. It was yet another time that Tyler worried about Kira's relationship with Lakis, more for his friend's safety than anything else. I know exactly what you are concerned about, Halberton remarked, turning more fully to face the three teens. Lakis was staring at Kira with a measure of surprise, as Kira wasn't the most outgoing when it came to fighting. She knew that Kira had a heart of gold, it was one of the qualities she loved about him. But she was also aware that Kira wanted to help her get home and not face her sister's disdain. Halberton continued, yet, you possess certain abilities that are very attractive to military organizations. It's not as if we're assured of victory if we have all of you, war's not that simple, so don't flatter yourself. But, Kira began before trailing off once again, he continued after a moment's pause, somewhat more confidently. If I have the power to make a difference, I should put it to good use, right? Sir, please, the Manilao's officer spoke up again, but Halberton held up a hand for silence. Only if you have the will to do it, Halberton returned. He turned to leave but continued to look at the two younger coordinators. Anyone who lacks the will never do see it through to the end. With that said, Halberton left, and Tyler turned to his two friends. Kira, Lakis whispered. I know, he said, I know that we need to get you home and that sooner or later she'll be coming after us if we stay. Kira hesitated, but at the same time. Tyler sighed, knowing the two had heard him stated the very woman Kira mentioned was already coming. As I do believe I said moments ago, Sakura is coming. I don't kid around when it comes to fighting her seriously, Tyler commented, the battle that is to come is as close to serious as it will get. The tone in Tyler's voice made it clear he was not joking, and in one of those times with him was incredibly serious. But then, Sakura had unfortunately earned her reputation as an amazing commander and pilot during the ongoing war. So, Lakis smiled a bit, I don't doubt what you say, Ty. I was thinking, she paused, my sister would lose respect for Kira if you left just because of trying to get me home. But, Lakis stopped wondering when Kira had cared what Sakura thought of him. Since when has Sakura's approval really mattered to you? Kira had to think, since Lakis had a point, what her older sister had thought of him hadn't really mattered to him before. Yet, he really hadn't considered the relationship with Lakis as important as he had realized it over the last weeks. I guess, Kira started, her approval means more to me than I thought. Kira paused, it means I don't have to worry about her coming after me for being close to you. Lakis giggled as Kira was referring to how Sakura protected her from others that she said would use and abuse Lakis. No, Lakis hadn't missed the things that Sakura did to keep several people away from her. But Lakis didn't see it being as much as some said Sakura did. She's not that overprotective of me. For example, Sakura just doesn't like Athrun because the engagement between us was forced. Really, I think she's foolish to dislike him for that. Athrun did nothing to deserve it. She really should be angry at Daddy and Athrun's father, instead of Athrun himself. Tyler barely held in the snort that tried hard to escape him at Lakis saying that Sakura wasn't that overprotective of her. Heck, Tyler would say the term overprotective was more an understatement. Lakis either didn't know about the things her sister did or didn't understand the effects that came with them. Tyler would say what Sakura did was more her eliminating those who might do something to her little sister. He'd seen some of the aftermaths of Sakura's antics and none had been pretty, to be honest. That was before the personal issues that Tyler had with the woman that was Lakis's older sister. Her stalking him was not and never would be appreciated, nor could Tyler explain how it ever started. It would be nice if she left me alone, but that's me, Tyler mumbled. Both Kira and Lakis twisted to look at Tyler, neither having heard exactly what he had muttered. Ty, what was that? Kira asked. We didn't hear you. Tyler stiffened a bit. Oh, nothing, he exclaimed, just saying I agree with Lakis that Sakura is being unfair to Athrun. While that was happening, Mura was in the process of welcoming the 3 new crew members to the Archangel. She hadn't been able to do so when they had come over with Admiral Halberton earlier. And with the help they would bring, Mura wanted to meet them and thank them even if they hadn't volunteered for this post. Welcome to the Archangel, she said. I apologize for not being able to greet you properly earlier. The highest ranked of the group, a woman about Mura's age with black hair and emerald eyes, shifted forward slightly. She was the same height and bodily figure as Natarl, and her uniform had the gold half bar with 2 blue squares under the bar, one above the other, showing the rank of lieutenant the same as Mura had at the start. The woman was named Sophia Falco. It's no trouble. You've been rather busy, I hear, she said. Sophia smiled slightly. It's been a while, Muru. It has, Sophia, Muru replied, returning the smile. It was wonderful to see a friend, especially with time as turbulent as they were from the outset of the journey. However, the other 2 new arrivals shifted uncomfortably, feeling a tad out of place with the casual greeting. How has your brother been? You mean Ken? I don't know, I haven't heard from him in years, Sophia returned. Muru glanced at the other 2. You all should get to your stations, she said. I've been told that there are suspicions of a ZAFT presence in the area. Yes ma'am, Petty Officer Nix and Dr. Graham said at the same time, giving her quick salutes. They were more than happy to escape the situation that they felt like strangers in. Sophia, I'm afraid I'll have to ask you to man one of our electronic warfare stations, Muru stated. She wished that she didn't have to shove so much onto her friend's shoulders, but there wasn't another option really. With the Heliopolis volunteers leaving, that was 4 station operators down and the ship didn't have any to spare. And Muru didn't want to think about the loss of the mobile suit pilots, which could be considered worse in a way. You'll be running the job solo, I'm sorry to say. Ensign Badgeruel will be handling communications, mobile weapon control, and enemy search and detection. Sophia was taken aback at what Muru was asking of her, as it was a lot. To run 2 stations at once happened, Sophia wouldn't deny that. Nonetheless, as bad as the reports had implied the Archangel's situation was, she hadn't thought it was to this extent. Supposedly there had been volunteers helping, but apparently, they had been doing more than was said. That's a tall order, Sophia replied. Were those civilian volunteers really contributing that much? Yes, Muru admitted with a small sigh. She believed that most of the crew hadn't really realized how much they had come to depend on the teens until now. Without them, things are going to get a lot tougher, I'll admit that. Phase end. A/N. That's where I'll leave off with this chapter. Sorry it took so long for this phase, have had some upheavals in life, like many of us are having these days. For this phase I will say there was more stuff as I had the opportunity to kind of give others points of view from characters. Notably, I wanted to show Sakura isn't just one to blame others for what happens, but she will dress down. Plus, I got to show that she very much dislikes Cruzet and bits as to why. Please keep the reviews coming, they are valuable I assure you, and I do read them. I hope the next phase doesn't take so long to do, but I can't say, we'll see. Chapter 14, Phase 17, At the Edge of a Storm. February 14th, 71 CE. The Archangel. After Tyler had left the hangar, he went back to his quarters to prepare and also process that he owned a mobile suit now. Not that he would complain exactly, as it meant that he had complete say over the Shadow and what happened to it. Now Natarl could snap at him for what he did with the machine, though he doubted it would shut her up about what he did. And during the next hour, Tyler came to the decision to stay on the Archangel, at least until it got to Earth's surface. True, that meant that Tyler would have to put up with some things like Natarl's harping, but he could deal with it. Heck, even if the crew was against him staying, Tyler would remain on the Archangel until he chose to leave. However, Tyler thought it would be at least nice of him to inform the top commanding officer of the ship of his choice. Hence, Tyler made his way to the captain's cabin, which he knew where it was from the talks he had been required to attend. Tyler was just grateful it wasn't Natarl's cabin, he knew that one too well from the lectures she spouted to him. Honestly, Tyler wondered if the woman had issue that she was just taking out on him for some reason, it wouldn't be all that surprising. He knocked smartly and waited for a response from within, he would check the bridge if he got nothing here. Muru was in her quarters going over the crew roster with her downtime. Natarl was on the bridge running things for the moment and Muru trusted that she could handle that. There was still a lot of work to be done on her end before reaching Omni HQ. Muru wasn't looking forward to the reports she would have to write but avoiding them wouldn't help. However, a knock at her door brought her out of her thoughts. "Enter," she said. Muru was surprised when the door opened and Tyler stepped into the room. The times the oldest teen had been in her quarters hadn't been the best, normally were tense overall. She couldn't think of any reason off the top of her head that would have Tyler coming to her. After all, it was expected that he would be leaving the ship soon enough, which Natarl was silently happy about. This was one of the select few times Tyler had come to the captain's cabin by choice while with the ship. Most of the instances that Tyler found himself in this room, it was to answer questions or listen to a lecture, neither of which were pleasant. The acting captain would probably be appreciative of the reason that Tyler was here seeing her. He was confident that Natarl would be much less happy that he was going to stay on the Archangel for the time being, but that was her problem. So, Tyler floated to forward and faced Muru. "Mr. McGregor, I hadn't expected to see you at this point," she greeted. "I would have thought you would be packing to leave the Archangel." Tyler stared at Muru for a long moment with how she'd greeted him, which got Muru to frown slightly. Tyler thought he had made it clear to the crew of the Archangel that formalities were a waste with him and not to use them. However, where the majority seemed to understand that, some still seemed to have trouble with the idea. "Okay, first of all, don't call me Mr. again, I don't like being addressed like that, it feels odd, more so from those on this ship by this point. There's no need to address me so formally, just McGregor or Tyler will do fine." "As for packing, Miss Ramius," Tyler replied, pausing for a moment. "I'm here to inform you that you'll have the fortune, whether you consider it good or bad, of dealing with my company, views and difficulties that come with me for a period of time longer. I'll be staying on the Archangel for the time being, so prepare accordingly in what ways you see fit." Muru blinked, processing what Tyler had just said, for her ears told her that Tyler said he was staying. Tyler had more reasons that she could think of to leave the Archangel rather than stay on her. The teen had made it clear that he wasn't the fondest of Omni, he had stated as much to Muru and Natarl. Then he didn't like being ordered, Natarl was the only one that still tried to do that with him. Nevertheless, if Tyler did stay, that meant the Archangel had at least one mobile suit pilot to defend it. Not that Muru doubted that Mew and Crystal would protect the ship to the best of their abilities, but the more defenders the better. So, Muru ended out gaping at Tyler, "You're staying on the Archangel?" Tyler nodded slowly as he had said he thought clearly that he was going to be on the ship for a time longer in a way that wouldn't be misunderstood. "Indeed, as I believe I just said, that's my plan for now. I would hope it's not a problem for me and the Shadow to stay on the Archangel for a while longer, at least through the descent down to Earth. After that point, I can't say how long I would stay on this ship, too many factors to make a call on that right now." Tyler narrowed his gaze. "Heck, even if you did have an issue with me staying, you'll find getting rid of me is difficult, and I can make sure you understand why if that's needed." Muru shook her head vigorously at the offer Tyler was extending on, showing how hard it would be to get him to go away. The clashes Natarl had with the oldest teen had shown Muru that forcing Tyler into things would be an exercise in futility, to put it simply. And dealing with Tyler's attitude would be an inconvenience but worth having a competent mobile suit pilot on hand. Muru knew that when Natarl found out Tyler was not leaving, she wouldn't be pleased, even if she wouldn't say it out loud. Tyler left after that and headed to the hangar to occupy his time that remained before the battle coming. He was a firm believer in not leaving himself idle time, as it tended to be unproductive and problematic. There was still fine-tuning to do on the Shadow, and Tyler didn't doubt Murdoch could find some task to help with. At the same time, Murdoch was managing his mechanics to get the needed tasks done. The looming job of offloading the mobile suits was something he wasn't looking forward to doing, but it couldn't be avoided much longer. Murdoch would be among the first to say the kids that piloted the machine had done more than could have ever been expected of them. He hoped to thank the three teens before they left the ship, but he hadn't gotten a chance yet. However, to Murdoch's surprise, Tyler appeared out of nowhere saying that he wanted to help. Not only that, the teen also stated he wouldn't be leaving the ship in the immediate future, and so the Shadow would be staying too. It was a serious relief that at least one of the mobile suit pilots would be around for some time longer. If the Archangel was attacked, it would be a morale booster to have one of them out defending the ship. With the kid asking to help, Murdoch set Tyler to helping take stock of the supplies that had been received from the fleet, since he wouldn't say no to an extra set of hands. Tyler got down to inventorying the supplies that had come in from the 8th Fleet, and there was a decent list. There were some items of interest in Tyler's eyes, the main one being the two aircraft called the FX-550 Skygrasper. It was a new Omni craft which Tyler hadn't seen before, but he could see some potential for it. The other supplies were the basic things, food, water, and equipment that were needed. While Tyler worked, he did observe intermittently the Heliopolis refugees coming and boarding the shuttle that was here to take them to the Manilaus. Tyler had mixed feelings about them leaving. It was good as they had seen more than they should of the war, but leaving wasn't necessarily better as there was a battle coming soon. He did catch a glimpse of Minister Ulster boarding the shuttle along with the other people. The sight once again reminded Tyler how amazing his mother was at judging people's character. Ulster had seemed like a nice reasonable man at first, but it hadn't taken long for that to morph into something else. The moment it was know that Tyler was a coordinator, no thanks for saving his life, just the cold shoulder. And it wasn't that Tyler didn't know that there were those that hated coordinators, he knew all too well the type. Tyler's experience with the Federation's military had him encountering members of organization like Blue Cosmos, so hatred of coordinators was an idea he knew. Tyler didn't agree with such views as they didn't make logical sense to him in any way. Tyler shook his head after watching Ulster board and went back to the inventory job. Nevertheless, Tyler's attention was drawn away from his task when Kira and Lakis entered the hangar. He had pretty much expected his friends to leave the ship, including those that had been helping with bridge operation. None of them were soldiers even if Tyler was unbeknownst to them, so they shouldn't be in the dangerous positions they had been. Tyler didn't blame a single one of them, he would be considering the same thing if he didn't have a mission to do. Plus, if something bad did happen to Lakis while Tyler and Kira were around, they would have to answer to Sakura. Tyler didn't want to face that woman if it involved something potentially bad occurring to her baby sister, wouldn't be pretty. Also Tyler didn't want forced time around Sakura to begin with, the woman was far too clingy for his liking. And yet, Tyler did want to help his friends even after parting ways as he had grown fond of them all over the last year. Whether that help was life-altering or something simple, Tyler didn't really care, but he wanted to do something for them. Tyler had the thought that maybe if he made sure the Asuka got to Kira safely once the ship got down to Earth. That still left his other friends including Lakis herself, and Tyler didn't want to leave them out. For his Heliopolis friends, Tyler would keep an eye on where they ended out and do his darndest to make sure Omni made no fuss on what they did during the time they volunteered. As for Lakis, Tyler had already called a favor in for her to make sure Omni didn't make the connection with her to her father easily. Halberton figured the connection out, but he had first-hand experience with Sakura, so Tyler attributed it to that. And Halberton knowing who Lakis really is was little issue as Tyler saw it. Others in Omni however, that wouldn't be the case. Oh, a high girlish voice called out. The childish voice ripped Tyler out of his own thoughts and he quickly found the voice belonged to the little brown-haired girl who had first thanked Tyler. She was of course among the refugees leaving the Archangel, but by the way she was facing, Tyler had to assume that she was calling out to Kira and Lakis. The girl pushed away from her mother towards Kira and Lakis, a smile on her face while the girl's mother attempted to stop the child, but the girl was already out of her reach. "See, come back, Elle," called the mother. Tyler watched as the young girl laughed slightly as her forward momentum kept her going forward. She was stopped by Kira catching her and bringing her to land on the deck. Tyler felt a smile come to his face seeing Kira's kind nature show itself. Honestly, Kira was too nice to be caught up in the ongoing war. Tyler felt Athrun was also too good a person to be involved in the war, but it was his choice and Tyler respected that. The girl reached into her bag that was slung around her left shoulder and pulled out a pair of paper flowers. She then presented them to Kira. "Thank you for protecting the rest of us till now," she said, surprising both Kira and Lakis. "That nice lady with red hair told me all about how you and others were protecting everyone." The girl gave Kira and Lakis one paper flower each which they took before the girl's mother came over and directed the girl to the shuttle. Tyler quickly finished the inventory list he had been doing for Murdoch before covertly moving over to the Shadow. Tyler slipped inside the machine and closed the cockpit for privacy and to be left alone for the time being. He rapidly got into the mindset he needed to do the fine-tuning his suit needed to be as ready as possible. Tyler didn't kid or joke about the seriousness of going against Sakura. The woman was ZAFT's best current champion and he knew she'd earned the reputation she had and was more skilled than stories said. And with the 2 times Tyler had sparred with 2 who were ZAFT champions, it proved they earned that title. So, Tyler was preparing as much as he did when going against those previous 2. Back with the ZAFT group, final preparations were being made for launching out to battle Omni's 8th Fleet. With the Zephyr's mission briefing, none were slacking off mostly due to the fear of her. "Mobile suits to launch in 3 minutes, the mobile suit controller announced over the PA. "All units, complete your check systems." As the Game Off's hangar went through the final preparations for launching only the Buster and again since the duel had no one to pilot it. The Aegis and Blitz had been transferred over to the Vesalius, so they would be launching from there. The Buster had been supplied with a high-energy beam rifle to substitute the destroyed rifle the Buster lost in the last battle. Dirka didn't complain as he and the other stolen machine pilots were in hot water with the mechanics. He knew the more he followed orders, the better the chance he got for payback against the enemy mobile suits. Yet, before either machine could launch, Isaac stormed into the hangar and went to the duel. He had rushed out of the infirmary, ignoring the protests of the doctors about his injuries with one hand clenched on his bandaged face. He'd been humiliated in the last battle and it was burning within him, and it would until he rectified that. Isaac wouldn't hear any protest to the contrary, he would go out and teach the mistake those enemy pilots made crossing him. And with the extra armor, thrusters, missile pod, and railgun of the duel's newly added assault shroud, he'd tear one or more of those machines to pieces to prove the last battle was a fluke. He would make sure of it and would do so no matter the cost. Dirka just stared for a moment at Isaac, not quite believing he was down here with the injuries he had. But he shook his head a bit and went over to his comrade. Isaac, you shouldn't be here with the injuries. Isaac glared at Dirka. You dare have the balls to chide me after the humiliation I received, he snarled. There is no way that I'll let that stand. I will make those three pay with their machines and lives for the suffering they've caused. Where Dirka could understand the anger and irritation from the results of the last fight with the legged ship, that wasn't helping right now. Isaac's current mood would put him in a really horrid position with the mission commander. After all, the Zephyr had stated no one was to go off on their own and Isaac looked like he was set to do just that. Look Isaac, I get that you're mad about what happened, I am too. But with the Zephyr in charge, you can't just go out on your own and expect things will be fine. Isaac didn't care if the Black Zephyr was now in charge of this operation as Dirka said she was. Under most circumstances, the Zephyr being in charge would deter him enough to stand down and bide his time. However, with his current mood, any fear of the most infamous female ZAFT commander was overridden by his thirst for vengeance. Yet, one of the mechanics had reported the situation to Captain Zellman and he gave the order to restrain and if necessary drag Isaac to a brig cell. So, the other pilots on the Gameov moved in and along with Dirka they started trying to drag Isaac out of the hangar. Isaac didn't go quietly, struggling and fighting the whole time, determined to go out and fight the enemy mobile suits. Zellman did send a message to the Vesalius and told Cruzat about Isaac causing issues currently. Cruzat could foresee that Jowl needed to be dealt with by either locking him up or directing his fury. The masked man felt it would be better to direct Isaac's anger rather than imprisoning him in the long run. Of course, if Isaac went out of control, then it would present a more problematic issue and Cruzat knew it would then fall on his head. However, the decision of whether Jowl went out or not was up to the mission commander and that wasn't Cruzat's position at this point. Sakura did listen to what Cruzat had to say about his pilot and she didn't like what she was hearing. She'd read Jowl's record and wasn't impressed and saw him as a potential issue as he had some bad habits. Jowl was a loose cannon simply put and Sakura very much disliked dealing with those kinds of idiots. Sakura had assumed and counted on Jowl to be stuck in sickbay, but from what Cruzat said, the teenager let his hormones get the better of him. In the end, Sakura sighed, so, you're telling me that your pilot Jowl, as injured as he supposedly still is, insists that he should be allowed to launch out to the battlefield. Yes, Ro replied with a nod, and I believe it best that we allow him to launch. Sakura's glare at the image of Cruzat not liking the suggestion as it would add an extra difficulty. There were already enough issues and things that could go wrong without adding to the mix. And what reason would there be for me to agree to let that loose cannon go out and muddle things up further? Cruzat. That fool has proven that he needs to review his actions and priorities before he's permitted on a battlefield again. He wasn't humbled and learned his mistake of letting his pride inflate his head in the last mess he was a part of. Jowl is far more likely to get himself killed and I would rather not have to deal with paperwork. Nor would I explain to Councilwoman Jowl how her son's pride and accompanying stupidity led to his death. I would make sure you had that job personally. Ra wouldn't deny that Sakura had a valid point about Isaac nor that the nickname of Loose Cannon was APT. Isaac had always been a hothead and Cruzat had attempted to play that down, but little had worked. Nonetheless, it came back to the question of whether to deal with the pent-up emotions Isaac had now and perhaps be constructive with it, or lock him up and process that later and let it build. Ra would like to use the thirst for vengeance in a constructive manner if possible as such tended to be excellent motivation. So, Cruzat nodded in acknowledgement, I would agree with you and normally would make sure that he stayed out of this, but I fear that it will not be so easy to dissuade Isaac. I'd rather not forcefully detain him by throwing him in the brig, which is what I believe it would take to stop him. And, were he launched with your approval, then he'll more likely to keep his temper under control. He wants to settle the score and you should be well aware of how motivating that can be for a pilot as well as how blinding. Sakura didn't like to admit it, but Cruzat was right on settling a score being a good motivation for most. Very well, I leave this choice to you, Cruzat. But be forewarned, don't expect me to defend this decision if he dies should Councilwoman Jowl asks what happened. Like I just said, you'll be the one that explains what happened and why to the Councilwoman. She glanced over her shoulder at her own pilots silently saying there would be a change, to which they gave her slight nods. Sakura then looked forward again. We'll adjust our assignments accordingly and tell your Alliance suit pilots of the changes. Now, Lori will fly on Nickel's wing while Mindy will instead fly on Jowl's wing. Mindy will have authority over him and should that teen get out of line, she'll drag him back to our group. And it will be to the Black Jade and not the Gameov to await a court-martial that will be done by me. Ra didn't envy what Izak faced if he let his temper get the better of him, for it was more than harsh. A dressing down by Sakura would have almost all of ZAFT sweating hard at best, a near emotional mess at worse. For it to be a court-martial made it an amount worse, which Cruzat could only imagine, as he'd only gotten close once to having that happen. But it would be on Izak's head, not Cruzat's. That is very agreeable. Will you be launching yourself, Zephyr? Yes indeed, Sakura returned, meaning I'll see you out on the field, Le Cruzat. On the Archangel, Tyler had finished what tuning he could on the Shadow within 30 minutes of starting. After doing that, Tyler slipped away from the hangar and managed to get a quick bite to eat and something to drink while being unnoticed by anyone that he could tell. Tyler headed for the locker room to find it empty, which he expected, as he was the only pilot aside from Mew and Crystal still on board. And he was the only one that knew what was really coming their way in the very near future. Tyler had heard that the second shuttle was due to leave and transport the remaining non-combatants to the Manilaus. The battle coming up was one that Tyler refused to stay out of regardless of what orders the Archangel had. With the Archangel at the back of the fleet, likely for the purpose of keeping her out and safe, Tyler assumed she wasn't intended to be in the battle. Tyler might not make a great deal of difference in the battle by himself, but it will still be a difference, and there would be Federation forces out there too. So, Tyler slipped into his Federation suit, as it's the best for most situations due to the medical support system built into the suit itself. The system could intervene should he get seriously injured or if things go south, and that was possible. Then Tyler wouldn't be caught dead wearing an Omni pilot suit unless there's absolutely nothing else to work with. And with so much in the air, Tyler knew he could find himself in the position that he'd be forced to do atmospheric re-entry in the Shadow. None of Omni's prototypes had been tested for the environment themselves, even if they're supposed to be able to do it. Tyler disliked using systems that are tested and proven to work, especially not a process like atmospheric re-entry. Once in his suit was sealed up, Tyler grabbed his helmet and set out for the hangar to get to work. Upon reaching the hangar, Tyler saw the shuttle was still there, but it looked to be close to done loading. He shook his head, then put on his helmet and locked it to the suit as he floated towards the Shadow. None appeared to notice Tyler's presence as he sailed across the hangar, but most were busy with other things. There had been rumors of ZAFT forces in the area from the ship officers, and those were being taken seriously. So the loading of the shuttle was being hurried along and supplies were being stored. Tyler grabbed the edge of the cockpit hatch to adjust his momentum and direction so that he moved into the cockpit space itself. He settled himself into the seat and strapped in and tightened the restraint belts, since he felt this would be an extremely wild ride. However, Murdoch had caught sight of Tyler stopping at the Shadow's cockpit before going inside. It wasn't that Tyler was sneaking into the mobile suit's cockpit that caught Murdoch's attention, it was he did it while in a pilot suit. There were no orders to launch out from the bridge, but McGregor didn't always listen to them. And where McGregor was a hell of a pilot, but he wasn't a one-person army. So, Murdoch moved over to the Shadow's cockpit hatch to ask what Tyler was thinking he was doing. Tyler looked up and saw Murdoch and gave the man a small smile. "Is there something I can do for you, Chief?" Tyler asked. "Activated the Shadow's OS, if so, then please make it quick." Murdoch had gotten used to Tyler's attitude some time ago, unlike some of the crew of the Archangel. The kid did a lot to help out besides defending the ship, even if the ship officers didn't see all of it. But McGregor didn't often do something completely off the wall that Murdoch had seen. That he was in a pilot suit in his machine implied that the kid intended to launch out, and with the current situation, that was nuts. "What do you think you're doing at a time like this, McGregor?" Murdoch demanded. Tyler kept smiling at Murdoch, though his smile wasn't meant to be nice, it was more one of tolerance. Tyler had respect for the Archangel's chief mechanic, the man was a hard worker and did a lot for the ship. So, he gave an honest answer. "Well, Chief, if you haven't heard, ZAFT forces are about to engage the 8th Fleet and the Archangel is at the rear of the said fleet. I see that as being unacceptable and see no reason to stand around and do nothing." Tyler shrugged before he continued, "Where the Archangel may be under orders to stay behind the rest, that doesn't mean I have to sit on my butt like the rest." Murdoch gaped at Tyler after the answer he gave, as it pretty much stated he was planning to go out to the battlefield. "Wah," Murdoch uttered, "are you crazy, kid?" "Yeah, you're one hell of a pilot, McGregor, there's no denying that." Tyler cut over Murdoch. "I'm not one who watches decent people die because they're being stupid in their decision-making, even if they deserve it sometimes." Tyler regained his smile. "It's one of the perks of being on this ship, yet not being under the direct command of its officers. That's the most wonderful and biggest advantage of having a pilot license as I do, it royally rocks, I can tell you." Murdoch could believe that Tyler may have a special pilot license that he claimed. With his skills it wouldn't be a huge surprise. And were he to go out, he could help make a difference, Murdoch didn't doubt, but the current situation wasn't normal. Even if you having a license, you'd be going against a ZAFT force. Murdoch paused, recalling the nasty part of the rumor of ZAFT being under the command of their most feared champion, rumored to be led by. Tyler finished the Shadow's system checks, which were all green as he expected, before he focused completely on Murdoch. "The Black Zephyr herself," Tyler stated simply, to which Murdoch paled a bit. "The force that will soon attack the fleet is indeed be led by her. I can 100% guarantee you, Chief. The reason I know is I'm the one who told Halberton about that fact. Now, Chief Murdoch, I would highly recommend that you pull back since I'm going to close and seal the cockpit. Then please move the shadow to the catapult in preparation to launch out and ready to attach the flight system. Tyler took a breath. Should you not do so, then I'll do it myself and there will be a mess made if I move to the catapult without anyone assisting me. So, I hope you help me as I really don't want to make more work for you and your boys. Murdoch grimaced at what Tyler was implying with him moving to the catapult himself. And it wasn't that Murdoch doubted Tyler wouldn't follow through, he was sure he would. It was that the kid saw the need to do that, which said just how serious Tyler was in this. That point gave major credibility to the Black Zephyr leading the ZAFT force that was about to attack being true. So, Murdoch moved away and watched as the Shadow's cockpit sealed shut, still staring for a moment before he shook his head. Move the Shadow to the right catapult and ready to attach the flight system, he shouted. Once the hatch closed, the two halves of the forward display slid forward and into position, connecting as they did, and the panoramic display of the outside came up. Tyler had decided the Shadow's optional flight system, which had a secondary battery, would be the best choice for the battle. He felt that power supply will be the biggest determining factor in this battle, and so he wanted to be safe and plan for that. Plus, the flight system would also give me a boost in the area of mobility, and that would help if Tyler ended out going against Sakura directly. Tyler didn't kid himself. Sakura was more skilled than him and had more experience piloting, he wouldn't argue that. And past experience against those like Sakura told Tyler that outmaneuvering them and reflex would be his best means to survive. There was a jerk with buzzing alarms going off as the Shadow moving towards the catapult airlock. Tyler did spot Murdoch going over to one of the comm stations in the hangar, likely to contact the bridge. It wouldn't make any real difference in his actions of going out to the battlefield, but Tyler wouldn't stop the man even if he felt inclined to. The Shadow shortly came to a halt in the catapult and the airtight shutters closed. Tyler then waited for one of the mechanics to equip the flight system for the Shadow. The flight system had a central part that the rest of the equipment is built on or around. That central hub was kind of a teardrop shape, which sits and is attached to the upper back of the mobile suit and settled between the two topmost thrusters the Shadow has. On the bottom of the hub, parts that were positioned to go over the four back central thrusters, allowing their performance to be improved. This set is similar to the Strike Sail Pack and gives the same idea as the thruster backpack system. At the same time, on the bridge of the Archangel, Natarl was at the mobile suit control station and was blinking at the readouts. According to the console, the Shadow was moving to the right catapult, which didn't make sense at all to her. Then a moment later Murdoch called to the bridge saying that Tyler was insistent about going out in the Shadow. Murdoch told Natarl that Tyler had essentially stated that he would go out no matter what anyone said. And Natarl was of course irritated, as she always seemed to get with Tyler's behavior, but the stress of the current circumstances made the irritation worse. Oh, Tyler's attitude had a way to get under Natarl's skin, as much as she didn't want to admit that. But the teen had gone too far this time, and Natarl would give him a piece of her mind and shove it down his throat if necessary. Back in the catapult, once the equipment had linked to the Shadow and the suit was then locked into the catapult rail, Tyler got himself into the mindset he needed. Nevertheless, before the outer door to the catapult opened for launch, one of the comm screens lit up and the face of Natarl Badgeruel appeared for him to see. Her expression wasn't nice, in fact, she looked really ticked right now, which Tyler didn't doubt was directed at him. It was one of the expressions he'd become familiar with, particularly with Natarl Badgeruel, as he received it often enough. Tyler McGregor, she snarled, what in the hell do you think you're doing? Power down that mobile suit and cease your actions this instant. Tyler didn't flinch nor even blink at Natarl's growling or the fit she was throwing, it didn't faze him. Heck, Tyler was more surprised that she hadn't lost her temper like this before now, as he kind of expected she would. The relationship Natarl and Tyler would have was established some time ago. They wouldn't get along, they would tolerate and grumble about what the other did until one of them lost it. Tyler had worked to make sure it wouldn't be him that lost it before the other. So, Tyler took a deep breath and began, my reply to you, Ensign, is a big, fat, no. I will be going out to the field to do what I can to stop ZAFT forces from tearing Omni's orbital fleet apart. If things go unchanged, the 8th Fleet will be defeated, and worse, the Black Zephyr will make sure of that as long as the Archangel is here. Natarl was still glaring at Tyler, though the info about ZAFT did match what the Manilaus had mentioned. She wouldn't let this teen talk back to her like this and get away with this, not after the things he'd been doing. Natarl was about to dress down Tyler, but he spoke before she could, there's nothing that you or anyone else can say or do that will deter or stop me from this. Now, Tyler said, pausing for a moment to make sure he had the woman's attention, continuing in a flat tone, open the catapult for me to launch. Should you not, then I'll open the catapult by a different means, and then you can deal with the hole in one of the legs of the Archangel afterward, and I doubt that will be helpful for re-entry. It's your choice, Ensign Badgeruel, take your pick on how things go. Natarl was getting extremely frustrated at how Tyler was putting her in the position he was. The teen wasn't really giving her a choice, he was making her choose from unpleasant and horrid. Words were not coming to her that could express her frustration nor counter Tyler in an effective way. So, instead, she pounded a hand on the console edge, which drew the attention of the rest on the bridge. Muru had come to know Natarl didn't lose her temper easily even during stressful situations. Natarl, what's going on? Muru questioned, slightly worried that her second-in-command was under too much stress and the woman was starting to crack a bit under it. Natarl took a moment to rein in the fury she felt at Tyler's actions and attitude which he was displaying. She would not show that Tyler was getting her to lose her temper, that would encourage the teen and she wouldn't give him that satisfaction. McGregor is insistent that he launch out with his mobile suit to the field ignoring standing orders. He said something about the ZAFT forces that are about to attack the fleet. Natarl paused having said Tyler's name in such a way that showed that she was very displeased with the said teen. But she didn't want to say what else Tyler had stated as it couldn't be true, the rest is utter rubbish. All on the bridge, especially the new member of the bridge crew were surprised that Tyler already knew of the ZAFT forces approaching like it was a known fact. Mew was the first to find his voice and answered the question on everyone's minds. I'm guessing that he somehow got intelligence from the Federation's military about ZAFT coming our way, Mew remarked. What rubbish did he say, Natarl? If he knew about the ZAFT force before we found out about it, then there's a good chance what else he said is true as well. Natarl bit her lip before she replied, that ZAFT's champion, the Black Zephyr would be in this battle and leading the ZAFT force, she returned hesitantly. The temperature of the bridge literally felt as if it dropped 10 degrees or more at Natarl mentioning the infamous ZAFT champion known as the dreaded Black Zephyr. All of them had heard stories of the enemy commanding officer minus the Heliopolis volunteers, and how could any of them not have? The Black Zephyr was responsible for some of the greatest losses Omni and the Alliance had suffered, 2 of them in the Earth sphere itself, the Alliance's home turf. It can't be, why would ZAFT think of sending the Black Zephyr for this? Muru whispered in horror. The feeling was understandable, Crystal and Mew had seen reports about what the Zephyr could do. That woman was a morale crusher for the Alliance, the mention of her could take good feelings out of a room. Neither had gone against the ZAFT champion themselves, they had talked with some that have. If that woman is here, it explains why Tyler was adamant about launching out, Crystal muttered, with an opponent like the Black Zephyr, the losses will be beyond bad. If ZAFT sent the Black Zephyr here to take charge, they must really want this ship sunk, Sophia uttered. The 2 battles that the Black Zephyr took part in on Earth, she led ZAFT to tear our forces apart and that's putting it nicely. When she joined in on the assault on the Victoria base last year, after the Jachindu Lion fell, which gave our allies hope for a bit. She turned the fight completely around to end it in victory for ZAFT and we lost the Hubbalus mass driver. Muru had been told by the Manilaus that ZAFT forces were approaching and that the Archangel would be at the back of the fleet, but there had been no mention of the Black Zephyr. How Tyler could know that if true, Muru had to agree with Mew that the teen got intel from the Federation's military. Things were already bad with ZAFT still pursuing the Archangel, to involve one of the best tacticians seemed like overkill. However, Tyler had proven that he had a knack for finding out things and he wasn't wrong often thus far. Natarl, let the shadow launch, but Tyler will be on his own, though I doubt he'll have a problem with that, Muru ordered. Natarl knew it was not the time to argue anymore, the stakes were established and they were incredibly high. So, she simply acknowledged the order before opening the catapult and getting back on the radio to tell Tyler he was free to launch. The voltage of the linear launcher increased with Tyler seeing the flashes and explosions ahead. He didn't hesitate after being told he could launch out, just zoomed down and out of the catapult. Tyler engaged the Shadow's Mirage colloid along with the Echo Trace transmitter and vanished from prying eyes and sensors. The sight of the Shadow launching out was observed disappearing shortly thereafter. Muru focused on the matters at hand, cease loading and seal off the bay at once. She turned to Pal, is the Manilau's launch gone yet? Pal scanned his console and saw the shuttle was still in the hangar loading up refugees. Not yet, Captain, Pal replied. The Manilau's shuttle still being when the battle was just starting wasn't a good thing, even with the flagship at the back of the fleet. With the battle going, the sooner non-combatants were out of the line of fire, the better. Tell them to hurry and launch that shuttle back to the Manilau's, Muru ordered, all hands, level 1 battle stations. At the same time, Kira and Lakis had packed their things and headed down to the hangar where the shuttle was for the Manilau's. They both had reservations about leaving the Archangel, the ship had become comfortable and almost homely to them. But the war between ZAFT and the Alliance wasn't theirs to fight. Kira knew that he had to get Lakis home to the plants and get her out of dangerous situations. However, the feeling of leaving good people in a bad situation still didn't sit well with Kira. When they reached the hangar itself, both looked around and were confused when neither of them saw any of their friends from Heliopolis. They had expected to meet up with them here and then their group would go to the Manilau's before descending to Earth. The shuttle operator, once he saw them, called out that the shuttle would be leaving very soon and if they were coming to get on. Yet, neither Kira nor Lakis boarded the shuttle when told to, as they were even more conflicted whether to leave the Archangel now. The decision became more difficult when their friends from Heliopolis minus Tyler did finally appear and they were still in the Omni uniforms. The meaning of the uniforms was clear even if it wasn't said, the four were going to stay on the Archangel. You're staying? Kira questioned, confused as to why his friends would stay on the ship instead of leaving. Why would you all do that? Well, you see, Flay decided to volunteer, began Tall in answer, hoping to explain why they were staying. Then, if we were to leave, the Archangel would be short-handed again. Kira blinked, processing what Tall had said, and it still didn't make sense, as Flay should be leaving too. Tyler was the only one that Kira didn't expect to leave the same way as the others. He would leave just on his own terms. But then, Tyler had always been able to watch out for himself and had proven it time and time again. So, Kira couldn't help but utter, "Hey," while Lakis was just as shocked even if she didn't vocalize it. Sai continued where Tall left off, "So, with all of that in mind, we thought we'd stay and keep helping in what ways we can." Mirialaya and Kuzi were nodded in agreement to Tall's and Sai's combined explanation. As Kira and Lakis were taking this in, Tall glanced around looking for the missing one of their group. Tyler had been oddly missing ever since breakfast and there had been no sign of him anywhere. "By the way, does anyone know where Ty is, or has anyone seen him lately?" he asked. Tall's question acted as a trigger for the others and they all realized that none of them had seen their older friend for a period of time either. The six looked between each other. "You know, now that you mention it," Mirialaya commented, "the last time I recall seeing him was this morning in the mess before he went off." Sai agreed with Mirialaya, as that was the last time he recalled seeing Tyler today as well. It was a tad odd as Tyler didn't vanish often without a reason at the very least, and there wasn't one that Sai could think of. "That's the last time I remember seeing him too. We were looking over our discharge papers, then that other officer came in with Miss Badgeruel." Ty told off that officer before leaving. Sai paused for a moment then continued, "I didn't think that Ty would cuss out another just after meeting them though." "Yeah, that's the last time I remember seeing him too," Kuzi remarked. "Yeah, but since there's been no sight of Ty," Tall said, trying to think of where Tyler could be. Then he shrugged, "Maybe that means that he won't be leaving the Archangel, the same as us." Kira was about to ask what they were all talking about, as Tyler rarely used profanity and Kira didn't think his friend would stay on the Archangel. Tyler's polite manners were, as far as Kira knew, drilled into him by his mother, and the woman was strict in such things. Kira thought Tyler had an amazing mother even if he couldn't say who she actually was, much for the same reasons Lakis didn't mention her real name. The conversation would have likely continued a bit longer, but an interruption prevented that. "All hands, level 1 battle stations," Natarl announced over the internal ship speaker system. "I repeat, all hands, level 1 battle stations." With battle stations being called, the battle official had begun and time had ran out. The shuttle operator scanned the hangar and saw the two teens were the last there that qualified for being passengers. "You over there, we're leaving. Are you coming or not?" he called. Please wait one more moment, they're coming," Tall called back, surprising the former pilots before he turned back to them. "Think of this as destiny," he continued, putting his hands on Kira's shoulders. "So, hope to see you two later. Help us by making sure you get to Earth safely." With that, Tall pushed off from Kira, Mirialaya and Kuzi following him immediately. "Make sure you stay safe," Mirialaya said. "Yeah, and don't go joining ZAFT either," Tall added jokingly. Although unbeknownst to them for Lakis, the possibility was actually very real, especially with her sister a big figure in it. "Hey, good luck you two," Sai said, putting his hands on their shoulders. "Kira, make sure Lakis gets back home. Lakis, when all of this is over, I'd like it if I could hear you at a concert sometime," he smiled and pushed off. "Just remember, you two will always be heroes in my book, and don't worry, we'll tell Ty you said farewell for him as well." "Listen, if you're getting on, now's the time," the shuttle operator said, seeing the other teens leave with Kira and Lakis hesitating further. The mechanics were scrambling to get things ready for combat even if they had been making preparations already. The shadow launching out already made most mechanics wonder if any of the other mobile weapons that the ship carried would go out too. "Will Lieutenant La Flaga and Major McAllister will be launching in their Zeros?" one of the mechanics in the hangar shouted in question. "Who knows, but get them ready just in case," another mechanic replied. "Thankfully, we've finished the repairs on them both. Nevertheless, how we're supposed to get the Asuka moved in this situation though is beyond me." "Worry about it later," another mechanic called. "If need be, then put it in the Shadow's dock for the time being." At hearing that, both Kira and Lakis glanced over to where Tyler's mobile suit, the Shadow, would normally stand when it was stored. Yet, they were met with the sight of an empty mobile suit dock. The Shadow was gone. Out of the three of them, Tyler was the only one that could fly that mobile suit effectively. While Kira himself has looked at the OS, he was hesitant of flying the suit as it was different than what he was used to. Sure, Kira could understand how the system worked, even if he wasn't familiar with the structure or design of the OS, but it was different enough that Kira would not wish to fly it without practice. So, Tyler piloted the machine pretty much exclusively and none of them seemed to have any problem with that arrangement. After taking in that the shadow was gone, likely with Tyler on board in its cockpit, Kira looked between the discharge papers and the flower in his hand. Thoughts and memories of what had occurred since Heliopolis played through his mind. Lakis looked at him in concern as she almost absent-mindedly held her set of discharge papers. Kira closed his eyes, then opened them a moment later, a familiar resolve in his expression. Lakis knew what he was going to do as he crushed the discharge papers and looked back at the shuttle operator. "Please, go without me," he said before pushing off towards the exit. Lakis smiled softly at Kira, absolutely sure that they were making the right decision at this time. Whatever should come their way going forward, they would meet it standing firm in their beliefs alongside their friends. She crushed her own discharge papers as Kira had, then following after him, but she turned back to the shocked shuttle operator. "We'll be staying with the Archangel," she said, "go ahead and launch." As the two exited the hangar, they shared a look and, with small smiles, nodding to each other and tore up their sets of papers, making their decision final. "I think Tai has the right idea, we can make a difference, so let's do so," Kira remarked. Meanwhile, the air aboard the dozens of Omni warships orbiting above the Earth was tense as everyone prepared for battle. ZAFT force had been detected a short period ago and things had become a little tenser since. When the knowledge of who was leading the opposing force came to light, that feel changed to serious dread. The Black Zephyr was the most feared of the ZAFT champions, probably second only to the true leader of the ZAFT military, Linus Tries. The woman's combat history was nothing short of astounding, and even the leaders of the Earth forces couldn't dispute that as much as they wanted to. The losses against ZAFT were never easy or helpful, but losses against the Black Zephyr were in the top worst by a sizable margin than other defeats the Alliance had suffered. Even with one of the Alliance's top tacticians, the hopes of a good outcome were low, to put it simply. The sight of the ZAFT vessels opening their catapults heightened the apprehension felt, but no mobile suits were deployed right away. Halberton suspected he knew why that was the case, or at least a hunch as to ZAFT's actions. If Tyler McGregor was correct in what he had said about the ZAFT fleet, and there was really no reason to doubt him, the Black Zephyr would be leading this force. Halberton and the Sakura had a history with one another, and there was an amount of respect between them. But there was the question as to why ZAFT's Tries would consider sending the Zephyr out for this job. "All vessels assume a tight formation and prepare to intercept," Halberton ordered on the comphone mounted on his seat's arm. "Archangel, do not move from your current position, remain at the rear of the fleet. All other ships, deploy all mobile armors for combat and ready yourselves. Valkyrie 1 and Valkyrie 2, launch now," Hoffman commanded, "activate enjammers and prepare anti-beam depth charges." As Hoffman gave out his orders, the Menelaus's Mobius mobile armors began to deploy, and more mobile armors launched from each of the other vessels of the 8th Fleet. The only exception of this was the Archangel appearing to deploy nothing of its complement. The launch of the Shadow had gone unnoticed by the fleet, so none in the fleet knew that the suit was already out on the field. Finally, orders were given for the supply ships to withdraw as the ship-to-ship shuttle launched from the Archangel docked with the Menelaus carrying the last group of the Heliopolis refugees and Vice Minister George Ulster. Back on the Archangel, the crew was at battle stations, even though it was obvious that there was no intention for the ship to be involved. "Activate Eagle Stallions," Murrow ordered, "load missile launchers with Corinthas, activate Gottfrieds and Valiants, prepare Lohengrens for use. We are to remain on standby." Everyone was tense with the battle ahead, even Natarl. They were being drawn into a battle with an insufficient crew to even be considered a skeleton crew. It was the same situation they had faced back at Heliopolis all over again, only now they faced down a larger and more skilled enemy force. The one mobile suit that had a pilot which had stayed with the Archangel had already gone out, defying orders in the process. Granted, Tyler McGregor had shown that he didn't always follow orders as they were given, yet he protected the Archangel thus far once he returned. Still, that left the Archangel and its crew with only the 2 mobile armors as defenders should ZAFT breach the fleet's defensive line. Along with the perfectly clear awareness of the lack of normal necessary crew to properly run the ship. "Lovely first day on the job," Sophia muttered dryly as she readied all of the electronic countermeasure control station. She was also running the onboard systems monitor programs, which would normally be done by at least 2 officers. Yes, Murrow had said that she would be working multiple stations, but doing the idea was different than just being told about it. None said anything in reply as they were somber or just thinking of the difficulty ahead. The usual bridge crew during a combat situation had gone from the customary 10 this ship was supposed to operate with, to 6, not including the captain. Natarl and Sophia were in the CIC, on either side trying to operate 2 stations at that same time each. Natarl was doing the catapult and mobile suit controller duties while operating on the sensor detection systems console. Arnold was as he normally was, at the helm of the Archangel. Where Pal Romero, at the weapons controls station, Jackie Tonomura sitting at the co-pilot controls, and Dailadalola Hashandra too at the communications station while he was also operating the radar system. Mururamius was worried to say the least about their chances in this skirmish. Nonetheless, a few seconds after Sophia had stated the obvious, the bridge door suddenly opened. Muru glanced around and to her shock and astonishment, the 4 Heliopolis students came onto the bridge. "Sorry we're late," said Sai as he led the other civilian volunteers inside, then they all gave a salute. "It won't happen again." "What are the 4 of you doing here?" Muru demanded. Her answer was Tal going to the co-pilot chair and waiting for Jackie to vacate the seat before Tal took it himself. Mirelia and Kuzi floated down into the CIC, waiting to take back their old stations to relieve the strain that both Sophia and Natarl had been under. Sai slipped into the open electronic warfare station after Dalida got out. All the crew were baffled by what they were witnessing. These teens should have been on the shuttle that left for the Manilaus. It was while Kuzi stood next to a frozen Natarl waiting for her to recover from her obvious shock so he could retake the sensor detection system station and free her up for the vice-captain's chair, that a vocal explanation came. "We decided to stick around," Tal stated. "Couldn't exactly leave all of you behind in the current situation, could we?" "You'll find that we have lost our discharge papers," Sai remarked lightly, "so, I do believe we still have a job here." Recovering from her shock slightly, Natarl blinked and vacated the radar station letting Kuzi take it back. While Mirelia took over the mobile suit and catapult console, Natarl pushed herself slightly into the main bridge to look at Muru. She kind of figured where this idea started, she just didn't expect all the teens to volunteer. "Flay Ulster enlisted after we gave them the discharge papers," Natarl said. "She requested permission to join as a member of the crew, Captain Hoffman accepted her, and I approved it personally. But I didn't realize these 4 would decide to stay as well. None the bridge crew would refuse the volunteers' help, but these kids were about to get into the war without a way out. They were good kids, and so, shouldn't be involved in this war, yet they had clearly made the choice to do so." It was Arnold that voiced the question on everyone's mind, "Are you guys really sure about this?" All the Heliopolis volunteers had understood that there was really no turning back after they ripped up their discharge papers. But they had decided that they would help this ship the best they could, even if they meant they would have to enlist in Omni for a time. "So," Mirelia shrugged, "we don't have the discharge papers anymore," she said, "so, we're kind of committed either way." "Well, I'm sure we're all grateful for the assistance," Pal replied, "but I hope for your sakes that this really was the right decision. We're in a bit of a bind at this point and that's putting it nicely." Most of the other crewmen let out a sigh of agreement at that with the situation as it was currently. Sophia glanced around, rather confused by the surprisingly informal air with this crew, especially given what the records said about Natarl Bajaruel. Granted, this ship and her crew had been through hell, the reports didn't leave much doubt about that. Sophia had also heard about these teens that had been helping out during the journey since the crew would talk about them. Sophia looked back over her shoulder at Mirelia and Kuzi wondering what was going through the teens' heads. "Well, this is an interesting turn," Sophia remarked. "Guess I'll have the chance to see what the hype about you kids is all about, which has had me curious. The name's Sophia Falco, and it looks like we'll be working here in the CIC together." Mirelia stared for a moment at the woman who she didn't know as she'd never been here before. She assumed this Sophia was one of those that had been transferred over to the Archangel from the 8th Fleet. Mirelia ha," Mirelia greeted, followed by Kuzi introducing himself to the newest crew member. With all the stations were being manned now, Natarl returned to the CIC and settled into the vice-captain seat, and things then continued as they had been before meeting up with the 8th Fleet. At the same time aboard the Manilaus, tensions were building as the unavoidable battle drew ever nearer. "Admiral, the Black Jade is hailing us," the communications operator announced. "Is that right?" Halberton muttered thoughtfully. The Black Zephyr wasn't one to normally say something before a battle to most. Those she did extend such courtesy mean pretty much one of 2 things as far as he knew. The first possibility was to say some sort farewell, after all Halberton and Sakura had fought one another enough to have mutual respect of each other. The second possibility was for Sakura to wish to make an offer or deal, and that had only happened once before. But there was only one real way to find out what the reason was. "Very well, let's see what the Black Zephyr of ZAFT has to say to us." "Yes sir," the comm officer replied, opening the channel to the enemy ship. A few seconds later, Sakura Klein appeared on the forward display screen. "Dwayne Halberton," Sakura greeted tonelessly, "it's been a long time, hasn't it?" Halberton had crossed paths with Sakura before, but there was even less expression on her face now than the last time. And where the woman had a reputation that most feared, Halberton wondered if her emotions were a casualty of this war. "It has, Sakura Klein," Halberton returned firmly, "I seem to recall you having a tad more emotion in your voice the last time our paths crossed." It was kind of funny in Sakura's mind that those that were considered one's enemies noticed small changes more often, or maybe it was that they mentioned it more. To be honest, this mission was more a chore that she'd gotten stuck with, and it was beyond tedious to her. It was truly a waste of her skill, talent, and time to handle this Omni issue. To go against Halberton again was one of the few reasons it made the assignment bearable. Halberton would at least provide a challenge that Omni most of the time didn't. "War changes those involved. I believe you are a person that can understand how that works," Sakura replied. "Still, I didn't call to waste time on pleasantries. So let's be blunt about this, you can't win this battle, we both know that as fact, Halberton. However, I'm not the heartless monster that the Alliance leadership claims I am. To show that, your fleet and that new warship you have at the rear of it can all walk away from this should you accept my offer. For Sakura to offer anything was rare, and it made Halberton pause in thought. Is that so? Halberton mused, quirking an eyebrow. It made Halberton wonder what it was she was after, for there had to be reason for her to be even considering offering her opponents anything. If the Archangel wasn't what she was interested in, then what was she after? Halberton had a hunch, but he hoped he was wrong, and what might be the price of this generous offer of yours? It sounded like Halberton was open to talking, though Sakura didn't much expect the man to accept what she would suggest. However, with the performance of the enemy pilots, Sakura was too intrigued to resist meeting them. The means used to get that idea to happen didn't make a difference to Sakura, so she was willing to try talking even if it would unlikely work. A meeting with the 3 extraordinary pilots from that new Alliance ship, Sakura stated, and then you must hand over all those marvelous mobile suits to me. Agree to that, then your fleet will be free to go with 0 losses for you. Halberton's hunch that Sakura wanted the mobile suit was right on the money, but to have the pilots too was a tad odd. It was possible that the woman may have figured out that one of those pilots was her younger sister, but that was uncertain. Then Halberton didn't know if Tyler had ever met Sakura, but if he hadn't, Halberton wasn't interested in arranging it. Well, how could I possibly refuse such a generous offer from the great Black Zephyr of ZAFT, Halberton returned sarcastically. Halberton using sarcasm was rare from what Sakura knew, and she expected her offer would be declined. I see you've learned how to lay the sarcasm on even thicker than you did previously, Sakura remarked. I'll take that as a no, but then, I knew you'd refuse my offer. Still, it seemed the courteous thing to do for one that can be considered a worthy rival and sort of a friend. You might not think so, Dwayne, but I'm nowhere near the monster people make me out to be. Farewell to you then. The screen blinked out and alarms began going off an instant later, registering mobile suit deployment from the ZAFT warships, the sensor operator called. The sight of ZAFT mobile suits appearing made it clear the battle was going in full now. Phase end. A/N. Okay, I'll stop there for this chapter as the battle will be the next phase. This phase may seem like filler, but stories need that from time to time, that's my justification and I'm sticking to it. Some of you please take the time to write a review and tell me what you think, ask questions or whatever you like. I'll state this right now, any questions regarding whom the rat is will not be answered for the time being, I'll reveal that later. Well, until next time, peace out everyone. Chapter 15, Phase 18, Battle in Orbit. February 15, 71 CE. Earth Sphere, High Orbit. After Tyler left the Archangel, he made his way to the right side of the battlefield, where the 2 on-site Federation cruisers were holding position. And by the time Tyler got into sensor range of the 2 cruisers, the Shadow's display was showing Delta fighters launching out. As he flew close, 3 Delta fighters took up formation behind the Shadow, which told Tyler it was his teammates. The other team of Delta fighters were in their own formation of 4 and came to be a short distance from Tyler's group. Tyler figured it would be more efficient and quicker if he took charge of field operations. It was one of the things that his pilot license allowed him to do, and he used that when he saw the need. Okay everyone, listen up, I'll be taking over as field commander for this operation. Our objective is to prevent ZAFT from breaking through Omni's 8th orbital fleet. ZAFT's target is the prototype vessel, the Archangel, which is located at the rear of the fleet. There will be Allied reinforcements sometime later, I can't say when they'll be on the field for it is uncertain. Any questions? If so, make them quick. There was silence to Tyler's query, so he took that to mean there were no questions to his orders. As no one has spoken, I'll take that to mean the orders are clear, Tyler said. That in mind, time to dive in and get to work. Ahead of the Federation forces, the sight of ZAFT mobile suits launching from their ships and Omni mobile armors moving ahead of the fleet was impossible to miss. Tyler ordered those with him to break off into pairs and get to work on getting ZAFT to back off. Even as the group worked on closing the distance, Omni and ZAFT forces engaged in battle. While Omni outnumbered ZAFT by close to 4-1, ZAFT was proving numbers were going to help much. Within the time it took for Tyler's group to get into striking range, the skirmish had turned into a dirty bloodbath. Tyler saw it as yet more proof that the ongoing war was a fool's errand and was only meant for mass group extermination. Tyler didn't miss the CGUEs that were leading ZAFT forces, nor the black one in their midst of them. He instantly knew the black CGUE was Sakura's. It was her traditional colors according to records. Tyler kept in mind to be aware and careful of that CGUE, as Sakura was in a league that he had difficulty with. Then there were the stolen Omni mobile suits also among the ZAFT forces, and all 4 in fact, which Tyler hadn't expected. The damage that the Omni machines took in the last skirmish hadn't been small from what Tyler had glimpsed and caused. He knew he'd done notable damage to the Blitz's weapons and taken on one of the Buster's rifles. Tyler did see that for the 2 he damaged, they had other equipment than they came with, likely substituting for the non-working weapons. Then Tyler recalled seeing the Aegis missing parts before when it had all of them now. And finally, the duel appeared to have new equipment attached to its framework which gave it a new gun and missiles where Tyler to guess. Tyler's group dove into the fight working to disarm ZAFT and have them fall back from the Omni armors. He was aware that he and his colleague would unlikely make a huge difference in this fight. However, a life saved was still a life saved and Tyler didn't like to see lives thrown away needlessly. Lisa stuck with Tyler which the others stayed with their chosen wingmate as they spread over the field. Tyler kept the Shadow's Mirage colloid up and the Echo Trace transmitter running to keep hidden from all but his allies. Tyler aimed for the nearest Gin grabbing the Shadow's beam rifle bring the crosshairs to settle on the enemy's left leg. He pulled the trigger and blasted off the Jin's leg which got the attention of the enemy pilot. Lisa followed up Tyler's attack with her own targeting the left rear thruster, destroying it. The Gin turned towards the attacks and that allowed Tyler to nail the right arm. Lisa then shot the Jin's remaining leg fully disarming the mobile suit before the two moved on to the next ZAFT machine. ZAFT forces going against Omni mobile armors were making progress with being led by two CGUEs. One the traditional silver, which was the personal machine of Ra Le Cruzet, and the other was a distinctive black with crimson accents, the mobile suit of the Black Zephyr, Sakura Klein. Nearby the two CGUEs were the four captured G-weapons with their assigned wingmen flying by them. For the duel, the CGUE following was more acting as a chaperone since its pilot had been instructed to keep a leash on Jowl. Isaac had wanted to rush off ahead the moment he was told he could launch. He had a specific target in mind to start with which was the enemy winged suit. The desire for vengeance against the one that had given him the scar on his face burned within him. He wanted to get back at and best that damn natural that had one-upped him in the last battle. But Isaac had been forbidden by pretty much everyone and told in no uncertain terms the consequences he would face should he disobey orders. Should Isaac disobey standing orders, Mindy would then drag him back to one of the ships per the Black Zephyr's instructions. That in turn would put him out of the rest of this battle and dash any chance at payback he could have. While Isaac may not like the orders, he knew that if Commander Klein said that she would personally court-martial him if he didn't do what he was told, then she would do just that. And right now, it wasn't worth facing that event in order to obtain his goals so he would do what he was told and bide his time. For Mindy, the babysitting job was not one she normally got, she would do it for her commander. Before launching out, she had read up on the pilot Jowl and figured he was a loose cannon which Commander Klein was being forced to handle among other things. And per the orders Mindy had been given, should Jowl get out of line and try going off on his own, she was to catch him and drag his sorry ass back to an allied ship. The kid may have a mobile suit with better performance, but Mindy was sure with her CGUE that she could disarm and retrieve the troublemaker. She had used a private comm channel to make sure Jowl knew that he would not win should he make an unwise decision. The other Omni suit pilots had their own wingmen, assigned by Sakura's choosing which hadn't been argued. Following only a little further back from the duel was the Aegis with Juno's assault type Gin next to it. The Blitz had Lori's silver grey Gin high maneuver type following it at a short distance. Then finally, the Buster with Ryan's custom-colored blue Gin with wings for speed and mobility on the right. Sakura had chosen the pairs based on how likely Cruzet's pilots would need to be watched and/or handled. Thus far Jowl had done what he was told, Sakura would admit that, but it didn't mean she didn't expect him to do something stupid later on. With what Cruzet had mentioned, Sakura assumed that when the chance for vengeance came up, Jowl would grab it. That would in turn have him likely going against orders and he wouldn't listen to reason of any sort. The teenager was letting his pride have full reign and being a blind idiot, Sakura had seen the idea many times before. Individuals would go out and humiliate themselves in some way, then be reckless and stupid while they attempted to redeem themselves from what occurred. Jowl was a classic case of the point, and she had considered having him locked up instead because of that. But with him out on the field, it was too late to change her mind on that idea. "All right Jowl," Sakura began, "your show of following orders thus far has brought its reward, you have the opportunity to get what you want. However, do let that have you rushing off and being reckless or you will be facing far more trouble than you are already." Sakura focused back to the Omni armor ahead, all units but the 4 captured machines are to fall back momentarily. Amalfi, Zayla, Elsman, Jowl, the 4 of you will move forward and engage the enemy mobile armors for 15 seconds. That should be sufficient to break up their formations, she ordered, then you'll then rejoin with your wingmen, understood? Athrun and his comrades with the exception of Isaac knew the last line wasn't a suggestion. It was also aimed at Isaac though none of them said the point out loud. Isaac was in hot water and his fellow pilots knew that with his recent behavior. They had tried to help Isaac understand that it would be best for him to do as he was asked and not just go after the enemy machines. Athrun had tried flat out telling Isaac he would be disciplined with a serious mark on his record by the end should he do his own thing. However, Isaac had not really listened to any of his comrades who had been trying to deter him. Still, all 4 gave their answer to the field commander's order, "Yes ma'am." After hearing the confirmation, Sakura pulled back on the controls, firing reverse thrust along with all the other ZAFT-built machines. With the majority of ZAFT's fighting force pulling back leaving just the stolen mobile suits, the armors were left at a disadvantage and they knew it. With their weapons effectively useless against the G-weapons, they may as well be using blanks. True, they had expected to have to fight the stolen mobile suits, which had established a grim prospect for the battle. Nevertheless, that didn't make it any simpler to fight this battle and expect to make headway in any fashion. Isaac, ever the aggressive one, opened fire first at the oncoming mobile armors, launching a barrage of missiles from the pod of his new assault shroud. He then followed that up with several shots from his beam rifle and Shiva railgun. Dirka was only seconds behind, letting loose with a swarm from both of his missile pods, weapons ideally suited to facing down the swarm tactics of Omni's mobile armors. Then, he followed that up with shots from the Buster's gun launcher and the beam rifle he had. Athrun was just being the Buster, firing off several quick shots with his beam rifle, nailing all 4 mobile armors he targeted with a better accuracy rate than the other 2. Nicole only fired off 2 shots from his substitute beam rifle before storing it on his machine's waist and drawing a beam saber instead. He shot forward and relying on his greater speed, mobility, and armor to close with the mobile armors and slice them apart. After only a few seconds, the mobile armors were forced to break their formations to avoid being wiped out. And as that happened, the remaining ZAFT forces dove in, Mindy, Lori, Ryan, and Juno immediately moving back into their wingman positions as they had been instructed to. None but Isaac grumbled about their wingman or leash holders in this, as the 3 didn't want the trouble Isaac was towing the line of. The opening shots were decidedly in ZAFT's favor. On average it took 5 Mobius armors to bring down a single Gin, which could equal an escort ship's complement on its own. But the pilots of the Klein team, besides 3 of them being in more powerful suits, were all elite pilots who would probably take 7 or more Mobius units to go down. On top of that, the G-weapons were powerful enough to make even Gins look frail by comparison. Granted, were this same force to go against Federation military forces, then that would be different, but that was beside the point. With the work of the G-weapons, ZAFT quickly broke the mobile armor formations and began the dirty work that this battle would be. Alright, the Omni suits are to go after the fleet's ships now, Sakura stated. The wingman will cover from mobile armors for you. Sakura was cut off when another on the comm channel shouted, "Ma'am. Federation forces have appeared on the battlefield." Their shooting the ZAFT pilot was cut off abruptly and the sight of an explosion acted as an explanation as to why. Sakura clenched her jaw slightly at hearing that the Federation's military forces were now on the battlefield, for it changed things. There was always the chance that the Federation would show up in a clash between Omni and ZAFT. And with their stealth capabilities, there was rarely a warning before they interfered. It's what made the action of the Federation like this annoying when it did occur. The other half of the ongoing issue was that the Federation's military and those who were a part of the organization were skilled and powerful. Sakura knew and had seen how skilled a number of the Federation's pilots were in their fighters, having faced a few. Most within ZAFT, and she wouldn't doubt Omni had thought that Federation fighters would be as simple to deal with. Yet, those initial assumptions had been proven very wrong in enough instances that it wasn't a fluke. The Federation as a whole had made it clear that they weren't interested in this ongoing war between ZAFT and the Earth Alliance. The main reason they interfered in battles like this was they claimed that they wished to stop the senseless killing. Yet, Sakura couldn't fathom why the Federation would help out the Earth Alliance in this. They had as many issues as ZAFT itself did with Omni gaining the ability to produce and employ mobile suits. In fact, they would have a few more reasons than ZAFT with their member nations on Earth being put at risk of Omni attacking them. In Sakura's mind, it was nearly guaranteed that should the Alliance gain the ability to mass-produce mobile suits, they would be used at some point against the Federation's member nations. Regardless, the Federation was here now and that had to be taken into account going forward. She looked down at her sensor readouts and saw there were already Gins being taken out of commission and not by mobile armors. "All pilots, watch yourselves out here," she ordered. "Remember, Federation space fighters are not mobile armors, they're close to equal with mobile suits, treat them as such." Back on the Archangel, with their decision made, Kira and Lakis made their way to the pilot locker room to suit up. They entered without thinking, rushing to their respective lockers and snatching their pilot suits out of them. Both were thinking about Tyler since the Shadow was gone, so he was likely out in the fight and that put his life at risk for the Archangel and others. Yes, Tyler had shown he was good at piloting a mobile suit and could look after himself as required. However, that didn't mean they weren't both worried about him, as neither wanted him to die out there fighting against ZAFT. So perhaps, if they were to launch out, Tyler would have the best chance to be able to make it back to those that cared about him. Flay, who was in the locker room, just stared at Kira and Lakis, not having expected either of them to still be on the ship. There had been the rumor that Tyler McGregor had stayed, and the locker assigned to him had been empty, so it was likely true. But that also meant that Mr. McGregor was either in the hangar or off the ship in the mobile suit he was assigned. Yet, the 2 other coordinators that had been on this ship hadn't seemed to notice that Flay was in the room as well. "Why you both stayed?" she questioned. Kira and Lakis turned to see Flay in the Pink Earth Alliance female cadet uniform standing in a corner of the locker room. As unexpected as Flay's presence was, a friendly face wasn't unwelcome to either of the 2 coordinators. The current situation was tense enough, so even a familiar face helped if only a little. Kira smiled slightly. Yeah, we stayed. We couldn't leave you all alone after all. Flay was still staring at them, wide-eyed as Lakis worked at the straps of her dress before pausing. Could you come inside or go outside, at least close the door please, she asked somewhat sheepishly. The ship is nearly deserted now, but I'd rather not give any passers-by something to see like this. Blushing slightly, Flay stepped in and hitting the switch to close the door. When that was done, Kira and Lakis resumed stripping out of their civilian clothes, not really looking at each other in a show of good manners, putting on the underclothes they'd be wearing with the pilot suits. Flay quickly turned her back on them, both to avert her eyes and to hide the blush that was forming on her cheeks. It was as Kira was adjusting his suit that the thought of what his friends had mentioned with Flay being the first to volunteer to join the crew. He had not thought that Flay was one to step forward for things, at least he'd never see her do that kind of thing. "'Cause he said you decided to volunteer," Kira said curiously, "so, why did you do that?" Flay started, not facing them, "I wanted to make a difference. I want a peaceful world, one where, just maybe, people can forget the hatred that ends out causing this war." Flay paused for a moment. "I still think someone shouldn't have their genes altered just because they can, but I also have come to understand that for coordinators," she stopped trying to figure out how she wanted to say what was on her mind. "Most coordinators didn't choose to have their genes made the way they are, that others are responsible." Flay hesitated. "I'm not proud of my behavior towards you in the past, or your friends. It was wrong and I admit it." It was clear that Flay was sorry for how she had acted, and remorse was a good quality to show. Lakis was glad to see the change in the girl. "It's fine, what's important is how you behave now." "Yes, but it's not just that," Flay replied. In this world, she stopped with the thoughts of the current troubles of the world came to the forefront of her mind. With the war and everything, there are the people caught between the two different sides that aren't willing to back down from each other. Nothing is changing with this war, it only seems like things are getting worse and more people are dying because of it. That gave Kira and Lakis pause as they were adjusting their pilot suits, turning to face Flay. Neither Kira nor Lakis had expected something like this from Flay, as she had never shown any notice of what the war was doing or interest in it. Her words brought up the question that had come up often enough during the war between the Alliance and ZAFT. That question was what can be done to help prevent innocent people from dying with the effects of the war. And no one had been able to give a good or satisfying solution to the point of how to protect and/or defend those who were caught in the fighting. The Federation's military did try hard to help, but even their efforts hadn't done enough to stop people not even involved in the war from being killed. "When I was a little girl, I had a friend," Flay went on softly. "Her name was Maria, and she was a hybrid." The two pilots' eyes widened in shock as they stared at each other, as Flay hadn't given any sign of being comfortable around non-naturals. Flay continued, "She ended up being killed just because of her heritage. The classified of hybrid was a child born of a natural and a coordinator, and such were considered the black sheep of the human race. That was so since hybrids were caught between the two genetic types and weren't accepted by either. To some coordinators, hybrids were in no better standing than naturals and in essence wouldn't be accepted by them. Then for a number of naturals, hybrids were too much like coordinators and so would never be trusted by those in power and had harsh rumors spread about them. Kira knew only one hybrid, as most would pass themselves off as naturals or coordinators in order to get by. Either that or they sought asylum in the member nations of the Human Federation, since they welcomed all who were willing to follow the rules of the nation. The wish to fit in and not to be judged upon how they were born, driving them to where they went. "So," Flay hesitated, "even though I am not the fondest of coordinators," she stopped for a moment gathering her thoughts. "I guess, it was never something I specifically had against them as I thought before. You two helped me see and understand that one's genetics don't determine what someone is like. I'm starting to think," Flay paused, "if this ship can really make a difference, then I want to help with that. Because as long as this war goes on, the hatred that exists between all of us can never be forgotten. So that's why." It was quite the change for Flay, and both Kira and Lakis could see the change that was now apparent, a good change to be sure for the girl. "I see," Lakis remarked softly before she smiled at Flay. "Well then, that is all the more motivation to make sure we succeed in making a difference." Slowly, Flay turned to face the two, smiling slightly. "Yes, good luck you two," she said, "I'll do whatever I can to help." "We know," said Kira. "Thank you, Flay." Meanwhile, the appearance and assistance of Federation forces didn't go unnoticed by the forces of the 8th Fleet. ZAFT's main attention was being shifted to defending themselves rather than attack Omni, and most were grateful for that help. What reason the Federation had to interfere in this was unknown, but at the moment it didn't matter. On board the Menelaus's bridge, Admiral Halberton was watching the change in the flow of the battle. He intended to personally thank Tyler for this, as Halberton had no doubt the teenager had a hand in getting the Federation military involved somehow. The young man wasn't one to stand by and watch people die, Tyler had made that very clear. Well, it would seem to have a Federation military commander on the Archangel has helped in an unforeseen way, Wouldn't you agree, Hoffman? Halberton asked. Hoffman didn't want to admit that the Admiral had a point with what he said. The Federation's military helped and hindered throughout this war. For Omni, they tended to cause more problems than they helped with. Granted, Hoffman didn't deny that the majority of the territorial disputes were attempts at grabbing territory by some. However, he wasn't fond of the Federation or its standing and policies they held to. So, Hoffman let out a sigh after a moment. For the time being, Admiral, yes, the Federation's help is appreciated in this. Halberton didn't push the issue that Hoffman was being testy right now, as there were more serious matters at hand. Even with the assistance the Federation's military was providing, the battle was still far from over. With the Black Zephyr leading ZAFT in this, that battle would come down to which side's tactics would overwhelm the other. That was one of the main reasons Sakura was such a good commanding officer for ZAFT. She didn't rely on numbers but on how to use them effectively. So, Halberton studied the field as it was being displayed, and it bothered him the longer he looked at the image. The way ZAFT forces were deployed suggested to him that the frontal assault was more a distraction than a means. There's something wrong with this setup, Halberton remarked. Blatant frontal assaults aren't her style. What the Admiral said caught Hoffman's attention a bit, as it didn't make sense with the current situation. ZAFT forces were attacking head-on, and it was working well enough for them since the mobile armors were slowing them down but not stopping them. It was a show of how mobile suits were more effective overall than mobile armors. It was why the G project was needed. Mobile suits were needed to match ZAFT and hopefully in the future to win against them. That in mind, Hoffman turned to face Halberton. I hear the Black Zephyr is supposed to be close friends with ZAFT's Admiral Tries. If she employs any parts of his tactics, it would explain which she is so effective on the battlefield. Thank goodness Tries doesn't come out to the battlefield against Omni much if at all anymore, or this conflict would be far worse than it already is. He nodded to the battle at the front of the fleet. With the X numbers, a frontal assault is doing the job fine, sir. Halberton didn't take what Hoffman said as fact, as he knew better, especially with their opponent being who it was. Sakura was one that made good plans to get to her goal, and Halberton had seen that enough to know it was consistent. And in this battle, he knew the goal was the Archangel and the 8th Fleet was between that and ZAFT. I doubt that's all there is, not when her goal is the Archangel, Halberton stated, turning to the sensor operator. Scan the area for evidence of other ZAFT ships. Knowing the Black Zephyr, she's got an ambush or a flanking maneuver set up for us. The sensor operator didn't question Admiral Halberton. The man had experience with ZAFT more than pretty much any other in the fleet. And if there was any chance of the fleet making it through this battle, it would be following the Admiral. Yes, sir. But, Halberton thought, if this is anything like back during the Grimaldi conflict, then she's probably staying at least one step ahead of me. If not for Tyler's warning, she would be more than one, and the situation would be far direr. Unfortunately for Halberton, he was right about being one step behind Sakura in this battle. As per her plan, the 2 Laurasia-class frigates fired up their thrusters and began closing the remaining distance to the fleet. Their movements were caught from the planar north, but too late to change their formations much before being forced to defend themselves. The Laurasia classes launched their mobile suits out to attack the Omni ships, whose mobile armors were busy with the other ZAFT forces. Several of the mobile armor squadrons tangling with the mobile suits at the front, as well as the handful that had been held back for fleet defense, rushed to try and intercept. However, as the mobile armors were being blocked, the Drake-class escort ships at the rear of the fleet began to orient themselves upwards as well in order to bring as many missile pods to bear on the new arrivals as possible. Unfortunately for Omni, Sakura had expected that response, so ZAFT forces weren't going to let that happen easily. Granted, the Federation's forces were making such difficult, but ZAFT was managing even if not the best. Still, as the 4 stolen prototypes rushed at different enemy ships with their wingmen flying cover for them, Sakura, Cruzet, and the 4 pilots flying off the Fairchild, Christian Rosen, Ricocheter, Luna Mosswell, and Elliot Sutherland moved forward as well. They leveled their machine guns and opened up on the scattering mobile armors, shredding them from behind with a storm of bullets. The attack was avoided by some but not others, resulting in some mobile armors being destroyed. The remaining mobile armor pilots tried harder to shoot down the ZAFT suits after seeing more of their comrades killed. Bastards! One Mobius pilot cursed over an open channel as he fired his missiles on Luna's Gin. She fell back, allowing her wingmen to shoot forward and pump the Mobius full of bullets, leaving the missiles unguided and easily evaded. Meanwhile, the Aegis shifted to mobile armor form as it flew at a Drake class and latched its claw onto the escort ship's Vulcan turret. Athrun pulled the trigger, firing its multi-phase energy cannon named Scylla. The Drake class was completely obliterating it by the shot. The ruins of the turret flew away from what remained of the crippled warship. It was really a miracle that the ship hadn't exploded from the blast. Athrun was focused on the battle, but at the back of his mind the thought of Tyler likely being out on the battlefield wouldn't leave. Tyler would not just sit by and do nothing while others were fighting. That wasn't how he was. Athrun knew. He hoped that he didn't have to fight Tyler, but knew it was a distinct possibility and even likely as much as he didn't want to admit it. Athrun wasn't the only one having thoughts come into the back of his mind as the battle raged. The objective was simple for the mission: take out Omni's prototype ship and hopefully the mobile suits on board with it. And thus far, none of the 3 enemy suits had appeared on the field that Nicole had seen or heard. That both relieved and worried him somewhat, since they had all proven to be effective fighting machines. Although it raised a question in Nicole: with their power and effect, why would Omni not use them in this battle? Granted, Admiral Dwayne Halberton may want to get them to an Omni R&D complex in the best condition possible. However, if the enemy ship was downed, that would hinder that point far more than if the suits were damaged in the fight. Of course, Nicole wouldn't complain in any way if he didn't have to fight the Blitz's twin in this battle. The last skirmish with that suit had shaken Nicole, and he wasn't interested in repeating that experience soon. True, he had learned lessons from that encounter which he wouldn't soon forget, but it still frightened him what had happened. Nicole was still convinced, even if his comrades were not, that the Black Machine's pilot was the most dangerous. If there had been the time, he would have wanted to ask the Zephyr of her thoughts on the pilot. Yes, she chided them for what happened, and rightly so, but she wouldn't have missed the oddities that occurred. Nevertheless, Nicole focused back on the present. "Lori, I'm going under with Mirage Colloid," he said as the two flew at a Drake class next to a Nelson-class vessel, targeting the Nelson class. As per orders from her commander, Lori had been staying close to the Omni suit that Amalfi was using. Out of the 4 pilots Cruzet had, Amalfi was fine, better than 2 out of the other 3 since he followed orders well enough. That made Lori's job easier, as she and her comrades were essentially chaperones for the young pilots. Amalfi wanting to go for a ship was fine, it didn't stretch his leash too much. "Roger that," Lori replied before watching the Blitz disappear as its Mirage Colloid activated. Nicole couldn't help but think that her voice didn't match her appearance, it sounded somewhat unfeeling. It wasn't his business, of course, but at the same time, it was unsettling the tiniest bit. When the Blitz disappeared, Lori fired her thrusters in reverse and leveled her machine gun at the Drake class in front of her, opening fire with full auto. She wasn't really bothering to aim, as she was just distracting the enemy, instead of focusing on her surroundings so that she wouldn't be caught unawares when an enemy attacked her. It was important in this battle, especially since Federation fighters were on the field. As good a pilot Lori was, a Federation fighter could match again and win half the time or more. And that was bolstered with the Federation pilots being as skilled as ZAFT's own pilots, and some were better admittedly. It was a fact that those in ZAFT didn't like to admit, but most in ZAFT knew was not an exaggeration. ZAFT wasn't as blind as Omni in understanding and knowing the Federation's military was a force to be reckoned with. What reason they had to interfere with this skirmish really didn't matter, only that the Federation was targeting ZAFT forces. Nicole rushed forward after vanishing, dodging the Nelson's interception fire, closing the remaining distance. And once by the bridge of the Nelson, the Blitz rematerialized, catching the enemy off guard as he fired off the rifle he had. Nicole blasted the bridge tower with a number of shots before it exploded, then he focused on firing at the cruiser's weapons. After they were disabled, he quickly pulled back to rejoin Lori, as were the standing orders. Nicole wasn't as foolish as Isaac to go against orders when it was the Black Zephyr giving them. Around another part of the battlefield, Dirka was doing his part and taking down mobile armors along with shooting enemy vessels. Certainly, Dirka was unhappy with using the ion cannon the Buster had been given in place of the energy rifle that had been destroyed. But he kept his complaints to himself and silently hoped for another shot at the black enemy suit that had beaten him. Whether that happened in this battle or in a different one, Dirka didn't really care. He didn't believe the Black Machine would be taken down during this battle. What had occurred to Nicole made a clear point in favor of that. Though Dirka wasn't as reckless as Isaac, he knew that Athrun and Nicole had a point, that the enemy pilots were no pushovers. "Take this," Dirka shouted. He dodged shots from a Drake class as he leveled the ion cannon and shot straight at the center line of the ship several times in rapid succession. The hull was punctured by the shots, but it took the total sum of the cannon rounds to bring the ship to a halt. Once the ship stopped moving, Dirka sent a barrage of missiles into the holes he had made, causing the entire ship to explode like it had been stuffed full of firecrackers. Meanwhile, Isaac was forcing himself to show patience in following the orders he was given. He knew better than to fly completely off the handle and go for what he really wanted to take on right now. He had heard the threat from the Zephyr via Commander Cruzet, and that had gotten him to hold his tongue. Isaac wanted payback, but he wasn't fool enough to not know that others could hinder such. That in mind, Isaac knew, as much as he didn't want to admit it, would do better following orders for the time being. It would get him to his goal more efficiently than if he just made a path straight towards his prize. Isaac went for the ship. His wingwoman Mindy directed him towards under covering fire from her CGUE. He wasn't any more pleased that his babysitter was a woman and was keeping him on a tight leash. But again, to get a shot at the enemy suits, Isaac would play the obedient soldier. Biding his time would hopefully pay off, and soon, if not then Isaac would be vigilant for the right opportunity. Isaac still used Omni's forces to vent his frustrations on, which he had lots of as of late. He broke away to get a better firing angle, sidling alongside the Nelson cruiser, and began firing repeated shots from his rifle and railgun until the ship was completely and utterly pulverized as its internal munition stores went off. Damn it! I don't like to wait, Isaac cursed angrily to himself as he pulled back, sticking near Mindy as per his orders. This better be worth it, so that I get a shot at that winged machine and the other two. At the same time, Tyler was mucking through the fight between Omni and ZAFT, disabling mobile suits as he went. ZAFT was making progress slowly but surely. Omni's 8th Fleet's defensive line was weakening and the ships were being attacked. However, the Archangel was still unreached by ZAFT, and that was the point, grim as it was Tyler knew. And as much as the scene irked Tyler as much for the needless loss of like happening as anything else, he was aware it could be worse. But then Tyler got the view of the duel punching holes in the Omni ships, and by what he saw enjoying the idea or venting their frustrations. Tyler didn't like when another did horrible things just because they had the ability and slash or opportunity, in bashing or killing in these circumstances and relishing in it qualified for that in Tyler's mind. Plus, from his observations, the duel and the Buster had pilots that were short-tempered or just outright reckless in battle. He'd never gotten along with the hot-headed types before now. In fact, Tyler had a penchant for knocking them down a peg when he got the chance. The duel had a CGUE with it, and there were a few Jins around the same area fighting Omni forces. Tyler was sure that he and Lisa could handle the Jins without much issue in no time, which would leave the duel and the CGUE. However, from what Tyler saw, the duel was focused on attacking Omni and wasn't interested in much else. To change that would require drawing its attention away, and a frontal attack may do the job, but Tyler wanted to set the terms of the dance with the duel. And it was upon looking at one of the Jins that Tyler got an idea to have the duel come to him rather than go to it. One of the Jins had an ion cannon, which as Tyler knew was technically classified as an anti-ship weapon but was also good against mobile weapons too. Plus, Tyler was aware that said cannons could run on their own were they still connected to their battery with minor modification. That in mind, Tyler opened a channel to Lisa. Yo Lisa, think you could disable the Gin with the recoilless rifle? Lisa paused, wondering what Tyler was cooking up in his mind. With the group in front of them, the Jins was not the biggest concern, it was the CGUE and the duel. The Jins would be easy to disable, but for him to point to a specific one implied he had something in mind for the other. Yes, I could, she replied slowly. Why that one specifically? Tyler felt a smile come to his face. Because I want his buddy's ion cannon. I have an idea to get the duel's attention which requires it, he returned. Lisa didn't know what Tyler had in mind, and normally she would want some more detail about what he intended to do. However, with the battle going the way it was, Lisa knew there wasn't the time to ask him about his plan. And past experience said that Tyler's crazy plans did have a good chance of working in the end. Sure, I'll take the Gin, go ahead with whatever you are cooking up, Lisa replied. After hearing that, Tyler moved forward towards the cannon-bearing Gin, storing his beam rifle. He activated his shield's beam saber when he was right up in front of the suit and sliced off the backpack and the left arm, then kicked it away from the shadow. The way Tyler disarmed the Gin was to keep the cannon with its power pack, which he wanted. It took Tyler about a minute to do the minor alteration needed to rig the battery to work with the ion cannon's manual trigger and not the cockpit trigger command. Then Tyler swung the cannon to point and the nearest Nazca class before he pulled the trigger. The ion cannon shot grazed the Nazca, which drew some attention, more so when the shadow appeared with said ion cannon. It was at the second shot that Isaac had caught sight of the shooter and was frustrated to see it was the black enemy mobile suit. It may have not been the winged suit as Isaac really wanted to get payback on specifically, but it would be a start as it was still one of the 3 enemy units. Isaac didn't exactly believe what his comrades had said about the black machine. It was an Omni-designed fluke that had an irritatingly lucky natural pilot inside period. And Isaac wouldn't let himself be beaten by a natural a second time in a row due to luck or a fluke. That in mind, Isaac had the dual charge forward at the black machine, his beam rifle aimed at it. Isaac shot at his opponent, but they evaded both, which only added to Isaac's frustration. As Tyler weaved out of the beam sent his way, a smirk crept to his face as his idea had gotten the attention of the duel's pilot as intended. Mindy had taken notice that the 2 Jins nearby had been attacked and disarmed a moment ago. And with no mobile armors around to be responsible, that meant that Federation forces had reached where she and the duel were. After the ion cannon shot that was aimed at one of the Nazca classes, Mindy homed in on the source and a moment later saw a black mobile suit. Its appearance matched the report of one of the 3 enemy machines encountered by Cruzat's team. Supposedly, the suit she was seeing had a similar system or the same as Amalfi's machine from what reports said. And of course, Jowl had rushed recklessly at the newcomer without thinking, proving that her commander was right that Jowl was a potential problem. Isaac drew a beam saber when he got close up and swung down at the shadow, but Tyler blocked with his shield. Mindy would have jumped in, yet a Federation fighter appeared and fired its weapons at her CGUE, forcing Mindy to defend herself. Isaac on the other hand, at being blocked, his blood was boiling that his opponent wasn't falling as they should. And over the next few minutes, that didn't change at all. Every attack Isaac tried, the black machine would either evade or blocked. It would also counter the duel with the ion cannon it had taken if the duel was a distance away or its shield's beam saber when up close. It was as Tyler noticed a few more Jins coming their way that he decided it was best to finish the bout with the duel. So, the Shadow kicked the duel's torso and brought out its oscillator rifles, and unloaded at its opponent, forcing the duel back. Then Tyler lightly punctured the ion cannon's battery pack and chucked it at the approaching ZAFT suits. Tyler followed that up by having the Shadow disappear from sight just before the ion cannon blew up close to the Jins. The ion cannon's destruction caused minor damage to the ZAFT suit, but it more surprised them and caught them off guard. As the battle continued, the reports of the losses being suffered by the 8th Orbital began coming into the Manilaus. Silicos is hit, it's out of commission, one of the bridge operators said. Cass Andres, not responding. Antigonos and Ptolemais are down, said another operator. The number of ships that were unable to keep going was rising and the battle hadn't been going on for all that long. How can that be? Hoffman questioned, gasping in surprise. 4 vessels destroyed only 3 minutes into the battle. The Silicos and Cass Andres are moving, said a third operator. They've sustained heavy damage and are withdrawing from the battle. Understood, Halberton replied. Try to send them communication to keep an eye out for enemy ambushes as they retreat. I doubt the Black Zephyr would use such underhanded tactics, but I wouldn't put it past her to avoid hitting them either. Yes sir, was the reply. Meanwhile, Cruzat was flying around the battlefield, watching the fighting while lightly participating himself. Granted, he wanted to see the Legate ship sunk, that ship had been quite the hassle after all. However, where ripping apart Omni's 8th orbital fleet had sounded interesting during the briefing, being out on the field hadn't lived up to the expectation. True, the Federation popping up complicated things a bit and that added something to the battle, but it was still tedious. One of the things that made the fight tedious was those that disabled their opponents rather than killing them. He observed Athrun and Nicole doing damage to the enemy but not killing their opponents. Whereas Dirka and Izak were clearly aiming to dispatch their opponents without hesitation. Athrun and Nicole are too soft for my taste, Cruzat remarked. Show the enemy mercy, you only encourage them to come at you with a new weapon in hand. Sakura heard what Cruzat was muttering and honestly, she knew the mentality and still didn't like it. To kill and slaughter needlessly was nothing more than murder, that was what started this whole war in the first place. If that kind of behavior was emulated or actively encouraged, it would only make current circumstances worse. Hence why Sakura disarmed the Omni vessels and had them running and not destroy them like some were. Are you sure we shouldn't finish those vessels off, Zephyr? Cruzat asked lightly. There were times Sakura wished Cruzat and those like them would keep their mouths shut for their own good and everyone else's benefit. Cruzat, would you shut up while you're ahead? Sakura growled. She didn't see why she should waste the time educating one that should know better than to question her judgment or actions. In war, the best thing isn't to shatter and destroy the enemy but to take them whole and intact. When the enemy can no longer do battle, their deaths can only be murder, and that would make us no better than terrorists and villains. Is that clear, Ra-le Cruzat? Ra hadn't meant it to sound like he was questioning Sakura since he knew that was an extremely unwise thing to do. The woman had earned her feared reputation and ticking her off was something she made you regret. Ra was in more than enough hot water right now and didn't need more problems added to it. Yes, of course, crystal clear ma'am, Cruzat replied, gunning down a Mobius. I know better than to question you, I was merely wondering as to your thoughts. If Sakura wasn't fighting, then she wouldn't let the masked man's flimsy excuse fly without consequences being given out. But as things were, Federation forces were in this, and that required being focused on the tasks at hand. Then my opinion is established with what I just said, Sakura stated. Now, do yourself a favor and cover me. As Sakura moved forward, a trio of mobile armors charged at her, but Cruzat quickly picked all of them off per orders. While Cruzat did that, Sakura charged at a Nelson class, dodging under its fire before opening up on the hull. After closing the rest of the distance, Sakura took her heavy blade out and sliced a hole in the armor through which she proceeded to crash her CGUE. Sakura was sure that her suit's armor should hold with going through the decks of the Omni ship. A late colleague of hers had proven the point many times, as plowing through ships was a favorite maneuver of his. Ra winced slightly in a brief flash of sympathy for the crew. He knew what the Black Zephyr was doing. And as expected, she proceeded to fly her machine through deck after deck of the soft interior, and then suddenly blasted back out behind the bridge tower. Detonations chained along the length of the hull, and by the time Sakura and Cruzat had regrouped, the cruiser exploded. It was a move that a late ZAFT champion was infamous for, and none had been able to pull it off as well as them. That's a suicidal tactic, Cruzat commented, that the sort of move I would expect from the Rock, not from you Zephyr. Sakura knew the move was a risky one. Kurt had perfected it over the years he did it. However, the difference was the move really worked better with the scythe weapon that Kurt used. The CGUE's heavy blade was a poor substitute for the superior cutting weapon. In theory, the Omni prototype's beam sabers may be able to equal the customer scythe Kurt had, but without testing, it was only theory. It might work better if I can get my hands on a beam saber and that phase shift armor, she replied. As for the Rock, Kurt had a large, heavy scythe as his weapon of choice for a reason. He would use it in that manner to cut open ships like tin cans, and that custom blade was designed for that. Sakura returned flatly, not being reminded of her fallen friend. I would think you would recall that correctly, now let's go. As the battle kept going, to say the crew of the Archangel was frustrated would have been an understatement. They were still under orders from Admiral Halberton not to join the battle at large, and it was easy for the commanding officers to see that none were happy about that orders. It was despite the fact the Archangel had more firepower than any other ship of the fleet and was at least 5 times as maneuverable as any of them. Yet Muro could guess the reason the Admiral had ordered what he had. The Archangel and one of the mobile suits it carried were valuable to the Alliance, more than the 8th Fleet as a whole. But as Muro had been watching, it was becoming clear that as long as the Archangel was here, the fleet would be worn down and destroyed. It wasn't until a sound came from Muru's right, that her attention was shifted from the battle in any way. The beeping came from the control set on the captain's right armrest. Hey, muttered Muru. Her eyes settled on the phone mounted on her right armrest, intended for various quick communications purposes, for the Archangel's captain was ringing. She picked it up, curious as to whom it was calling. To the bridge. Yes, what is it? Mew down in the hangar in his armor was frustrated that he was sitting and doing nothing to help in the fight. Thus he was calling the bridge to get an explanation as to why his hands were tied as they were. Hey, why the hell am I still on standby? Mew demanded, irritated. Those 4 stolen prototypes are at it again, and now they're backed by the Black Zephyr's pilots. The 8th Fleet is in deep trouble and we're just sitting here because of foolish orders. How can you not see the problem with this, damn it? It wasn't that Mura didn't understand where Mew was coming from, along with the frustration that was clear in his voice. She had issues with the standing orders that had the Archangel at the back of the fleet. Lieutenant La Flaga, Muru started. Crystal agreed with Mew having their hands tied due to orders wasn't helping and they shouldn't be just sitting around. Granted, even if they went out they may not make a great deal of difference, but it would still be something. Mew is absolutely right, Crystal snapped, the 8th Fleet is taking that beating for us here on the Archangel. It's just wrong for us to sit here and do nothing but watch. Mew would admit that he and Crystal wouldn't be a lot of help against ZAFT forces, but even a little help was better than no help. The Archangel was the reason the fleet was taking a beating, as well as from whom the beating was coming from. It's not as if my mobile armor or crystals alone will make much of a difference, Mew stated in frustration, but still. Muru didn't blame either Mew or Crystal for wanting to launch out to the battlefield. Yet standing orders wouldn't allow them to do that since they were on standby in case the enemy broke through the fleet's defensive lines. Hence, why Muru couldn't let Mew and Crystal go out even though they were demanding to. Our ship hasn't been signaled to join in yet, Muru returned evenly, we are ordered to remain on standby. Crystal wouldn't accept that orders required them to sit on their butts and do absolutely nothing while allies got killed. You're freaking kidding me, Crystal began. That's bull, Mew cut over Crystal. I agree with Crystal wholeheartedly. Mew gritted his teeth. This is ridiculous for us to be stuck here and not be out there. Muru turned off the link, sighing lightly, feeling much the same as Mew and Crystal even if she wouldn't express it in the same way. The Archangel being at the back of the fleet was doing nothing to help in the situation. In fact, it was doing more harm, as the Archangel was ZAFT's target, which was causing the 8th Fleet to fight for their lives as they were. If the orders were to change, then maybe the Archangel could do something that could change things. With that in mind, Muru looked over her shoulder at Mirialia. Connect me to the Manilaus. Mirialia quickly did as she had been ordered, hearing the no-nonsense tone in Muru's voice. Meanwhile, on the Manilaus, reports of how bad things were kept coming in as the battle kept playing out. Xerxes and Paris, moving out front, a Manilaus operator called. ZAFT forces were still pushing forward and against the fleet's defensive lines. True, the Federation force was helping slow ZAFT down in their push, though it wasn't stopping them. X numbers approaching, a second officer warned. That the stolen G machines had made it past the defensive line effectively was a bad turn, and there were already too many of those. Yes, they had better systems to block enemy fire than the Jins and CGUEs. However, that the G weapons were close needed to be dealt with quickly. Use the main guns, shoot them down, Hoffman ordered, don't let them get closer. Admiral, we're receiving a communication from the Archangel, connecting real-time with them, a communications officer called. Halberton, frustrated by the battle, wasn't all that interested in hearing complaints or questions from the Archangel. Things were complicated enough without humoring those that weren't directly involved in the situation. So when the link opened, Halberton wasn't in the best of moods. What do you want? Muru could hear the strained tone in her mentor's voice, and she could sympathize with what she'd been seeing. But that was the reason Muru was contacting the Manilaus. The situation needed to change, and quickly. And the best way that Muru could come up with was for the Archangel to pull away from the fleet and descend down to Earth. We request to pull away from the fleet, Muru stated. It's imperative that we begin our descent sequence as soon as possible, Admiral. Please authorize it. The idea Muru suggested was absurd given the current situation. You can't be serious, Halberton exclaimed. The mention of the Archangel pulling away and descending was sounding more like the ship and its crew running away. The sacrifices made in the battle thus far would be wasted if the Archangel just slipped away. Are you people trying to flee this battle to save yourselves? Hoffman posed. Muru scowled at the suggestion that the Archangel and her crew were trying to run away and save themselves. The Archangel pulling away was to take attention off the fleet, as she was what ZAFT was after. This ship is the enemy's target, she replied. We must move away from you. If not, then the whole fleet will be destroyed before the enemy attempts to capture us. Alaska is out of the question, but from here we could still reach Alliance territory. Even Human Federation territory would be agreeable right now. We can shake off the Jins and ZAFT vessels in the Earth's atmospheric interface, Admiral. Halberton sighed as he knew that his subordinate was quite right, that the Archangel was the target and the reason that ZAFT was still pushing forward. The fleet was doing what it could to stop ZAFT, but they were only slowing them down, not halting them. The Federation was helping, but it wasn't changing the fact that ZAFT was still pressing forward slowly. He looked at one of the sensor boards to see another escort ship signal turn red, meaning it had been destroyed. The number of mobile armors was close to half of what it had been at the start of the battle, again showing the battle was not going well. Mururamius, you haven't changed a bit, Halberton admitted with a slight smile before looking back at the display screen, still as reckless as ever. As you well know, a subordinate learns from their superior, Murray retorted. Very well, Halberton returned. Commence the needed preparations for the Archangel's descent on the double. We'll provide cover for you up to the entry interface, we won't allow one single enemy to get past us. Murray knew what Halberton said meant the fleet would do was essentially suicidal and all for the Archangel and her crew. But the war had made such required by some, as much as it hurt to admit that point. Yes sir, Murray replied as the communication cut. Back on the Archangel, with the comm channel closed, Murray knew what had to be done now and there was no time to lose. Everyone, prepare to descend and go through atmospheric interface immediately, Murray ordered. Atmospheric interface, the term for the process of a ship that is larger than a shuttle would descend into Earth's atmosphere and go through it. Historical records state that early manned spacecraft had special equipment such as parachutes, air brakes, and material that shielded them from the heat of the atmosphere. Thrusters were the current way to slow down a ship as it fell, but that only helped so much. And then, heat shielding was handled by various heat-resistant gels that were produced in modern times. Even with the improvements made since man left Earth's surface and returned, the process of entering and then descending through Earth's atmosphere is still a risky activity and so can be difficult and can have horrible consequences if done incorrectly. Down in the Archangel's hangar, Mew was still fuming at just sitting around and doing nothing while the battle with ZAFT was going on outside. Crystal was doing much the same but wasn't showing the feeling as much as Mew was. It was ridiculous to them both how the fleet was getting pounded and they weren't out there fighting. All hands, prepare for atmospheric entry interface, Mirialia announced over the internal speaker system. That message got all in the hangar to pause, letting the subject matter sink in. Mew popped out of his armor with an incredulous expression on his face at what implications were being said with the announcement. For the Archangel to descend down to Earth at this time was out of the blue and didn't make logical sense with standing orders. It also meant that the fleet would be standing as shields to block ZAFT and sacrificing themselves to get the Archangel to Earth. Descending, Mew questioned loudly and incredulously in the hangar, looking over to Crystal. She was wondering the same thing as Mew, why would the ship be setting up for descending now? The situation was bad enough as it was, to run while the fleet was fighting with everything they had wasn't ideal. She had a dumbfounded expression. With the situation we're in, she asked. Where Murdoch could understand the place the two armor pilots were coming from, it didn't change anything. None of them were on the bridge or making the orders that were being announced. It did also bring the thought of McGregor would have trouble getting back, but there was nothing anyone could do. What good's it gonna do you to argue or question about it, Murdoch posed. But I guess it's better than sitting around not doing anything. Honestly, I don't blame that McGregor kid at all, launching out when he did. He's out there working to make a difference while we just get to stand by. Mew and Crystal had already heard about Tyler insisting on launching out before the battle had gotten started. There had been more to the story which they had learned when they had gotten down to the hangar. Murdoch had mentioned something about Tyler saying he had a license to do what he saw fit and used that as reasoning to go out among other things. Whether the kid had a pilot license of some sort neither armor pilot could say, but it wouldn't be a surprise. Mew and Crystal kind of wished that they had gone out at the same time as Tyler if they were honest. Kira and Lakis had entered the hangar and heard some of the conversations about the descent order that had just been announced. For the Archangel to enter Earth's atmosphere while the battle was going on was a risk, both teens were aware of that. And there was no guarantee that atmospheric entry interface would shake ZAFT forces off. Kira pushed off and began to sail towards the Asuka. Even if we lose the ZAFT ships and Jins, there are still those 4 machines, Kira stated. Everyone in the hangar turned in shock to see Kira and Lakis in pilot suits floating towards the Asuka and strike. As far as they knew, Kira and Lakis had left on the last shuttle, leaving the armor pilots and Tyler as the only pilots. What the? Murdoch exclaimed, you two kids are still here. We'll stand by in our machines, Lakis said smiling. We're still at level 1 battle stations, right? Kira posed. With that, the two teens turned their attention fully to their respective machines. It wasn't that any in the hangar were saying the two coordinators weren't welcome, they always would be. It was the point the teens had been given an out to leave and hadn't taken it. Murdoch stopped by the Red Zero armor. I thought they got off this ship, he said, frowning with Mew and Crystal. They're still at such a young age, Mew remarked, and already, they've been exposed to their share of war and battlefields. It's going to make their lives tougher. You have to give them credit for their commitment, Crystal commented. As the Archangel began pulling away, Halberton turned to the Menelau's chief communications officer and nodded. The comm officer immediately opened a fleet-wide communications channel. This is Halberton, this message is to all ships, Halberton began. From here on, the focus of our energies will be to protect the Archangel until it reaches the atmosphere's entry interface's final phase. We expect this to be a harsh battle, but if we are to win the conflicts that lie ahead, we cannot afford to lose that ship, so reassemble the formations. With the will and determination of the 8th Fleet, we'll make certain that not one single enemy gets through. We'll show them what the Earth forces are made of. As Halberton's speech/orders were heard, the soldiers of the 8th Fleet with renewed determination, regrouped their formation around the Menelaus, determined to make their commanding officer proud. With ZAFT forces struggling to keep up the pressure that they had been putting on the Alliance forces, the regrouping wasn't helpful. It was mostly due to the work of the Federation fighters that were picking off the Jins one by one at a fair pace that made things difficult. The number of Federation fighters on the field was unknown, but the results were something none could deny. Yet, Omni rallying and regrouping, fighting harder than before was making it harder for ZAFT pilots to gain ground. Sakura felt some respect for the renewed effort the opposing forces were making against them. It wouldn't change things with the outcome of this battle, Sakura would see to that, but still. As the fight continued, a Mobius shot down again, only to be taken out by the shoulder-mounted Gatling guns of a Gin assault type from the Klein team. 3 more mobile armors fired off all their missiles at the Blitz, and although Nicole managed to shoot 2 down, he was forced to simply take on the role of a tank and take the rest with his phase shift armor. As he did so, Lori took advantage of their distraction to gun down all 3 Mobiuses with precision burst fire from her 76mm heavy assault machine gun that was loaded with armor-piercing rounds. 4 Mobiuses clustered up in a rotating formation firing their linear guns in rapid succession on Christian and Rika of the Klein team. The 2 dodged and returned fire with their machine guns, only for the armors to break apart. 1 fired off its missiles, Vulcans, and linear gun at Rika all at once while the other 3 each let loose with a different weapon on Christian. Both ZAFT pilots were about to counter the Alliance armors when out of nowhere, Christian's high-energy cannon was hit and exploded, clearly not from weapons that the mobile armors had. The 2 Jins, CGUE, and the Blitz were scanning around for the source of the shot but saw nothing. Nicole became on edge after seeing the shot. The Jin's cannon had been hit by a shot from a beam rifle. Mobile armors didn't carry beam rifles yet, so that left a mobile suit or possibly a Federation fighter as the culprit. Out of the enemy forces, the type of strike didn't match any known weapons the Federation used regularly. Then there are only 3 mobile suits to work with and did have beam rifles to work with. Of those 3 machines, the style of hitting and seeing nothing of the source fit one of the 3 machines perfectly and really none of the others. That was the twin of the Blitz itself, and that meant nothing but trouble in Nichols' mind. The Federation had the capabilities to be invisible while striking their target, and that fact was proof of the stealth abilities they had. However, it was the 3rd enemy mobile suit that fit this more in Nichols' mind, and he couldn't dismiss the point. That black suit with its pilot was still, in Nichols' opinion, even if it wasn't shared by others, the most dangerous of the 3 enemy mobile suit and pilot combinations. In fact, that machine and its pilot scared Nicole in a couple of ways, and more with the possibility they could do than any had before. Memories of what happened in the last encounter haunted Nicole. The 2 pilots from the Klein team forces onto the defensive as shots came from seemingly random directions. The point of being attacked and seeing nothing of the source was frustrating them. Yet, while that was going on, Nicole opened a comm line to his wingman, Lori. I'm relatively sure our allies are going against the black enemy mobile suit. In the previous encounter, it was clear to me that its Mirage colloid had been improved compared to what the Blitz has equipped. The pilot somehow overcame the flaw in the Mirage colloid system, and that allows it to move around undetected, remarked Nicole. Then they showed skill that the other 2 didn't have and shouldn't be underestimated. The tension was mounting quickly as the attacks came intermittently. That's until one of the 2 Jins got its shield arm sliced off by a beam saber. Rika spun around, gazing at where her comrade's suit was now missing an arm instead of just being peppered. Granted, the Federation's style was to do shooting unseen, but they didn't have energy-bladed weapons according to ZAFT intelligence, at least not yet. The Federation forces were already making things more difficult when this situation had nothing to do with them. So Rika growled in frustration, "Whoever you are, come out and fight us face to face," she shouted in challenge over an open comm line. Rika moved forward and slashed at nothing, then the arm of her Gin gripping the heavy blade was slashed off. Rika looked to her left and saw a black mobile suit appearing which looked much like the stolen Omni suits. And it had a beam blade in its right hand still ignited, ready to use to cut Rika's Gin in half. Nicole caught sight of the Blitz's twin becoming visible, proving that Nicole's assumption had been right. He watched as the shadow activating its phase shift armor shortly after appearing. The other thing that Nicole took note of, was that the Blitz's twin had different equipment again from the last battle. That proved that it could, like the X-105 strike was supposed to be able to do, yet another contribution to the danger of this mobile suit and its pilot. Lori and he moved forward, but the black machine had already shoved the Gin it was next to a short distance away from it. The other Gin rushed forward at the shadow, to which Tyler stored his beam saber and readied himself to receive his opponent. Tyler caught the Jin's left arm and shoved his shield at the suit's torso with the railgun's barrel aimed at the cockpit area. Tyler pulled the trigger for his railgun, punching a hole through the Gin even though he wished he wasn't forced to kill another. Then Tyler swung the Gin around and chucked it away before it exploded. Christian, Rika cried as she saw her wingman suit explode. Nicole and Lori had only closed around half the distance between them and their allies when one of the Jins was destroyed. However, the shadow faced the remaining Gin and ignited its shield's beam saber by that point. Tyler surged forward at the ZAFT machine, intending to cut it in half just below the cockpit if he could manage it. Rika on the other hand thought she was about to die by the weapons of this mobile suit. Rika screamed as the saber came at her, yet, just before the enemy suit struck, it was knocked off course. Tyler righted the shadow after being struck and faced in the direction the shot came from, and he didn't like what he saw. Of course, the shadow wasn't damaged, the phase shift armor prevented that from happening. But now Tyler found himself facing off against none other than the black CGUE and a silver one too. Tyler wasn't the only one to notice the newcomers. Nicole saw a moment before the black machine was knocked out of the way, Commander Klein speeding towards them. Commander Cruzet wasn't far behind the Zephyr, and out of those on the battlefield, Nicole would put his money on them to be able to take on and down the Blitz's twin. Tyler on the other hand, wasn't liking that he was facing Sakura already or at all. He didn't deny that Sakura was more skilled than him when it came to piloting a mobile suit. And right now, Sakura didn't know he was in the shadow, so her liking of him wouldn't help or slow her down from trying to take him out. The last time Tyler faced one of Sakura's caliber, he had seriously feared for his life before the end of the mock battle. He didn't want any kind of repeat of that experience, but Tyler doubted he was going to be given a choice. True, Lisa was nearby to support, but that wouldn't be enough, he felt, against Sakura. Tyler had just enough time to raise the shadow's shield before the black CGUE was in front of him, bringing down its heavy blade. The full weight of the blade was around what Tyler expected from his stalker with her record. Sakura was pushing forward against the enemy machine, not letting it get a chance to counter. Rika, withdraw, Sakura ordered as she pushed harder. You can't do any more good with your machine in its current state. Rika knew it was best if she retreated while her commander kept the enemy machine busy. Why yes ma'am, Rika replied. Sakura was forced back a moment later as the black machine used its legs to shove her away. After getting a bit of distance, Tyler brought out the oscillator rifles and began unloading them at Sakura. Yet, Cruzet moved forward shooting at the shadow, to which Tyler weaved right then left to not get hit, putting the oscillators away. However, Cruzet was forced to stop as he came under attack by an unseen enemy from his left. Tyler barely had the time to catch a breath before he saw Sakura rushing at him again. He had the shadow orient back and Sakura's heavy blade moved past Tyler, though the clearance was far too close for Tyler to feel comfort in any way. No, it was bringing back very unpleasant memories that Tyler didn't like recalling at all of said mock battle against another of a similar caliber. Upon reflex, Tyler pointed the shadow's shield at the CGUE and fired a round from the railgun. Sakura saw movement after the miss with her heavy blade and threw her controls hard to the left and dodged the weapon on the enemy's shield. Barely a minute in, and Sakura had some questions about this enemy machine answered. The pilot's skill set was different than what the other mobile suits had shown, and completely unlike what Omni pilots employed. In fact, Sakura had only seen such resourcefulness from Federation pilots normally. And this pilot was a cut above many Federation pilots she'd squared off against, which was unexpected. That implied they weren't an ordinary Federation pilot, meaning either one from their special forces or a licensed pilot. Nonetheless, by the time Sakura focused back on finding her opponent, they had vanished. Shortly after the shadow disappeared, Ross' attacker stopped assaulting him and left him alone. Nicole had been fascinated as well as shaken by what he had just witnessed mere moments ago. The suggestion he'd made that the Black Machine's pilot might be able to hold their own against a champion had been frightening back at the time. To see that proven was an entirely different matter than just imagining the idea like he had before. It showed that the enemy pilot was definitely better than other pilots the enemy had to work with. The fight had been fascinating as it gave a view as to the possible potential of Omni's prototype mobile suits. Ross stared in the direction the enemy machine had been, thinking about a number of things. It had been obvious that McGregor was no normal pilot from the last time he'd gone against the teen. However, that the teen had fought against Sakura and lived to tell the tale had Ro reassessing his original thought of the kid. While he may not like the teen, that he'd left a fight alive and in a draw against Sakura was impressive. So, even your knights can be taken down, Cruzet remarked. Sakura let the questions that she had on the black mobile suit pilot move to the back of her mind. Anyone can be shot down, Sakura stated. The Battle of Endymion proved that. Sakura paused for a moment. The Mockingjay fell there, or have you forgotten that? However, that black mobile suit has proven far more dangerous than most ever do. Whoever the pilot is, they clearly are experienced at piloting a mobile suit and fighting with one. But I can say they aren't Omni, rather a Federation pilot, there is no doubt in my mind about that. Nicole had a double take at hearing what Commander Klein said about the Black Machine's pilot. If it were true and there was little reason to doubt, then Nicole and his comrades had been fighting an individual really out of their league. It would explain a couple of things that had been strange before now about the Black Machine. Nicole was curious what the others would think at being told of the likely possibility Commander Klein suggested. Yes, that would explain a number of things, Ra said in reply. Then a message popped up on one of Cruzit's screens. The legged ship. Sakura looked down at her own display and saw what Cruzit was talking about. The message detailed that the movements of the target ship had changed and showed it was breaking away from the fleet itself. It made sense to Sakura as the ship was seen as important, and so if it were to get away before ZAFT reached it, that would protect the ship to an extent. So, Halberton is going to use the 8th Fleet as a shield to let that ship begin its descent to Earth, Sakura commented. She took a moment to assess the situation as it was changing even if the goal wasn't. Amalfi, Zayla, Elsman, Jowl, we'll break away from the main engagement to pursue the legged ship as far as we can. Your firepower will be necessary to break through the final enemy defense line in the time there is before our target gets beyond our reach up here. Yes ma'am, the 4 pilots replied promptly. At this point, 8 Jins had been lost including Christian's assault type, and both Rikasgin and Commander Porto Cgue had been forced to retreat back to their motherships. The Federation's efforts against ZAFT had been efficient, showing once again that Federation fighters were able to take on mobile suits. And the Federation fighters seemed to have one of the enemy mobile suits with them as well. The Ziegler and Galvani were still bearing down on Omni from the planar north, let loose another barrage into the fleet. They sent 2 more ships up in flames just as ZAFT had been doing since first launching mobile suits. The whole battle was tipped in ZAFT's favor, thanks to the surprise flanking maneuver and the tremendous power of the stolen Omni prototypes, leaving only a handful of mobile armors. Sakura and the 2 left of the Klein team, along with Cruzit's team, had been able to break off and punch through the 8th Fleet's formation. That suffered a bit when one of the 2 Laurasia-class vessels were struck on their port side. This was quickly followed by 2 Federation cruisers appearing and began bearing down on the ZAFT warships. The appearance of the Federation vessels added more of their fighters on the battlefield, which didn't help ZAFT at all. Sakura knew that if the fresh Federation pilots reached them, ZAFT forces would likely need to fall back and withdraw, ending this battle. That in mind, the group she led forward towards the Archangel picked up their pace while the rest of those that were fighting the Alliance made a desperate attempt to delay the Federation military forces. As Sakura's group heading towards the Archangel approaching the 8th Fleet's final defensive line, all of the Alliance warships opened up with everything they had. The CGUE's engines were all forced back with the exception of Ryan on Dirka's wing. Ryan was dodging the shots expertly and so stayed with his assigned machine. But the 4 stolen Omni prototypes opened with everything they had, successfully obliterating a pair of escort ships. Isaac didn't wait for Mindy to take back her position on his wing, taking the opportunity to charge through the hole created. He felt he'd waited long enough and the bout against the black enemy machine had only fueled his frustrations. Isaac would have his vengeance against the enemy mobile suits whether he had to blast apart the legged ship to get to them. Dirka spotted Isaac rushing off towards the target, blatantly disobeying orders that were standing. And since he was a comrade, Dirka couldn't not give a warning. Isaac, you're disobeying orders, he shouted as he gave chase, Ryan still on his wing. Isaac didn't want to hear Dirka call him out when he had his target in sight to attack. Shut up, he shot back angrily. With the ZAFT suits in 2 groups, 3 breaking off from one left only a few to hold their positions. Athrun and Nicole, who were with Commander Klein's group, didn't disobey orders, instead waiting for their wingmen to regain position. Unfortunately, that gave the 8th Fleet the opportunity to close up the hole behind the Duel, Buster, and Gin. Sakura was not happy that Jowl was being an idiot and letting his pride get the better of him. She suspected it very well could by what Cruzit had mentioned, but for the team to do that now put others in a bad position. And because of that, she would go through with her threat. Isaac Jowl, mark my words, you will face consequences for your actions. And don't think your mother's position will get you out of trouble with me for even a moment. If you survive this battle, then I will not only personally court-martial you, I will do it in the presence of Linus Tries, Jowl. The prospect of a personal court-martial by the Black Zephyr herself was terrifying to the vast majority of ZAFT. However, for her to state it would be done in front of the leader of the ZAFT military made the horrible event mortifying in a way that words couldn't accurately describe. However, Isaac ignored the threat as he didn't care at the moment. All that he wanted was his chance to get a shot at the enemy mobile suits that had caused such problems in his view. So, he ignored the orders and continued, gunning for the legged ship where he believed he would find the other two enemy mobile suits, which hadn't appeared. Back on the Archangel, the enemy units breaking through and getting past the fleet's final defense line didn't go unnoticed. Sai typed in a command to identify the 3 signals that had gotten past their allies. It didn't take long for them to be shown as the Duel, the Buster, and again. Mirielai saw the message that Sai had gotten. The Duel, the Buster, and again have broken through the 8th fleet, she announced over the pod to the rest of the ship. Kuzi saw it was quickly getting worse than what Mirielai just announced. The Manilaus is engaged in combat, Kuzi added, though his voice was only heard over the intercom of the mobile weapons. Murdoch and the other mechanics gasped at the news as it didn't bode well at all for their allies who were buying them time. Kira was frustrated at the news, and still being stuck in the Archangel doing nothing to help. That it took this long for any of ZAFT to reach this point, Kira felt that Tyler and others had something to do with that. It didn't feel right for Tyler to be out on the battlefield and they not be there with him. Lieutenant La Flaga, Kira shouted. Mew could hear Kira's frustration clearly in his voice, and he could understand it all too well being stuck just as much. Yeah, I know kid, Mew replied. He called the bridge once more, Captain. Let us fight to the last second. There's still time before the ship starts re-entry, as long as we get back before that, we're good. Muru gawked at what Mew was suggesting as it was suicidal to a degree to even consider, and that was in the best case scenario. Atmospheric conditions were dangerous for ships and shuttles, many things could go wrong and that normally led to death. Yet, for mobile weapons, the chances for things to go bad were a great deal higher. And with the Archangel descending, it was more a point of when rather than if mobile weapons got into lethal conditions. Don't be ridiculous, Muru began sternly, you want us to. Lakis had figured that the ship officers might use the conditions they would launch out to as a means to discourage them. The atmospheric environment would be dangerous and that was putting it mildly. However, from what she'd read on the specs of the mobile suits, they had been designed to be able to work within that kind of environment, though that hadn't been tested. That said, in theory, the Strike and the Asuka should be able to handle the atmospheric conditions for the time needed. If worst came to worst, the machines were supposed to be capable to do re-entry on their own. She hoped that none of them had to put that idea to the test with some of the things that Sakura had told her about what it was like to do re-entry. According to the catalog specs for all of Omni's prototypes, Lakis began reasoning, they are able to undergo re-entry on their own including the Strike, the Asuka, and the Shadow. So they should all be able to survive the atmospheric re-entry process, in theory at least. What Lakis was saying was true, the specs that the designers used claimed that the machines could do re-entry alone. However, that was only speculation based on perfect conditions and figures that shuttles used for the process. Plus, it was not intended that idea would be tested with the prototypes themselves. And where Mura would admit courage when it was shown, this was bordering on reckless endangerment. Lakis, what are you? Muru stuttered, surprised to see pink-haired teen again, much less in the cockpit of the Strike where she was. The bridge crew gasped in surprise at what the young teen was suggesting as much as seeing the young teenager in the mobile suits. It was thought they left with the last shuttle before the battle got into full swing. What are you doing there? I thought you, Muru started. The current argument was getting nowhere, and Kira wasn't going to wait much longer. Captain, Kira stated, if this keeps up, then the Manilaus will be in great danger of being destroyed. We may not be able to save the whole fleet but let us launch and do something while there's still time. Muru hesitated, uncertain on what to do in this situation which was difficult as it is already. Tyler had already gone out to the battlefield without permission and had threatened to do things if he wasn't allowed to go out. But that teenager did what he saw fit and had said so a few times, regardless of any orders given from anyone else. Had any other stated the threats Tyler had, they would have been thrown into the brig to cool down. And if up to Natarl, Tyler still might end out there when he came back, if he did. That in mind, if the other 4 pilots launched, the chances of them getting back before the Archangel started atmospheric interface were fairly slim at best. Although, their chances were better than Tyler's chances of getting back to the ship before the 3rd phase of re-entry since the Shadow's signal disappeared. Muru knew the importance of getting the Strike to Earth HQ, so letting it launch at this point was crazy. Phase 3 of entry interface was the most dangerous as it was when a craft came into the Earth's thermosphere. That was the point where burning up tended to happen the most according to records kept. Natarl sighed slightly in her own well-concealed worry with the current situation, yet someone needed to make a decision and Muru was hesitating. So, it fell to the vice captain which was Natarl as she was the acting one and she could swallow her pride enough to agree the pilots were right. The fleet was suffering and at the rate ZAFT was advancing, they would reach the Archangel before re-entry. Even with the help of the Federation's military ZAFT hadn't been halted yet, though slowed down. So, she hit a button of the unoccupied mobile weapon control station. All right then, permission granted, she said, but you must return before we reach Phase 3. The specs may say it's possible for the mobile suits to survive the full re-entry process, but none of them were tested in the conditions that Earth's atmospheric environment. We don't know what will happen to you in the cockpit in those temperatures, so keep a constant eye on the altitude and time, all of you. Do not, I repeat, do not drop below 850 kilometers. Yes ma'am, Kira and Lakis replied as the comm line cut out. Muru didn't appreciate being stepped around, certainly not by her second-in-command. Her decision put their pilots in serious danger, allowing them to go out at this point. So, Muru stood up and glared down at Natarl. Ensign Bajaruel, she snapped. Natarl moved to glare right back at Muru, not regretting the decision she had just made, as she had done it with good reason. If the fleet was destroyed and the Archangel too, then the sacrifice of the 8th Fleet would be in vain. If this ship is sunk, then the sacrifices of the fleet will be in vain, she reasoned. Muru's eyes narrowed as the two women began a glaring match that made the rest of the bridge crew feel nervous, with one exception. Sophia was watching with interest. I wonder who will crack first and show their claws, Sophia thought. Down on the hangar deck, the Strike and the Asuka were moved to the catapults for launch. Murdoch watched this with a worried expression on his face, one mirrored by Mew and Crystal in their Zeros waiting for their turn to launch out. Even I have never made a sortie in this kind of situation. I done a few simulations of atmospheric combat, but, Mew muttered. The airtight shutters closed behind the mobile suits, followed by the quick hiss as the air got sucked out. Yes, it's certainly nuts for us to go out yet, it's better than sitting around doing nothing, Mew. And I know about the simulations you're talking about, so let's hope those were exaggerating what the idea is like, Crystal replied. As the mobile suits were receiving equipment, Mew keyed the radio to give the two teens on last piece of advice/encouragement. Hey you two, be careful when you get out there, okay? Tyler may already be out on the field, but there is no signal from the shadow registering to the Archangel. So, we don't know his position or whether he is able to help us or is defending himself, meaning we're on our own. We'll also have to take account the effects of gravity while we're out there. It will pull you down and deeper into Earth's atmosphere, closer to the point of no return. Crystal nodded, knowing what Mew was implying and not saying about what could happen out there. Atmospheric combat was one of the worst kind one could go into, the chance of death was high in it as so many things could go badly. Mew is right, be on your guard and keep an eye on your machine's readouts, Crystal warned. Once the Strike equipped with the Ale Striker pack, the catapults open on both legs of the Archangel. Yeah, we will, Kira replied as he looked out and seeing the view of the Earth below them. The scene was a beautiful one that Kira would love to see longer if not for the battle going on. The view is beautiful, it's a shame that we have to see it in a situation like this. Lakis agreed with Kira's comment on the view of Earth below the Archangel, it was breathtaking. She'd seen pictures of Earth from above a number of times and had liked the pictures, but this was the first time she'd see the view with her own eyes. It was a real shame that a battle was preventing the taking in of the amazing view. Yes, Lakis agreed, but when this is all over, I think we should try to see it, when we can take the time to truly enjoy it later. She paused as she didn't have good feelings about how this battle would end. Lakis couldn't say what it was exactly that was giving her the bad feeling, but it wouldn't leave her. Kira, I have got a bad feeling about this, Lakis remarked. Kira knew and understood the feeling that Lakis was talking about, as he was having serious concerns and worries about what they were going to do and its ending. He had read about the dangers of some environments that fighting took place in, and Earth's atmosphere came up in iterations often. However, his best friend Tyler was out there fighting ZAFT, and Kira didn't in any way feel comfortable with Tyler putting his life on the line for him and others alone. Then, there was definite chance of a Thrun being out there too. Kira cared about both of his best friends, even when they were in a situation they may be forced to face off against one another. Yeah, so do I, he returned, yet there isn't much we can do but go ahead and launch. So. Kira paused, shaking his head to clear it. Well, let's go. Kira Yamato, Asuka launching. Lakis Christopher, Strike launching, Lakis announced a moment after Kira launched. The two coordinators felt the catapults launching them forward and away from the ship at high speed. As they cleared the catapults, they activated their phase shift armor, readying themselves for combat. Both Zeros were quickly to follow the two mobile suits flying out of the Archangel's catapults. Alright, let's see what we can pull off, Mew muttered. If we can turn the tide, then it will be close to a miracle. Mew had a point with their chances of changing things being slim. Crystal knew that just as well as her friend did. However, the chance was still there, and where there was a chance, faith could bolster that. Have some faith, Mew, it's what we got to work with, she returned, so, cling on to that and use what we have. At the same time, Tyler was working on calming his breathing after escaping Sakura. He'd known going against her wouldn't be pleasant, quite the opposite in fact, and he had been right. Lisa had distracted Cruzet and he was grateful for her help, as Sakura had demanded his complete attention. But he had managed and had gotten away from her for the time being, and that was better than the alternative. However, Tyler then took in the battle as it was now and wasn't happy with the direction it was going. ZAFT forces were slowed down and the 8th Fleet was doing better than they would be if the Federation hadn't been assisting. Nonetheless, two groups of ZAFT mobile suits broke through the 8th Fleet's defense line shortly after Tyler had gotten away from Sakura. In one group was the Duel and the Buster along with some Jins, and in the other was Sakura's CGUE, the Aegis, and the Blitz along with other ZAFT machines. Tyler saw the two groups were heading towards the Archangel and were going against the fleet's final defense line. All but one of the ZAFT machines were forced back, the one Gin sticking close to the Buster for some reason. But the 4 stolen Omni prototypes opened with everything they had, successfully pressing the line and making a hole. Tyler witnessed the Duel rush forward through the hole, quickly followed by the Buster and the Gin. The hole closed before any of the other ZAFT suits could get through, but Tyler wasn't comfortable with even the 3 getting through. Tyler then caught sight of the Asuka and the Strike launching out from the Archangel, followed by both Zero Armors. For them to launch out at this point was not just borderline reckless, it was seriously close to blatant disregard of safety. Tyler planned for only himself going out and doing this dirty work, no one else getting shoved into it. Kira and Lakis were too nice for this war, they would do things they would end out regretting later, Tyler was sure of that if they kept doing what they had. Hence, why Tyler had come out, to shoulder the horrible things that were done so that his friends would be spared. He already had blood on his hands, and it sickened him, which was why he didn't want Kira and Lakis to get blood on theirs. Shortly after launching, the Archangel's defenders began clashing with the Duel, the Buster, and Gin. Tyler's friends and their fellow Archangel pilots looked to be holding their own for the time being. However, should the other ZAFT machines that had broken through the fleet's defenses join the fight, it would make things much worse. Tyler knew that atmospheric conditions would make things challenging for those he had been with, they needed more trouble to be added. If the defender of the Archangel fell, then the ship would follow them, and though that would technically fulfill the objective of the current mission Tyler was assigned, it was definitely not the way he wanted it to be done. That in mind, Tyler wasn't about to allow that to occur while he was alive and breathing. Even if it meant he fought against Sakura again, Tyler would do that and do his damnedest to best her. With that resolution, Tyler felt the onset of his seed mode and he felt his doubts fade away from his mind. Tyler's seed mode, he gained eyes in the back of his head along with increased speed with my reaction time, those two qualities are common with those with seed factor. Yet, he had another more individualist quality that comes into play when he went into seed mode which stood out. Tyler suddenly could somehow predict with extremely uncanny accuracy where his opponents would be when he attacked. It's this ability that others had nicknamed target forecasting which put Tyler in the top ranks of Federation pilots. Tyler had been being nice and trying to avoid killing ZAFT pilots before seed mode came on. He activated the Shadow's phase shift and zoomed forward at the group that didn't have Sakura in it. The Gin that Tyler did pass, he shot the head and sliced off its legs before using the machine as a springboard to pick up speed. As Tyler quickly approached the group of ZAFT mobile suits, they were focused on defending themselves against Omni. Mindy had been doing what was needed after the Duel had ran off on its own. She would have felt sorry for Jowl with what he would face with Commander Klein, if he hadn't knowingly earned the punishment. But her attention was drawn from that when the Gin who was covering their rear had an enemy pass them. Mindy glanced in that direction and witnessed the black enemy suit flying toward the group. The Gin that had been the rear guard was headless and legless and floating backwards. Mindy twisted around and fired upon the suit in the attempt to veer off. However, the enemy suit simply barrel-rolled out of the line of fire, not even slowing down or breaking its stride. That caught Mindy's attention as the enemy pilot seemed to know what was coming their way. That was proven more than the others in her group began attacking the black mobile suit and it evading. Meanwhile, Sakura also took notice of the legged ship sending out their remaining mobile weapons. So, they've launched off their 2 other mobile suits, Sakura muttered as she shot down a missile barrage aimed at her. She then smirked suddenly as 2 more objects emerged from the legged ship. Well, if it isn't the Hawk and the Peregrine, she remarked, it's been a while since I've had a challenge, hopefully those 2 can provide even if they aren't the Eagle. Cruzet had felt the thirst of a challenge that Sakura had coming in when facing the black enemy machine. Yet now, it was strengthening since the previous opponent had escaped before the battle had gone too far. A part of him hoped that she'd lose all rational thought in her desire for a good battle, but most of him knew better. If Sakura hadn't known it before, then she'd definitely learned her lesson about that at Endymion when she had come close to being defeated by a mobile armor pilot known as the Silver Eagle who she simply called the Eagle. At that moment though, Cruzet spotted something on sensors. The game of, he questioned. The second ship of his team was moving forward, all guns blazing and its path a direct intercept course with the legged ship. Has Zellman gone suicidal? If the game of were to hold its course, it would break up in the atmosphere and none of the crew would survive that. Cruzet wasn't the only one to notice the game of's change in course and where it would put the Laurasia class. Captain Zellman, this is an order, Sakura stated coolly after noticing the game of's course, pull back your ship immediately. Zellman heard the order, but with the work and sacrifice made against the legged ship, if they escaped it would all be for nothing. But we can't let them escape, Zellman reasoned. Sakura knew the view that Zellman was using, but that was how good people died and there had been more than enough of those. What you're doing isn't going to ensure the destruction of the legged ship, only the loss of a good crew and their captain, Sakura returned, voice still calm, but lost the cold tone. So, I repeat, you are ordered to withdraw. Even as Sakura ordered the game off back, she and the others took advantage of the distraction the Laurasia class's approach had caused. That was done by blasting their way through the 8th Fleet's formation and heading for the engagement with the legged ship's mobile weapons. There were several of the Alliance vessels turning in order to continue engaging them, even at the risk of plunging into the atmosphere themselves. Yes, understood ma'am, Zellman replied at last. The Game-Off fired reverse thrusters and began to turn around to withdraw, its cannons rotating so as to continue firing on the 8th Fleet. Even as it did so, numerous blasts from the fleet's vessels smashed into the frigate's hull, though not destroying the vessel. As Sakura's group surged forward, it was a Thrun that happened to glance in the direction of their allied group. What he saw was the shadow zooming at the group, doing some of the most insane acrobatics a Thrun had seen in person. Shots were flying at the black machine, but none were making contact or even forcing the phase shift to protect the suit. Nicole realized that the Aegis was looking in the direction of the other ZAFT group and glanced that way too. The sight of the Blitz's twin dancing out of the fire sent its way was impressive yet terrifying. Nicole swallowed hard at seeing the same signs that other suits the legged ship carried. That the black machine could show similar was horrifying, but there was more to it than that. It was being done more efficiently than the other two from what Nicole was seeing. Granted, Commander Klein had suggested that the pilot was a Federation pilot, but that still didn't explain it completely. Sakura gazed the same direction as the Aegis and the Blitz just in time to see the black suit to reach one of the Jins. It then proceeded in cutting off the weapon arm off the Gin then kick it away. That was followed by their opponent using its beam rifle to nail another Gin destroying it. And it wasn't the proficiency the enemy suit had that got Sakura to wonder, it was that they didn't look their opponent's way, it was like they knew where they were already. The black machine finished but using one of the two CGUEs as some sort of springboard launching itself forward before it shot around from its shield. Athrun was in mild shock at seeing what his friend Tyler had just pulled off. Sure, after studying the last battle, he would admit Tyler was skilled more than Athrun figured. But this went beyond that and even that didn't explain what Tyler had just done. He'd whipped 4 ZAFT suits as if they had been standing still and he was dancing around them. It was that thought that brought back the things the other two enemy machines had done in the previous battle. There had been a change, Athrun would swear to that if asked, but the shadow hadn't shown the same back then. Yet now, it was not only showing the same points, it was upping that and accurately attacking without even looking. Sakura could tell that her group was out of range of assisting their allies. When the enemy suit was dodging amazingly, Sakura doubted anything they used would have any better effect. The black suit after using the CGUE to zoom forward dove into the atmosphere. Sakura didn't worry about Ryan, he would get out before that suit could take him down. It was the two from Cruzit's team that were concerning. She told Cruzit that if anything happened to them he would be the one to do the paperwork, yet realistically, with Cruzit's record, Sakura would likely be doing said paperwork instead. Sakura very much disliked doing paperwork, and with the two the enemy was fighting also having family in politics, that complicated things further. While that happened, Kira and Lakis blazed out of the Archangel when suddenly the mobile suits began to slow and shake. Kira looked down at his displays, it must be gravity pulling me down, Kira muttered. He pressed a button and had the Asuka's thrusters blaze away harder. Gravity would be a dangerous thing to be kept in mind in this battle for to ignore it meant you would fall and burn up if one went too deep into Earth's atmosphere. The strike at his side, obviously having done the same, compensating for the pull of gravity. In the duel, Isaac smirked as he caught sight of the two mobile suits which he wanted payback on. There you are, you damn naturals, he snarled, finally got the courage to show your face again. You're not just going let that black suit fight while it's invisible like a coward. He reached up and grabbed a saber as he closed the distance between the duel and the Asuka. This is for the nasty wound, Isaac growled over an open channel. The duel rushed forward at the Asuka and quickly met in a clash of beam saber on its shield. Kira instantly noted that the duel had additional equipment it didn't have before in the last battle. The duel, with upgraded equipment, Kira questioned as the duel fired 2 rounds from its new shoulder-mounted railgun at him. The railgun wasn't the same as the one the Shadow had in its shield, but it still would have kick to it that Kira didn't want to be hit by. He dodged the second swing and took a leaf out of Tyler's playbook using the Asuka's shield and rammed the duel. Kira backed off a bit and began to weave out of the barrage from the duel's Eagle Stallions and then countering with the Asuka's own Eagle Stallions. At the same time, Lakis narrowed her eyes as both the Buster and the Blue Gin with them closing in on her. You won't win, she said as she fired 4 shots in rapid succession forcing the two opposing suits to separate. Both opposing machines returned fire to her, but Lakis evaded the high-energy beam cannon shot from the Buster. Lakis then blocked most of the bullets from the Gin with her shield, and for those that she didn't block, the strike's phase shift armor absorbed. The Buster fired missiles at her, but she gunned most of the projectiles down with her Eagle Stallions and blocked the remainder with her shield. Then, both of the Mobius Zeros arrived to join the battle deploying their gun barrels using them to put on the pressure on the enemy mobile suits. Yet, Mew and Crystal were not letting the gun barrels go out to the farthest extent with the environment as it was. Now that Isaac had gotten them into this situation, they were attacking and defending against the legged ship's defenders. Dirka was a tad surprised to not see the black machine and its mirage colloid wouldn't work effectively in atmospheric conditions. So, either wasn't being sent out, which didn't make sense, or it was already out and somewhere else. Dirka focused back on the task at hand and pressed forward against the strike while the wingman that he had been assigned was taking on the two mobile armors. Dirka dodged a shot from the strike, returning fire with the beam rifle, and kept switching between that and the gun launcher. Dirka would have liked to go against the black suit wherever it was right now, so he could get them back for destroying the Buster's beam rifle, thereby making the combined rifle entirely. Yet with the orders received from the Black Zephyr, well, he wasn't as crazy as Isaac was being. Dirka certainly didn't wish to face a court-martial from her, definitely not in the presence of Admiral Tries. Lakis defended herself from the counter-attack with her shield. At the same time, Mew took advantage of the Buster being thrown off by the strike's response and Crystal having the full attention of the Gin, bringing all of his weapons to bear on the Buster and opened fire, directing everything right at the center of the Buster's torso. The phase shift armor managed to hold up just fine, but the sheer force of the impacts sent it tumbling lower and closer to the atmosphere of the Earth and closer to the point of no return. Dirka had to work at righting the Buster for a moment. Ugh, this machine is getting heavy, he muttered. He fired the Buster's thrusters to try and get back up to a more stable position, yet Mew kept up the barrage on the Buster. However, then the Gin broke away from Crystal and attacked the Red Zero, and forcing Mew onto the defensive and stopping him from peppering the Buster. Lakis tried to help Mew, but the Gin countered and sent the strike flying back a ways. Mew, the Hawk of Endymion, redirected all of his firepower at the Gin, but Ryan evaded the shots and pumped two of the gun barrels full of bullets in rapid succession. Oh crap, Mew cursed as the Gin quickly closed the distance between Mew and the mobile suit that was swinging its sword at him. Mew pulled the Zero around to dodge, but the sword cut off the barrel of the linear gun. Ryan would have then proceeded to open up full auto on the mobile armor, but the blue Zero came up from behind and spat weapons fire at the Gin. Ryan evaded most of the shots, but some landed didn't cause much damage. However, if given time, things would get worse for Ryan himself. He would have taken a few shots at the Red Zero, but things changed. His assault rifle was raised up, but before he could fire at the mobile armor, a beam pierced the rifle, forcing Ryan to let it go as it exploded. Upon glancing in the direction of the shots had come from, Ryan spotted the black mobile suit that had been mentioned. The things that had been said and reported were very troublesome, to put it mildly, and now that suit was coming straight at him from above. Ryan pulled back, yet the shadow came past and cut of a portion of Ryan's Jin's right arm off. Tyler, after clipping the Jin's arm off, flipped the shadow and kicked the ZAFT suit hard, sending it flying. As Ryan worked at righting his suit, Dirka, at seeing the black suit, brought the beam rifle up to settle on it. However, he was struck and was forced back, but what had Dirka trying to process what was going on was the black machine hadn't looked his direction before using its railgun. It was like the pilot had already known Dirka was there and didn't need to work at all to deal with him. As the Buster worked to right itself, Tyler pointed his beam rifle at the Gin, the cockpit specifically. Ryan got the message he was silently being sent, back off or he was dead, and he wasn't interested in finding out the accuracy of the reports of the enemy unit were. He pulled upward since he was getting dangerously close to the no point of no escape from Earth's gravity. Well, after all. The Buster shook as the shadow shot its railgun, sending it lower and lower, until Tyler estimated the machine was lower enough it couldn't pull out. That effectively dealt with the Buster for this battle, as the pilot would now need to focus on re-entry. Mew was completely surprised to see the shadow come out of nowhere. No, he was in shock at what Tyler had just done. By what Chief Murdoch had said, Tyler had left just before the battle start, and that was the last heard of him. The kid had popped up, disabled again, and dealt with the Buster in around a minute. Not did the oldest teen do that, he made it look simple, and where he could make things hard look easy, this was more than usual. But as Mew saw his Zero wasn't taking the heat of the atmosphere well with 2 lost gun barrels and damaged linear gun, he was forced to focus back on his situation. With 2 of the 4 gun barrels missing, his thrusting power had taken a hit, and with gravity pulling down, that loss was magnified. Archangel, this is La Flaga, Mew said over the radio. I've been hit and am returning to the ship. Roger that, Mirialia acknowledged. Meanwhile, Kira continued to tangle with the duel, his beam saber locked with the duel's own. That shifted between a shooting match between the 2 machines, their phase shift armor protecting them from the other's attacks well enough. Yet, after a bit, Kira moved forward and kicked the duel, sending it tumbling downward. Damn you, Isaac roared over an open channel. Kira was just considering whether or not to finish the duel off with his beam rifle when he suddenly sensed a familiar presence and tossed himself back, dodging an attack by crews at CGUE. Ryan joined the rest of the group of mobile suits after his ascent and began helping Mindy's group. Sakura saw that most would need to keep Omni off the others to have any chance at the target. She did observe the duel which had been sent tumbling downward, recover and fly up to a more stable level. Jowl was stubborn, she'd admit that, not that it would get the teen out of trouble with her. Nor did Sakura miss the appearance of the enemy black machine again, and she wanted another go at them to see how good they were. Juno, Lori, take the others and hold Omni back, Sakura ordered. Ryan, keep with Mindy's group and do the same. There wasn't a question in the order, the four had come to trust Commander Klein's orders. Ma'am, the four replied and broke off in the fights they had been in and did as they were ordered to do. Sakura prepared to dive down and go after the strike and perhaps confirm a question she had. Amalfi, change of plans, Sakura announced as she eyed the strike. Go assist holding off the 8th Fleet ships from pursuing us. It wasn't that Nicole had an issue with the order from Sakura, it was what she had said at the briefing that was coming to his mind. Sakura had stated clearly that none were to fly or fight solo period or else they would be on their own to get out of whatever situation they got into. Isaac was a prime example as to why that was such an important thing in this battle and showed the wisdom that Commander Klein had. But then why would she go against her own rule now? It didn't make sense to Nicole. Yes of course ma'am, but didn't you say, he began questioning. Sakura knew what she'd said before about not flying or fighting solo, but the fighting style of the strike was too similar to not find out if she was right. I know what I said about flying solo, now go deal with the pursuit ships anyway, Sakura commanded, leaving no room for argument. Why yes ma'am, right away, Nicole replied, slightly scared by the way she'd barked the order at him. The blitz pulled away and Nicole went to do what he was told, not wanting to be on the bad side of the Black Zephyr, like Isaac already had. Sakura shook her head before she dove down towards the strike and Lakis had just turned to see a black shape coming at her. It took a moment for Lakis to register that the shape was a CGUE, and she took out one of its beam sabers and swung it at her opponent. The movement was virtually identical to the style Sakura had taught her sister several months back. Lakis forced the CGUE back, yet then it fired a shot off, piercing the strike's rifle. Lakis instinctively tossed it away, bringing her shield up to defend against the explosion of the rifle. Even in the short observation, Sakura had seen enough to know who the pilot of this final alliance prototypes was. The CGUE's sword hit the strike's shield, which Lakis just managed to block the incoming blow in time. That single hit and the custom-colored CGUE made Lakis realize who was in the opposing suit's pilot was. There was only one that she knew that was this good at fighting. No way, Lakis gasped, freezing in shock. Sis. Sakura proceeded to make 3 quick slashes that Lakis only barely parried. Then twisted her sword around to knock the beam saber out of the strike's hand. Then Sakura reached out the CGUE's hand and grabbing the strike's shoulder, establishing a direct contact link that would let her communicate with her sister undetected. Hello Lakis, she said, a softer and a little warmer tone in her voice for one of the rare times that she showed emotions, other than around their father and Tyler. I'm glad to hear you're safe, though I am surprised you got caught up in this, she continued. Even as she spoke, she continued to perform mock attacks, like kneeing the strike's hip to make it look like Sakura was still being serious in the fight. There was so much she wanted to say, to talk about with her sister with the events of the previous weeks. Before the collapse of Heliopolis and the start of this journey, Lakis had no idea what her sister dealt with. True, there was still a lot she didn't know, but she now had a view into the world that her older sister fought in daily. Sakura, Lakis tried to say. Questions still remained on how her little sister got to this place, but those could wait for a later time. And by the tone, Lakis had learned how ugly battle was by this point, which was something she'd hoped to shield her from. Sakura would be giving a real dressing down to Cruz it later for playing a part in getting Lakis here. It's fine, Sakura replied, I trust you, you are doing the best you can. I know you wouldn't do this without good reason, so let me just say this, be careful of the Atlantic Federation higher UPS. A lot of them are blue cosmos and they'll only do what they see is needed to advance their own interests and destroy what doesn't. The warning was odd even from her sister, it said there was an amount she wasn't saying to Lakis. And it wasn't that Lakis didn't trust her sister, she did, meaning she would do just as suggested. But for Sakura to see the need to give that warning was unsettling in its own way. Sis, Lakis uttered. Suddenly, something black moved over to where the strike and the CGUE were and smashed into the black CGUE suit, forcing it to have to work to right itself. Lakis then found herself, looking at the back of the shadow, which had put itself between the strike and where the black CGUE ended out. She was very happy to see that Tyler was still alive at this point, but she felt he misunderstood and had gotten between her and her sister. Sakura on the other hand, glared at the black enemy unit. It had been interesting before now, but it had gotten between her and her little sister. To those that did such, Sakura made them suffer forever, considering do that action and to her satisfaction. So this Federation pilot was asking for punishment and Sakura would deliver on that in spades. Next, over an open channel, Tyler's voice was heard, time for you to back off and go Sakura, this farce is done. Thoughts of vengeance and punishment evaporated faster than water in a desert at high noon. In fact, Sakura's mind came to a halt at the sound of that voice and her heart skipped a beat. She looked down at her main display and saw the radio contact was indeed coming from the black mobile suit. The very idea/possibility that the pilot of the black unit could be someone she knew had never entered her mind. She'd never imagined that her beloved Tyler could be the pilot even when he was a member of the Federation's military. His voice always put her at ease no matter where she was and made her feel like a normal person, kind of like Lakis and their father, but there was more to it than that, which Sakura couldn't explain. Just hearing his voice made her feel happy in a way that not even Lakis or their father did. Perhaps it was that feeling he caused her to have, which drove Sakura Klein to chase the young man as much as she did whenever their paths crossed. Sakura couldn't say for sure, all she could determine was she liked the young man a great deal. The last time she had seen him and had been able to have him in her embrace had been around the plants and that had felt wonderful. But Sakura had been interrupted in showing her affections to him by her father saying those on the National Defense Committee wanted to speak with her. Then, she'd been forced to endure the old fools on said committee, trying to tell her how to do what she should do. As if they had any idea what she does best or had any right to tell her what she, Sakura Klein, should do. Only Linus Tries, who had earned her loyalty, could give her orders of any sort and expect her to follow them like they expect a normal soldier would. Tyler, oh my, you should have said you'd be around here, for you to dance with me in this kind of place, how bold of you, Sakura squealed in a happy tone, mixed with giggles and a broad smile coming to her face. Why didn't you tell me before now that you were into dancing on a battlefield? I would have made arrangements for us to end out like this much sooner. If Lakis's jaw could have dropped, then it would have, but it went slack and was open in shock at hearing her sister talk to Tyler like she was, and she was even giggling. She could barely remember the last time Sakura had giggled like this, it had been years at the very least. Sakura tended to be cold and calculating around everyone but their father and Lakis herself, and even with the family, Sakura didn't show much emotion and none of it strong, simply put. However, her sister was talking like she did years ago before the war. She was acting almost like her old self, and Lakis had begun to think she would never see her older sister like she used to be ever again. Oh yes, Tyler had mentioned that Sakura had a thing for him, as he put it several times. He had even supplied a few sparse details about his experiences with Lakis's older sister, but other than that, there was nothing to suggest what was happening right now. Lakis herself, after hearing some of the things that Tyler had said from himself and from Kira, she had a hard time believing what was described by him. For the things he had said Sakura did around himself, she wouldn't do any more, it had been so outlandish. Yet not only was there clear evidence being provided now that what Tyler had been telling the truth, but Lakis hadn't thought or imagined that it was to this degree. There was then an updraft sending Sakura off away from the strike and the shadow. Lakis was about to thank Tyler and ask him what the interaction between him and Sakura, but didn't have the chance. The shadow shot off towards where the Asuka was fighting another CGUE, and the duel was still around the area as it had recovered from tumbling. Lakis glanced around and saw the Manilaus had developed a bubble of heat from the atmosphere, faint as it was. A moment later she spotted the two shuttles being released from the Manilaus. Back on the Archangel, the battle continued as the ship was working its way through the entry interface process. They had passed Phase 1 with little issue, but as they had begun Phase 2, ZAFT forces had broken through the 8th Fleet's final defense line. Thus far the enemy forces hadn't reached the Archangel, but some of them had gotten worryingly close. Captain, we have 2 minutes before reaching Phase 3 of entry interface, Arnold Newman announced, preparing to release ablative gel now. The time for the mobile weapons of the Archangel being out in the fight had run out and they needed to back to the ship. If they didn't, then they would be forced to do atmospheric re-entry on their own. That was extremely reckless if not suicidal. Order the strike, the Asuka, the Shadow, and the remaining 0 to return at once, Muru ordered, their time has run out. Kira, Lakis, Major McAllister, return to the ship immediately. Tyler, if you can hear me, then get back to the Archangel, Mirieliah said in a tone of worry. We have only 2 minutes left before starting Phase 3. Crystal looked down at her main display and saw the altitude reading showing 900 kilometers. That was just 75 kilometers from the edge of the no-return zone where Earth's gravity became stronger and it was very difficult for thrusters to escape. Between 825 and 775 was the no-return zone. Lower than that you wouldn't escape Earth's gravity. Crap, Crystal got out, wish I could stay out longer, but can't if I don't want to not burn up. The Blue Zero fell into the same path that the red mobile armor had been taking. When Mew was close enough that he fired an anchor that shot towards the ship, and once it had attached, pulling the mobile armor to the upper deck. The Blue Zero did the same when it got close enough and came to be next to Mew's armor once it was reeled down to the upper deck as the temperature kept climbing higher. Once Mew had attached his mobile armor to the Archangel, he looked around to see where the mobile suits were as they needed to get back here pronto as well. Where are you kids? Get back to the Archangel now. Our times has run out, Mew shouted in frustration. Mew had been growing fond of both Kira and Lakis, even Tyler. Sure, none of them are perfect, but they were good kids. There was no reply other than the radio crackling with static as the minutes dragged on. Back with Kira, he was clashing with Cruzit, CGUE blade against beam saber, both mobile suits pressing against the other to make their opponent back down. He heard the message from the Archangel, but with the fight he was in he couldn't get back to the ship. And the fight was made harder as it wasn't a 1 vs 1, but a 2 against 1 with the CGUE and the Aegis fighting the Asuka. It was putting Kira to the wall, defending himself and unable to effectively counter-attack his opponents. Athrun wasn't actively trying to shoot down the winged mobile suit since the pilot was supposedly Kira Yamato, his other best friend. The last thing Athrun wished to do was to shoot down and kill one of his two best friends. And by the information he'd been told by Tyler, Kira was inside that mobile suit due to Omni taking advantage of Kira's naivete and kind heart. The good and kind nature that Kira had was one of his best qualities and had been proven multiple times. It was also why seeing him be fooled and tricked to assist the Earth Alliance caused such a conflict with Athrun himself. It was hard to watch and not help Kira understand what was being done to him by those he was around. Athrun fired his beam rifle at the Asuka, aiming for a leg, but Kira managed to break away from the CGUE before the bolt hit him. For all of the machines, the increasing influence of gravity was taking a higher and higher toll the longer the battle continued and the further into the atmosphere they fell. At least, it was becoming increasingly evident that the Asuka's greater thrusters were giving Kira the advantage in the fight, even with him being outnumbered 2-1 by Cruzet and the Aegis. The Aegis was also compensating for the force of gravity, but even Athrun has being hard-pressed to keep up with the winged suit with the adjustments he was having to make. However, things became direr as the Federation forces pressed forward and ZAFT was being forced to fall back. That didn't mean that ZAFT was giving up without a fight and attempting to take down the Archangel. However, those that broke through were losing the support from their allies they had before as the Federation pushed them back. For a few ZAFT mobile suits, they did get shots fired off in the Archangel's direction, yet due to the anti-beam depth charges in Earth's atmosphere, the beams didn't reach the ship. Yet, ZAFT didn't keep their struggle long as 2 out of the 4 Nazca classes and both Laurasia classes had been disabled and had to crawl away from the combined fighting force of the Alliance and the Federation. Back in the upper atmosphere, Kira kept fighting both the CGUE and the Aegis. His worry about the Archangel grew, but he couldn't make his way over to the vessel as the two machines wouldn't let him get far before attacking him again. That changed when the something black rammed into the Aegis, and when Kira glanced over, he identified the black object as the Shadow. The black mobile suit held the full attention of the Aegis, making Kira able to focus on the CGUE, making this an even fight of 2 against 2. Kira himself was happy to see Tyler was okay, even during the heat of battle in the atmosphere. After another minute, the dull glow of orange that had formed around the mobile suits became brighter as they passed the halfway point of the exosphere, the outermost layer of Earth's atmosphere. The glow around the Archangel also brightened as they continued descending, but also, the time before the ship began Phase 3 of atmospheric entry interface was very short. Phase 3 of atmospheric interface started just before a ship reached the thermosphere, which was not only the biggest layer that made up the atmosphere, but also the roughest and had the most heat. The problem with this situation, the Archangel would need to release the ablative gel that would cut down the effects from the heat and accompanying friction of the atmosphere. Doing so would make it impossible to open the catapults and allow the Strike, the Asuka, and the Shadow to come back on board, and it would slow the Archangel down relative to the descent speed of the mobile suits. The ZAFT forces at last let up on their attack, no longer able to keep up their attempts to divert the ship's course and fend off the opposing forces. With the assistance of the Federation forces, and Omni's 8th Fleet wasn't completely wiped out, but more than half of them had been destroyed. Then most of the Alliance vessels had taken damage of some sort and to varying degrees, and so wouldn't be able to go into battle for a time. For those in the atmosphere, they were beginning to realize that they were getting to the point of no return from one of the things that gave Earth the abilities to support life. Ra was trying to get his CGUE to climb out of the atmosphere, but his mobile suit's thrust wasn't enough. Athrun, we're at the limit, Cruzet said as he struggled to move. My CGUE can no longer fight under these conditions. I'm not even confident that I can break free of Earth's gravity at this point. Athrun knew his suit had the power, it would take an amount of the battery's power, but that was a small price to pay. The Aegis can do it, Athrun replied before breaking away from the engagement it had been in with the Shadow. Then the red mobile suit shifted into its mobile armor mode, before zooming forward and grabbed the CGUE in his machine's claws. After that, Athrun shot upward and away from the Earth, leaving the Asuka and the Shadow where they were. For the ZAFT forces, Sakura gave the order to withdraw, even if she was still very close to the atmosphere and so still under the pull of gravity. All forces are to withdraw, Sakura ordered, the battle is over. But Commander, we can at least finish off the 8th Fleet despite the Federation's interference, one of the ZAFT captains called. No, Sakura returned sternly, to continue fighting now would be meaningless. There's no reason to get ourselves killed to take down the enemy. Somewhat reluctantly, all the ZAFT forces obeyed her command, pulling back from the 8th Fleet engagement. On the other hand, Halberton let out a sigh of relief that ZAFT forces were pulling back. He had been worried before but was grateful that the Federation had stepped in and helped the fleet out. The losses they'd sustained were harsh, but they could have been so much worse than they were. Halberton then turned to the whole reason that the fleet had done what they had, the safety of the Archangel. What's the status of the Archangel? He asked, yet when the answer came from the censor officer, his blood ran cold. After saving Kira from being ganged up on and potentially killed, Tyler took in what the circumstance around were like right now. He was still concerned about the things that could possibly go wrong in this present crapshoot this battle was quickly becoming. Those worries increased sharply when he saw not one, but both civilian shuttles being released from the Manilaus in order to descend down to Earth. Tyler understood the reasons why Halberton would do so, but both shuttles were still coming onto the battlefield and putting the civilians in danger. They could be seen as a target by some idiot who think there are soldiers on board trying to escape the battle or something stupid like that. Yet, then Tyler spotted the duel still in a moderate range of the Asuka and the Shadow, but also close enough to notice the shuttles. In fact, Tyler saw the duel turn to face the shuttles and points its rifle at them. With that view, Tyler put on a burst of speed in the direction of the shuttles. Kira noticed the movement and a moment later saw the duel aiming for the shuttles, which explained why Tyler was flying in that direction. Kira zoomed at the duel in order to stop them from trying to shoot the shuttle as there were civilians on board them. "Don't do it, they're only civilians," Kira shouted as the Asuka was just about to reach the duel. Isaac ignored what was being said. "You soldiers want to be cowards that want to run away, do ye?" he snarled before firing his beam rifle. The beam seemed to move in slow motion to Kira as it traveled towards the lead shuttle. Most of the refugees had shut their eyes when the mobile suit pointed its rifle at the craft they were on. The lead shuttle pilots knew there was no way they could evade in time, but the Shadow appeared between the shuttle and the mobile suit, blocking the bolt with its shield. The appearance of one of the allied mobile suits was as a godsend. The shuttle pilots for both craft took that as motivation to get the pilot on board the shuttles down safe for that action. Tyler stayed where he was while Isaac stared at first in slight disbelief. "What the?" he exclaimed before the disbelief morphed into burning anger. "Damn you, natural pilot! Back off, you hot-headed idiot," Tyler stated in a cold voice. "Leave these shuttles filled with refugees alone. You insist on threatening them, then I'll personally use you as a shield to block the heat and ride you through re-entry, taking the steepest entry angle I can," he growled at the duel. "Now then, let's pick up where we left off earlier, and I intend to finish the job this time even if it means I take you out." Kira hadn't heard Tyler speak like that before, let alone threaten to kill another flat out. Tyler wasn't the kind of person to actively work to kill someone else. It showed how seriously Tyler was fighting. Isaac was angry before, but the retort he received fueled him further, yet also made him wonder just who the pilot of the Black Machine was. The duel rushed forward, firing at the Shadow, which Tyler blocked the bolts to make sure the shuttles weren't hit. Kira moved forward to help Tyler but got caught in a thermal updraft and was flung a distance away from his friend. Tyler stayed where he was to protect the shuttles were passing as they descended down towards Earth's surface. The duel kept closing the distance and drew a beam saber, to which Tyler drew his second beam saber. Tyler employed the Shadow's shield to block the saber and swung his own to make the duel back up a bit. He was also required to keep an eye and balance how he used the Shadow's power to prevent early re-entry. Tyler knew the Shadow would need serious repair before a major battle after this one. While it would provide a reason for Tyler to see one of his friends around home, it wasn't one he wanted to have. Yet, Tyler kept his general position as the shuttles kept moving downward. It was another minute before the shuttles passed where they were in danger of being hit. Once both shuttles had gotten far enough away to vanish from the attention of this pilot of the duel, Tyler went off the defensive. He was going to give the hot-headed idiot who needed serious anger management a lesson on letting their emotions do the driving would get them. Sadly, and somewhat surprisingly, the duel's pilot needed more anger control training than Natarl did, and Tyler didn't think there were many that would outdo that woman. Tyler glanced down at his main display and noted the secondary battery in the flight system had just dipped below 25%. The Shadow's main battery was still fully charged and ready to go, as he'd been using the secondary battery for this battle. Tyler had an idea on how to deal with the duel in a way that would get the result he wanted, but it required a sacrifice. That said sacrifice would be the flight system for its battery, which would be used as an explosive. However, it was the best Tyler could come up with that would finish the fight with the duel in a timely manner. With how low they already were, time was of the essence as the point of no return was coming up quick. That in mind, Tyler sent the command for the attached equipment to be ejected, the parts that amplified the suit's thruster output. The flight system broke up and quickly melted in the atmospheric heat, leaving the battery compartment. Tyler grabbed the battery and rushed forward at the duel to begin his plan he had in mind. The opposing mobile suit took out its beam saber and swung it at the Shadow, yet Tyler evaded. Tyler moved to be behind the duel and got the Shadow's right arm around the duel's torso. He then shoved the battery against the duel's thruster before Tyler got the left arm around the duel's head. Tyler then had the Shadow begin diving down into the atmosphere, dragging the duel with it. Isaac yanked on his controls to try and free the duel from his enemy's hold. He was also seeing the altitude readout were dropping and approaching the point of no return. Tyler let go of the duel and pulled back a bit. "Okay then, you punk, enjoy doing re-entry without the main part of your propulsion system." Tyler aimed his railgun at the battery he had shoved onto the duel and fired, puncturing the battery, causing it to explode. The explosion did heavy damage to the duel's main thrusters, making them inoperable overall. An alarm that came after the explosion drew Isaac's attention, and when he looked down, the main display showed the main thruster was offline now. He had lost to the Black Machine twice in this battle and that infuriated Isaac even more. With the duel dealt with, Tyler took the time to gauge his current position and found that the Archangel was a long distance away from where he was. With Tyler currently in the point of no return margin and still falling at an alarming rate, he was in a harsh position. Without a ship to act as a shield against the atmospheric heat, Tyler would have to count on the Shadow's phase shift and Tyler didn't have a great deal of confidence in that. Tyler also noticed the strike was the closest to the Archangel and the Asuka was closer to where he was. And while Tyler had known that he might have to do re-entry, it didn't mean that he wanted to do the idea. Tyler figured that overthinking things wasn't going to help the current circumstances. The two shuttles were beyond the dangers the battle provided and Tyler would take that for the moment. So, Tyler flew the short distance over to where the Asuka was, which required the Shadow to climb an amount to reach Kira. His friend was pretty much in the same position as Tyler himself was in being forced into re-entry soon enough. Tyler had done re-entry once but that had been in a Federation Delta space fighter which were designed to be able to go through the atmosphere and be okay on the other end. And while the prototypes that Omni made along with the Asuka and the Shadow said in their specs that they should be able to do entry interface, that wasn't necessarily true. Tyler knew for a fact that none of the prototypes had been put in anything like atmospheric conditions. And the one time Tyler had done re-entry had taught him that you make sure the system you used worked in that environment. Yet Tyler felt that he would be doing re-entry whether he wanted to or not and he wasn't looking forward to it. The mobile suits had been doing okay under the conditions they had been under thus far in this battle so that said something. Tyler was still worried about Kira as battle was a corruptive thing which Tyler knew personally. He didn't want Kira to have to be sullied by blood on his hands like Tyler had to deal with his 2 years of service in the Federation's military. Kira and even Lakis were too innocent to get into the mess of fighting in this war and yet they had been doing that. Once Tyler got over to where Kira was, he used the Shadow's shortwave radio. "Kira, you okay?" The comm channel wasn't stable and there wasn't any picture or video of Kira, but with the interference from being in the atmosphere, this is the best Tyler got. Kira was glad to hear Tyler's voice even if he wasn't getting a picture on the comm screen. This battle had been harder than the last one and while the atmospheric condition contributed to that it wasn't the only thing. But things were not looking up and Kira wasn't so ignorant to not see Tyler and he were still in risky circumstances. "Yes, I good for the moment," Kira replied. Out of the corner of his eye, Tyler saw movement and when he looked in that direction, the view of the Archangel coming closer to our position was clear. Yet, at its current speed, it wouldn't get close enough for Kira or Tyler to be able to land on the ship before they were forced to begin re-entry if they didn't want to possibly burn up. But as Tyler thought about it, there could be a way for at least one of them to make it back. And the Shadow would do better ascending rather than receiving in the method to get one suit back. Kira was the better choice in Tyler's mind, the crew trusted him more than Tyler. Kira would defend the ship with all he had, Tyler had no doubt about that for several reasons. With that in mind, Tyler's decision was made and he knew that Kira would vehemently disagree with him. Tyler would be against his plan in Kira's position and wouldn't blame his friend for the resistance he would show. "Kira, with the distance we both are from the Archangel, the two of us can't get to the ship as things stand." Tyler paused for a moment, "Yet there is a way to get one of us to the Archangel." Tyler hesitated, "And it's best that it's you, just keep the Asuka's shield in front of the cockpit." Kira processed what Tyler just said and as it sunk in, horror filled him as he began to understand what Tyler was implying. Tyler intended to send Kira back to the Archangel at the cost of him not going and doing atmospheric re-entry himself in the Shadow. Kira focused forward to see the Shadow had backed up and had its shield in front in preparation to ram the Asuka. "No Ty wait," Kira shouted. Tyler put the pedal to the metal and rushed forward and rammed the Asuka sending it flying towards the Archangel. "Sorry Kira, it's better this way, we'll see each other later," Tyler said in farewell. He then aimed the Shadow's railgun and fired nailing the Asuka's shield increasing the suit's momentum. It wasn't the ideal way to send off one of his best friends, but it was the best he could do at this time. Phase end. A/N. And done with that phase. Now, lots to cover in this as I owe a bit of an explanation as to why it has been so long since posting. My life has been crazy, I know that doesn't say much, but simply put I haven't had much time to write. Then combine that with a spurt of writer's block and well, yeah that's the main reasons why it has been so long. It may not be much of an apology but it's the truth and I would rather give that than an excuse. With that out of the way, on to the details of why I made the changes I did. So overall the battle ended the way it did before but there were parts that changed, like the Shadow going against the duel earlier on, or Tyler facing Sakura as examples. I think if we are all honest, then for those that have watched canon, Isaac Jowl is a hot-headed, gung-ho, idiot that most of us don't like. Whether that is the writers of canon's intent, not really the point, so a bit of bashing if you will on the duel and Isaac. Should you not like Tyler whips him twice in one battle, deal with it, I'm the author, my choice. Then with Sakura, come on, two amazing pilots going against one another, who doesn't want to see that kind of thing? The other thing I changed is Tyler got to show off his seed mode a little different which I like better. Anyway, on a bit of a personal note, Please some of you readers write a review. I'm not asking for a paragraph or essay telling me things or a list of questions, though those are always neat. I don't care about spelling or grammar, I'm no English teacher, I assure you, as long as I can understand what is being said, it's good. For those who write on fanfiction, I would bet some of you know what I'm talking about when I say, sometimes, it feels like I'm writing to hear myself think for the reason I have to do so, those are private, I'm not insane, that's all that needs to be said. Anyways, thank you for reading my rant for reviews. Until the next chapter. Chapter 16, Phase 19, Down to Earth. I repeat that I don't own nothing to do with the Gundam universe, as neat and cool as that would be. Just take credit for my characters and musings. So then, on with the tale. February 15, 71 CE. The Archangel. The descent thus far had been going according to plan, and with the enemy forces forced back things were looking okay. However, the Archangel's mobile suits had yet to return to the ship, and that was getting more problematic every passing second. We are entering atmospheric interface phase 3, deploying ablative gel in preparation for entering the thermosphere, Arnold announced. And shortly after he had made the statement, the Archangel began to shake noticeably as the effect of friction with Earth's atmosphere, and most visual pictures became distorted from the atmospheric heat. Mew and Crystal were looking around for the mobile suits with time having run out for combat. Crystal spotted the machines to their right and worryingly, they were a sizable distance away from the ship. Mew, to your right, it's the 3 mobile suits, she shouted with tones of growing dismay. The crew also stared in horror as the Strike, the Asuka, and the Shadow came into view of the bridge viewing ports, and the sight of them plunging into the atmosphere on their own caused serious worry and panic. The feelings increased as it became clear that the 3 mobile suits were falling in completely different paths from one another and the Archangel itself. The Strike was a shorter distance away than the other 2 suits, but even the Strike was a sizable distance from the ship as it fell. Perhaps if they had full or 3/4 power levels, the Strike might be able to make it back to the ship, yet the Asuka and the Shadow, even with fully charged batteries, it would be a stretch for them to return to the Archangel. However, all 3 were likely low on power after the battle, due to its length and the odds stacked against them, so they were in a harsh position that they may have to do atmospheric re-entry on their own. The sight of their friends in trouble and said trouble set up to get much worse made the volunteers unable to stay quiet. Kira. Lakis. Tyler, Tall cried as he watched what the scene playing out. No way, Sai muttered with growing concern. If their friends couldn't make it back, they may die in the atmosphere if re-entry went wrong. Natarl's thoughts were racing as if the mobile suit pilot's situation didn't change, then they would be forced to do atmospheric re-entry on their own. The specs for the G Project's units said that atmospheric interface and the condition therein were survivable in them. However, the point that designers and engineers stated was possible had never been tested. Sure, the suits had been doing fairly well fighting in atmospheric conditions thus far, but that was in high orbit. So there were serious doubts in Natarl's mind if the specs were right or not. And while Natarl may think the teens shouldn't be fighting as they were, that didn't mean she wanted them dead. Yes, even Tyler she didn't want to see die, notwithstanding the frustrations he caused her. They're not seriously thinking of attempting re-entry on their own, Natarl questioned incredulously. They may not have a choice anymore with the situation as it is, Sophia said. How accurate are those specs on the suits mentioned before, cause there is a very good chance they're going to be put to a real test. Arnold was still working to keep the Archangel on its entry vector, which wasn't easy as the conversation was going. Honestly, the specs didn't matter in the end, the ship's mobile suits were going to be separated if they didn't get back. If the mobile suits were separated, then it didn't matter if they reached the JOSHA base, it would be for little to nothing. The specs don't matter at this point, Arnold stated loudly, their descent angle differs from our own. Even if they make it through re-entry, they're going to land in completely different places than we will. Arnold's statement got most to pause as he had a point. Their mission was to get a mobile suit to an Omni base intact, if they didn't then all they had done would be in vain. Instead of arguing, Tall pushed aside his worry about his friends, knowing that panicking wouldn't help in this. He quickly started inputting data on his console to do something that would help in this situation. Once the data of where the suits would end out with their current descent vectors came up, Tall read what was on the screen. Calculations say that Lakis will land around the coastline to the south of the Middle East, he said, pausing as the calculations for the Asuka's and the Shadow's courses appeared. The Asuka and the Shadow will be somewhere within the Equatorial Union boundaries, but likely in different places. Hearing the calculated landing zones for the mobile suits caused worry in the bridge crew. The Middle East area was a part of the Eurasian Federation, but at its edge and ZAFT territory was close by on the African continent. Eurasia wasn't a great deal better if what happened at Artemis was anything to go by. That puts the strike very close to ZAFT territory, Pal exclaimed, the other 2 would be separated from us for who knows how long or if they would get help. Muru knew that the situation was grim, and if nothing changed then the Archangel would essentially fail its mission. And there's no way for any of them to make it back here in their current state, Muru muttered to herself, considering the options there were to change things. She only saw one that could give their pilots a chance, even if it complicated the Archangel's mission for an amount of time. As the mobile suit's own power wouldn't be enough, then the Archangel's own would have to make it up. It would come with the price that the ship would miss the planned descent point that would end out in the Pacific Ocean, but there was no other option. Alright then, bring us closer to them. The Archangel's thrusters should be powerful enough to get the strike and give the other two a chance to get to the ship. Yes ma'am, Arnold replied without hesitation. He began diverting their course. Arnold knew that doing during this phase of re-entry or later is risky as it could do extensive damage and cause the ship to have a more difficult time through re-entry if the ship got through it all. But the risk was seen as worth it to give all three Archangel mobile suit the chance to get back to the ship and not have to do re-entry on their own. Those suit pilots had protected this ship and those on board more than enough for them all to wish to help those young coordinators out of the jam they were in. Sophia could see what Mura was trying to do, which made her wonder about the suit pilots more. She'd heard a few things thus far from the crew, and the things that had been said portrayed the pilots as good teenagers, maybe even heroic to a degree. And if the mobile suits could get to the Archangel's upper deck, then they could have the heat shielding the ship had. If they can get on the top deck, then the Archangel should be able to shield them from the worst of the atmospheric heat, Sophia iterated, doing some quick figuring of the dangers that the pilots still faced. Instruct them to land on the upper deck as soon as possible. The Archangel fired up all its thrusters hard and moved itself closer to the falling mobile suits. Lakis noticed the movement the Archangel was making and felt grateful as she had been thinking about what she was going to do. Yes, she stated the mobile suits could do re-entry solo, but that didn't mean she had confidence that it would go well. As Tyler had mentioned to Kira and her, the specs on the Omni units said they could do many things, but that it was in theory rather than tested. ZAFT used entry capsules to get mobile suits through the atmosphere, and even that was difficult for an amount of the pilots. Sakura said that ZAFT pilots had to do a solid few months of simulation training before they were cleared for such maneuvers. So, Lakis pushed the throttle forward and got the strike over to the ship and landed on the upper deck. Those on the white ship stared in the direction that the figures that were assumed to be the Asuka and the Shadow, hoping to see them get closer so that they could land on the ship. Mirialia hadn't been able to reach Tyler or Kira, there was too much interference from the atmosphere for radio contact. Time was running for the pilots as they were past the point of no return for those that weren't ships or shuttles. The next thing Annie knew, one of the figures started flying towards the Archangel at a rapid speed. A moment later, the figure clarified into the Asuka, tumbling in the ship's direction. The spinning increased when something hit the Asuka's shield, which got the suit closer to the ship. Kira was unable to right the Asuka with the tumbling it was doing, his heart was in pain at the same time, making things harder. Tyler's farewell was echoing and bouncing around Kira's head, that Kira himself was the better choice to get to the Archangel. Kira had kept the Asuka's shield in front of the cockpit as Tyler instructed, and the impact from the Shadow's railgun told Kira why. He trusted that Tyler would do his best to make sure Kira get to the Archangel, but the sacrifice didn't sit well at all with Kira. When the forward display showed the Archangel intermittently as the spinning continued, Kira used his thrusters to slow the spinning. Lakis saw what Kira was doing and had the strike leap upward, sticking out a hand to catch the other suit. Kira managed to have the Asuka's right hand out and seized the strike's outstretched hand. Lakis steered both machines back down to the Archangel's upper deck and land safely. With 2 out of the 3 mobile suits on the Archangel, hope began to grow slightly, but the Shadow was still a ways off. Sai was looking over his station's display, which still showed the signals of the 3 mobile suits, 2 now on top of the ships. Yet, the separate signal started to get weaker, and his eyes widened as it disappeared from the screen. "Captain, we've lost the signal of the Shadow," he reported. All the students looked worried as they understood that they didn't know where Tyler was anymore. None of them believed for a second that Tyler had died. Where he was none could say, but alive they were sure of. Muru gritted her teeth and sighed at the difficult decision she was about to make. That the Shadow's signal disappeared meant either it was gone or more likely the atmospheric interference had gotten to the point sensors were having issues. "I'm sorry to say that the Shadow will be on its own. Arnold, hold our descent vector as it is now and continued on our present entry vector," she ordered. Arnold hesitated, as did all the rest of the bridge crew, even Natarl, at being told that Tyler would be on his own post. He had become a member of the crew not too long after coming back, so to be told to leave them was weighing on all of them. Then the Archangel's primary pilot nodded. "Understood, ma'am," continuing descent down to Earth. He returned but paused a moment, "and good luck to Tyler on getting through re-entry and landing." The rest on the bridge nodded and muttered agreement to the statement as the Archangel resumed its journey down to Earth. The view of the southwesternmost area of the Eurasia Federation was getting larger all the time as the Archangel flew lower and lower. At the same time, seconds after Tyler had sent Kira off, the Shadow got caught up in an updraft. Alarms were going off in the cockpit, which Tyler already figured were screaming about his dropping altitude and the minor tumbling the Shadow was doing. Tyler glanced at the readout for altitude and saw he had just passed 820 kilometers. Tyler didn't like the way he'd had to part with Kira, but there hadn't been a real choice. He would have liked to watch and make sure that Kira made it to the Archangel, but the thermal updraft had slashed that wish. Kira Yamato, as naive as he is at times, has the heart of gold and the resolve to protect those on board the Alliance vessel if the need arises. Tyler had no doubts about that. Tyler brought up the systems that would be employed for re-entry and found that he worries about the specs were founded. Successful re-entry required some complex calculations, and the OS deferred to the pilot for those currently. Tyler brought out the keyboard and quickly typed in the needed calculations, thankful that his dad had insisted he take advanced math course when Tyler hadn't wanted to. It took half a minute to enter the equations and have the system integrate them. He also shut off any system that wouldn't help in re-entry and landing, rerouting the power to what systems would. After Tyler stored the keyboard, Tyler had the shadow flip to face forward and down. Tyler's sight went between the forward display, the energy readout, and the altitude display. The shadow was dropping around an average of a kilometer every few seconds, though he knew that interval was shortening the longer he fell. So at the rate of falling the shadow was doing, Tyler would hit the thermosphere in the next few minutes. The shadow's battery was at 90% at the moment, which Tyler was glad to have as he wanted as much as he could get. The phase shift was helping cut the heat down, and that required power, and the system was draining it slowly. And Tyler wasn't looking forward to doing re-entry, mostly as he didn't have confidence in the machine's capability to make it through the process in enough of a working order to land. He was still facing Earth's surface, specifically at the southern half of the Asian continent. Seeing his homeland helped calm Tyler's nerves a bit, which he would take since the re-entry process would take concentration. The temperature inside the cockpit was already above 100 degrees and still climbing. It felt to Tyler that he was in an oven. He expected his suit's medical system to activate soon enough. The rising temperature would require it. The medical support system in Tyler's suit was one that's standard in Federation pilot suits. The system's function was to assist the body in working at times that the pilot is injured or is in serious trouble. It would make sure Tyler would make it through the atmosphere if the suit managed it. Tyler was keeping his breathing steady when he spotted something descending to be beside him through his peripheral vision. He looked to his right and saw a Delta fighter coming into position alongside the shadow. Now, as nice as Tyler felt that he would have company for the journey down to Earth, it was a risk for anyone. Tyler did have an educated guess as to who it was in the space fighter. I take it you are planning to join me for the re-entry process then, are you, Lisa? Lisa had to admit that Tyler had gotten himself into a harsh situation, even if he didn't actively contribute to get there. Now he was in an untested mobile suit about to do one of the most dangerous process for any machine or craft. That being the case, Lisa wasn't about to let Tyler solo atmospheric re-entry and end out in worse trouble. Lisa had told Luke and Alan to go back to the Donnen and hook back up at a later time while she went after Tyler. I certainly don't intend to allow you to go through the process alone, especially in an untested mobile suit, she replied. Tyler wouldn't argue with Lisa, for she had a valid point which Tyler already was well aware of. And if did prove that the shadow wasn't able to do the process, then Lisa could help Tyler out to make it through. Not going to argue with you, Lisa, Tyler replied. I would be lying if I said I'm not worried about what's ahead. I'm not confident in the systems this machine has to get through the atmosphere. But as we both know, it is far too late to change the current circumstances as they are. Tyler paused for a moment. So then, can I assume that Alan and Luke won't be joining us for this and will be meeting up with us later? Lisa was already having her fighter shift its wings to position for descent as Tyler posed his question. You would be correct, Tyler, they'll return to the Donnen for the time being, she answered. The shaking that the shadow had been undergoing became worse than before, and Tyler saw that he had gone below 775 kilometers. That wasn't that far away from where the harder part of re-entry began. There are 3 different parts to the process of re-entry to get down to Earth: descend into the atmosphere, getting through the atmosphere itself, and lastly, landing. Tyler kept his concentration on the steps of re-entry to distract himself from the thought of hunting the designers of the shadow and make them do what he was. Tyler's attention was then caught by 2 signals popping up on his sensor screen that weren't there a moment ago. The shadow's sensors weren't very specific on what the signals were due to the atmospheric interference. So, Tyler had the shadow turn slightly to perhaps get a better look as to who was close by. To Tyler's slight surprise, he saw the Aegis in a black CGUE a distance above where he and Lisa were. The Aegis was in its mobile armor attack mode with its 4 limbs outstretched to grab and hold objects. Tyler assumed that a Thrun was trying to grab the CGUE and then attempt to get out of the atmosphere. While a nice thought, Tyler knew that his friend was fooling himself that they could escape Earth's gravity. And Tyler was willing to bet that the Aegis's battery wasn't close to full, reinforcing the point that escape was not going to happen. That made Tyler begrudgingly admit that his friend and the other with him would be joining Lisa and himself in re-entry. The other thing that Tyler was having a conflict with was that the CGUE pilot was none other than Sakura Klein. Tyler was in no way comfortable with the way the woman acted around him, and it went beyond getting on his nerves. However, that certainly didn't mean that Tyler was okay with Sakura ending up dead in some way. First, were Sakura to die, Lakis would be heartbroken, and Tyler couldn't bear seeing that and knowing that he did nothing to prevent that. Second, Tyler knew that Sakura wasn't anywhere near as horrid as her reputation suggested. Finally, with the Thrun in the mix, Tyler would go whatever the distance to help him, and in this, Sakura benefited from that. Tyler sighed as the conflict was unfair but couldn't be considered in depth, then he opened a channel to the two behind them. You know, an individual's hobbies are their business and shouldn't be up to scrutiny of others normally. However, I feel I should say something when those that should know better about risky hobbies. And I assure you, when thrill-seeking leads you to something as dangerous as atmospheric re-entry, you've gone beyond risky and even reckless and are dancing with suicidal tendency. Athrun glanced ahead and saw the shadow in a current Federation space fighter model. Granted, Athrun had seen Tyler dive into the atmosphere earlier and had even fought him for a bit. But that didn't explain what he was doing here, falling deeper into Earth's gravity well. Athrun, after dropping Commander Cruzet off, had gone off to do what he could to get Commander Klein out of the atmosphere. CGUE suits weren't designed to do re-entry on their own without an entry capsule. It was likely going to be hard, if not a horrible choice, to try with the Aegis not freshly charged, but Athrun want to try. Tai, Athrun muttered. At hearing her beloved's voice, the current circumstances were ignored by Sakura and she got a warm feeling in her heart. Oh, she had been surprised to find out Tyler had been the pilot for the enemy Black Machine. Nevertheless, to meet up with him again so soon was a sign of fate to her, that she and Tyler were meant to be together. She would convince Tyler of that given enough time, Sakura was sure of that. Tyler. Fate has brought us together once again, Sakura said happily. Tyler would have chastised Lakis's older sister if there was the time, but there wasn't, so he would do the point later. There were far more pressing matters to get through first before other things were looked into. Now's not the time for that, Sakura, do give attention to the current situation, please, Tyler chided. Mistakes in this environment can easily get you killed and normally do so. Tyler shook his head as there needed to be adjustments made now before things got rougher. He did some quick thinking as this definitely was a flying by the seam of the pants situations. Tyler then noticed Athrun started moving over to the CGUE, don't even think about it, Athrun, you won't make it out. Athrun glanced over at the shadow. Tai, what are you talking about? What's the power level on the Aegis right now, Athrun? Tyler posed. Athrun looked down at the display and saw the battery level was at 36%. Yet Tyler continued, if it is 60% or lower, you will not make it out of Earth's gravity alone, definitely not with another. I know the specs of that machine you're in better than you would think, so don't challenge me in this. Atmospheric re-entry is a give now, so don't fight it, you'll end out doing more injury to yourself. Athrun wasn't one that normally argued, more so with Tyler as he tended to be right the majority of the time. But how would Tyler know about atmospheric conditions if he hadn't been in them before now? Tyler, Athrun began, you don't know that. Tyler cut over his friend, yes I do, I did re-entry over a year ago and so know what I'm talking about. Now put as much of what you have left into the Aegis's phase shift armor system, it should provide the best possible protection from the heat. Then use the Aegis's attack mode and latch onto my suit, it should be able to provide enough shielding from heat to make up for power your suit's lacking and get you through re-entry. Tyler paused for a brief moment, and you Sakura, since ZAFT CGUE suit models weren't built with doing atmospheric re-entry without an entry capsule, you'll have to ride my colleague's fighter down. What Tyler was suggesting wasn't crazy exactly, but it was pushing in that direction and he didn't normally do that. Oh, Athrun had seen there were times that Tyler came up with outlandish ideas, though those plans seemed to work somehow. It normally took some explaining for Athrun to get on board with Tyler's unusual ideas/plans. Tai, what are you? Sakura could see the general idea that her beloved was talking about, and it could work to get all four of them through re-entry. She believed that Tyler knew the specs of the stolen Omni units, even if she didn't know how he would. And since time was so short, the time for hesitation was over, do as he says Zayla, Sakura cut over. We're going to go through atmospheric re-entry period, there is no way out of that anymore, we're in too deep. Tyler readjusted the shadow to return it to the vector he'd been on before noticing Athrun and Sakura. As he made the adjustment, a message on his helmet's visor told him that his suit's medical system had activated. His rising body temperature slowed down and Tyler found it slightly more manageable to concentrate. Tyler glanced at the altitude readout and saw it was at 750 kilometers and dropping. That put Tyler's group at around a minute left until they hit the thermosphere. Sakura meanwhile steered her CGUE to land gently on the Federation space fighter and held on to what surfaces she could. If she made it through this, Sakura would take some time off as this mission had been stressful for a few reasons. Plus, it had been a while since she had taken time to spend with her family or her beloved Tyler. Descending together gave a good chance they could spend time with one another, and Sakura was all for that. Also, Tyler seemed to know where Lakis had been and likely where she was going to be. Sakura wanted to catch up with her little sister and find out what she had been doing lately that got her into this mess. Athrun, after hearing his orders from Commander Klein, stopped his arguing and did as he was told. He moved the Aegis forward and switched it to its cruising modem and then latched onto the shadow. Next, Athrun brought out the keyboard and began having the suit's system reroute the available power to the phase shift armor. Athrun understood why Tyler said to route power to the system, the armor did blunt the heat even if it didn't block it fully. And Athrun was left to wonder how he came to be in the current situation, it was just such an unexpected one. Tyler felt the Aegis connect and latch onto the shadow, though he was focusing on getting the descent angle he wanted. As Tyler didn't trust the suit's specs, he wanted the descent to be over as quickly as reasonably possible. That meant an angle that was deep enough that it made the journey through the thermosphere short, but shallow enough to not make the drop deadly. And Tyler judged that a 25-degree angle would fit the bill even if it would be unpleasant and require extremely firm steering. Lisa, make your entry vector angle 25 degrees, Tyler ordered. Lisa wasn't sure she heard right, for Tyler had set a fairly steep angle to descend it. True, it wasn't suicidal right out of the gate, it was still rather deep to go down it. Tyler, Lisa began, wouldn't you say that's a bit steep to descend it? Yes, but we are going to get through this before the possibility of failure can occur, Tyler replied, so steep as it is, that's what we're going with. Lisa sighed knowing there was no point in arguing and there was no time for it either. Fine, we'll go with that, she said. Lisa then made the needed adjustments for her fighter to drop at the right angle of descent. Tyler eyed the altitude reading and saw it was at 725 kilometers and falling. He was already griping his controls hard even though the shaking wasn't as violent as it was about to become. Entering the thermosphere in 10, Tyler started keeping as calm as possible, yet memories of his last experience with atmospheric re-entry were popping up in his mind. Tyler kept counting down and when he said 0 the shaking they were feeling got notably worse. Also, the bubble of heat got brighter by a margin showing the increase of friction the group was having. By what Tyler saw with the altitude meter, he estimated it would take between 4 and 5 minutes to get through the thermosphere. It was enough time to have Tyler somewhat worried, but not so much that he was concerned of making it through. What Lisa had said about the entry angle being steep was true, but Tyler felt that would be better than spending more time in the thermosphere. The concern Tyler had was if the Shadow and his comrades' machines weren't in working order after getting through the atmosphere, then landing would be much more difficult and not impossible. And as the rocking continued, Tyler could tell that gravity was helping accelerate the falling mobile suits and fighter. Tyler felt the temperature still climbing slowly making it harder to concentrate on holding his descent. His hands clenched the controls tightly in what was close to a death grip doing the utmost to maintain the entry vector that he'd set. As Tyler's group fell, their descent was noticed by the Omni shuttles that had been released from the Manilaus. After being saved by allies from the ZAFT suits, the shuttle pilots had been focusing on descending down to Earth and getting their passengers there safely. Admiral Halberton had given them orders to get these people to Earth and that the fleet would do their utmost to help them. And so, when the lead shuttle's pilot saw objects falling close by them, he glanced to his left. The sight of a fighter craft and the Allied black mobile suit sinking in the atmosphere was hard to not look at. The other thing that the shuttle pilots noticed was the mobile suits and fighter were sinking at a faster rate than them. Some of the passengers spotted the objects coming slowly past the shuttles they were on. And it didn't take long for a number of them to realize said objects were 2 mobile suits and a fighter craft. That one of the mobile suits was the black one that had blocked the attacks aimed at the shuttles made some of the passengers wonder and worry. A pilot had put their life on the line for all of them, and now it seemed said pilot was falling potentially to their death. Back with Tyler, he made sure that his group didn't get close enough to the Omni shuttles to touch them. After all, he at least had put forth effort to save the refugees on board those shuttles and so he didn't want to play any part to potentially killing them even if by accident. Tyler kept his death grip on his main controls to hold Athrun and his descent path. The task was becoming harder as the minutes slowly ticked by and Tyler's group kept decreasing altitude. Tyler was definitely glad he had made sure to tighten his restraints for his pilot's seat, they were keeping him from bouncing around in the cockpit. The view of Earth's surface was now narrower but still of the southeastern part of Asia, which included the Equatorial Union and the Republic of East Asia. There was also the northern half of the Oceania Union in the view that the group had, but it was disappearing. Tyler's group's course would have them coming down close to the eastern coastline of the Republic. Tyler saw that as a good thing as if things didn't go well, he could count on assistance close by to bail those with him and himself out. And Tyler wouldn't count on the Shadow being good to go after the thermosphere fall through. He wouldn't be against his suit being usable and dependable for the landing process, but he wouldn't put his full faith in that. Tyler hoped to get some time to recover after this at least, but he couldn't say if he would be getting that. Tyler kept an eye on the altitude readout and the shaking died down right after his group passed 400 kilometers. That was combined with the orange glow of the flames that came from the friction from the atmosphere going away. And Tyler wasn't feeling the greatest after the trip through the atmosphere, dead tired if Tyler told the truth. That would make landing safely downright difficult if not nigh impossible to do effectively. Tyler was already fighting to not lose consciousness from the effects of the steep re-entry. If not for his pilot suit's medical system, Tyler would be in a worse state and he knew that. It made him worry about the others in his group. And of course, crashing rather than landing was not acceptable as that would likely lead to death. After the shaking stopped, Athrun had the Aegis release its hold on the Shadow it had during re-entry. Athrun felt beyond tired and was drained of most of his strength which wasn't a good thing right now. None in the group of 4 he was a part of had landed on the ground yet, and that was a needed step. He looked over the Aegis's system display and saw that a number of them were having issues. The Aegis's power was at 21% and so the phase shift would shut off very soon. Athrun questioned what would work that would help in landing at this point, but he didn't want the answer. Lisa was also looking over her fighter's main systems and found they were okay and would manage landing. However, she could tell by how she felt, that she wouldn't be awake when the craft touched down. But then, that was one of the reasons that Federation space fighters were equipped with setting to do a remote landing. Should the pilot of a fighter be unable to perform or in some way be compromised, the automated systems could take over. At the same time, Tyler was checking over the Shadow's systems and wasn't likely what he was seeing. And when he pushed the throttle for the suit's thrusters forward, there was nothing but audible bang a second later. Tyler's intuition was telling him that the bang he just heard was a sign that landing was going to be impossible unassisted. Next moment, an alarm began going off, and upon looking at the forward screen, Tyler saw the cause of the bang was being displayed. By what was iterated, all 8 thrusters had taken enough damage in the thermosphere so that they weren't responding to commands from the cockpit controls. Tyler figured it would be best to get the whole picture of the issues he and his group were dealing with before getting down to a solution. "Okay, what is everyone else's status, and please don't sugarcoat it," Tyler inquired. The tones in Tyler's voice only worried Athrun more, as it implied he was doing little if any better than he was. The Aegis's thrusters on the side binders weren't responding and were sending back errors. And with the descent speed not slowing down much, landing without something to slow them down wouldn't end well. "The Aegis's thrusters aren't working at all," Athrun managed to say as his vision was blurring. Tyler could clearly hear that Athrun was fighting to stay awake from the draining effects of re-entry, much like Tyler was. Lisa was breathing hard and working on not fainting, yet she knew that she wouldn't last all that much longer. In fact, Lisa was already switching her fighter's system to automated settings so they would be in place before she passed out. "I'm okay," Lisa spoke up, "but I don't know how much longer it will stay that way." Sakura was listening to the conversation and was aware that all in the group were having some degree of difficult functioning. She was no exception. Sakura was fighting to stay in control and not keel over and have her seat's restraints hold her in. Sakura had already looked over the main system of her CGUE and found the suit would need repair before serious use. The main thrusters were damaged, the side ones were barely working, and that wasn't enough to land with. "I believe we are all in that position," Sakura commented tiredly. Sakura had summed up the standing issue and Tyler knew it better than any. They couldn't land without help. And as Tyler looked at his sensors, he spotted the Omni shuttles they had passed earlier coming into range. It was seeing that which had Tyler making the decision to contact the Federation military command that was in the Republic. He switched over the comm channel and took a deep breath. "This is Commander Tyler McGregor, identification code 13A57U62E29S, calling in a code 3018. My team and I are unable to land on our own, machine's thrusters are not responding. Team is made up of 2 unclassed mobile suits, 1 ZAFT CGUE, and 1 Delta space fighter. There are also 2 shuttles coming in behind us with Federation refugees from Heliopolis on board, over." In the command center within the Republic built into the mountains a distance east of the territory's capital Shira, Tyler's message was received. A code 3018 was used to inform of a situation that involved issues landing. Normally, it was used to say an immediate landing problem that needed others to help as soon as possible. The command center operators homed in on where the communication had come from and identified the signals which matched what the speaker had stated. The voice and identification code did match personnel files to prove it was who they said they were. "We hear you, Commander," one of the operators replied. "We have you and your team on sensors." The officer on duty looked at the information on the consoles. "Scramble a fighter squad ASAP," the officer ordered. "Have some of them pick up the team and the rest escort the 2 Omni shuttles." The officer twisted around to look at another console operator. "Call up Shira's airfield tower and have them clear 2 runways at least." "Yes, sir," the latter returned before doing as ordered. The officer turned back to the first 2 operators. "Tell the commander that we are scrambling a squad to help them, we will handle the shuttles as well." Both operators nodded and one got to the squad scramble while the other got back on the radio. "A fighter squadron is scrambling to assist you as we speak, Commander," the operator stated. "We also have the 2 shuttles and will take care of them and refugees when they land." Down in the base's main hangar, a number of aircraft were being readied to catapult out. They modeled after the pre-Reconstruction Wars Grumman F-14 Tomcat fighter planes that were used by some militaries. There were red lines along the wing edges and the back fins which were over the dual thrusters were housed. Their overall length from nose to thrusters of the craft was 18.69 meters. The aircraft was the current Federation earthbound fighter craft used by its military, designated the HFCS-51 Valkyrie. When the preparations were finished, the aircraft pilots got into their craft and were soon launched out of the hangar. The fighters took up formation and sped in the direction that the team that had radioed in were supposed to be. A minute later, the squad leader spotted the team and had 4 fighters go towards them while the rest followed the squad leader heading over to the Omni shuttles. Tyler was actively fighting to stay aware, when he caught sight of 4 Valkyrie units passing his group. They then positioned themselves below the mobile suits before Tyler got any communication. "Commander McGregor, this is Flight Lieutenant Cole, we're under and slightly ahead of you," Cole stated. "See if you can land on top of us and then we'll take you and your team into land." Tyler could see what the helpers were setting up to do. They would be the platform to land rather than the suits themselves. It was a sound plan, Tyler would admit, much better than anything Tyler could come up with at the moment. "Got it," Tyler said before he started to maneuver the Shadow downward towards the aircraft. A short period of falling and Tyler felt a clunk as the Shadow landed on the aircraft. Athrun had seen the aircraft that were the Federation's machine used on Earth come to be under him. He took that to mean the Aegis was to land on the craft for landing safely, so Athrun had the Aegis come down onto the fighter. And a moment after the Aegis landed and got a hold, Athrun slumped forward and blacked out. Tyler looked at his sensor screen and saw the Aegis had landed on the other Valkyrie. "Athrun, you still with me?" he asked. There was silence as Tyler's reply, which he took as Athrun had fainted by this point. Tyler had to shake his head as his vision blurred for a moment, saying he would not be conscious much longer. "Lisa, you still with me?" Tyler questioned. "We already lost one of us so far, I believe." Lisa's vision was blurring badly and a grey ring had begun to come in at the edge of her sight. She had finished switching the fighter's controls over to doing an automated landing since she could tell she was about to faint. "My fighter withdrew an automated landing sequence," Lisa gasped. "I'm out." The ring on the edge of Lisa's vision went from grey to black and she collapsed into her seat. Tyler heard the sound of Lisa collapsing as she fainted, and he knew that he and Sakura were the last ones. And Tyler knew that there were still things that needed to be said before he fainted himself. The access codes of the Shadow and Aegis being among the information that needed to be exchanged. That in mind, Tyler got back on the comm line and told Cole that the Aegis would need Omni codes that were 3rd-tier ranking. Next, he transferred over the access codes that he had changed while working on the Shadow's OS. Tyler managed to get the info over just before his vision went black and he fell into the embrace of unconsciousness. The Valkyrie craft which were carrying the mobile suits moved forward heading toward Shira's southeastern airfield. The collection of runways and airport complex was at Shira's end right by the coastline of the city. Meanwhile, the rest of the fighter squadron maneuvered themselves to come alongside the Omni shuttles. The squad leader radioed the lead shuttle. "Attention Omni shuttles," the man began, "you have been given emergency clearance to land at Shira's Jing Airport Complex on strips 14 and 15. We will escort you in until your final approach." The lead Omni shuttle pilot was letting out a sigh of relief at hearing that message. It meant that they could land and the nightmare their passengers had been in could come to an end. "Understood," the shuttle pilot replied. "We're locking in approach, thank you, and bless you." The shuttle pilot steered the craft to point to the Jing airport that was a few kilometers away from their current position. The Valkyries took up position to escort the 2 Omni shuttles as they descended towards a separate runway ahead of them. Many of the refugees on the shuttles were praying that they would land safely even when the shuttle pilots said they would be coming to land a nation of the Human Federation. The 4 Valkyries that had gone to help the mobile suits down were descending and approaching the runways they would use. The aircraft holding the Shadow in the lead came down and landed on the open runway they had been told to use. The magnetic deceleration system caught the landing gear and began to assist the fighter to slow down as the Shadow provided extra weight for the fighter to have to balance with. While at the other end of the runway, a magnetic repulsing emitter was also helping the fighter come to a stop safely. The second Valkyrie with the Aegis atop bumped down onto the runway in a path parallel to the first craft. It also went through the same magnetic deceleration assistance before coming to a stop. The space fighter had come and linked with the laser guidance system built into the runway. It came to land in the magnetic decelerator docks as the space fighters didn't have wheels in their landing gear. The space fighter came to a stop with the assistance of the magnetic system, the CGUE still holding on top of it. The first Omni shuttle locked in its approach and lowered its landing gear, coming down with a bump. As the wheels of the lead shuttle bumped onto the runway, a number of the passengers were breathing sighs of relief as the craft they were on was on the ground in one piece and alive. Others were crying in joy that they were now in a place of safety after the long and uncertain journey from Heliopolis. On the west side of the airport complex, cranes had moved into position to lift off the mobile suits. The Shadow and the Aegis were flipped and then set down on platforms so that the hatches to their cockpits were facing upward. Both mobile suits' phase shift had shut off and so were grey with all but critical systems running out of power. Federation pilots and airport workers were putting forth their efforts to open the Shadow's cockpit. As Tyler had given them the access codes, it didn't take long for the hatch to open and reveal the cockpit with Tyler inside. Tyler's body was limp but still held in the seat, though he was breathing raggedly, yet there were no other signs of him being aware. The restraints were unbuckled, and Tyler was lifted out of the cockpit by 2 Federation pilots and with the help of others was lowered down towards the ground. The sound of an ambulance with its sirens wailing drew attention to the vehicle barreling over the runways towards the mobile suits. By the time Tyler was at ground level, the paramedics had gotten out and retrieved a stretcher and headed towards the small group carrying him. Tyler was quickly laid on the stretcher, his helmet removed so that an oxygen mask could be put over his face, then he was being pushed back towards the ambulance. The paramedics already found that Tyler's temperature was higher than it should be, and so the young man would need to go to the hospital. Sakura had gotten her CGUE off the Federation space fighter and into a kneeling position before opening her cockpit. There was a staircase rolled over to help Sakura get to the ground without falling. 2 people got on either side of her as she descended the stairs as she was shakily on her own legs. The 2 people helped take her helmet off while her vision started going in and out. She did catch sight of Tyler on a stretcher being moved towards an emergency vehicle. Just after she had the view, Sakura wasn't able to stay standing, and then she, the last of the 4 that had descended to Earth, fainted. She was quickly put into the ambulance along with Tyler and then were driven to the closest hospital. While that happened, the unloading of the 2 shuttles began shortly after they landed on the runways at Shira. Government personnel quickly appeared and helped organize the process of unloading and identifying the refugees from Heliopolis. The vast majority of them were tired and shaken but were grateful to feel solid ground under their feet. Kagalai made her way down the stairs that had been rolled up to the shuttle, looking around as she went. The shuttle pilots never stated specifically which member nation they were landing in, and she was curious. Kagalai was kind of hoping she wasn't in orb yet, since she wasn't ready to face her father. So much had happened since she had snuck off to investigate Heliopolis, just thinking about it made her head spin. The journey aboard the Archangel hadn't been all that much better, but she had been keeping a low profile around the ship's crew. Kagalai didn't think it would go over well if the Omni personnel found out someone with connections to Orb's Council was looking into their activity. Plus, she had caught occasional glimpses of the 2 that had helped her, who turned out to be the ship's mobile suit pilots. Nonetheless, as Kagalai glanced around, she took in enough landmarks to know she wasn't in the Orb Union, but in the Republic of East Asia. Specifically, Kagalai figured she was at one of the 2 airports the Republic's capital Shira had. The city encompassed an area of over 50 kilometers in total and was close to an oval shape. As Kagalai recalled from the times she'd come here, Shira was divided into 5 major sections: the northern sector, which was mostly used for residential purposes. The eastern sector was commercial and business-used areas, while the western was the industrial district where factories tended to end out in. Then the docking facilities, one of the airports and other things that go with the 2, took up the southern part of Shira. Then finally, the central sector of the city was where the government and administration buildings were, which was where Kagalai had been most. Knowing that she was in Shira comforted Kagalai a bit, as it possibly meant she could see and talk to Ellen Blass. Kagalai could really use a listening ear, and she had no doubt that Ellen would give her that, as the woman always had. Ellen was like the mother Kagalai had never had or could remember, since she couldn't remember her mother Lady Atha. Ellen had never complained when Kagalai had called in the middle of the night and woke her up just to talk to another female about what was going on in her life. And Kagalai hadn't really had another female around her that she could talk to about things that she felt she couldn't speak to her father about. Of course, Kagalai knew that Ellen was kept busy with running the Republic, but she always said she would make time if Kagalai needed her to. Kagalai looked over to the stations that had been set up and were manned by government personnel. She wondered what she would say to them, since she was still on a trip that was a secret. Should she tell them who she was? It wasn't that she would be questioned, it would be that Orb officials would be informed about her present here. That wasn't the way she wanted her father to find out what she'd been doing that way. However, as Kagalai thought about it, she could also say that she'd been staying around the Republic for personal reasons. It wasn't uncommon for Kagalai to make a trip over to Shira to see Ellen from time to time, so it would be believed. As things were moving along, a black car pulled up close to the station set up for the shuttles, and a woman got out of the vehicle and looked over the scene. She was 5'6" in height with hazel eyes, which were looking over the numbers of people coming off the spacecraft. Her hair was mostly brown but had a small number of grey strands coming in, most of it in the back. The hairstyle was that of a braid that fell on the left side of the lady's face and went down to her upper chest. The woman was wearing a business suit that was black and made up of a suit jacket and dress pants. The white blouse had ruffles that could be seen between the V of the suit jacket that was held shut by a silver button a little more than halfway down. The woman was Ellen Blass, the Prime Minister which led the Republic with her cabinet. She'd come here as soon as she had been informed of the unfolding situation to take it in herself. What had befallen these refugees from the Orb's Heliopolis colony was truly unfortunate in many ways. Ellen had heard the worries that Izumi Atha had last night when he had called her to talk, and the times recently as well. The events that had happened to Heliopolis and its citizens wasn't Izumi's fault, and yet the man blamed himself even when Ellen had told him not to. At least now, Ellen could soon put Izumi's mind at ease with the citizens that had been unaccounted here now on Earth and safe. Izumi had been a friend to Ellen for years now and had helped her through hard times as well. Ellen didn't believe she would have managed to keep herself together when she lost her husband without Izumi's support. The man knew what it felt like to lose your closest friend and life companion personally, as he lost his wife years earlier. And with the political tensions as they were lately, any good news was a welcome thing. That in mind, Ellen looked forward to calling Izumi and being able to help him in ways he had done for her. Ellen came up to one of those trying to keep order and asked him how things were going with the refugees. She was told that for most of the refugees were tired, battered, and shaken, but most were calming down now they were on Earth and away from the fighting. The feeling was completely understandable. Lord knows that these people had seen far more of the ongoing war between the Alliance and ZAFT during the trip here than they should have to. After being briefed on the situation, Ellen walked through the crowd of people trying to assist where she could. It was this habit of hers that had made her known as a representative of the people and was beloved by the citizen of the Republic. She'd never had an issue getting down to the same level as even the most impoverished person and treat them like they were a friend close to family. That practiced habit had been put to the test with her husband Lance as he got so wrapped up with his work and research. There had been times it had been so bad that Ellen swore that their children were science projects to Lance. She knew that Lance had loved their son and daughter, but getting him out of his scientist mindset to interact with them and others had been a challenge. But then getting him to talk on a level most people could understand had been a separate difficulty. Now, Ellen made sure she did what she could for both of them, both for their homeland and for those they loved. As she mingled with the refugees, Ellen came across a man that she didn't expect to see at all, especially not with these people. The man was middle-aged, around the same age range as Ellen herself, and had dark brown hair and brown eyes. The man was wearing a light brown suit that was not well kept at the moment. Ellen herself had met the man. His name was George Ulster, and since he was the Atlantic Federation's vice foreign minister, she'd been required to interact with him from time to time. George noticed Ellen, but the woman beat him to speaking. "George Ulster, quite a surprise to find you among these people. Perhaps you're working on a change in yourself and position." George faced the woman that was the leader of the Republic of East Asia. He had never really liked the woman himself. She'd always been extremely annoying to deal with. She was ridiculously stubborn to suggestions, always sticking to the Federation's values. Blas had earned her nickname the Dragon of the Republic. George had to admit that begrudgingly. That she would suggest that he would change or even needed to was almost insulting. "Blas," he snapped, "of course it would be you. Out of all the Federation's member nations, I have to end out in yours. I'm not changing things for myself, and what would you care anyways?" It was disappointing to Ellen that George was so adamant, sticking to his ways even when they didn't help him at all. His hatred of coordinators was unfounded and only assisted the war in continuing. His wasn't as bad as members of Blue Cosmos, but it was still restrictive and held him back. "So," Ellen sighed at Ulster's reaction, "I see. I suppose that hoping for you making improvements is still unfulfilled." The conversation that ensued between herself and George Ulster was of the kind that Ellen wasn't fond of. But then, the times before this that Ellen had been forced to be around this man had not been pleasant to her. George Ulster had proven to Ellen beyond a shadow of a doubt that his judgment was affected by his dislike and disdain of non-natural type humans. Although, even if Ellen didn't say it, such mentality didn't sit well with her at all, more so with her son being a coordinator. So, Ellen was silently relieved when the man moved along and ended their conversation. Ellen resumed moving among the people from the shuttle, seeing what needs they had and if they could be met. This went on, until Ellen came across a young blonde-haired girl that was under the age of 10, and she was clearly upset about something as she was quietly sobbing. Ellen knelt down in front of the child, taking out a handkerchief. There dear, things will be okay." Ellen brought the little girl into an embrace, quickly feeling the girl hugging back. Memories of her daughter Lana came to her mind as times that she had comforted her had felt quite similar to this. Ellen had the girl blow her nose and managed to calm down the child. "Now then dear, what has you crying? Perhaps I can be of help to you." The girl Elle had grown scared when she had realized she'd been separated from her other in the crowd. She had looked around for her but had not seen her mother anywhere, and so had broken down crying. Elle sniffled and looked up at Ellen. I lost my mommy, and I can't find her," she sobbed before breaking down into crying once more. Ellen's heart went out to this poor child. To be apart from their parents was a horrible thing. And Ellen wouldn't doubt that the mother of this girl was out of her mind with worry as she searched for her. So, Ellen scooped up the girl and rocked her in her own arms. "Don't worry yourself about it, there are a lot of people around here, so finding one person is harder. But I will help you find your mother. I wouldn't doubt that she's just as worried and sad at not knowing where you are as yourself," Ellen soothed. The girl looked at Ellen. "You'd help me find my mommy?" she asked hopefully. The woman, whose formerly crisp-looking blouse was now somewhat messy from the crying girl pushing her face into the piece of clothing, smiled at the girl. "Of course I will dear. So then, what's your name?" Ellen returned. "My name is Elle, nice lady," she replied. Ellen continued to smile as she rose back up to her full height with Elle in her arms. "Well then Elle, let's go find your mother then, shall we?" It took a little over 5 minutes until Elle spotted her mother. Ellen made her way in the direction that the girl had indicated her mother was in. The woman was overjoyed to see her daughter again and was thanking Ellen for bringing back her daughter when one of the government personnel saw Ellen. The man snapped to attention at seeing Ellen. "Madam Prime Minister. There was talk that you were here, but I didn't know that you actually were, ma'am." Ellen had long ago gotten used to being treated formally by government employees, even if she didn't prefer it. She'd given up correcting people and asking them to not be so formal. They still insisted. So, Ellen waved at the man. No need to be so formal during this kind of event, the more help in this the better I would say. That in mind, I came down here as soon as I could to see what could be done to help these people. They have gone through far more than any should have, seen the horrible things that the war between the Alliance and ZAFT has brought about. It's best that they get some actual rest and peace of mind as quickly as they can. The man nodded and continued along his way while Ellen turned back to the pair of mother and daughter. Elle was staring curiously at Ellen while her mother was looking at Ellen with a bit of embarrassment at spotting the mess that her daughter had very likely caused to Ellen's blouse. Why was that man acting like that? And what is a Prime Minister? Elle asked. Ellen smiled at the young girl. The man was being unnecessarily formal. Some are like that. Then, the title is pronounced Prime Minister and it simply means that I'm the one that manages and leads the country that you are currently in, Ellen answered. Elle's mother bowed to Ellen. I'm so sorry for the trouble my daughter has caused, she said, clearly worried. Ellen waved a hand in a dismissive gesture. Oh, don't worry about it. It was no trouble at all really, glad I was able to help. I'm not as intimidating as leaders from the Earth Alliance or ZAFT would say I am, especially with the nickname they have given me. I'm quite the opposite in fact. I tend to be one that will get to know most of those who I represent, and that's apparently why I keep getting re-elected as Prime Minister when elections come up. Both Elle and her mother continued forward towards the checkpoints that were screening people through and letting them into Shira. It was as Ellen was about to keep moving through the crowd to see what could be done, when she spotted a blonde-haired teenaged young woman a short distance from her current position. The teen, who looked to be between 15 and 16 years of age, stood at 5¼ feet in height, and appeared fit, yet not muscular. Her blonde hair was medium length and ended at about the bottom of her neck with the exception of her bangs which came down to just above her eyes. The girl had amber eyes, which complemented her blonde hair. She was wearing tan pants and a red-orange short-sleeved shirt. The reason that Ellen noticed her was she recognized the girl even if she hadn't seen her for months, nor spoken to her in that time frame, and that was unusual. The teen's name was Kagalai Eula Atha and she was the daughter of Ozumi Atha, the leader of Orb. Ellen knew her as Kagalai would often visit and call to talk to Ellen herself. She didn't mind it. Kagalai was a sweet and passionate girl and Ellen could respect that. Kagalai was also almost like a daughter to her, and Ellen knew Uzumi had no qualms with that relationship. If anything, then Uzumi had been asking Ellen to help Kagalai refine herself. In fact, it was more like Uzumi had been glad that his wild princess daughter that she could sometimes be like found a woman that she could honestly talk to. And perhaps learn some skills and good manners from. Uzumi had confided that could hope for such a thing for Kagalai. So, Ellen closed the distance that separated her and Kagalai and put a hand on the teen's shoulder. Kagalai? I can't say that I expected to see you here, at least not with the Heliopolis refugees. Kagalai twisted around and looked at Ellen, her eyes widening slightly. True, Kagalai wanted to see Ellen, but she hadn't expected to find her here. Kagalai didn't want to embarrass Ellen in public, so she didn't call her by name. Prime Minister Blass, she uttered quickly, going into a bit of a panic. Ellen smiled a bit. I've told you to not use the title. Ellen is fine, especially with the relationship we have. She brought Kagalai into a hug, and you being among the refugees could explain why your father is as worried as he's been the last few weeks. After Kagalai got a hold of herself, she and Ellen moved out of the crowd and entered the car that Ellen had used to get here. The car drove back to the minister's residence and shortly after arriving, Kagalai found herself sitting in a chair facing the leader of the republic. It wasn't like Kagalai was nervous or afraid of the older woman or anything like that. So, she ended out looking at the frame that had the republic's motto which hung on the wall of the office. She read it as she had done many times. The republic accepts those who wish to live in peace, but that also requires order. For peace to be present, calm, strength and a willingness to work are necessary. Diplomacy before violence. Be slow to anger, stand and protect what is dear and important, only doing these will bring peace. Kagalai was trying to sort out her thoughts and figure out how to say them without sounding desperate. She hadn't told her father about her trip to Heliopolis in any way, only a select few knew about it. The journey was supposed to be just to check on the rumor that the Alliance might be using Orb for their own purpose. However, the simple trip had gone so wrong, so quickly that Kagalai couldn't understand how things developed into the way events had played out. In fact, Kagalai found herself talking about everything that had happened without being able to stop herself from doing so. The whole chain of events had spiraled out of control and had become crazy so fast, even Kagalai had wondered how things had got to what they were. Ellen sat in her chair and just listened to Kagalai get the time away from Earth off her chest, for it seemed that the girl had been through a great deal. It was in the middle of Kagalai telling her story, that an aide of Ellen's came in and handed her a note. Ellen glanced at the note and her attention wavered a bit as it stated her son was in the hospital. The note stated that he was intensive care due to high fever and other problematic symptoms. He wasn't up to seeing visitors right now, but that he was in the hospital was worrisome. Ellen pushed the worry about her son to the back of her mind and refocused on Kagalai. The chain of events that had come upon this girl and those from Heliopolis were far harsher than Ellen had imagined they were from the reports she'd read. None of it should have happened to begin with, from the attack on Heliopolis to the refugees seeing the battlefields they had. Granted, it probably would have been better if Azumi had announced that the Orb Union had joined the Human Federation last year. Nevertheless, she knew of and understood the reasons that Azumi had to not announce the idea, but still. Unfortunately, Azumi hadn't found who it was that had gone behind all the rest of Orb's government and had done an under-the-table deal with some from the Atlantic Federation. He had eliminated a good number and so was closing in on who it could be, but a sizable amount of damage had been done already. It was also apparent that Kagalai wasn't aware that there had been behind-the-scenes dealing with the Atlantic Federation by some within Orb's governing body. It hurt worse as Ellen knew Kagalai had a good heart and that it was in the right place. She only hoped that her son, who had been around Heliopolis, had been watching out for himself. It was pretty much all she could do for him these days, with him being in the Federation's military. While that was going on, the Archangel had finished its descent through the atmosphere and came down off the coast of what was once Oman. The landing point was technically in Earth Alliance territory but bordered the part of the Arabian Sea that the Federation had control of and ZAFT territory to the west. The ship itself had weathered re-entry well enough, no major damage to speak of. However, the mobile weapon pilots hadn't fared as well as the Archangel had though. Both Mew and Crystal were okay but had been ordered by the ship doctor to get rest and drink fluids. Kira and Lakis, on the other hand, were in bed in the ship's sickbay due to the high fevers they had gotten. For the two teens, they found themselves alone and falling through a sea of blackness, plummeting endlessly through the void. As they fell, voices shouting from unknown places from within the void, Kira, Lakis, Tyler. Random images floating around both Lakis and Kira as they kept falling forever through the black nothingness. Countless heavy attacks bearing down on them, ships of different shapes and sizes fighting one another flashed all around them at random. The names of important people: Athrun, Sakura, Sai, Mirialia, Tall, Kuzi, Flay, Tyler. In the sickbay, Kira and Lakis were on the parallel beds, tossing and turning intermittently in their beds while in their fever-induced sleep. They had both been brought here after being pulled from their mobile suits, for they had been in no condition to get out themselves. Their body temperatures had been dangerously high, even for coordinators, and they hadn't gone down much with the time that had passed. The doctor was doing what he could to attempt to get their temperatures down, but his methods were having little effect. He had them both on drips to make sure their bodies had the needed fluids, yet that was all he found to help in any way. Birdie, came the mechanical chirp of a green robotic bird as it flitted from one high place to another as it looked at two young teenagers. Lakis. We got a problem. Lakis, demanded a different robotic voice belonging to a pink ball-shaped robot. The said robot was bouncing up and down, and then sometimes rolling around the floor of the room, repeating the one line over and over as it did so. The volunteers from Heliopolis had been taking turns, including Flay, watching over their friends. But there was so little they could do, and that frustrated them more than watching the two in their current condition. At the moment, Flay was watching over both Kira and Lakis along with Sai, which meant they were sitting by the beds. The others came in after a bit and were asking the doctor if there was anything they could do, much like they had many times now. Dr. Mark Graham didn't mind them asking the same thing over and over. It was easy to tell they were extremely worried about their friends. And he reassured them that with Kira and Lakis being coordinators they would be fine given time. He would have said more, but Kira accidentally knocking the curtains around his bed open, and he thrashed around. That drew the attention of the friends there to attend to them. Meanwhile, Mew and Muru were in the captain's quarters, discussing the situation as it now stood. Natarl and Crystal were on duty to keep things running as smoothly as it was possible at the moment. This is Alaska, Mew stated, pointing to the northwesternmost section of the deep blue province of North America. Before moving his hand across the map and pointing to a place that was close to the dark red region of northern Africa to the west and a blue area to the north that was Eurasia's middle eastern coastline. Further east was white territory, which was the color that was used on digital map displays to signify Human Federation territory. And this is our location currently. It could be worse, but not by all that much. We're in neutral territory, yet close to Eurasia, who are on none too nice terms with us since Artemis. ZAFT territory is behind us with the Northern African community, and then we have Federation member nation, the Equatorial Union, ahead of us. Taking a sip of her coffee before sighing, Muru spoke up. There wasn't much choice, she said sadly. Our alternative was to get separated from the strike and Asuka, and we couldn't afford to do that. Muru leaned forward slightly, twirling her hair around her fingers while she frowned. I wish we could have retrieved the shadow before coming down to Earth, but that wasn't possible at the time. It had to be done the way it ended out. Muru hesitated. For the best for all of us on the Archangel. Despite what happened, our ship's objectives and destination remain the same. We need to make our way to JOSHA and deliver the strike. Mew caught the tone of regret at not being able to assist Tyler up in the atmosphere. Mew didn't feel the best about the kid being on his own, but Tyler had proved he could take care of himself. So Mew was confident that Tyler was alive wherever he was and would somehow find a way back regardless of how difficult or impossible it may seem. I wouldn't doubt that Tyler made it and will come across him at some point. The kid is resourceful in ways I haven't ever seen before and his drive is something else. But aside from that, is everything all right? They should be, replied Muru absent-mindedly. I meant the issue with the deputy commander, Mew clarified, seeing that she misinterpreted his question. Muru glanced at him, remembering her brief confrontation with Natarl on the bridge when the woman gave the 3 pilots approval to launch. Everything's all right, Muru replied, wanting to reassure him and herself. Natarl made the best decision back at the time, now that I've had time to think back and assess things. If the mobile suits and armors hadn't launched when they did, ZAFT forces that were breaking through the 8th Fleet probably would have destroyed the Archangel rather than just managing to divert the original planned course. Then neither Mew or herself would be here right now, and that was the truth. Very pleased to hear that, Mew remarked. Let me see now, think I'll stop by to see how the kids are doing, and then I'll get some shut-eye. Mew stood up and strode out of the office, stopping at the door to look back at the captain. You should get some sleep too. A commanding officer mustn't allow herself to get worn out and exhausted. Not good, his voice held a slight teasing tone that Muru found more than a little exasperating, but before she could respond, he left the room. While back in the infirmary, Dr. Graham was explaining in more detail the condition of his 2 charges. So, as I said, despite their fevers, there's no sign of internal damage or infection, he said to the newly enlisted students along with Flay and Sophia, the latter 2 attending to Kira and Lakis. Right now, we can't do much more than give them plenty of liquids and try to lower their body temperature. That's all that can be done, Sai inquired, not liking just sitting and doing nothing for his friends. Well, the doctor began a little hesitantly, this is the first time I've had to give medical treatment to coordinators. I don't claim to be an expert when it comes to diagnosing them medically by the symptoms. However, what I do understand is that their physical functions are far superior to ours. So, if I were you, I wouldn't worry too much about it, though I wish I could do something for these teens. They're some of the bravest I've met. To go out and do what they did, most would shrink from what they've faced in recent days. But still, Sai began. As much as they may look the same as the rest of us, Sophia spoke suddenly, drawing everyone's attention, their internal capabilities are on a completely different level from ours. Flay didn't say anything, but was mentally agreeing, coordinators surpassed hybrids, and she was familiar with the sorts of abilities hybrids could have. Graham nodded, they have bodies physically capable of greater strength, he iterated, and minds capable of acquiring more knowledge, and so on. No fatal disease will develop with that immune system they have, rest assured. Sure, a bullet wound could prove lethal, and sometimes they may get sick, but it would be a greater risk to us than to them. Lakis moaned softly, drawing Flay's attention, and the girl gently wiped away some of the sweat collecting on the rosette's head. She glanced back at Kira, who seemed to be doing better than Lakis was at that particular moment. It made her wonder if there was a difference between the 2 of them that made what they went through result differently. Flay couldn't think of any qualities they didn't have in common, but that didn't mean there weren't any. For example, did you hear about the extreme temperatures they were exposed to inside their mobile suits' cockpits? Graham asked. The volunteers paused as they hadn't heard everything their friends had experienced in atmospheric conditions. Granted, they had been told that being in Earth's atmosphere was a dangerous thing to do, but not much detail. There had been no mention of temperature that any of the teens could recall. They had seen the visible signs of heat around the ship as it had descended, but that was it. No, we didn't, Tall piped up. Well, I can assure you none of us would be doing anywhere near as well as these 2, Mark said. The sheer heat the teens had been in would have possibly killed naturals, it would cook humans to an extent. And his 2 patients had gotten back to the ship while the 3rd pilot had been forced to do re-entry. Mark didn't want to imagine what the pilot McGregor had endured during his descent. I can only assume for the other pilot I've heard about that he went through more, having to experience the full re-entry process. That reminded the younger crew members about their other friend who had once more become separated from the Archangel. None knew or had even a clue where Tyler could have ended out. Sight and signal of the Shadow had been lost in the atmosphere. The assumption was that he and the Shadow had gone through atmospheric re-entry and managed to land somewhere. Where that was none knew or calculated, not without the vector the Shadow would have been on, and no one could even guess that. Sophia could tell that the teens were worried about their friends in the sickbay and the one that was no longer on the ship. I heard about it as well, Sophia commented. It's strange, Yamato, Christopher and I wouldn't doubt this McGregor that I keep hearing about, all made it out of some really tough stuff. My little brother Ken, she paused as she didn't often bring up her brother, well, he's a coordinator too and can do incredible things. I've studied genetics as something of a hobby myself as well as to try and understand my brother. But it is my understanding that even most coordinators wouldn't only come off with fevers as the only effect to worry about from those temperatures. And that's not taking into account the fighting they were doing at the same time. All of that really increased the heat they were experiencing out there, who knows? They'd probably be recuperating in their rooms if not for those factors. An interesting point, Lieutenant, Graham replied before turning back to the former students. Anyways, there's nothing to worry about. These fevers are nothing in comparison to those cockpit temperatures. La Flaga here, came Mew's voice from the other side of the door, I'm coming in. The infirmary door slid open and the mobile armor ace stepped through, glancing at the civilian volunteers or cadets now in surprise. Hey? Is there something I should know about? No, nothing's wrong, Lieutenant, Graham said standing up. I was just taking the time to explain to these youngsters that their friends will be fine. Sai watched them quietly for a moment before he looked away. I always knew that their internal abilities were on an entirely different level from ours, he thought, but still, I hate it when something like this drives it home. It feels like the world is trying to force a barrier between us and them. Kira was Sai's best friend, the idea of a barrier like that forming between them was unbearable for him. Yet it was then, something that Tyler often said came to his mind, whether one is a natural or coordinator or any other type of human, they are first and foremost human beings. Nothing will change that fact as much as many would love to deny it. That fact alone proves that we have more in common than many would admit or think about. One just has to stop looking at the differences and start looking at what's the same between us, then you can see there is more in common than different. As Sai considered the idea that Tyler had been making, it was like a light turned on in his head and he understood better what he had been saying. Tyler had been saying no matter which kind of human you are, the fact is you are still human and that wouldn't change. That point alone would always be one that Sai and Kira would have in common, and Sai held to that, thankful that he had remembered that line from Tyler. Back with Tyler, he opened his eyes slowly, feeling pain, mostly a throbbing in his head. However, he wasn't sweating puddles like he'd been doing while coming down to earth and Tyler would take that. Next thing he noticed was there being an IV in his right arm along with the oxygen tube over his face and the ends put into his nose. Tyler certainly felt tired both physically and mentally as he took stock of his situation while lying in a bed. The last thing that Tyler remembered was that he, Lisa, Athrun, and Sakura were falling. They had just gotten through the main part of re-entry, but landing would be impossible alone. Tyler did recall calling for help and it coming a short period later, but things became hazy after that. He assumed that he'd fainted before getting to the ground, but how he had gotten to where he was Tyler couldn't say. As he tried to make sense of things, a soft groan escaped Tyler in response to the pain he was in. The sound of the door opening to Tyler's right drew his attention, getting him to turn his head, still on the pillow, to see a woman in a nurse's uniform. Tyler took the nurse to mean he had ended out in some sort of clinic or hospital. It would make sense, Tyler's health after what he did wouldn't be the best, good as Tyler was at his job. The lady glanced over the room and locked her gaze on Tyler, seeing he was awake. The young man by the name of Tyler McGregor had come in with a high fever and had been close to a comatose state. That had been around a day ago, so for him to be conscious was quite impressive. Oh, Mr. McGregor, you're awake, that's good, she said in a tone of slight relief. Let me go inform the doctor on duty, so that they can check you over. The nurse then turned and left the room to go get the doctor to check the young man over. Tyler was left to wonder just how he had come into this place with the nurse's tone. Granted, he imagined that his body temperature was notable higher than it should be. Yet Tyler was thinking by the nurse's behavior he'd been in rather poor straits. The pain he was feeling would agree that Tyler had some things to deal with before saying he was fine. And while Tyler had hoped for some time to rest and recover, he didn't want such to be forced on him by poor health. There was one other personal thing that Tyler was not looking forward to while around home, if that's where he was, but that could be seen to later. In what seemed like near no time at all, the nurse returned, and this time with another blonde-haired woman in a white doctor's coat. The doctor came over to the bed Tyler was in and looked the young man over. Good evening, Mr. McGregor, I'm Dr. Hessing. Tell me, can you understand what I'm saying to you? Tyler could comprehend what was being said, his hearing was doing well enough that it wasn't garbled or anything. So he nodded. Yes, I do, he replied. Where am I, Doc? Dr. Hessing smiled as it seemed that Mr. McGregor was doing far better than when he was brought in. By what she'd been told by others, the young man had been in a bad state when delivered to the hospital. He had been in intensive care for about 2 hours yesterday to make sure his temperature went down and his vitals were not critical. Once he had come out, he had been in a hospital room to wait for him to wake up. Nurses had regularly checked up on him, but there had been no sign of him getting close to waking up before now. You're at Huerta General Hospital in the western sector of Shira, and you've been here for close to 2 days since you landed. You here with a high fever and somewhat comatose state, common symptoms that comes during and stays after the atmospheric re-entry process, Dr. Hessing said in answer. Tyler would have nodded with what he was told, but his head was pounding, so he grunted in acknowledgement. To be told that he was in his homeland as he guessed was kind of comforting, as it had been around a year since he'd been here. It wasn't the way Tyler wanted to return home, but there was no changing that now. Then apparently, Tyler had been at this hospital for around 2 days, knocked out and unaware. Tyler didn't know where those that had been with him in the descent were or what their condition was. And Tyler worried about Athrun and Lisa since he didn't want them to be in serious trouble. He figured Sakura would somehow shake whatever she got from the descent off, it wouldn't surprise him if she did. That said, Tyler knew his situation wasn't improved much from what it was when he was in the atmosphere. His mission was still unfinished as the Archangel still had dangerous data and a working mobile suit on it. The longer that was the case, Tyler knew there was a growing risk of failure and that would endanger citizens of the Federation. Tyler agreed with Federation High Command in Omni getting mobile suits would only create more problems and make the war worse. However, Tyler decided to look on the bright side of things and not make more issues for him to stress over. Dr. Hessing checked over Tyler's vitals and while Tyler was becoming more aware of his surroundings and what was going on. Once, the doctor was done, she told Tyler that he did have a visitor as the hospital's front desk had informed her of that. There had been mention of the visitor being the Republic's Prime Minister, which was kind of odd, but it wasn't Dr. Hessing business. Tyler was left to wonder who would visit him while he was in the hospital. There weren't that many he could think of. And for the majority of those that Tyler could think of, they wouldn't know about Tyler being in the hospital. Yet, Tyler said a visitor was fine. His question was answered as the door to the room opened again and someone walked in. The moment Tyler saw who it was, he sat up in the bed which caused him to feel pain shoot through him. The woman that stepped into the room and her hazel eyes swept the room and came to stop on Tyler. Ellen gazed at her son Tyler, once again which he had chosen something other than military service for his life. She was proud that he wanted to serve others, but military service put his life in danger which caused her worry off and on. And the last message that she'd gotten from Tyler was from Heliopolis and that he was doing fine. Ellen certainly lost sleep last night not just from talking with Kagalai, but with her concern with Tyler. He was the only family she still had and though his actions often frustrated her, she couldn't help but love him nonetheless. She even understood why he went by a different name in public and she wasn't bothered by it. Tyler didn't want Ellen herself to have to pay for things he did while in the Federation's military. Tyler hadn't a clue why his mother had come by, she was usually kept pretty busy more so these days. She was the Republic's Prime Minister after all and had held the position for 16 years thus far. Tyler had been 2 years old when Ellen had been elected and had been pregnant with his little sister Lana. The citizens have kept re-electing her as they have come to trust her to keep the people's best interest in the forefront of the decision made by the government. Tyler knew. So, she could probably have the job for as long as she wants before retiring when she chooses to. And while the visit was appreciated, he hadn't talked to her for a time and his recent activities were not the nicest. Tyler smiled slightly. "Hey Mom, you're looking well since last time I was able to make the time to swing around home." His career in the Federation's military kept him from home most of the time. It gave Tyler normally a couple of weeks to spend around the Republic. The two got to talk more over a comm channel rather than face to face, which Ellen didn't like though accepted it. As Ellen closed the distance between her and Tyler, he prepared himself for a lecture about how he shouldn't put himself in danger. It wouldn't be the first time Tyler had received such a lecture, nor in different variations since he hadn't been the safest decision-maker throughout his life. Instead, Tyler felt his mother embrace him which wasn't what he expected but he carefully returned making sure that the things connected to himself didn't come out as they would be put back in. "Why do you insist on putting your life in jeopardy Tyler?" Ellen asked. "Do you have any idea how I dread that I will receive a report that you've died on one of the missions you're assigned?" Tyler knew he worried his mother and was likely one of the causes of his mother's hair starting to go grey. He did try to keep the life-threatening situations to a minimum, but lately that was much easier said than done. "Sorry Mom, I don't try to do such things," Tyler replied, "but circumstances just so love putting me in the position that I put my life on the line for others." Ellen saw so much of Lance in Tyler, and it wasn't just his appearance since Tyler looked a great deal like his father. Many of Lance's qualities had rubbed off on Tyler, some taught others not. And for the majority of those qualities, Ellen was happy Tyler had, but there were those that caused worry and irritation. Tyler's insistence of helping others was one of those that both made Ellen proud and frustrated her. It had him doing reckless things that put him in danger and made her worry and lose sleep when she found out about. Ellen drew back and sighed. "You are so much like your father, always thinking of others before yourself. It can be irritating as well as endearing," she remarked. To be told that he was like his father, the man that he respected more than any other, was the highest compliment and even humbling to Tyler. His father Lance was the kind of honorable man Tyler wanted and aspired to be, though not the scientist part. That in mind, Tyler smiled in response. "I take that as a compliment to be told I'm like Dad. It means a lot to me to be compared to him." Dr. Hessing returned with a clipboard in hand. "Forgive the interruption Madam Prime Minister, but Mr. McGregor's tests are done, he is good to check out," she stated. "However, I wouldn't recommend that he drive himself just yet, the painkillers are still in effect." Painkillers running through him would explain why Tyler was not feeling as crappy as he figured he should. Just from what he'd been told about how he had been when brought here hadn't been nice to listen to. And where Tyler wasn't one to demand drugs, he wouldn't deny they did help in really bad circumstances. Plus, right now, Tyler was too tired to argue or complain about things, he just wanted to sleep, but preferably somewhere else. Ellen nodded to the information and suggestion about Tyler, especially with his driving style. Her son had an extremely concerning driving style and she had attempted to break of him of the thrill he had, but she hadn't managed it. Put simply, he was a dangerous driver when he got behind the wheel and could get away with what he did. With adding drugs to the mix, Ellen didn't want to see how much worse her son's driving could become. Also, she didn't want to have extra law enforcement on the road just for Tyler and others to not get hurt. Memories of Tyler's 16th birthday and him showing off using his driver's license hadn't been a pleasant day. The paperwork from local law enforcement had been a hassle. Ellen didn't want a repeat of that day and she feared that Tyler driving while under the influence of drugs would go that direction. Yes, thank you for your efforts, doctor, they are appreciated, Ellen said before she glared sternly at Tyler. I'll make sure he doesn't get behind the wheel of a car, I assure you. Tyler flinched at his mother glaring and talking about not letting him behind the wheel of a car. He knew that his mom wasn't pleased, happy, or okay with his driving style in any way. It was the reason that Tyler no longer talked about how he drove or offered his mother a ride. Then, Tyler didn't want to have to deal with Shira's local law enforcement since they knew Tyler by name. The local police became aware of Tyler on his 16th birthday due to his driving escapades. They tended to keep an eye on him when he was around home, which limited Tyler where he could drive as he liked. And he figured that being drugged would be a poor excuse that law enforcement would shake their heads at and ticket him harder than normal. The nurse in the room started to take out the tubes and other devices that were attached to Tyler. After he was free, Tyler was given his pilot suit to put on as he couldn't take the hospital gown. Tyler would have liked to put something else on, but since there was nothing else for him to work with, he walked to the bathroom and slipped into the suit. He left the collar of the suit open and decided he would be taking a shower before he fell onto a bed. Tyler exited the bathroom, after which Ellen and he made their way to the hospital's front desk. The checkout process was fairly simple and so not that time involved. Then Ellen guided Tyler to the car she had waiting, and they were driven back to the place Tyler had for himself. At first, Ellen hadn't been sure it was wise to let Tyler have his own place even when she believed he should learn to take care of himself. However, Tyler had shown he was more mature overall than normally expected for those his age. And so, Ellen had discussed with Tyler the idea and they had settled on a compromise of Tyler having a small place and he displaying he could maintain it. That agreement had been standing for about a year and a half thus far and Tyler had been holding up his end of the bargain, Ellen would admit. It gave him freedom and responsibility and Ellen wanted her son to not just learn responsibility in his life but also practice it regularly. The house wasn't fancy, Ellen had made sure of that so that Tyler wouldn't be tempted to do inappropriate things. The place was a 4-bedroom with 2.5 bathrooms in a 600 square foot area. The entrance was on the south side of the house and the front door was on the inside and on the left of the front porch. The master suite was in the west side of the house along with the garage that contained Tyler's car. The east side was made up of the 3 other smaller bedrooms with one slightly bigger than the other 2, along with the other bathroom and a half. In the center of the place was where the kitchen, dining area, living room, and a small room for utilities. Upon arrival at the house, Ellen helped Tyler out of the car and escorted him to the room he used. Before she left, she firmly instructed her son to rest and come check in with her before he thought about going off and doing something potential harmful. Tyler knew the tone his mother used, he'd been on the receiving end of it before, so he agreed to the terms. After his mother left, Tyler headed to the shower before falling on the bed and going to sleep faster than he had in a while. As Tyler woke up the next morning, he took stock of his condition to find it was a marginal improvement. He was less tired than he was yesterday in the hospital bed, though he wasn't fully recovered yet either. Tyler's brain was functioning much better than before even if he was still sore, which he attributed to the painkillers having run through and left his system. But he could endure an amount of pain, and the current level wasn't the worst he'd had before. Tyler rolled out of his bed and visited his shower again to make himself at least somewhat presentable. Once dressed in comfortable clothes, Tyler decided to find out where those that had been with him had ended out. They could have been taken to the same hospital, but they also could have been sent somewhere else. Tyler grabbed a set of his own clothes in case Athrun might be awake and aware, since Tyler hadn't appreciated being back in the pilot suit. And while Athrun may be a tad shorter than Tyler himself was, his clothes would fit his friend well enough for the time needed. Nevertheless, Tyler thought about how he might provide the same courtesy to the 2 females he'd been with. His clothes wouldn't fit them and it wasn't height, though Lisa was an amount shorter than Tyler was. It was more the ladies' proportions that caused the difficulty for Tyler, as his clothes weren't made with women figures in mind. Tyler needed clothes for women and really the only one he felt comfortable asking such a thing of was his mother. Plus, Tyler had said he would check in with her before he went off to do much, so he should go see her anyway. That in mind, Tyler headed to his garage as he could officially say he wouldn't be driving under the influence of drugs now. After turning on the light, Tyler felt a smile come to his face at the beautiful sight of his car. The vehicle was based on a model of car which was considered a classic, once known for speed, power, and a sleek design. The car model was still referred to as a Lamborghini, and where the name came from Tyler had never figured out. However, he could say without reservation that the car certainly had power and speed, and Tyler liked that. Specifically, The model of Tyler's car was a Murcielago Lamborghini, which according to historical records was meant for street racing. The vehicle was black and had the driver's seat and passenger seat next to that along with 2 back seats, which wasn't standard to Lamborghinis historically. The engine in his car wasn't the old-fashioned V12 gasoline block type like Lamborghini cars used to have in them. Due to the uses of fossil fuels dropping tremendously after the end of the Reconstruction War caused by heavy embargoes and tax that were put on those products as they put out heavy pollutants. Advances in science instead provided vehicles with a fuel cell to replace gasoline as it's the more efficient alternative fuel. Tyler had once looked at what people used to pay for fueling their cars and had been appalled at how much money they had put into it. Fuel cells could be recharged easily and at a fraction of the historical average price paid for fuel. Tyler had paid a fair price for his car, more than a fair price in his opinion, but he had liked it enough that he'd been willing to pay the money. His mother had given him a lecture on spending after he had purchased the car, as it had been his military pay for half a year. Tyler felt his car was a valid and somewhat reasonable purchase, but he knew that at the time it had been better to shut up and listen to his mother's lecture. It was what he did, as he respected her even if he didn't agree with her opinion a portion of the time. Tyler opened the driver's side door and put the set of clothes he'd grabbed for a run in the back of the car. He then pulled the door closed and buckled himself into the seat with the 5-point harness that was installed. Tyler said that the harness was there because the car historically had them, but he did have another reason which he rarely said out loud. With his driving style, Tyler had what some called a lead foot, at least when he could get away with the idea. He also had a passion for the sport known as drifting, since it thrilled him so much he just couldn't help loving it. Tyler's mother didn't like his drifting, but it was the reason that Tyler didn't mention it any longer. Tyler just denied any involvement in things that others said he may or may not have done with his car, as the majority couldn't prove anything. He started the car by pressing the starter button and glanced over the dashboard and central display screen. The central screen showed that the engine was running in good shape, told Tyler energy consumption compared to mileage, along with the basic readouts of the car's condition. Tyler took a breath to calm himself. He knew that gunning his car and showing off wouldn't be a good idea right now. First, no one would be around to see Tyler do his thing, which took an amount of the fun out of it. Second, as he was going to see his mother, if he got there too quick, that would earn him a lecture and he didn't want that. And third, Tyler wanted to make sure his friends and Lakis's older sister were okay as soon as he could. So, once everything looked to be in working order, Tyler shifted his car into reverse and pulled it out of the garage. The trip to the minister's residence was uneventful, mostly since Tyler had missed the morning commuter traffic and it was not noon yet. He was stopped momentarily at the front gate where he had to show his ID more as a formality. The staff that helped around the residence knew Tyler as he'd lived there while he'd been growing up. Tyler soon got to talk to his mother and laid out his plight of having 2 female companions and trying to be thoughtful. While Ellen was glad to see her son was doing better than he was yesterday, she wasn't as pleased at seeing him already pushing himself when he should be resting. His wish to help those he viewed as friends was a good quality, and Ellen was proud that Tyler did think of others. Tyler mentioning Athrun certainly had Ellen wondering what Tyler had gotten himself into. The last she had heard of Athrun was when he finished school and said he was considering enlisting in ZAFT. Then for Tyler having a lady friend, this was the first she'd hear of such a thing. Ellen hoped that it could mean that Tyler did have an interest in getting married at some point and having a family. Still, Ellen did agree to lend Tyler some clothes for the girls he mentioned had come down with him from space. Tyler figured that since his mom was the nice person she was, that he would have little trouble in getting help from her. It was also her example that Tyler modeled his formal mannerisms, which he reserved for proper occasions. Ellen went and fetched 2 outfits for the ones Tyler had told her about and brought them back to him. Tyler assured his mother he would return the clothes clean and in neat condition. He then returned to his car and placed the clothes in the back seat with the set he had for Athrun. Tyler then headed to where to start searching for his companions, and he'd move on from there as needed. Tyler started his search at the front desk of the hospital, asking if there had been others brought around the same time he'd come in. It was the most logical question to get the answers he wanted that Tyler could come up with. And to Tyler's good fortune, he was told that there had been 3 other individuals brought here the same day Tyler had been. Upon further questions, Tyler concluded that the 3 mentioned were those he was looking for. In fact, the receptionist informed Tyler that one of the females had woken up more than an hour ago. That was all Tyler needed to know, along with the room number to be off to check on his companions. Tyler headed back to his car and grabbed one of the sets of female outfits he had borrowed from his mother before he headed back into the hospital. Along his way, Tyler ran into the doctor on duty and he learned that Athrun and Sakura hadn't woken up yet, but he did find out which rooms they were in. Tyler also asked about Lisa's condition and was told that she was doing better and was well enough to leave after checking out. When Tyler made it to the room that Lisa was in, he knocked on the door and waited to be told he could enter. Lisa had woken up earlier this morning and had found she was in a hospital in a bed, likely recovering from the after effects of re-entry. Nurses had already looked her over and had stated that after a meal and a doctor giving her a once-over, she would be able to leave. She had not heard anything about Tyler or the other 2 that had been with them through the descent. Lisa figured Tyler would be fine given enough time to recover, he was hard to keep down, she'd learned that personally. For all she knew, he may have woken up and been deemed fit enough to be discharged from the hospital. Lisa was brought out of her thoughts when a knock came from the door. "Come in." The door opened and Tyler walked into the room, observing that Lisa was sitting up and looked to be in fair health currently. Tyler was glad to see Lisa was doing okay. She was a friend that had been made on the last mission they had been on. He didn't want that friendship to end anytime soon, certainly not by a reckless stunt. So he smiled. "Nice to see you sitting up in bed, Lisa." Lisa smiled softly at Tyler coming to check on her. It was very nice of him to do when he was likely still recovering himself. He really was a good individual she'd found over the last year. He went out of his way to help in what ways he could. "Thanks for the visit, Tyler, it is appreciated, since I would bet you are still working on recovery," she replied. Tyler snickered at the last bit. "You got me there, Lisa, still trudging towards average health," he returned. He knew that he probably didn't look the best right now, likely somewhat pale were he to guess, but he was where he felt he should be. Tyler moved over to the one armchair in the room and took a seat. "So, how do you feel?" Lisa thought for a moment on how to answer Tyler's question, since she couldn't truthfully say she was fine. She was in pain, thought she believed that there were painkillers running through her that were dampening the pain. There was still an amount of exhaustion hanging over her that she couldn't shake off currently. Her condition was the expected outcome of steep re-entry, so it wasn't surprising to her. "I've been better, but it could be much worse, around the same the last time I had to do atmospheric re-entry in a single pilot craft. I did get a call from Alan saying that he and Luke will be coming down to Earth sometime in the next week," Lisa iterated. She paused as the other event for that happened was a more personal one. The call from her mother had been unexpected with its timing, and it had been nearly 2 years since she had spoken to her. Lisa hadn't seen her family for getting close to 5 years, ever since she left after fighting with the man that had been her father. As far as Lisa knew, her family still lived in the plants, the Maas 2 colony specifically. It was due to Lisa's father supporting the more radical views that made the war worse that had driven Lisa out. Really only her mother would talk to her every once in a while, which Lisa believed her father never knew about. She had mentioned to Tyler that she had family issues and gave sparse details, though he had never asked for more information. Lisa exhaled. "I also received a call from my mom, around an hour ago." Tyler winced at Lisa mentioning her mother, as he knew that she had family issues. She hadn't made them what they were as far as he understood, that had been done by her father. Tyler had never asked for many details, as it was clearly an unpleasant subject for his friend. Lisa's father works on the legislative committee, according to her, one of the governing sections of the plants, and have representatives on the Supreme Council as well. Her father was a big supporter of ZAFT and leaned towards the radical standing in politics. She still talked to her mother every once in a while, got updated with the family she used to have is. But her father doesn't really speak to her since she left the plants and changed her last name. "It's not my business," Tyler began, "but how did it go talking with her?" Lisa appreciated Tyler's concern, for it was nice of him to care, as she knew that he valued family. And while it was true that it wasn't his business, he was a friend, so it was okay for him to know some details. To the question, Lisa shrugged. "About the same as it usually does. She's polite to me, yet I think she wants me to visit." But her husband, Lisa paused, as she hadn't said her father's name or given him that title since she left. "Legislator Minty stands by what he said when I left over 5 years ago. I'm not his daughter anymore, I'm a stranger to him and am not welcome around him or his family." Tyler frowned at Lisa's response. It hurt to know his friend dealt with such issues when she had just stood up for what she believed. Lisa was a sweet person, Tyler was grateful to have her as a friend. And unfortunately, Tyler had encountered the type her father was, the stubborn and unyielding kind. Those types didn't listen to what others had to say or what they thought. It was either you agreed with them or you were against them. And family support was really needed during the current turbulent times, Tyler believed. "Sorry to hear that, Lisa, has to suck to have such issues," Tyler remarked. "Anyways, the doctor I bumped into said that you were good to check out. That said, it's lucky that I happened to bring a set of clothes for you to wear out instead of your pilot suit, which I assure you hasn't been cleaned." Lisa smiled at the fact Tyler saw it as common manners to think of another and be the gentleman as it did. That he remarked about his pilot suit meant to Lisa that he'd had to wear his out and it hadn't been pleasant. "Still a gentleman, I see," Lisa commented. Tyler set the clothes down on the bed and stepped out of the room to be polite and give his friend her privacy. Lisa appreciated Tyler's action and did change into the clothes that had provided. The style was that of a business suit, and so she suspected Tyler had borrowed it from his mother. Tyler had briefly mentioned his mother did official stuff in her job, but never said what the job was. Lisa figured that it had to do with something Tyler wasn't saying, and she wouldn't doubt there was a reason. The clothes fit okay, the pants were a tad long, and the blouse was somewhat tight, but it wasn't unbearable. Tyler stood outside the room in the hall and waited for Lisa to change into the clothes that he borrowed. He was thinking about Lisa and he dropping by the room Athrun was in and at least peek into Sakura's before leaving the hospital. If either of them happened to be awake, then they could perhaps leave as well. If not, then Tyler would come back later. He kind of hoped that Sakura would still be out while he peeked in, as he wasn't up for her behavior around him with his health as it was. Lisa exited the room about 5 minutes after Tyler had left it, now dressed in slacks and a blue-collared blouse. He had to admit that she fit the clothes pretty good considering the small difference in figure and size from his mother. "I take it that you borrowed these from your mother, judging their more formal style," Lisa posed. "You've mentioned that she wears such things for the job she has." Tyler hadn't told Lisa who his mother was or what she did, he just hadn't gotten around to telling her about that secret. With Tyler's mother one of the main political leaders of the Federation, he went to great lengths to make sure his actions weren't connected back to her. He saw it as the least he could do for his mother, not let his troubles be shoved onto her. "So," Tyler nodded, "yep, you would be right." Tyler gestured for Lisa to follow him and he led the way back to his car to fetch the other 2 sets of clothes. At the same time, Athrun opened his eyes and found himself looking at a white ceiling. He tried to recall how he could have gotten wherever he was right now, which Athrun still didn't know. The last thing that Athrun could remember was going through the atmosphere and the group he was with was falling. The Aegis's thrusters hadn't been responding. Tyler had been saying something but Athrun couldn't recall what his friend had been saying. And now Athrun was waking up in a strange room, tired as could be, wondering where he was. The sound of a door opening to his right got Athrun to glance in that direction and see a woman in a nurse's uniform. That told Athrun he was likely in a hospital or clinic after coming down to Earth to recover from re-entry. Knowing that he was in a hospital brought a number of questions to Athrun's mind, foremost of which was where were those that he'd been with. If Athrun was in poor health, then he assumed and expected that his companions were in similar conditions. He worried about Tyler as he was one of his best friends regardless of having fought against him recently. And then, Athrun may not get along the best with her, but he hoped Commander Klein was doing okay as well. Yet until his health improved an amount, Athrun wouldn't likely have answers to the questions going about his mind. The nurse began checking over Athrun while he answered the simple question he was asked by them. Meanwhile, Tyler and Lisa had fetched the clothes Tyler had for the other 2 that had come down from space with the 2 of them. Tyler decided to look in on Athrun first and peek in on Sakura after seeing his best friend. Tyler wouldn't be able to consider himself Athrun's friend if he didn't visit him when in poor health. Tyler didn't with being trapped in a hospital on most, as it was tedious and downright boring. He'd down the idea a time or 2 and he hated those experiences as he had gone stir crazy quite quick. Yes, Tyler didn't wish a forced hospital stay even on Sakura, though her behavior was irritating. Tyler knocked on the door to the room Athrun was in and a nurse came to the door. Tyler asked the lady if the one inside was awake and he was told that they were. Then he and Lisa were let into the room. Tyler saw that Athrun was sitting up still being checked over. Tyler was happy to see his best friend was up and moving, it meant his health was at least improving. A smile came to Tyler's face at seeing his friend was on the mend. "Good morning, sunshine," he greeted. Athrun looked towards the door to the room again and saw Tyler standing there with a woman slightly behind him. Tyler was looking a tad paler than he would normally, but Athrun attributed that to recovering from the effects of re-entry. And it was nice to have a friendly visitor, Athrun would admit with not feeling the best. Tyler made his way over to the bed as the nurse finished up her tests. "Tyler," Athrun began, "thanks for visiting." Tyler put the clothes he had on a table and then grabbed a chair, spun it around and straddling the chair next to Athrun's bed. Tyler glanced his friend over for a moment and saw he was likely going to need days to recover fully. Lisa was staying by the door watching the silent interaction between the 2 friends. "Like I wouldn't come to see you when you are in poor health, Athrun," Tyler posed. "What do you take me for, a naive idiot like Kira?" Athrun chuckled at that. "No, but it is still nice of you to come and see me." Tyler shrugged. "So then, how do you feel, Athrun?" Athrun considered the question of how he felt. Truthfully, the exhaustion was the worst he was dealing with. He had no serious injuries as far as he could tell from coming down to Earth. That did bring a thought to Athrun's mind about Dirka and Izak having done atmospheric re-entry as well. He hoped they made it through without serious complications, but as he didn't know where they were he couldn't say. But then, Athrun didn't know where he was currently other than likely a hospital. Athrun smiled softly. "I'm okay overall, just trying to figure out what is going on." Tyler could understand what Athrun was feeling, it was the same when he'd woken up yesterday. So, he nodded in response. "Well, I certainly can understand that feeling, what I had yesterday." Tyler paused and took a breath. "To help your figuring along, you're currently at Huerta General Hospital in Shira within the Republic of East Asia. That said, you will have time to recover and not have to worry about your safety from the war and the stuff that comes with it." Athrun was going to acknowledge what Tyler had said, but noise from the room next door interrupted that. In the next room over, Sakura had regained consciousness, and found herself in a bed in an unknown room. The circumstances that Sakura found herself in were not acceptable to her and she wouldn't stand for them. She struggled to get her upper body up, even against others in the room telling her not to do so. Those in Athrun's room heard the commotion next door and Tyler sighed as he figured he would need to go over and deal with Sakura. He'd hoped to avoid that for a little bit longer, but that had been wishful thinking. "If you two would excuse me for a bit," Tyler started. It sounds like I better go and see what is happening one room over, or rather get Sakura to calm down and behave. Lisa and Athrun watched Tyler leave the room, the latter wondering if Tyler was thinking clearly. Sakura Klein wasn't one to listen to others and do what she was told with the exception of Admiral Tries. What could Tyler do that others hadn't tried already to get Commander Klein to cooperate? Athrun was getting concerned for his friend, though Athrun could do little to help him while in bed. Tyler made his way to the room Sakura was in, wondering how much trouble the woman could cause while in poor health. When Tyler opened the door, he witnessed a nurse hitting a wall before sinking to the floor. Tyler looked at a scene of Sakura out of bed, shaky on her legs, striking fear into those in the room. She'd gotten the nurses to back up from her, causing other minor problems which Tyler knew he would have to deal with. His stalker had outdone his initial expectations on how much trouble she could cause when left to her own devices. Tyler's right eye began to twitch in annoyance as he was getting ticked that Sakura was once again his issue. He took a few calming breaths and then went over to the nurse that had been shoved into the wall and knelt down. "Are you okay?" Tyler asked. The nurse nodded but then told Tyler how Sakura was fighting any that approached her and wouldn't let any look at her. Tyler glared at the pink-haired woman that was being a pain to him, as she seemed to be so adept at doing. "Sakura Klein," Tyler stated clearly, "you are to get off you antagonistic high horse and get back on the bed and let the staff here do their job. You keep up your current attitude, then so help me, I will find whatever material I need and I'll bind you to the bed." Sakura stiffened at hearing her beloved's voice and her sight moved over to land on Tyler. The expression on his face was stern and was directed at her clearly. She moved to the bed and sat back down on it as she was told. Tyler sighed at her actions. Honestly, attacking hospital staff is terrible and embarrassing. Let them do their job and not have to fear for their lives. "Don't make them have to sedate you or me tie you to the bed, please," Tyler iterated, "and rest assured I would tie you up if you make it necessary." Tyler then turned to the nearest nurse. "I'll be back in a bit, please check her over to make sure she can check out of the hospital." Tyler left Sakura's room and headed back to Athrun's to get his friend good to go so that they could leave. Athrun and Lisa had been listening to the commotion going on next door, though they couldn't hear what was specifically being said. Tyler had been gone for a few minutes before he came back through the door, and from what Athrun saw he looked okay. Tyler's voice had been raised slightly as heard through the wall, so it made Athrun wonder what happened. Lisa saw the tired expression on her friend's face and could only imagine that he had done something unpleasant to him. "Things calm down over there?" Lisa questioned simply. Tyler glanced over at Lisa with an annoyed look. "Felt like I was dealing with a child misbehaving, to tell the truth. Ended out having to threaten tying her to the bed and slash or sedation to get her to calm down sadly." Tyler exhaled heavily. I knew Sakura would be difficult when she woke up, but still." Tyler turned to look at Athrun. "Sorry for complaining, how about we get you changed out of that hospital gown and into clothes and work on getting you out of here?" Athrun nodded weakly, still trying to figure out what Tyler had done in the room next door. He couldn't remember any time he'd seen or heard of Sakura being forced into doing anything. Tyler helped Athrun to his feet and over to the bathroom, grabbing the clothes he'd brought along the way. Athrun changed into the outfit that Tyler handed him, which turned out to be a tad loose but not by all that much. Once ready, the three headed over to the room Sakura was in to find the nurses were finishing up their tests. Tyler gave Sakura a stern look. "I see you have calmed down, would recommend you keep that up," he stated. Sakura smiled. "Do I get a reward if I behave?" she asked, "for I can think of a few things that I would like." Thoughts were running through Sakura's mind of what Tyler could do for her as a reward. Yes, he had been firm and even a little dominating moments ago, and normally Sakura resisted and turned that to her favor. However, it had felt a tad interesting to have her beloved order her around. Sakura still intended to be the one that made the rules overall, but Tyler could still be an equal and she would be fine with that. Tyler paused at Sakura's question of a reward, and the thoughts that were coming to his mind weren't nice ones. The times that Sakura got her way, Tyler had been forced to defend himself and attempt to escape the woman. So, what Sakura may ask for as a reward more than just concerned Tyler. It scared him a bit. He'd learned you don't agree to something blindly, it rarely went well for the receiving end. You got detail on what you agreed to. Tyler had too much experience with his mother to not do that by second nature. And yet, if Tyler said nothing to Sakura's question, she might misbehave, and he didn't want to deal with that again so soon. "Behave and we can discuss that," Tyler replied carefully, hoping to leave himself protected from Sakura's antics. Tyler grabbed Athrun and dragged him out of the room so that Lisa could help Sakura change. It also gave Tyler time away from his stalker, and with her question about a reward, he wanted separation. As Athrun was dragged out of the room, he was trying to process what he had just witnessed, since he couldn't believe his eyes and ears. Commander Klein had been almost pleasant, and like a normal woman that one would encounter. Athrun had used his fingers to clean his ears out when she asked for a reward, as it didn't fit what he knew about her. Sakura Klein did what she wanted when she wanted, period. Every single ZAFT soldier knew that. It was a part of her reputation. After the boys had left, Lisa stared for a moment at Sakura, wondering how she and Tyler had ever crossed paths. They were so different from one another personality-wise, and it was obvious that Tyler didn't like how the woman was around him. It possibly explained why Tyler wasn't the best around women, though Lisa never had asked for details. At the same time, Sakura studied the woman that had been with Tyler when he came back. The woman looked to be around her own age from what Sakura could tell, but she was no more pretty than other women. Thus Sakura didn't see this woman being competition in the looks department, but that she knew her beloved Tyler didn't sit well with her. The clothes that Sakura was given caused her pause for a moment. The business suit style clothes wasn't a kind that Sakura was fond of wearing at all. She only wore such when absolutely required, like in official meetings or functions. However, Sakura assumed that the pilot suit she'd been in would dirty from the sweat created during descent. So even with the style of clothes being less favorable, it was better than slipping into a sticky dirty suit. That in mind, Sakura put on the clothes and found overall with one exception they fit okay. The blouse was tight around her bust to the point that buttoning up was difficult and the top two buttons couldn't be connected. Sakura glanced over at Lisa, and where did this outfit come from if I might ask, she inquired. The tone that Sakura used was even but had a slightly unpleasant tone to it which Lisa noticed. She assumed that Tyler hadn't mentioned to this woman what his family situation was or about them at all. With what she'd seen thus far, Lisa doubted that Tyler had said much to Sakura Klein about his personal life. The things that Lisa had heard about this woman didn't paint her in a good light, even within the Federation. Sakura Klein may be beautiful by most standards, but her attitude and personality overwhelmed that. Lisa exhaled. Tyler borrowed it so that you and I didn't have to put on the pilot suits we're in before. If you want to know where he borrowed them then ask him yourself, but he was trying to be nice you know. Tyler and Athran waited for a few minutes outside the room while Sakura changed, saying nothing to each other as they waited. When the ladies came out Tyler hesitated for a moment at seeing Sakura. Tyler admitted that Lisa filled out the clothes he had given her well, even if she was slightly shorter than his mother. However, Sakura more than just filled out the blouse that Tyler had borrowed from his mother. Tyler even noted and quickly forced himself ignored the blouse being open at the top and showing some of Sakura's cleavage. He knew that Sakura had a more voluptuous figure than most of the women he knew had, easily larger than average. It made him curious if Lakis would grow up in the same ways as her older sister. If she did, then Kira would be an amazingly lucky boy, though Tyler knew his friend wouldn't have a freaking clue about it. Tyler led the way to the hospital's front desk and got them through the process of getting Athran and Sakura checked out. The group was told to take it easy as they were still recovering before they were told they could leave. Tyler was on Athran's side while Lisa was on Sakura's as they made their way to the parking lot. Athran wondered what kind of vehicle that Tyler acquired to convey them to wherever he had in mind. To his surprise, Tyler brought their group to one of the nicest looking cars that Athran had seen. Tyler noticed his friend's gap at seeing his car and he smirked a bit. A beauty isn't she? Athran shut his jaw from the gaping he was doing, and twisted to face Tyler. Where did you get this car Tyler? He asked. It was fancy and excessive even for renting, which just came back to the question of where Tyler had gotten it and why. It is excessive to just get us around, Athran stated, and you're not one to show off. Tyler chuckled at the question and Athran saying he had rented his car as it was sort of funny to him. Oh Athran, Tyler began, this car is mine, I didn't rent it. The group piled into the car, Lisa and Sakura were in the back seat while Athran sat in the passenger seat. Tyler had that arrangement as he wasn't going to let Sakura be in the seat next to his own. He didn't trust her to keep her hands to herself while he was driving and he wanted to avoid a crash. Athran did notice that the driver's seat had a more heavy-duty harness for the driver than the rest had. It made Athran recall that his friend had a thing for drifting cars, which he'd been treated to. Those experiences had been unforgettable for Athran, and while he knew Tyler wouldn't intentionally put others in danger, he could still make you flinch really good. Nonetheless, Tyler drove the group safely and with no fancy driving to his house where he would board them for the time being. Tyler was a tad hesitant with Sakura with what she could possibly do while staying there. There was the chance she could assault him, but Tyler couldn't prove that intent for sure. Yet, even with that possibility Tyler couldn't come up with a solid reason to deny Sakura. And Tyler wanted to give Lakis's older sister the benefit of the doubt even when his intuition screamed at him to be on guard and deny her. Tyler gave a short tour of his house even when it was a simple place that didn't have much to show. He also thought about how his female guests would need other clothes so he could return those he borrowed. The best way to change that would be let the two ladies go out shopping but Tyler had a bad feeling about that. However, Tyler could come up with no other option at the moment other than them wearing his stuff or nothing neither of which would be acceptable. So, Tyler went to Lisa as he trusted her more than Sakura to understand the idea and not go overboard with it, more so with his money. And hard as it was, Tyler gave Lisa permission to use his car as well and the two women headed off into town to do their shopping. After the women left Tyler and Athran moved to his living room, Tyler sat in one of the recliners and Athran took the sofa across from him. Athran stared at Tyler, trying to order his thoughts and the questions he had of his friend. There were so many things that Athran wanted to ask and clarify with Tyler as he seemed to know some of the things that led to where they were now. Athrun was attempting to wrap his head around how he had gotten from following orders for a mission to Tyler's home. He was having trouble making sense of it all. And Athrun was doing a lot of contemplating as of late, looking back, and he was still not coming to sensible conclusions. Tyler could see the pensive expression on his friend. What was causing it Tyler could only guess. He knew that he and his two best friends needed to catch up and discuss what had drawn them in. However, Kira was absent with the Archangel wherever it came down, since Tyler hadn't found that information yet. That in mind, a discussion now would be somewhat limited, as Kira's part would be left out. But there was still a benefit in Tyler's mind to talk with Athrun, and with the women gone it was a perfect time. "So my friend, clearly you want to ask questions of me. Now is as good a time as any," Tyler stated. "I'll answer them the best I am able. There are things I can't reveal right now, so fair warning." The offer to answer questions was welcome, but there were just so many in Athrun's mind he didn't know where to start. The mission to Heliopolis that had begun this journey had felt off to Athrun and others. A number of those that had misgivings were either assigned to other things or dead now. So, Athrun was silent for a bit, ordering his thoughts to form his first question to perhaps have a chance to understand. After he decided where to begin, Athrun took a breath. "First, why were you at Heliopolis?" he asked. "You mentioned something about a Federation investigation team being sent there." Tyler took a moment to think on how to answer Athrun's question, as there was a lot to talk about with it. His mission to Heliopolis was over and done, so was no secret anymore and not classified as far as Tyler knew. And Tyler was aware that there were parts of what happened to Heliopolis that Athrun would blame himself for. Nevertheless, Tyler figured it was better to get this over with and then help Athrun. "Officially, records will say that I was there on an educational exchange." Tyler paused for a moment. "However, if it wasn't obvious, that was a cover for what I was really there to do, which unofficially was to look into information that had been acquired by Federation intelligence." Athrun nodded. "I assume that intelligence had something to do with Omni being there working on their project." Tyler acknowledged the question. "Indeed, that is what intelligence had gathered in a nutshell." Tyler took a breath and continued. "The team was to look into a rumor that a group within the Earth Alliance was doing weapon development in neutral territory. That was the details I was told about, but I won't doubt there's more to the story that is being left out of the public report." What Tyler said made sense in a few ways to Athrun, and it also filled in a gap or two that had mystified him before. ZAFT had gotten wind that Omni was working on something. That was what ZAFT intelligence had stated. When the images had been acquired, the investigation had been seen more as a priority. From what Athrun would guess, the Federation were already looking into the idea by the time ZAFT had found out Omni was busy. That wasn't all that surprising to Athrun. The Federation had their intelligence network, and it was nothing short of incredible. And with Tyler and the team at Heliopolis at the time, they had likely already gathered an amount of info that ZAFT didn't have going into that mission. "You at some point found out Morgan Roet was being used by Omni, but at what time did that happen?" Tyler hesitated at his friend's inquiry, more since the answer wasn't one he liked or more what followed. In his mind, when the Archangel had been discovered and the construction of the mobile suit seen, that should have been the end of it. All of Omni's project should have been confiscated and those involved punished for the treaty violation. Granted, Tyler had learned that an amount of the Omni personnel were good people at heart. So, they would have likely been chastised and sent back to the Atlantic Federation. Yet, the decision at that time hadn't been up to Tyler but those above him, which was a frustration. He assumed that the delay in the order to do what Tyler had wanted had something to do with politics or an agreement that the Federation has with someone else. Nevertheless, it was in the past, so Tyler could do nothing about what had happened back at Heliopolis. He would still grumble about the results and entertain thoughts about Cruzat facing consequences for his actions. Athrun could see that Tyler was contemplating how to answer his question, and whatever the answer was didn't sit well with his friend. "A tad less than 6 months before the colony collapse," Tyler replied. "And I assure you I was not happy waiting for the decision to handle the situation as long as those of us involved did. However, the decision power on what was to be done was above me, even when I would have used that happy power in the same way." Athrun was a tad stunned at Tyler's answer, since it was not just odd, it didn't make a lot of sense. The Federation weren't normally ones that wasted time when there was a clear threat to them or their citizens. They had proven that in the years the war had been going on and had left no doubt about the standing. Tyler's frustration about having to wait was something that Athrun could understand and sympathize with. Tyler had obviously seen the danger Omni's mobile suit project posed when he had discovered them. So then, why would Federation hire UPS hesitate in handling such things which would have made ZAFT's actions unneeded? "Almost 6 months, he questioned, but why would the Federation wait that long against a clear threat? Tyler wanted the answer to that very question, but his queries to hire UPS had gone unanswered thus far. He had thought about asking Admiral Moses when he'd been talking to him, but there had been other priorities at that time. So, Tyler shrugged, "I haven't the faintest idea, and I would like to know the answer as much as you. As I stated, it wasn't my choice to make, though I made it clear that there was a threat." Tyler shook his head tiredly. "I didn't like how long it took, but there is nothing that can be done about that anymore. However, when the decision was finally made I felt a sense of relief that things were going to wind down without more complications. Tyler frowned before continuing, but as we know, a ZAFT commander by the name of Ra-Le Cruzat interfered and caused a serious chain of events that could have been prevented. Athrun looked away from Tyler and at the floor at the last sentence as it was true. It sounded like the Federation had things in hand before ZAFT had gotten involved. They had plans to confiscate Omni's mobile suits and ship. It would have been cleanly taken care of. The Alliance couldn't say anything to the contrary as that would require admitting they had violated treaties. However, ZAFT had wrecked that, and Commander Cruzat's hunt had made things worse than they could have been. If the mission to Heliopolis hadn't been done, then maybe those lost there would still be alive. Tyler could see Athrun was feeling regret and so he sighed. Don't blame yourself for what happened, Athrun, Tyler remarked. It won't change how things are right now, you'll only beat yourself up and that isn't healthy. Instead let's move on to the next question and not dwell on the might-have-beens that are gone. Tyler was right, it wasn't good to dwell on the past and blame oneself and/or others, and Athrun knew that. But knowing what was good and doing it was easier said than done and Athrun had experience in that. And there were other facts that Athrun hoped to get to make sense of the chain of events. So, Athrun began, where did the black and winged suits come from? Tyler had seen that question at least coming, and he didn't blame Athrun for asking about the Asuka and the Shadow. He'd been surprised to find them as he hadn't seen them until the ZAFT raid and being forced into the factory. And after examining the Shadow, Tyler believed that Federation personnel had been around Morgan Roet. He didn't have proof other than what he'd found with the Shadow, but Tyler planned to do some research into that when he had the chance. Yes, those machines, I happened to come across them while the theft of Omni's prototypes by you and your comrades was going on. They were at the back of the Morgan Roet factory floor when I was forced into the structure. I was slightly confused and surprised to find them in construction docks as that was the first time I'd seen them. Athrun was thinking about that as it seemed like the Federation's team had been rather thorough in their investigation. For them to miss not one but two mobile suits being built suggested that those machines had been kept secret from perhaps even Omni. That could mean that the two unknowns weren't a part of Omni's project but just had elements of it. That could partly explain why those two seemed better than Omni's suits in their original states. Athrun had discussed with Nicole that the two unknowns seemed different than the rest of Omni's prototypes and this helped make possible sense of that. Tyler drew Athrun's attention back as he spoke, so, a question for you Athrun, have you noticed the change of perspective within the plants and ZAFT held by many? Athrun blinked as what Tyler asked sunk into his mind, and a feeling of a cold shiver ran through him. He kind of knew what Tyler was referring to though he didn't want to admit it since he knew some that showed what Tyler was talking about. Tyler continued after a moment, the shift towards the more aggressive and radical view that all naturals should pay for things that have been and are done to coordinators. Not naming names, but I would assume you know the type I'm referring to. Athrun didn't meet his friend's gaze at the inquiry as he knew that one of those he was referring to was his father. Athrun's father had been changing slowly but surely to blaming naturals for most things that went bad these days. Athrun's silence was answer enough for Tyler, so you have noticed the shift then. Athrun was uncomfortable with the subject that Tyler was getting into, even though he knew it as truth. Perhaps it was that Athrun didn't want to admit that his father had been changing into essentially the same as those he once detested. Athrun hadn't even confronted his father and tried talking to him, but then he hadn't made the time to make that attempt. Instead of acknowledging Tyler's point, Athrun decided to change the subject. You said back at the plants that you would go back to the... Athrun paused to recall the name that Tyler had used for the legged ship, Archangel if given the chance. Why? Athrun was changing the subject to avoid it and while Tyler could understand that, it didn't help in the long run. Yet, Tyler didn't press his blue-haired friend as Tyler had been inferring his father without naming him. So, Tyler put a finger to his chin, well, by choice yes, my reason was to protect friends I made at Heliopolis. Omni merely benefited from my help while I did that, though there were some that would disagree to an extent. Athrun tilted his head at the last part of what Tyler said. Defending friends he understood, that was Tyler, he went above and beyond for those that he saw as friends, Athrun had personal experience with that. But the last sentence of Omni benefiting yet some of them not seeing it that way got Athrun wondering. Tyler had shown to Athrun that he was a heck of a pilot, any side would stand to gain from that kind of help. So, what did Tyler mean by some would disagree? What did you mean by some would disagree? Athrun asked. Tyler snorted as thoughts of what he had dealt with when he and Natarl had clashed came to mind. The woman had been the first in a period of time that had not taken kindly to his attitude and given amazing reactions to it. Oh, you see, there was an officer that well, Tyler paused for a moment trying to consider how to word the idea, they didn't quite like me doing things my way. I believe as it was put, your behavior is rebellious and unacceptable or something along those lines. Athrun exhaled understanding now what Tyler was implying about attitude and some not liking it. He'd seen that Tyler did things his way and didn't care if others preferred it or not, and normally that was fine. Tyler got things done even if the methods didn't sit well with those that viewed the situation. However, Tyler had a thing that when someone reacted not just badly but in such a way that amused Tyler, it served to encourage his friend to prod said individual. Athrun had seen it once before, but that was all he needed to know, that Tyler would do such to others if the circumstances were there. "And I would doubt you did anything to make yourself look better, instead prodded whoever they were," he said tiredly. Tyler smiled. "You have to ask," he posed. "The woman just gave such wonderful reactions, I just couldn't help myself." Tyler took a deep breath, but back to the point. "I didn't have to make a choice, as I was assigned to chase the Archangel, making the idea easy. The mission overall is to prevent Omni and through them the Earth Alliance from getting something that would give them mobile suits. I am not allowed to give details as it is an active assignment, so please don't take offense." Athrun comprehended that active missions were not something you talked about with just anyone. ZAFT had much the same policy. And it made sense that the Federation would not want Omni to have mobile suits. There was as much the possibility that the Alliance would turn around and use such on the Federation member nations as there was Omni continuing to go against ZAFT. But now there were 4 of their prototypes in ZAFT hands, and the last one was with the ship. It sounded like Tyler was implying there was more. "No offense taken, but by how you said what you did, there is more than just the prototypes. What do you mean?" Tyler couldn't give direct details about what he was supposed to do, or how he was to do it, which was up to him in the end. And with having found the blueprint data he had weeks ago, taking care of that was a priority. The strike was a problem still, but not as much as the data, as it had full blueprints of all 5 prototypes along with what specialized systems they had. With that information, Omni wouldn't need to reverse engineer anything, they were ready to mass produce from that. "Well, originally the prototypes were problematic, and the one the Archangel has will need to be handled. However, some time ago, I found that some on Omni's project were actually kind of smart and came up with a contingency," Tyler admitted. Athrun gained a confused expression when Tyler said the prototypes were a problem but not the biggest threat. Yet as he processed what else was stated, he began to see perhaps what Tyler was talking about. "You say Omni came up with a contingency, what kind of idea are you referring to?" Athrun asked. "If they get the last prototype, that would be the worst case scenario, isn't it?" Tyler shook his head. "A mobile suit brought to them would work in the end, and effort is being put forth to prevent that. With a mobile suit, they have to take the time to reverse engineer it before starting production. If they get their hands on the blueprints they hid, that would have other more problematic repercussions. Blueprints will not only allow Omni to begin producing mobile suits in mass immediately without further work, they would also have 5 different variations to start with," Tyler iterated. "I don't know about you, but in my view, if Omni gets one model of mobile suit, that's bad. If they get multiple models, that causes much more issues." Athrun frowned at the information, as Tyler was quite right on the results should Omni get mobile suits. One model was not good for ZAFT or the Federation, it was expected they would use it. However, if what Tyler said about blueprints of Omni's prototypes had been hidden for them to find, then that would be worse. And it sounded like Tyler had confirmed said blueprints did exist and were in some way en route to Omni. "So," Athrun swallowed rather hard, "and you confirmed these blueprints exist?" Tyler nodded. "Unfortunately, yes," he returned. "They are being carried by the Archangel, though the crew have absolutely no idea they're there." Tyler hesitated for a moment, as it was his opinion with what he learned that there had been distrust among those in Omni's G project. Evidence suggested there had been the group who wanted the project to succeed, and the group that impatient to have the results. Group 2 didn't trust Group 1 but didn't make that public, but had been pushing during the second half. Group 1 was irritated with Group 2's insistence and had started doing things that the other group wasn't aware of. Group 2 had suspected something, and had the blueprints copied and hidden in the Archangel, which was where they were now. Tyler figured that the crew was more a part of Group 1 than 2, which meant they knew little. "I think there was a division in those involved in Omni's project, but I can't say for certain. Evidence points to that, which led to the blueprints being hidden in the ship that was supposed to carry the prototypes." Athrun didn't doubt that Tyler was right. The Alliance wasn't really very good at working together, more so recently. And with how the war had been going, it wouldn't be odd for there to be difference of opinion. So, for Omni's contingency to be data on the prototypes to be carried by something else that had a chance to make it to their hands would be wise. That would make logical sense. If something happened to either the ship or the mobile suits themselves, then there would be a second way to guard the information and get it to those who can use it, he said. Tyler had come to the same conclusion as Athrun had just stated, and he had the evidence to back it up. He had to admit that if he was in Omni's position, he'd done the same idea of having data that could be retrieved if something happened. Which led to Tyler needing to find out where the Archangel was sooner rather than later. So then, Athrun began wanting to confirm something. Omni getting mobile suit is seen as an issue by the Federation. Tyler was trying to think where to begin on the answer to his friend's query, as it was complicated. It was more an expectation that should the Alliance have the ability to mass-produce mobile suits, then they would use it against the Federation. The current strained relationship between the Alliance and the Federation made that rather clear. "So," Tyler sighed, "the answer simply put is yes," Tyler replied. "The Alliance and their Omni dislikes that the Human Federation has remained neutral in this war of theirs. Now granted, ZAFT hasn't been very appreciative of the point either, but they accept it and left the Federation mostly alone thus far. I assure you that Omni hasn't been doing the same. They've been constantly trying to sway and convince any they can to join them in their fight against the evil coordinators that make up ZAFT and live in the plants. Athrun winced. Is it really getting to that point? He asked, holding his head in his hands. Have they had any success? Tyler shook his head. No, the Federation has made its standing clear and that won't change no matter how many times it's challenged. That doesn't stop those in high-end / or in influential positions setting and adding fuel to the fire that is the hatred and fear of coordinators. And they make sure it is not forgotten that the Federation accepts and welcomes coordinators, though they leave out we do the same for naturals. Tyler exhaled heavily. Honestly, I believe it's no longer a question of if, rather of when the Alliance gets mobile suits, even if my mission works out for the best. And when they do get them, it won't be long before they use them to enforce their views on those that disagree and assert their control like any dictator does. Tyler wished he was wrong in his views, but the Federation's information network only confirmed what he and others were seeing coming. And he also knew that politics were souring faster as well, which only lent credence to Omni attacking the Federation in future. Then with a number of Alliance leaders being members of Blue Cosmos and similar groups didn't help their standing. Tyler had heard about some of the Alliance leaders from his mother and it hadn't been nice to hear. The Atlantic Federation was the worst these days as they were the most pushy and insistent in their suggestions. Athrun understood the concern that Tyler had and he agreed. It was more a matter of time for Omni to gain more power and use it. That was what the war had been, escalation to worse and worse ideas being used to fight and kill. And while Omni having mobile suits would cause more bloodshed, Athrun was more afraid of what was yet to come. The prototypes proved that Omni had future plans in mind, and Athrun feared that some of those may involve nuclear weapons. Only it wouldn't just be a repeat of Junius 7, it would be an extermination of horrifying proportions. Athrun knew he wasn't the only one that had the fear of nuclear weapons being used at some point. It was a matter of overcoming the enjammers that stopped factions from producing such weapons. Those devices had bought time against mass destruction to the colonies and Earth even if others said otherwise. To lighten the mood, Tyler and Athrun began talking about what had happened since they had last had a chance to catch up. There was a great amount of things that had occurred to both of them over the last 5 or so years. And it didn't take long for them to be smiling and laughing at what the other was saying. The sound of a car brought Tyler's attention back to the world around him and Athrun. Tyler glanced down at his watch and saw that almost 2 hours had passed since the girls left. He was left to wonder how bad things could be for his finances with 2 girls shopping. He wasn't worried about Lisa. Tyler trusted her to not go nuts and do a spending spree. Tyler couldn't say the same with Sakura. As Tyler heard footsteps coming from the path that led to the garage, he turned and glanced in that direction. Less than a minute later, both Lisa and Sakura entered the room, bags hanging on their arms. Tyler instantly took in the number of bags they were carrying between themselves and he was hoping his bank account wasn't empty. Lisa saw the expression on Tyler's face that said he didn't believe that she and Sakura had so much stuff. The shopping trip had definitely been an experience that she wouldn't forget and wished she could have done without. Had someone come up to Lisa while she was out and told her that her companion was ZAFT's Black Zephyr, Lisa would have said they were lying or didn't know what they were talking about. Lisa knew the reputation that Sakura Klein had. Most soldiers had heard things or read reports about what the woman did. And yet, when they had gone shopping, Sakura had been nothing like her reputation said. The woman had been almost like a teenager in a mall or something similar with the glee she had shopped with. The number of stores they had visited was horrible to Lisa. She would have done 2 or maybe 3. Sakura had insisted on 9 separate places. The clothes that Sakura had said she needed had been diverse but also with some unsettling ones. Lisa had the impression that the woman had some sort of feelings for Tyler, but Lisa worried what those feelings were. The 2 lingerie stores had made Lisa concerned for Tyler, especially with some of the styles Sakura had looked at. Lisa had done what she could to make sure they didn't spend too much as it was Tyler's money, but there was only so much she could have done. So, Lisa looked away from Tyler, not sure what to say to him about what happened while she and Sakura had been out. Tyler's concern wasn't lessened in any way when Lisa looked away. In fact, he was even more worried. He felt that lending them money without setting an amount or expectations had been a bad idea. And yet, when Tyler glanced at Sakura, she appeared to be like a child on their birthday, having been let loose in a toy or candy store. Tyler suspected he would be forced to see what Sakura at least purchased. With the time the 2 girls had been gone, Tyler didn't want to know what they got, but he feared that Sakura would have likely got lingerie and would be showing Tyler those. Thus far, Tyler had managed to not see Sakura with less clothes on and he wanted to keep it that way. And the memory of Sakura asking about a reward was coming to mind, and he frantically hoped it didn't have them in a bed alone. But with the girls back, Tyler could lay down the ground rules for his guests as he had a few. Granted, some of the rules he had in mind were for Sakura specifically, but that was for good reason. And Tyler would bet even laying down the rules wouldn't do much to stop Sakura or even slow her down. Still, he let out a sigh and got down to business. "Okay, nice to see you back, ladies," Tyler stated evenly. We can discuss what purchases you made with my money later. Moving on to room assignments, as you three will be staying here for the time being. Tyler paused and twisted around to face Athrun. Athrun, you'll get the first bedroom down the hall. Tyler pointed toward the west side doorway in the living room to motion where he was talking about. Then he continued, Lisa, you get the bedroom in the middle. Tyler stopped for a moment and turned to Sakura, you Sakura get the bedroom at the end of the hall. At hearing the room that she would have while she was here, Sakura shot down the hall to it so that she could change into the clothes she had. She would show Tyler her beauty and would do her best to captivate him. Tyler stared at the doorway that Sakura had rushed down and his concern increased a great deal. And he hadn't even gotten to laying down the ground rules yet. Tyler was already not liking how things were going. He blinked a few times before he turned to face Lisa. Okay, should I even ask why she would be running to the bedroom as she did? Or perhaps you wish to warn me of what's coming, since I've a feeling she'll show me soon enough. Lisa frowned as she suspected that Sakura would be showing what she got off to Tyler. The gusto she had when picking out clothes had suggested that she wanted Tyler to like how they looked on her. She just hoped that the woman would have decency to not go with just underwear here or later. She picked out clothes with you seeing them in mind, I believe, and did so with quite some joy, Lisa replied. I did my best to keep her gusto under control, but it was rather hard to do. Tyler wasn't happy with Lisa's reply, though he didn't blame her for whatever Sakura did. In fact, he felt sorry for whatever Sakura put her through during the shopping trip, as he could only imagine. And by the undertone that Tyler heard from Lisa, he also figured that Sakura had been the one leading the trip to the places they went. That in mind, Tyler exhaled heavily. Okay, next question, do I ask how much you two spent, or would it be better for me not to and just assume that it was more than I had figured? Before Lisa could answer, Sakura burst back into the room in clothes different than the suit Tyler had lent her. She was wearing a pink blouse and blue knee-length skirt, which got Tyler to stare without being able to stop himself. Sakura spun around clearly to show Tyler what she got, and she was pleased that he was staring at her. Athrun was in shock at seeing Sakura Klein, the black zephyr in clothes any girl might wear, showing off. Not only that, she was smiling and clearly happy with the activity. Athrun had never seen the woman like this at any time he'd been in the same room or area as her. Lisa grabbed Athrun and pulled him to the hall leading to the rooms they would use. She wished Tyler the best of luck and hoped that he would not be running before she got back. With the others out of the room, Sakura used the opportunity to show Tyler everything she had found while shopping. She had difficulty remembering the last time she'd had so much fun and was so happy. Tyler, forced to view what clothes Sakura bought, felt he was being tortured for some reason. No, he didn't see the whole experience as bad, but that was a problem in itself in Tyler's mind. Sakura was good looking, he wouldn't deny that if pressed, but she had stalked him for long enough he didn't like the time he was around her. But what Lisa said about the reasoning Sakura used while purchasing clothes made sense. Sakura wanted to impress him, and though he didn't want to admit it, she was doing a fair job at the task. After dinner, Tyler knew he still needed to establish a ground rule before all retired for the night. It was more to cover himself and make less risk, as he feared Sakura might just sneak into his bed. That said, Tyler gathered everyone back into the living room so he could make sure all knew the rule. Okay, before we all go to bed, I would like to declare some rules, as is my right as the owner of this house. First, we respect one another's space and don't invade it. From that, no sneaking into another's room or bed. Tyler pinned Sakura with his gaze. Admittedly, that is specifically for you Sakura, as I don't see Athrun or Lisa doing such things. You on the other hand, I can see you trying, so read my lips, do not sneak into my room or bed during the night. Phase end. A/N. Okay, that's where I'll leave off for this chapter, long as it is. This phase is pretty straightforward in its flow from start to finish. The story portion that it covers is close to the same, though as you may have noticed I expanded sections out. There were some changes, as I wouldn't doubt some of you noticed, of course. I'll start with the aircraft that were mentioned during Tyler's group's landing sequence. So, there were suggestions to me by some that it would be interesting if the Federation had different machines when on Earth. I agreed with that, as space has different factors than in Earth's environment. And so I did take time to do research for inspiration for an Earth base unit for the Federation, which I started a couple of phases ago. I won't say where the basis of the Federation's Earth units come from yet, I leave that as a surprise for later. Next, the hospital section with Tyler, which changed an amount as well. So, I got to thinking, and it occurred to me that realistically, a guy and girl wouldn't be put in the same room. In the original version, Athrun and Sakura were in the same room. In real life that would unlikely happen. Plus, it added opportunity to put in a kind of humorous moment between Tyler and Sakura we got to laugh at. And then it transitioned better into where Tyler took his group back to his house. So, to finish off, as I normally do, please some of you write a review and tell me what you think. Reviews do help me improve my writing, and that in turn, makes the story better. Chapter 17, Phase 20, Regaining Standing. March 1st, 71 CE. The Archangel. Kira and Lakis had been laying in the Archangel's sickbay for the last few days, weak and unable to do much. But during those days their temperatures had lowered to a safer level than it was when they came to the sickbay. Neither of the teens knew how long they had been in the beds as they worked on recovery. Birdie. Birdie. With a headache like he had, Kira wanted to throttle the little noisemaker that Athrun had made for him. It had been a parting gift for Kira at the last face-to-face meeting before Tyler, Athrun, Kira went their separate ways. As it was, he barely had the energy to force his eyes open, instead turning his head toward the sound as he couldn't see the robot. There was still the familiar curtain around the bed he was in as there had been the times before when he'd woken up. By the sound that Tori was making, it was flitting to different places and likely high ones were Kira to guess. Athrun's creation had always tended to perch in high spots or on Kira's shoulder. Hey Tori, please shut up, Kira croaked. Flay, who had been in the sickbay by herself at the moment, heard Kira speaking to his robot. The green bird-like robot had mystified her even as she had been around it more as of late. Sai had mentioned to her that Kira said he got the robot from a friend as a parting gift of some sort. Apparently, Kira's friend was good at making such robots and also made the pink ball robot that stuck around Lakis. Flay had gotten used to the odd actions of the two robots, but they still did things that were weird. Still with Kira awake, she moved over to his bed and pulled the curtain aside. With the curtain around Kira's bed was suddenly pushed aside, it revealed Flay staring down at him with a concerned expression. However, Kira then began taking note of his surroundings since he saw the rest of the room with the curtain had been opened. The action had also let in the full light of the room they were in, and with the light coming in now, forced Kira to squeeze his eyes shut to stop the headache from getting worse. Kira, you're awake, Flay said quietly. Flay, Kira muttered, slowly cracking his eyes open again. Kira still wasn't feeling the best, though better than he had before now. He tried to sit up, but the redhead put a hand on his shoulder to hold him down. In his condition, coordinator or not, even a delicate natural girl like Flay could easily pin him with just that. No, she said firmly, you shouldn't try to sit up so suddenly like that. The girl turned her attention away from him and reached out to grab a glass of water. There were so many questions Kira had with what he knew right now. The last things that Kira remembered was fighting in the atmosphere to protect the Archangel. The images of the shadow getting farther away and being caught by the strike kept appearing in his head. Thoughts of Tyler wouldn't leave his mind, whether he was okay or injured in some way from re-entry. Kira wouldn't believe that Tyler was dead, not until there was irrefutable proof was shown to him would he even consider that possibility. Where am I, Flay? Kira asked. So much had happened since the descent down to Earth, even Flay had to admit that her head spun when she thought about it. Granted, the Archangel had landed safely, but it had been not where it had intended to come down around. There was still a journey ahead if what she'd heard from some of the crew was anything to go by. The infirmary, she answered before she reached an arm partially under him to help him lift his head and put the glass of water to his lips. You and Lakis were found unconscious when others pulled you from your machines once they were brought back on board, so I guess you might not remember. Kira figured that he had made it back to the Archangel since he clearly remembered being caught by the strike. But that brought the question of where was Lakis and what was her condition. Kira had been too weak and out of it to try and find out what happened to Lakis or even Tyler. He assumed that he wouldn't get much on what happened to Tyler as likely few knew with him being separated from the ship. Yet, Lakis would still be with the Archangel and he was worried about her more than himself. Lakis, Kira uttered after he stopped drinking and Flay laid his head back down, is she? She's fine, Flay replied with a weak smile before she glanced at the bed opposite Kira's, which still had the curtains pulled around it. It was true that Lakis had been worse off out of the two pilots when they had been brought here. Lakis's temperature had been higher than Kira's and her vitals had been slightly worse than Kira's. Over the last few days both had improved in their condition, but out of the two Kira was still doing better than Lakis was by a margin. Flay had been keeping an eye on Lakis and worried that she woke up less times than Kira had. The doctor had assured her and the other volunteers that the pink-haired girl was on the road to recovery. She's still resting, Flay stated, as she was a bit worse off than you are. Lieutenant Falco said it's probably because you're a first-generation coordinator, so your body's a bit tougher than hers. Kira thought about what Flay said and the facts sunk in which didn't do much to help his worries. Lakis was here but was still recovering and had farther to go than Kira himself did. And while it was true that first-generation coordinators were built tougher, beyond first generation weren't that much less so. Yes, the genes tended to be more naturalized by the second generation and beyond that, but that shouldn't be all that explained why Kira was doing better. If anything, from what Kira understood, then it was that naturalizing that made some desired traits stronger which gene manipulation had trouble bringing out. I see, Kira returned, so, we must have landed on Earth after all. Kira took a break and got to one of the major questions he wanted answers to, then where is the Archangel now? Flay hesitated for a moment, recalling not what had been said about their location, but the tone in which it was said. Sai mentioned that the ship officers were worried about how close they were to ZAFT-controlled territory. Technically the Archangel was in Alliance territory even if at the edge of it. However, the path to Omni's JOSHA base was through non-allied territory, which made the journey potentially harder. We landed in the ocean off the southwestern coast of the Eurasian Federation, which was formerly called the Middle East by what the bridge crew say. Flay took a breath and continued, "We came down around 3 days ago, but it's really early morning local time now." A touch of humor showed in her smile. "The shifting biological clock is going to be tough to deal with." Kira knew the feeling that Flay was describing. He had it a few times, and the last being when he first got Serenity City on the moon. "I lived on Earth when I was really young," Kira remarked, "and then it was the moon before I came to Heliopolis. But I was living in Orb when on Earth, so the clock hasn't shifted for me in a while." Flay smiled at that before standing up. "I'll go get Dr. Graham," she said. "Don't try to get up or anything until he's had a chance to look you over." Kira watched as Flay went off, when thoughts of his friend Tyler came back to his mind. He still didn't know what had happened to him, and he wanted to know where his friend was and if he was okay. The worries about his friend wouldn't leave Kira's mind as he laid in the bed. Meanwhile, Mew was still having a hard time sleeping like he was of late. With so many unanswered questions and so little known information that could answer any of them, there was a lot of stress on the crew's shoulders. The ship's landing zone had changed due to the actions to save 2 out of the 3 mobile suits. The 2 pilots that had made it back had been in the ship's sickbay since being extracted from their cockpits. They were recovering slowly, but they wouldn't be able to help if ZAFT attacked the Archangel. And though the ship was moving forward towards Federation territory, that wasn't much of a comfort. Being in Federation territory hadn't stopped ZAFT before, and Mew doubted it would prevent an attack now. All they have to do was not get caught attacking in Federation areas, and that just meant avoiding patrols. So, to distract himself from the stress, Mew fell back on his habit to work on something while others slept. It made it so they would be less likely to disturb him, and it took his mind off of the issues that kept running through. This night, he'd been down in the hangar looking over information on the new aircraft the Archangel had received from the fleet, the Sky Grasper. He wasn't alone in the task, as Chief Murdoch and Sophia were there for company. "I went through the manual last night," Mew commented as he looked at the Sky Grasper he would be using. "This thing sure looks like a lot of fun, and at least give Crystal and I a means to help." Something else came to mind though, and he turned to look at Sophia, as she had been helping the mechanics out due to the limited crew. "The manual stated this craft can mount striker packs, is that true?" Sophia nodded. "Yes, they can have any of the striker packs before launching out," she stated. "Each pack can give a boost in some fashion." While the aircraft could use the strike's equipment was nice in Mew's mind, it also felt like he was some sort of a delivery courier. Granted, each pack could give the Sky Grasper opinions, like with the Ale pack would give better thrust and agility. Or there was the Sword Striker, which the rocket anchor would be usable, and the launcher pack gave the cannon to work with. The Sky Grasper's arsenal was made up of a turret-mounted beam cannon, 2 medium-caliber cannons, a couple of machine guns, along with a missile bay. Mew would work with that collection, but against ZAFT mobile suits it wouldn't be all that effective. "That is great and all," Mew began, "but what does that make me now? Some sort of delivery boy?" "Well, that's the intended primary function intended for the Sky Grasper," Sophia replied, "but even so, only when the ensign needs it, otherwise you can feel free to use the weaponry as much as you like. Trust me, it can make a difference. I would know, as I helped design these things before being assigned to the 8th Fleet. They might not be able to match mobile suits or Federation fighters, but they do better than mobile armors do up in space." Murdoch chuckled as he could see that Sophia's remark hadn't helped Mew not feel like a delivery boy of sorts. "She's right, Lieutenant," he said, "but when the time comes, in your hands, all deliveries are guaranteed, whether near or far." Mew walked over and looked the Sky Grasper over more thoroughly. "The vote of confidence is nice and all, but little good it does right now with both of the kids unable to pilot." Mew thought about the Shadow being separated from the Archangel while in orbit. While Mew hadn't forgotten what Hoffman had said, he still trusted Tyler had been helping the Archangel. That kid had put his life on the line, that showed he was willing to go through with what he believed. Whether Tyler had been defending the Archangel itself or some of those on the ship, to Mew that wasn't the point. "So," he sighed, "and then, there's our 3rd mobile suit pilot we had, and there is no word on where he ended out yet." There was a moment of silence at Mew's mention of Tyler with Murdoch, as that kid had earned respect from the mechanics, Murdoch included. "Well, the students are all regular military now," Murdoch said, changing the subject. "I mean, the kids are even ensigns already." "Ah well, they are pilots after all, so they deserve it. And if what McGregor said is correct, then he's a commander in the Federation's military." Although truthfully, he was somewhat miffed that Kira and Lakis were barely more than half his age, yet still now his superiors in the chain of command. Sophia looked at the 2 men, somewhat confused by what they had said. She herself had heard a few things about this Tyler McGregor, supposedly a teen like the volunteers, but a year or 2 older than the rest. It was supposed to be a heck of a pilot, and during some mock battles hadn't been beaten or something like that. However, this was the first time Sophia had heard mention of the said teen was a part of the Federation's military and a high-ranking member at that. "I beg you pardon from both of you," Sophia spoke up, gaining the attention from both men. But did you just say this Tyler McGregor is not only part of the Federation's military, yet a commander as well, all before he enters his 20s? Chief Murdoch put a hand to the back of his head, understanding the consternation Sophia was feeling. When he had found out that Tyler was a member of the Federation's military, it had been a slight shock, but over time it made sense. But that he was a commander and still in his late teens, that point Murdoch couldn't figure out. Yet, hard to believe when you first meet the kid, know the feeling myself. Yet, he's proven that he's no joke and knows how to pilot mobile weapons, whether it's a mobile suit, mobile armor, or a Federation fighter. Memories of when Mew had gone against Tyler in the mock battles came back to him, along with the fear that had been felt. The realization that Tyler's skills made him a unique pilot was one thing, to know that he could outdo you in multiple ways had been another. I'd have to second that. Tyler has skills that terrify the hell out of me were I have to go against them. But he has a good heart as far as I've seen. Heck, who know, if this war wasn't going on, Tyler might not even have enlisted, Mew added. And besides Kira and Lakis, the rest of the volunteers are crewmen, second class, man oh man. They'll develop into great soldiers before you know it, Murdoch replied. Sophia's eyes turned away, though primarily an engineer that was a thought she could do without having on her mind. The volunteers and their friends had all appeared to be good kids, and yet, they were roped into this war, and it had been going much longer than any had expected. The war had been estimated to go a year, maybe two if it was bad, that was the consensus at the beginning. Yet now the war was in its 5th year and there was no sign of an end in sight for either faction involved thus far. By the way, how are the kids' fevers? She asked, changing the subject. I hear they finally dropped to acceptable levels earlier this morning, Mew returned as he climbed up and looked into the fighter's cockpit. He had checked on the kids before coming down here hours ago and neither had been awake. Seriously, I don't know whose construction is more impressive, the Strike and the Asuka's frames, or their pilots, and the same I wouldn't doubt can be said about the Shadow and its pilot, wherever they are. Just feel kind of useless not being able to be out there fighting next to them, perhaps in future. Asuka? Sophia questioned, wasn't that what Yamato called his machine that before the launch in orbit? Yeah, it's the designation and sort of its nickname when he found it, Murdoch remarked. From what he said, its official name is Asuka, a stray frame, the prototype in a series most likely. The mention of nicknames got Mew to thinking about something that Kira and Lakis had talked about. The two of them had called the mobile suits Gundams, which had got Mew and even Crystal to wonder where they had come up with the word. It was an odd thing to call mobile suits, so it had both armor pilots curious. And speaking of nicknames, Mew said, looking back at Murdoch, do you have any idea why Kira and Lakis keep referring to these mobile suits as Gundams? Mew's question piqued Sophia's interest, and she walked over to them curiously. She hadn't heard anything about this from any of the crew and the word was such an odd one. Oh, that, it appears on the activation screen of the suits when their operating systems come up, Murdoch answered. General Unilateral Neural Link, something or other, can't remember what the rest is at the moment. Anyway, take the first letter of each word and that's what you get. It's better than the military simply calling them G-weapons if you ask me. Sophia shook her head, smiling slightly as she looked up at the Strike and the Asuka. Yeah, she said, drawing the attention of the two men. Gundam, Sophia said, trying out the word, it really does sound better than G-weapon, don't you think? The more that Mew thought about, the more he had to agree about the name the teens had started using. Mew chuckled, that it does. At the same time, even with it being as late at night as it was, Mirelia and Tal had gotten off duty, were heading towards the mess hall to get a meal. They planned to stop by the infirmary to check on Kira and Lakis as their friends did. Along the way, they bumped into Sai and Kuzi, and they asked about their friends as they all moved towards the mess hall. Wait, what? Mirelia questioned. You're saying Kira's regained consciousness already? Yeah, it happened just a little while ago by what Flay mentioned, Kuzi replied. Dr. Graham said that Kira's doing well enough now, Sai continued, that he's been transferred back to his quarters. Flay went over there to take his meal to him. The four reached the mess and got dinner and sat down and kept the conversation going, shifting to asking about Lakis's condition. Shortly after this began, the doors of the mess hall opened, and Flay herself stepped through, drawing the attention of the four off-duty cadets. Hello Flay, Mirelia greeted. It was rare for the volunteers to be together with how the shifts tended to be set, so Flay assumed they were between shifts currently. On a shift change, Flay asked absent-mindedly as she carried the empty tray to the counter. So, how's Kira doing? Mirelia inquired. He really seems to be all right, Flay returned, he's got a healthy appetite anyway. Lakis also woke up while he was eating. She will be transferred out of the infirmary soon, so I was going to grab a meal for her before she leaves. Anyway, it's as if the last 2 days never happened for them, though the doctor advised them to stay in bed for the day. Flay stopped momentarily. Their bodies, well, I always knew what they could do was really different, but it's never been driven home quite like this. Flay continued to walk as Tall and Mirelia gasped softly at the words, worried that Flay's anti-coordinator feelings might be reignited. I see, Mirelia commented, deciding to brush it off for now, but I'm just so relieved that both Kira and Lakis are starting to feel better. Flay had been in the sickbay a lot lately as Sai thought about it, more than any of them had. And it wasn't that he believed she had any bad intention, it was that she seemed to be doing that while ignoring her own basic needs. So, Sai rose and closed the distance between Flay and himself. You must be exhausted, he said with concern. You've been by their side for a while now, don't you think you should get some rest yourself? I'm doing just fine, Flay replied as she filled up 2 glasses of water. Really, I just finished eating with Kira. And it's not like I actually have a job on this ship yet, not like the rest of you. Flay, Sai muttered. It sounded like Flay was feeling like she was contributing around the Archangel like he and others were. That view wasn't true, and Sai hadn't been the only one to tell Flay in some form that her presence was appreciated. Yet, before Sai could say more, Flay cut over him. It's vital that they get better as soon as possible, she stated firmly, to which Sai looked at her curiously. We're in not an allied or even friendly territory after all, so I'm still a little worried, so I'm going back to their quarters. Now Sai was really getting worried, for Flay was acting more and more out of character for her. Even though Sai was almost as certain of Kira's and Lakis's feelings for each other as everyone else, he also knew that Kira used to have a crush on Flay. He was fearful that she might be returning the affection when it would be better to not happen. Flay, said Sai, standing up, and striding over to grab her shoulder, hold on for a moment. What is it, Sai? Flay asked, looking back at him with some concern. Well, Sai, he began, now feeling silly for worrying about her recent actions. As nice as it is of you to worry and help Kira and Lakis, there is also the need to give them space to do things themselves. He paused for a moment, plus, you need to take care of your own health as well. Flay sighed and looked away. Listen, Sai, she said softly, if you want, we can talk more later when Kira and Lakis are fully recovered. For now, it's best to make sure they're in as good of condition as possible, and we don't want you guys exhausting yourselves either. The ship barely has enough crew to function, so those with duties need to be as capable for them as possible since there are no substitutes. So, I just happen to be ideal for this sort of thing. Slowly, Sai nodded, understanding the logic Flay was going with. Okay, he said. Just don't drive yourself to the point of exhaustion, that would just worry Kira and Lakis. Yeah, I know, Flay replied. Back in Shira, Tyler had been sleeping soundly as he was still tired due to the effects of re-entry. He had set the rules for his housemates that he would be hosting for days or maybe a week or 2. Tyler didn't think the rules would help a great deal with Sakura, but he figured he could then use her breaking those to get her to perhaps back off. He had gotten to his bed and locked the door behind him, feeling safe from his stalker for the time being. Yet, Tyler had woken up a few times during the night from odd and / or weird dreams. He couldn't remember much from the dreams that made much if any sense. It was still dark as Tyler didn't see or feel light falling on his face, which meant it was still early morning. As Tyler had no pressing engagements for today or really much until he found where the Archangel was, he intended to roll over and go back to sleep. Tyler was worried about those on the Archangel, but he hadn't found anything yet about where they came down. Plus, the bed was so warm and comfortable that Tyler wanted to stay in it and wait to face the day. However, as Tyler's brain realized the bed was so warm, it set off an alarm in his head. His bed tended not to be so warm, something was definitely off, and that brought Tyler to a somewhat wakeful state. The next point that added to the oddity that was keeping Tyler from going back to sleep was there felt like more of the bed was displaced than he alone would make. Tyler cracked an eye open, slowly trying to comprehend what was the source of the oddity. He really wanted to go back to sleep and speed along his recovery as to be ready for when his friends would need him. And whatever it was that kept him up would be removed so that he could get back to the coveted sleep. The room was dark, though his eyes were adjusting to moonlight that came from the window. Tyler scanned around, taking in his surroundings to try and explain what was keeping up. To his left was nothing out of the ordinary that would be seen as the cause of his sleep being taken from him. Tyler then looked right, and what he saw got him to wake up further and had him blinking to clear his vision. There right next to Tyler was none other than Sakura Klein, fast asleep. Tyler had suspected that Sakura may try to sneak into his bed at some point, and he thought he had prepared enough to prevent that. His door should be locked and that would keep most out of the room, but apparently not Tyler's stalker. He had specifically told Sakura to stay out of his room to her face, but here she was not having listened nor heeded. Tyler would be tempted to get a restraining order for her, but he doubted that would do anything to stop her efforts. But her being in his bed got Tyler to come to full wakefulness, and with it came a feeling with displeasure. He attempted to roll away to make space from Sakura. It was best in Tyler's mind to not be close to the woman. However, as he started rolling, Sakura's arms circled around Tyler's torso and pulled back against her front. Yet, Sakura didn't wake up, just moaned softly before her breathing returned to being shallow as it was in sleep. Tyler wasn't happy about the position, even if it put him, a young guy, against a beautiful woman. He instead worked his body and managed to turn himself in the embrace, which remained unbroken. Tyler then got his hands on Sakura's shoulders and began to shake the woman to get her up before he got an explanation. Sakura, wake up, Get up right now as you have explaining to do, Tyler said in a firm voice. The sound of her beloved's voice dragged her from the dream she'd been having. Sakura had been dreaming of having uninterrupted time with Tyler and enjoying every moment of it. Yet, as the dream faded, Sakura opened her eyes and blinked tiredly, trying to figure out what was going on. Something was up against her by what was vaguely registering, and it was warm and also felt nice. She had originally gotten into the room in the dead of night after making sure Tyler was asleep. Once inside, Sakura had slipped into his bed and hugged him to her before she'd fallen asleep herself. Sakura rubbed her eyes, and as she did so, the nice warmth disappeared from Sakura's front. Tyler had taken the chance of Sakura's arms moving to put some distance between the woman and himself. Tyler had gotten to the other side of the bed waiting for Sakura to wake up before he said anything else. "Tyler, why are you awake this early?" Sakura asked. Tyler wasn't in the mood to be all that nice as he was being kept up by his stalker, and that was an unwanted new development. He crossed his arms and frowned a bit. "You tell me why you're in my bed, and I'll tell you why I'm up this early," Tyler returned in a flat tone. "Now, sit up and give me an explanation of why you did the opposite of what I set as a ground rule last night." Sakura did what her beloved's voice said without much if any thought. He wouldn't ask anything she wouldn't do. Tyler, on the other hand, instantly regretted his order to Sakura as it brought about a new issue. He had been concerned with some of the clothes that Sakura had purchased which he had been shown. Now he was shocked into the inability to speak with seeing what his stalker was sporting currently. The woman was wearing light salmon-colored one-piece nightgown which was more than just short, with the bottom ended at few inches below her hips. The gown was held on Sakura's body by two thin spaghetti straps, one over each shoulder, which attached on the front and back of the rest of the gown. The gown itself appeared to be made of silk, and it hugged her body and appeared to be pretty thin. It clearly showed off her well-defined womanly curves and brought attention to her flawless cream-colored skin. It wasn't that what Sakura was wearing as it wasn't completely revealing, but it wasn't covering enough in Tyler's mind. His thoughts were running through places he didn't like or want to entertain. With parts of this nightgown that cover her chest for instance, it was somewhat see-through. True, Sakura had underwear on, but it was clear to Tyler that the underwear wasn't something you find in a normal store. That also created the question of just what kind of stores that Lisa and Sakura visited to Tyler's mind. Her appearance caused Tyler's mouth to fall open and he couldn't tear his gaze on the woman. Words failed Tyler as a good amount of his logic and intelligence followed suit as he kept staring. Sakura was waking up more fully and found she was still in Tyler's bed and her beloved was on the other side of the bed. And after a moment, she realized that Tyler was staring at her, mouth open as he was looking. Tyler staring at her was something Sakura wanted, and he was the only one that she would allow to gaze at her like she was now. Her beloved was seeing her as a woman at long last as she had wanted. And Sakura was confident about her appearance, which brought a smirk to her face. "Like what you see, Tyler?" Sakura asked with a slightly seductive tone of voice. "I don't mind since it's you, go right ahead," she continued as thoughts of going further with Tyler, "or perhaps you would be interested in something more." His stalker's words didn't help Tyler getting his hormones under control, more the opposite. Tyler's teenage brain was in serious conflict with his intelligence going against his hormones which had gone ignored for a time. Said conflict stripped him to muttering incoherently at both questions and had Tyler unable to move or react. Sakura was very pleased to see her beauty had Tyler in such awe that he was unable to speak. To her, it was the best compliment that he could have given her, saying he liked what he saw. So, with her beloved cheated of his voice, Sakura crawled forward on her hands and knees slowly towards him. She kept staring at Tyler with a confident yet seductive smile as she had Tyler where she had wanted him. When Tyler understood Sakura was closing the distance between them, he moved back to keep the space. However, he quickly came to the edge of his bed, leaving the choice of falling to the floor, go a different direction, or face Sakura. As Tyler shifted to the right, Sakura followed him, keeping her gaze on her man. She would have him answer her flirting and desires, even if he escaped now. She wouldn't be making that easy should he manage to evade her. Sakura wanted to embrace him and show that she loved him. And she ended out cornering him against the backboard of the bed with only about 2 feet between them. Tyler could see that Sakura had trapped him, cut off any escape route that he could have used. In Tyler's view, the pink-haired woman looked like a cat about to pounce on its prey. All Sakura needed were ears and a tail and it would be picture perfect. Tyler tensed, preparing to throw himself either left or right depending on how Sakura pounced on him. The woman launched herself at Tyler, which freaked him out, and he bolted right. Sakura caught the movement and countered him and got her arms around Tyler's neck. She used the rest of her body to press and pin her beloved down to the bed. Sakura wasted no more time and pressed her lips to Tyler and kissed him for all she had. Tyler's mind was being torn in two by his current situation. On the one side his brain was shouting that this was dangerous and to get away immediately. The other side of this was being influenced by the incoming sensory input Tyler was getting, telling his to let this happen. Tyler didn't know where Sakura had learned the art of kissing, but he had to admit that she was good at it. Sakura was kneading Tyler's lips with her own. She would do what she could to convince him she was going to have him. And it wasn't just Sakura's kissing that had Tyler finding hard to fight the woman on top of him, it was also her scent. Not like a perfume, the smell Tyler got when Sakura was around him, it's a fragrance that he couldn't break down exactly. There was a hint of a rosy smell and a few other things, but that was the best Tyler could come up with to explain it. Nor did Tyler miss that Sakura was using her body to pin him to his own bed. With Sakura pressing herself against him, Tyler felt two soft somethings pressing against his chest. Tyler knew what was pressing against his chest, he knew enough about female anatomy to give a very educated guess. It was the first experience Tyler had of a woman intentionally pressing themselves to him. If he was truthful, Tyler had to say that Sakura's breasts were softer than he would have imagined. The thought tangent kept running through Tyler's mind as he recalled what exactly Sakura was wearing currently. All that separated the skin of their bodies was just one layer of thin silk fabric and the cotton t-shirt and a pair of shorts he had on. Sakura was grinding her body against Tyler to encourage him to respond to her similarly. She continued kissing Tyler, she couldn't get enough of the feeling of his lips pressed to hers. Sakura didn't miss the feeling of the hem of her nightgown moving higher on her legs, not that she minded. Being with Tyler was all she needed right now, if that led to more, Sakura wouldn't complain. The two were tangled together for several minutes before Sakura pulled back for a bit. That allowed Tyler to take great gulps of air trying to calm his nerves even if only a little bit. Tyler got back a bit of his logical mind but his head was still swimming in amount from Sakura's actions. Then with her body still on his keeping him down on the bed, Tyler's situation wasn't getting any easier to manage. As he opened his eyes which had been closed, he found he was looking at Sakura's face. And it was clear to Tyler that Sakura wasn't going to let him out of this mess anytime soon by her own choice. Tyler knew that drastic measures would be the only way he could potentially save himself. However, the idea that was coming to mind for him was not just hard to do, but would be beyond embarrassing, even humiliating. It was as Sakura was about to resume kissing Tyler that he made his choice and made his move. "Help, I'm about to be raped," Tyler screamed as loud as he could in blood-curdling tones. Tyler figured that if his scream hadn't woken up the other two staying at my house, then he was in more trouble than he had guessed. His scream could have likely woken the dead, so Athrun and Lisa would have to be deaf or completely drugged beyond coherent thought. If they were drugged, then Tyler had seriously underestimated the lengths to which his stalker would go to get him. Were that the case, Tyler's situation was much worse than he had understood. Meanwhile Sakura ignored Tyler's cry, finding it cute that he still wanted to play hard to get with her. She hugged her beloved, giggling as she cuddled with Tyler, happy with how things were. Tyler's scream snapped Lisa and Athrun out of their sleep, getting them to sit up in their beds. Lisa had heard Tyler's tone and knew that her friend wasn't joking or fooling around with his cry for help. Athrun also could tell the tone in Tyler's voice was serious even if he didn't understand what his friend had said completely. Both were out of their beds and racing down the hall, making their way towards Tyler's room. Lisa threw open the door before she and Athrun rushed in and found a scene most unexpected. Athrun blinked and rubbed his eyes as he couldn't believe what he was seeing in front of him, he couldn't accept it was real. Before him was Tyler on his bed and top of his was none other than Commander Klein. The commander was dressed in a silk nightgown and seemed to be pinning his friend down. Tyler was struggling against Commander Klein's hold while the woman looked to be enjoying herself. None of the scene made any sense to Athrun in the slightest, not with the commander involved. Lisa on the other hand, instantly saw that Tyler was fighting against Sakura, who was not letting him go. What Tyler had said was coming to Lisa's mind and now why he yelled made sense. He was trapped and feared that the woman pinning him down would go beyond assaulting him and take something from him. Tyler had heard the door to his room burst open with a forceful bang and he hoped that meant he was about to get help. The view of Athrun and Lisa in the room inspired Tyler to struggle harder against Sakura. He hoped that the sight of him fighting would get the point across that they needed to get Sakura off him. However, Tyler's efforts also encouraged Sakura to continue forward was her intentions and have her way. As Sakura pressed her lips to Tyler's again, Lisa moved forward, grabbing the shoulders of the pink-haired woman and pulled hard. Sakura clung to her beloved as something or someone started to pull her back. Athrun shook his head and also moved forward as his friend needed help right now. It took a couple of minutes for Lisa and Athrun to get Sakura off Tyler since she fought them and clung to him as much as she could. Yet, in the end, Lisa and Athrun prevailed and managed to pry the woman away. Tyler felt intense relief the moment Sakura's hold was broken and she was dragged off his bed. He took a moment to make sure all of his clothes were still where they were supposed to be and found they were. Tyler took deep breaths, calming and assuring himself that he was okay and nothing had been taken from him. While Tyler was calming down, Lisa proceeded to drag Sakura out of the room, fully intending to take her back to the room assigned to her. Sakura didn't go quietly as she was taken out of the room, she complained and whined the whole way. She had been so close to showing her beloved Tyler how much she liked him and giving him her affections. If she had been given a little more time, Sakura was sure that Tyler would start to understand her interests. Even as she was dragged down the hallway towards the other side of the house, Sakura whined. Tyler heard Lakis's older sister throw her tantrum as Lisa took her to the room that she'd been assigned. It was odd to hear the most feared commander of ZAFT complaining as expected of a child. But then, the woman had never acted as her reputation suggested around Tyler himself, and she'd proven that beyond a shadow of a doubt. In the end, Tyler let out a sigh and shook his head with what he had just gone through. Athrun was just trying to process what he had just witnessed, as none of it made sense. "Ty, what was that about?" he asked, still not sure he'd seen correctly. Tyler's attention shifted to his blue-haired friend, and the expression was one that Tyler blamed Athrun for having. Yes, he had told his friends what Sakura was like around him, but none had believed what he'd said. Not that Tyler blamed them, Sakura was beyond odd when around him, and Tyler wouldn't deny that. "No, you weren't seeing things, Athrun," Tyler stated. "That was Sakura Klein, the infamous Black Zephyr of ZAFT. As I've said to you and Kira a couple of times, she acts quite differently when she's around me. You have now seen firsthand what that can entail, even if in a more extreme way that even I didn't see coming." "I'm still not used to the vast difference between the two," he replied. Then Tyler put a hand to his temple. "But I didn't think she would go this far already." Tyler got off his bed and walked over to Athrun and put a hand on his shoulder. "Thanks for the save, my friend." Athrun nodded slowly, acknowledging his friend's gratitude, no sure what else to do. The scene that Athrun had just seen still made no sense to him in any sane way. The things that Tyler had mentioned had just been so outlandish, they had been hard to believe. And yet, Commander Klein's actions did give credence to what Tyler had said before. And as far as Athrun could recall, Lakis had said her older sister wasn't one to show a great deal of emotion in the passing years since the war began. He wondered what Lakis would think if she knew her sister did tonight, for if he hadn't seen it, then he wouldn't have believed it. After Athrun left the room, Tyler glanced at the clock and noted it was early morning, but only an hour or so before he had planned to wake up it. Thus, it wasn't worth it in Tyler's mind to go back to sleep and to dreamland he had been in before Sakura had ripped him from it. And while Lisa had drugged Sakura back to her room, there was no guarantee she would stay there. So, Tyler didn't go back to his bed and caught a shower before getting dressed and started his day. He had made arrangements yesterday to have a meeting with his mother since today was her day off for the week. One of the reasons that Tyler wanted the meeting was to hopefully have the procedures done for Athrun and Sakura being in the Republic. Tyler did make breakfast for his guests, hoping that may move things along so that they could get going. He knew that even though it was his mother's day off, she used days like that to catch up and manage minor issues. Tyler wanted to catch her before she got too far into that work so that he could have her attention. In the end, it took an hour and a half to get his guest and himself together and in order. It was longer than Tyler thought it should have taken. Athrun and Tyler were dressed and had eaten breakfast and were ready to go in around 45 minutes upon them waking up. On the other hand, Lisa and Sakura took twice that, and Tyler didn't think he would ever understand why women need so much time to get themselves ready for things. Once all were ready, Tyler and his companions piled into Tyler's car and he drove them to the minister's residence. Lisa was wondering just what Tyler was doing bringing them here. All he had mentioned was he had arranged something to help get through the process for Sakura and Athrun to be able to stay without issue. True, Tyler had said something along the lines that his mother worked in a governmental function. However, it made Lisa question how that might translate into him knowing someone that likely worked for the Republic's Prime Minister. Lisa didn't doubt that Tyler had his reasons for not specifying what his mother did, and she respected that, but she couldn't help but wonder. Sakura had seen the building that they were driving up to in pictures. It was the Republic's minister's residence. She had heard about the Republic's leader, mostly from her father Siegel. She was supposed to be nice but firm in her views. But meeting with politics had never been a nice experience for Sakura. Politics with the plants weren't all that different than how they are on Earth from what Sakura understood. There were those that have their own agendas and see nothing wrong with doing deals with others to get what they want, which described many in the alliance. Sakura's experience came from her having to talk to those from the National Defense Committee, and those on it were usually asking her to do things. Athrun remembered Tyler had mentioned he had made some sort of arrangement, but he didn't expect it involved his mother. He also wondered if their female companions knew that Tyler's mother was the Republic's leader. He knew that Tyler put forth the effort to not have his actions connected to her in any way. Athrun could understand having a parent as a political leader. His father was the chair of the National Defense Committee on the Plant Supreme Council. Plus, Athrun knew Tyler's mother personally and respected her for the job she did. He knew that Ellen wasn't a person that was hard to approach, more the opposite. In fact, she was nice to most people. The four were let inside by the staff, all but Tyler were glancing around, the two females never having been here. Tyler saw not much had changed within the last year when he had been around here besides yesterday. Although Tyler's thoughts were more returning to the point that his two female companions were about to meet his mother. With the work he'd done to separate his actions and what went with them from his mother and her reputation, it was almost second nature to not talk about who his mother was. Tyler foresaw no issue with Lisa. She would understand why he had said what he had about his mother. Sakura on the other hand, Tyler had no idea what would happen with her, and that didn't sit well with him. Granted, Sakura was the daughter of the current Plant Supreme Council chairman, so she would understand her actions could reflect on her father. But then again, Sakura had made a name for herself in the war, and so most if not all already separated her work from Siegel's. Tyler's group was brought to his mother's office where she was at her desk looking over documents. It reiterated to Tyler where he got his stubborn work ethic, even on days off you still did something of value. Of course, Tyler wasn't surprised that his mom was at her desk working even when she was supposed to be taking time from her duties. Yet, Tyler did spot the expression on her face didn't speak well of whatever she was going over, making Tyler curious about what she was reading. The expression was especially defined, which told Tyler that whatever his mother was going over was very unpleasant. Tyler decided to announce their presence by clearing his throat. "Morning, hope you don't mind us being a tad early." Ellen had been reading over the message that had come in from the Alliance late last night. She expected that whatever it was about would be tedious, it was becoming what came from them as of late. But before she even got through the first page, she had been disgusted at the content of the document. Granted, the Alliance politics had been pushing for the Federation to join them in their war against ZAFT, but it had been picking up as of late. However, the message that Ellen read was a borderline violation of the Ordia Treaty, which had stood since just before the war began. Ellen suspected that the message was more likely from the Atlantic Federation, it fit more their leadership's views. The suggestions that followed the first page only disgusted Ellen further as it blatantly belittled coordinators and more. Nevertheless, Ellen had been brought out of her thoughts when Tyler spoke, and when she looked up, she saw her son with 3 others accompanying him. Ellen ended out sighing softly, "No, it's all right, I need a moment from this document anyways, so you coming early is fine." Tyler shrugged at his mother's reply, clearly could tell she was not in the best mood. "As I recall, you always did insist that punctuality is an important quality to cultivate." Tyler paused for a moment, trying to remember how his mother so often lectured him about being on time. "Oh, how did you put it so often?" Tyler snapped a finger. "Oh yeah, I quote, if you're early, you're on time. If you're on time, you're late and should be ashamed of yourself. If you're late, then things started without you and it's your fault and loss," end quote. "At least, that's how I remember you saying the idea most of the time." Ellen exhaled at her son's almost casual answer upon one of the lessons she had attempted to teach him. It hadn't helped much that Lance had not been the best example with punctuality, he often lost track of time. So, Ellen put a hand to her temple, though a small smile did come to her face. "I suppose I should at least be glad that some of the ideas I tried to teach you did stick in your memory and that you apply the lessons intended." Ellen chucked a bit. "It means that you did listen to your father and me on occasion, even on the lessons that he was less helpful with." As Tyler chuckled at his mother's remark, Sakura was looking between the two, trying to figure out how they could know each other. Sakura wasn't happy that Tyler was acting so relaxed with this woman, as feelings of jealousy were coming to her. Tyler was going to be hers, Sakura would do pretty much anything to make sure of that outcome. She was patient, but she wouldn't allow another woman to steal her beloved from her. Sakura would come down on them and make them understand through whatever means that she was the only one good enough for Tyler. Sakura glared at the woman behind the desk. "You two clearly know each other, so what's the relationship?" Tyler stiffened a bit at hearing Sakura ask her question, and with tones of jealousy laced in her voice. It also reminded Tyler that he had 3 others with him, and so it wasn't just him and his mom. Tyler twisted around and gazed sternly at Sakura. "Excuse me, Sakura," Tyler started, "tone it down and draw your claws back in, would you? You embarrass me more than enough out of the public eye, don't do it here." Tyler sighed heavily and faced forward. "Everyone, meet the current Prime Minister of the Republic of East Asia, Ellen Blass," Tyler continued to the group at large. "She also happens is also my mother." He spun around to face his mother. "Mom, you remember my friend Ithranzela, I would hope." Ellen nodded, as she certainly hadn't forgotten Lenore's son. His mother had been a close and cherished friend. In fact, she had been making sure that Ithran paid no money for his education, even if she did so anonymously. It had been appalling as well as disturbing to find out Ithran's father had been doing little to provide for his son over the years. All the messages that she had sent to Patrick asking about the point had gone unanswered by the man. So, Ellen had just started providing the funds to make sure Ithran could pursue the path he chose. Tyler kept going in his introductions. "This is Lisa Malto, a more recently made friend." He pointed to the black-haired young woman, which Ellen glanced at for a moment. Ellen still worried about her son and his future, which he hadn't been putting much work into, that she'd seen, and he didn't listen to her much. A lady friend gave her hope that he could be looking forward as she had telling him to do. As Ellen had said nothing, Tyler took that as a signal for him to finish up, to which he gestured at Sakura. "And Sakura Klein." Ellen's eyebrows rose slightly at hearing the name Klein. It was a rarer one after all. She glanced at the woman Tyler had gestured to, and it had been the same one that had asked about her relationship with her son. It took a moment for Ellen, but the pink-haired girl did bear resemblance to Siegel's late wife Tazara, who Ellen had met a few times. From what Ellen knew, Siegel did have 2 daughters, one a soldier and the other an idle signer around the plants. She assumed the one before her was the soldier daughter that Siegel had. Both Lisa and Sakura had been stunned into silence when Tyler had called the Republic's Prime Minister Mom. For Lisa, that fact filled in Tyler's reasoning as to why he only talked about his mother in vague terms. With her being one of the major political leaders in the Federation, things he did could be linked and she take the blame for it. Hence, Tyler had made sure what he did couldn't be traced back through him to his mother. Sakura was processing that her beloved could have a direct connection to one of the Federation's leaders. There had been no hint or clue he could know, let alone be related to one of them, that Sakura had been able to dig up. It told of how good either Tyler or others were at hiding information from being found by those looking for something. "Wait, you're the son of the Prime Minister of the Republic?" Sakura asked, somewhat surprised. Tyler gave a bit of a deadpan look to his stalker, "Like you're the eldest daughter of the chairman of the plant's Supreme Council?" "Yep," he replied. "I wouldn't doubt you can understand not wanting to be simply seen as someone's child." Ellen was watching the interaction between Tyler and Sakura, wondering a number of things. Yes, with them both serving in military organizations, there was a chance they could meet, but those chances were low. Then Tyler seemed to be annoyed by Siegel's daughter, while the woman was almost possessive from what Ellen could tell. Ellen shook her head and rose from her desk, coming around and bowed to those with Tyler. "It is nice to meet the two of you," she greeted, talking to Lisa and Sakura. Then Ellen turned to face Athrun and once again was amazed at how much he looked like his mother. "It is good to see you again, Athrun. You look even more like your mother than when you were younger." It was a compliment to Athrun to be compared to his mother. He had so many fond memories of her. And that was why losing her had been so hard. She had been a pillar in the family. The distance that had come after Bloody Valentine had only grown wider over the years of the war. The only thing that his father seemed to do was fund his education and suggests enlisting in ZAFT. That in mind, Athrun rubbed the back of his head with a hand. "Thank you, ma'am, that's very kind of you to say that," he returned. While the conversation was nice, Tyler's curiosity was bugging him as to what had been irritating his mother. Ellen had thick skin, Tyler had seen that many times, and so it took more than it did for most to get a reaction from her. "So Mom, what were you looking over that has you in an irritated mood?" Tyler questioned. Ellen sighed while putting a hand to her forehead, acknowledging her son's observation. "You noticed, Tyler?" Tyler gave an affirmative nod, as he'd picked up the skill over the years and developed it the best he could. It had been his father Lance that had started him with it, telling Tyler it would be invaluable. Ellen walked back over to the desk and picked up the first page that she had been reading. She then came over to Tyler and held out the said page, knowing it would be better for him to just read it himself. Tyler took the paper and scanned it over, mouthing some of the phrases that stood out to him. "To the government of the Republic of East Asia. The Republic, a neutral nation that allies itself with the Human Federation, is not taking into consideration the current state of world affairs as they have become. It is urged to review current events and consider its lack of action and what such shows to the rest of the world. As a nation on and of Earth, there is a responsibility to protect the world, its best interests, and not to only seek to preserve its own domestic peace. The Republic has received repeated requests for cooperation in efforts to make the whole world safe and not just part of it. On behalf of all participating member states of the United Earth Alliance, ask and urge the Republic to assist in this conflict that involves the Earth standing against those who threaten it. We await your reply and hope that you make the right decision. Sincerely. The President and members of the leadership of the Atlantic Federation, along with the other member states of the Earth Alliance." Tyler didn't get through the whole page before he fully understood why his mother was irritated like she was. He had read some horrid documents, but the page was definitely towards the top of the list of disgusting reads. Tyler strode to his mother's desk and glanced over the other pages there, and his irritation and disgust increased. The other pages went on with the drivel that the senders were saying the government of the Republic should do. He stopped scanning the suggestions after the first three, as each made him angry and fed a desire to break something. It was obvious to Tyler by the wording and the suggestions whom the senders likely were, as it fit their views. The Atlantic Federation, the senders were basically saying to leave the Human Federation, throw away their values, both moral and political, to become members of the Earth Alliance, and do what they said going forward. Tyler knew what the words meant were different than what was inferred and implied, like night and day in his opinion. While he was aware the Alliance wasn't doing well against ZAFT from what the information network said, Tyler didn't think they were this desperate. Although the leaders of the Alliance won't admit that they're losing right now, which Tyler had seen, they were stooping to treaty violation. They were putting pressure on those who were a part of the Federation to work for them, which went against the Ordea Treaty. Plus, Tyler assumed they were even more desperate to get their hands on Federation tech, as they always had. Tyler handed the page back to his mom, gritting his teeth to release some of his frustration. "I understand why you're irritated, Mother," Tyler said in a controlled voice. "What's on the page is not only a load of stinking crap, but complete malarkey." He paused for a moment to take a breath. "I'm really not surprised it's being put the way it is, since we know it is coming from the leadership of the Atlantic Federation. Those at their head never have cared about anyone or anything other than themselves, their views, and vendettas." Lisa had been curious as to what could be on the page that Tyler had been handed, and the negative expression that had come to him only increased that. Yet, with what Tyler said, she was concerned, as he had mentioned the Atlantic Federation. That member state of the Earth Alliance had always been the most aggressive in what they did, whether it was on territory or policy. If they were pushing harder against the Federation member nations, then that didn't bode well at all. What are you talking about, Tyler? Lisa inquired. Ellen began, trying to think of the proper word to describe what the message was. Request, from the Atlantic Federation, supposedly on behalf of the Earth Alliance by what the document says. Ellen exhaled, the feelings that had come with reading the message coming back to her strongly. Urging those of us who are the political leaders of the Republic to reconsider our current standing within the Federation. Sakura stayed silent, as it wasn't all that surprising that a number within the Alliance were lowering their standards. She had seen the idea often enough. It seemed to happen whenever Omni had a consistently bad losing spell, which they had lately. And to say they were lowering their standards was better stated as them changing their standards to fit their purposes. Sakura didn't expect any of the Federation's member nations to fold, not with Federation standing being as consistent as it had been for years. Athrun, on the other hand, didn't stay silent, but why would any part of the Alliance's leadership even ask any of the Federation's member nations to join them? And to do that to one of the two founding ones, the Alliance should know that it's so unlikely that it is akin to a lost cause. It doesn't make sense, more so with the treaty between the Alliance and the Federation, he said. What Athrun said made logical sense to most people that possessed common sense, Ellen knew. Unfortunately, common sense was in extremely short supply within the Alliance these days that one couldn't assume it was there. Granted, the direction the war was going had made this clearer in the last year, but that was not really an excuse. Ellen gained a pitying expression. To most people, especially those who possess common sense, it doesn't make logical sense at all, Athrun. Ellen shook her head. However, something you must understand is that from behind the scenes, there is a growing group in the leadership of the Earth Alliance. The said group have extremely differing views than the Human Federation as well as most in the plants. Ellen sighed, yet, due to their skewed views and greed, they want the power that the Federation has to protect its citizens and interests to fulfill their ambitions. Tyler knew his mother was right about some within the Alliance's leadership were greed idiots. With some of the assignments that Tyler had to do being in Salas, he had seen proof that some of those that led the Alliance were horrible individuals. Some of those images wouldn't leave Tyler and haunted him sometime when he slept. So Tyler snorted. In other words, they're so focused on their hatred of coordinators that they don't care who gets hurt or killed for them to get what they want. For the Republic specifically, the reason the Alliance wants this nation at their beck and call is for our mass driver the Shenlong, along with the Tesway Research and Development Complex. Ellen applauded Tyler's intelligence and his ability to see what was really going on beyond what the public saw. And what he stated was correct. The Alliance wanted the Republic's mass driver and Federation technology. There had been attempts to acquire both by the Alliance before this. The current attempt was just the closest to being upfront about it. Yes, they certainly want those things, Ellen admitted. But add to that, they are non-verbally slapping and discounting the values we hold here, both the moral and non-moral, by telling us to essentially throw them away. Ellen picked up the second page. For instance, in the document, one of the suggestions given is that we exile or deport all the coordinators that live within our nation. And the only hint as to why is that such are suspicious and so shouldn't be trusted. Or the other form of the idea suggested as a separate item would be, in my personal view, worse, registering and tag coordinators and use them for our own benefit without treating them as people. Ellen set the page down and took a few deep breaths. Either way is a type of abuse that is unacceptable to be done to anyone. It should not matter whether one is a natural type, a coordinator, or any other type of human. They are all human beings when all is said and done, regardless what others may claim. What matters is what a person does with what they have. That is the most important. That is how a person should be judged by, she stated. Tyler couldn't agree more with what his mother said. It was one of his biggest beefs with a number in the Earth Alliance. He nodded strongly to show his agreement. Right you are, Mom. Honestly, the leadership of the Atlantic Federation can go screw themselves for all I care. My only request is to have someone record it so there is something to show how idiotic they are. That they would try to force their ridiculous views and hatred of those that are different onto others, it's just plain wrong, Tyler snapped. They're using the crime of existence to justify what they do, and that's not right. Athrun was thrown for a loop at Tyler's last sentence, specifically the crime of existence part. He'd heard of how some in the Alliance were similar to those in organizations like Blue Cosmos, but that was about it. That some within the Alliance were trying to pull from the Federation was concerning, as if it was in some way successful that would make issues for ZAFT. But Athrun wasn't as worried about the Alliance working with the Federation. It was too unlikely. Crime of existence, Athrun questioned in slight confusion. What are you talking about, Ty? It was Ellen that answered the question, as it was a very philosophical one in its subject matter. The crime of existence is a philosophical argument that has been debated for an unknown length of time. It was around even before the beginning of the cosmic era, as historical records have noted, but not how much longer before that. The argument has been used for many things, though today it is used on a rather pointed subject. Tyler sighed as he knew exactly what subject his mother was referring to. It was natural versus coordinator and everything that had come from it. As a coordinator himself, Tyler had seen and experienced the hatred and disdain that a portion of naturals felt. Tyler had even had some try to beat or harm him for the sole reason he was a coordinator. True, Tyler defended himself and tended to do more to them than they did to him, but that wasn't the point. You're referring to the idea of natural versus coordinator, Mom, are you not? Tyler posed. Ellen nodded, knowing her son wasn't fond of the subject any more than she was herself. It was a foolish argument really, and reflected many ethnic and racial bias that existed historically. Indeed, the idea of natural versus coordinator falls under the age-old argument, much like different ethnicity did long ago, she stated. The easiest way to explain this is to use an allegory. Let us say that a man and a woman have a child. To some this child represents a danger of some sort. Then there's a group that reasons, if the child had not been born, then the world would be a safer place as there would be no danger from them. Athrun had heard some of the debate of natural versus coordinator. The majority was dumb in his opinion. But the allegory that Tyler's mother was putting forth to help explain the point made no sense to him. A child could no more knowingly do harm than a newborn animal, so the view of others didn't matter really. He was about to interrupt Ellen, yet she held up a hand to stop him. Whether that view is true or not is irrelevant to this allegory, Ellen stated before she continued. The two who brought the child into the world are blamed for the possible danger as well. However, they are not cursed as much as the child who the hatred is aimed at from those who fear them. Nonetheless, the child has done nothing wrong at all, and only wishes to live their life in peace. Ellen paused for a moment. Do you see the glaring contradiction within the example the allegory displays? Athrun considered for a moment what Ellen said, but he still felt that the child in the story shouldn't be facing anything that they received. Tyler noticed Athrun was missing the point being made, though he attributed that to Athrun's good heart. Tyler knew Kira would be scratching his head asking why, thanks to his naivete. So, Tyler cleared his throat. Simply put, Athrun, the child's crime from the group's point of view is simply being born. The accusation itself isn't in any way fair. A child can no more be held responsible for coming into life as they are than someone can stop the movement of the planets of the solar system around the sun. Hence, the conundrum in this argument and why it makes no logical sense that so many don't acknowledge. You can't truly and honestly blame someone for an event they had absolutely no control over or choice in. Phase end. A/N. That's where I'll stop for this phase. I know this is a bit of a filler chapter and I could have combined it with the next phase as it was to an extent original, but I decided against that. So there isn't a great deal that changed other than more embellishing with what was there before. As I say at pretty much each chapter, please some of you write a review, long or short, doesn't matter to me, just tell me what you think or ask questions. Until the next phase, which will be a little while as my life is going to be busy for the next week or two, peace out all. Chapter 18, Phase 21, Meeting Again. Again, the general storyline overall is unchanged, but how events play out are going through revision. Other than saying I own nothing from the Gundam universe, only my characters and musings, on with the show. March 2nd, 71 CE. The Archangel. It was mid-evening of the fourth day since landing on Earth. Kira and Lakis had been allowed to go back to their quarters for the rest of their recovery. As their health improved, Kira's and Lakis's thoughts were returning to the results of recent events. There was still no news on Tyler, good or bad, that either had heard, nor had the fate of the refugees been stated. The Archangel came down in a completely different area than it had been aiming for and was in non-allied territory. That meant that the ship would have to travel days if not weeks to get to its intended destination. So, the mood on the Archangel wasn't great. Both had felt that when they went to the mess hall. Flay, wishing to help in what ways she could, decided to keep an eye on both Kira and Lakis until they both recovered fully. It wasn't out of the questions that ZAFT forces could attack the ship as they traveled. If they did, the mobile suits and their pilots would be needed to defend the Archangel. Then Flay had found out from those in the hangar after they had cleaned out the mobile suit cockpits that there had been stuff in there. She was curious as to what the things meant, as they had appeared to be paper flowers. Flay had grabbed some of the flowers before coming to check on the two coordinators, hoping she could get some explanation. So, the redhead made her way to their quarters and knocked on the door. Kira, Lakis? I'm coming in. She opened the door to Kira's quarters, which they were sharing for now, to see the two sitting on their respective beds, their robot pets twirling around them. She smiled softly as the two looked up at her. I was just bringing something to you, she said. Flay held out two paper flowers to them. The mechanics found these in the cockpits of the Strike and the Asuka. She paused as the paper flowers did look very similar to those made for Junius 7. They look like the ones we made for Junius 7, Flay looked at them uncertainly. Is there a connection there? The paper flowers had been gifts from some of the refugees before they left to the mobile suit pilots. There had even been one for Tyler, but he had already launched out by that point, Kira and Lakis found out. So, they had promised that they would get it to Tyler and tell him how grateful the refugees were for his efforts. Sort of, Lakis remarked as she accepted the blue flower Flay handed her. You remember that blonde girl, Elle? She gave these to us before boarding the Manilao's launch as a thank you. Oh, I see, Flay replied as Kira accepted the yellow flower. The redhead smiled. I think she picked that color because it matches your eyes. The paper flower was a similar blue color as Lakis's eye were, but she doubted that was the reason that the girl had picked this paper flower for her. Maybe Lakis mused. Well, it's late, Flay said, I'm going to bed now, you two just rest. Okay, Kira replied, good night Flay. Good night, Lakis added. Flay gave them a slight nod and left the room leaving the two alone again. They were quiet for a few minutes, staring at the flowers before Kira turned to Lakis to continue the conversation Flay had unwittingly interrupted. So, Sakura was leading that last battle, Kira asked, by what Chief Murdoch said, Tai said as much. Lakis nodded, clutching the paper flower a little tighter. Thoughts of what she'd witnessed out on the battlefield were coming back to her mind. That Tyler had known that Sakura would be there suggested that the Federation's military had been aware. True, Lakis had heard the Federation's information network was incredible and accurate, but this was the first hint as to how much that was correct. Then there was the change in her sister that Tyler clearly had a part in somehow, that had been shocking and confusing. Yes, she was, but Sakura was. Lakis hesitated, well, she was acting differently. Lakis paused for a moment thinking, Kira, the last time you saw Sakura was almost 4 years ago, you remember? Kira did remember the visit that Lakis was referring to, it was months after he had gotten off lunar school. Kira had wanted at the time to leave his family's home around Copernicus City as he had been bored. Athrun had gone home and Tyler hadn't come to the Lunar Prep Academy this year, so Kira was missing his friends. He had found out that Lakis and her family had come to Copernicus for their father to get time away from work and with her and Sakura. So, Kira had one day invited Lakis and her family over, more so he could spend time with her as it was better than doing nothing as he had with his summer break. It hadn't taken long for Lakis to end out cuddling with Kira, which he didn't mind as she smiled when she did. Sakura, on the other hand, had observed her sister's actions and wondered why she did it. Sakura had been roped into this trip by her father saying she should spend time with the family. She had agreed in the end, thinking time off would get others to not pester her for a bit as they had been doing. Sakura didn't have much of an issue with the boy Lakis was cuddled with, which was odd. Most guys and men being around her little sister irked Sakura greatly, and she made sure that such fools knew that she felt that way. And when Sakura wasn't able to be around, she tasked others that she knew would keep others from getting too close with Lakis to do the job. However, as Sakura kept watching, she still didn't like that Lakis was being so affectionate with Kira Yamato. True, he wasn't forcing her into anything, but he wasn't keeping any distance with Lakis or telling her to not be too close. However, it did serve as a possible way to get the boy recently engaged to Lakis, and Sakura wouldn't say no to that. In the end, Sakura decided to speak up and state what needed to be said in her view. You two really should try to be a little less affectionate with each other, she commented teasingly. Sakura smiled down at the two 12-year-olds that separated from each other at the comment, blushing faintly while looking up at her. Sakura smirked, you wouldn't want your fiancé getting jealous, now would you? Lakis glared at Sakura, you'd rather he gets jealous and call things off anyway, she said with a slight huff. Sakura laughed a bit, that's true, but that's because I'm protecting you since no one else seems to do the job. Even Kira doesn't have my approval yet, but he's closer than Athrun Zayla, Sakura replied. Kira had heard from his friend that he was only told about the engagement and hadn't had much choice in the matter. It had all been between Mr. Klein and Mr. Zayla, and they had just informed their children. Really, Sakura, it isn't like that, Kira remarked, and Athrun didn't get a choice in the arrangement either, he told me that. It wasn't that Sakura didn't believe what Yamato was saying, and she would commend him for defending his friend. Sure it isn't, I'll believe you for the moment, she answered before she glanced at the TV. Now, what are you two watching? Sakura paused for a moment and blinked as what she saw was some sort of musical performance, a concert. Kira seems to enjoy listening to female pop artists, Lakis piped up with a slight grin. Kira blushed slightly, shaking his head in denial. Oh, don't try that with us, Kira. Well, music is one of the more wondrous things in the world, Sakura remarked with a bit of a far-off look in her eyes. Well, my interest was piqued a few years ago by Cheryl Nomi, Kira admitted. Sakura and Lakis both shared shocked looks at the mention of a music artist that had vanished close to 2 decades ago. I know she disappeared from the music scene before I was even born, but when I heard her music, he paused for a moment, well, I guess you could say I fell in love with it. I started listening to music a lot after that, so. Lakis hadn't heard about this from Kira before, and it was intriguing to her as it gave her a chance to get Kira to smile possibly. She knew that she could sing better than most, even if she didn't do it in front of others often. I see, Lakis said softly. She coughed, clearing her throat, then took a deep breath. Everyone calls me Fairy, I try to live up to it. Kira and Sakura stared at Lakis in surprise as she began to sing one of Nomi's songs in a near-perfect imitation. I can't feel the weight in my heart. That's why I chose to fly in the sky. Lakis, breathed Sakura softly, staring at her baby sister in shock. She had known that Lakis could sing beautify, but this was the first time she had mimicked another singer's voice. Sakura had always been proud of her little sister and her talent. Although, Sakura had always wanted the kind of talent Lakis had rather than the ability she did. She envied Lakis's singing an amount, though she didn't let that change how Sakura loved Lakis. Kira started to relax, listening to his friend's perfect singing of a song that he remembered listening to over and over again just a few years back. I was shaken by love from meeting you, and my wings lost their way. Exposed to the rain, they are wet, and they woke the sleeping life forms. Fly away, for another day. Call for me with your voice, Lakis sang. Kira shook away the memory before he got distracted and asked Lakis to sing something. With her health it wouldn't be good for her. I remember, he said. It was the first time I heard you sing. Lakis's singing talent had always been a bad subject between her and Sakura. With the victories that Sakura had achieved in her military service had made a picture of her being larger than life. That made it feel like Lakis was at times living in her older sister's shadow with so many saying how amazing Sakura was to her. Then Sakura had been jealous of Lakis's singing talent, wishing she'd had it. So, Lakis nodded, you know all about the resentment between us, she said. I was always living in Sakura's shadow, but I had the talent Sakura wished to have more than the ones she possessed. What you don't know is a lot of other stuff that happened with her. Like, Kira posed. Well, Sakura discovered her talent for combat, Lakis started. Combat, military leadership, she had a knack for it. She's always been highly capable at almost anything she puts her mind to, but she was a really good fighter and commander. So, she worked to cultivate those skills and has employed them to great effect. She's called the Black Zephyr for a reason which doesn't get talked about nicely. Lakis paused for a moment before she continued, for a while, Sis was someone who fights for the sake of it. She loved challenges and the adrenaline rush was, to use an old metaphor, it was better than sex for her. Lakis stopped for a moment thinking if Sakura could have done said activity with anyone. She didn't believe so, but she couldn't say. Not that I think she's done that with anyone. Yet, she still hates war in and of itself, but she loves combat for the push and challenges that it provides. However, killing, destruction, and hatred are the roots of her hatred for war, even though it's where she thrives. But then Endymion happened, and she lost her team, her second family, including her childhood friend who she cherished and opened up to, perhaps more than her own family. Wow, Kira uttered slowly, I didn't know that. Lakis knew that Sakura had changed from the war, but she didn't like admitting the change in her older sister. However, she continued, after the events at Endymion, Sakura was lethargic in public, so most didn't even think much of it, but in private Sakura was falling apart into a complete wreck. She blamed herself for getting everyone killed, and then when she was sent back out to Lagrange 4, she was mostly going through the motions. Lakis paused, until Lieutenant Laflaga and Major McAllister showed up. The prospect of a challenge that even the other two top ZAFT aces had never quite beat brought her fighting spirit back out, though she's a lot more restrained. Lakis stopped for a moment. Still, she'll keep coming after us as long as she can, keeping her lips sealed, going out of her way to fight the two of us head-on, both to help us improve and for the sake of challenging our mobile suits. But she'll do what she can to keep us safe. Considering what she hit us with back in orbit, she has a funny way of showing it, Kira muttered. Yes, but I don't think she'd have done that lightly, said Lakis. She hesitated, remembering the change and vast difference Sakura had shown when Tyler had shown up. Her sister had been acting happier than she had when she'd been with her team. It had made so little sense to Lakis, and she wouldn't have believed that her sister would be like that if she hadn't seen it herself. Looking at the paper flower and clutched it to her chest, she spoke again, Kira. Kira looked to his pink-haired friend in slight confusion with her reaction. Yes. Well, there was something. Lakis hesitated for a moment, odd recently, which happened during the battle in orbit. She paused once more, thinking on how to put what she had heard from her sister. You remember how Tai says that he avoids my sister? Kira thought for a moment, as Tyler had indeed told Kira himself about an issue that he had with Sakura a number of times. By what he had described in his examples, it had sounded like Sakura had been stalking him or something like that. It had seemed crazy and hard to believe, especially with some of the specifics times that Tyler had recounted. However, Tyler wasn't inclined to lie about things, so Kira thought he had been exaggerating since Sakura wouldn't do what Tyler had talked about. With that in mind, Kira nodded slowly. Yeah, I remember some of the things Tai has said. He probably had bad experiences with Sakura in the past. But he wouldn't want to hurt your feelings since you respect her so much, so he describes them in an odd way, Kira stated. Why do you ask, Lakis? Lakis hesitated. Well, while Sakura and I were fighting each other in the atmosphere, Tai got between us, and just after he spoke, Sakura changed. She sounded happy and, well, infatuated with Tyler, I think. I haven't heard her talk like she did for years, since before the war started. It makes me wonder if what Tai has said about my sister and what she has done around him isn't actually true in some way. I mean, Tai doesn't have a tendency to lie to us, she said. Kira was silent for a moment, so then, there is a chance that we will have to go against her again, he asked. Lakis nodded, I believe so, though I can't say when it will happen or where, she answered. In the ship's hangar, Murdoch finished typing on a computer connected to Skygrasper 1. There was fine-tuning to be done before the craft and its fellow to be ready to be used out on the field. Part of that included the systems that worked with the strike's equipment, as that wasn't finished when the aircraft was delivered. He heaved a sigh of weariness, wiping sweat from his forehead, and turned to face the pilot sitting in the Skygrasper in question. Listen, Lieutenant, Murdoch hollered, what do you say we call it a night? You won't really know all the fine adjustments that we'll need to do until you get it up in the air. And quite honestly, we both need sleep to be effective in this work. Mew wouldn't deny that there would need to be more changes made after the craft was flown. However, with the teen pilots on the mend but not ready to go out if the need arose, he wanted what equipment there was ready. Mew would admit the Skygrasper did have potential, better than the F-7D Spearhead craft he had done simulations with. Plus, neither he nor Crystal would be able to use their Zeros on Earth due to their incapability of atmospheric flight. So, in the end, the Skygraspers were what the two Alliance pilots had to work with on Earth. Mew stretched, heaving a sigh himself. Yeah, I suppose you're right, he said as he clambered out of the cockpit. The health of our two young pilots is definitely starting to improve by what I hear, so, we may be able to handle problems if they come up as early as tomorrow. Although I would have preferred getting on our way and into safer territory than we are in right now. The door to the hangar opened and Sophia and Crystal came in. Didn't I tell you, Sophia, Mew and Murdoch would still be down here working? Crystal said to Sophia. The two women had been looking for the two men as they had been not popping up a great deal as of late. Sophia sighed and nodded. Yes, you are right, Crystal, Mew probably works himself more than he should. Both women turned to face the two in the hangar. Although, I'm agree with you, Lieutenant Laflaga, Sophia said. You two need to put down the tools and get some sleep. Both men looked at one another and knew it would be best to admit defeat, as these two women would unlikely give up and leave them alone. So, they decided it would be best to call it a night to stay out of trouble. Meanwhile, on the Archangel's bridge, it was quiet as the ship kept moving forward through the ocean. The ship can be cooled by routing excess heat through the black hole exhaust system, Pal iterated to Cuzzy in the CIC, wanting to reassure the boy that they probably wouldn't have a fight on their hands in the near future. As long as we can evade infrared scans by satellites, we just might pull this off. Our radar's unreliable, but that means ZAFT's is too for the same reasons ours are. At that moment, the main door of the bridge opened, and Tall and Mirialia stepped through. We're here to begin our shift, Mirialia announced, hoping that none would say anything about being a tad late. Arnold, who was currently in charge on the bridge while both the vice captain and captain were off, wasn't the most pleased. The volunteers should know that they would be expected to show up for the shifts on time by this point. And while they may not be in the circumstances that battle could happen at almost any time, that was no excuse. Don't give me that. Arnold stated sternly, you're late. Sorry, Mirialia apologized. Arnold just shook his head and decided not to worry about it as the two sat at their stations. The help of the students from Heliopolis was appreciated, but they had so much to learn about what being a member of the military was about since they enlisted. And that's all because of the neutron jammers, Cuzzy asked, returning to the subject he'd been on with Pal before his friends arrived. But isn't there a way to get rid of them? That's impossible with current technology, Pal replied, shaking his head. They've been fired deep into the Earth's surface. We don't even know how many there are or where a lot of them are located. If it were possible, then someone would have done it already, as they have caused a number of problems. The way they came down, Pal began and paused. Omni Intel suspects that specific targets were chosen before they were sent down to Earth, but no way to confirm that. But as a result, radio waves and fission-based energy have been adversely affected. You might as well say they barely work if they do at all. Jackie exhaled heavily. However, it's still a lot better than having nuclear missiles flying around all over the place. If ZAFT had retaliated in kind after the nuclear attack on Junius 7, then there would be no Earth right now. Even if the Earth Alliance doesn't want to admit it, ZAFT made a hard yet noble choice in not blasting us with nuclear missiles after the Bloody Valentine occurred. The Federation may have had a part in that, but no one can confirm or dismiss that possibility. Natarl had stepped onto the bridge as the conversation had been going on about N-jammers. She had heard the arguments of the use of N-jammers on Earth by all three factions, and Natarl felt both sides had merit. After the Bloody Valentine, many feared that ZAFT would rain nuclear weapons on Earth. Natarl remembered the tense weeks after the destruction of Junius 7. Those responsible for the Bloody Valentine simply vanished without a single trace quickly after the event. Omni Intelligence suspected that the Federation was responsible for the disappearance, but none could prove that suspicion. The winters that followed N-jammers being deployed had resulted in the deaths of many and others to relocate. A number fled to the Federation member nations as they were less affected by the harsh winters. Natarl came out of her thoughts and focused on the present. Anything unusual? She asked. Nothing detected, ma'am, Pal replied, looking up from the CIC for a moment. Of course, this was Cuzzy's station, but no harm in sparing the kid from the need for military discipline, if only for a moment. Nataral mentally noted Pal's report as she walked to the front of the bridge and offered a bottle of water to Arnold. Do we have the data on the hull's distortion? She asked. Yes, thanks, Arnold returned as he took the bottle. These are just simple measurements. The stress distortion seems to be within acceptable limits, the details can be seen. Arnold trailed off as he tried releasing the water bottle in midair and it dropped unceremoniously to the floor. Petty Officer Newman, please, Nataral chided as she stepped around him and retrieved the bottle. Try to remember we're no longer in a weightless state here on Earth. I am sorry about that, he apologized. Sonar is detecting only biologics below us, Nataral remarked scanning Arnold's station readout boards. What does that mean? Tal questioned. Arnold turned to look at the co-pilot. That there's nothing out of the ordinary in the ocean we're in right now. Arnold then turned to Nataral, so then, where's our next destination? Nataral thought for a moment as that was the constant question that had plagued the Archangel, what was next? The ship's goal was unchanged, they needed to get to Omni HQ as soon as they could. However, Nataral knew that the ship, while fine in the immediate period, would need resupply before getting to JOSHA. We can't go back, and our eventual goal is still JOSHA Alaska, but we need supplies. She looked over the small map on Arnold's display, thinking about where the best would be to get what they needed. The best course right now would be to Federation territory. They aren't against resupplying ships from the Alliance or ZAFT as long as they don't go too far into their territory. Nodding as those on the bridge agreed with Nataral since it was the best idea at the moment. While the Federation stuck to their neutrality, they still did do basic things such as resupply for both sides. Arnold looked at the map as well, the closest in that would be the Equatorial Union. Nataral agreed, set course for Delias then, their docks should be able to handle the Archangel, she said. Back with Tyler, a few days had passed by since the meeting with his mom and house guests. It had been about a week since landing and being separated from the Archangel and her crew, which still hadn't changed for Tyler. While it had been nice to spend some time at home, rare as it was for him, it had come with an issue or two this time around. Of course, the stay in the hospital hadn't been something Tyler had wanted to do, but there had been no real choice with him out cold. He would have had little to complain about other than his mission being on a standstill if not for the fact that Sakura crawled into his bed every freaking night since Lisa, Athrun, and she started staying at Tyler's place. He had found her to be so gosh darn clingy and invasive into his personal space that he had little privacy, which irked Tyler. This current morning was no different than the previous ones this week, other than the first one for Tyler. When he woke, Sakura was next to him in the bed as he felt she shouldn't be, and hugging him. Tyler had put a sizable effort to get away from the pink-haired woman, yet to no avail so far while around his home. The amount of sleep Tyler had gotten hadn't changed during this week, but the quality certainly had, and it was taking its toll. And what irked Tyler more was while he suffered, Sakura seemed to be having the time of her life. Lisa and Athrun would help Tyler from time to time, which he appreciated, but Sakura wouldn't be denied what she wanted. Tyler was missing being around Lakis, she was so much more reasonable than her older sister. To be honest, Tyler had been searching for a way to get time away from Sakura the last day but hadn't managed anything. He really wanted time from his stalker, and the feeling grew as he worked his way out of Sakura's embrace. Tyler grabbed his personal communicator and headed to his bathroom. As he checked his comm unit, he found that he had a solid get-out-of-jail-free card as there was a message from a friend for him. Tyler's friend worked at Tesway R&D complex to answer a few questions about the mobile suits that Athrun and he had come down in. Tyler had figured that the Shadow and the Aegis were sent to Tesway via the underground rail system. Both machines would need repair after the beating they had taken in the atmosphere and the descent. Tyler sent a reply to his friend saying he would meet him within the hour before Tyler left his bathroom. He quietly got dressed and snuck out of the room and headed to the kitchen, hoping that he hadn't woken up any of his guests. Tyler was shoveling a little breakfast in when Athrun walked into the living room. Athrun wasn't surprised at Tyler being up at this time, but that he had escaped Commander Klein already. Sakura had shown in a few days beyond a shadow of a doubt that separating Tyler from her would not be simple or easy. I see you slipped away early this morning, Athrun greeted with a smile. Tyler turned to look at his blue-haired friend. Yeah, something like that, Tyler returned. But my presence has been requested, so thought I would get a bite and head out. Athrun snickered, and you slipping away has nothing to do with getting away from Commander Klein. Tyler gave Athrun a deadpan look. Keep your comments to yourself, he stated flatly. I will neither confirm or deny that may play a part, so hush. Athrun snickered again at Tyler's answer, though he didn't blame him for wanting time away from Sakura. Tyler shortly finished his food and left before either of his two other house guests knew he was awake. He didn't want to give Sakura an opportunity to try to accompany him to Tesway. Tyler drove his car to the northern train station for the Republic's underground transit system. He parked just outside the entrance to the station in the northern sector of Shira before he descended down into the station itself. Tyler flashed his military credentials to those at the ticket station, to which they simply nodded and waved him through. Tyler waited for 5 minutes before the train to Tesway arrived at the station. Once it came to a stop, he boarded the train and took a seat. The train itself was pretty empty, though he was riding after the early morning rush, yet before the mid-morning pileup. The Republic of East Asia's underground transit system spanned much of the nation and connected the major cities, heavily residential areas, and other sites of note within the territory. Some of those sites would include the facilities around and for the control and management of the Republic's mass driver Shen Long. Tyler knew the major facilities were more regulated and secured than the lines between cities and residential areas. The same was true of the Tesway Research and Development Complex, and you need either a military ID with a minimum level of clearance or an ID for those who work at Tesway. In fact, the underground transit system is one of the select few ways to get to the complex. Tyler was aware there were a number of reasons why the physical location was kept a secret from the Alliance, ZAFT, and most citizens in the Human Federation. It's no secret that the Earth Alliance leadership, both in its military and its political, wanted Federation technology. They have even begged to get access to Tesway and other development facilities. From what Tyler had heard. From what his mother had said to him, several from the Alliance had threatened and attempted to intimidate the governmental officials and those within the Federation's military to no success to have access. ZAFT was better, but they too had requested access to Federation scientific and development data in different ways. Tyler knew that neither side had received anything, mostly because it is the view of the top brass that sharing of data and/or information to either side would make things worse in this war. That's not what the Federation wants. Peace is the goal for the Federation itself, its citizens, and preferably for everyone if possible. As Tyler rode the train, he wondered what his friend who worked at Tesway could want or need. Technically speaking, Tesway was in the northeast area of the Republic, and Tyler knew the area the complex takes up wasn't small at all. However, most of the complex is underground or hidden by the natural landscape, which meant looking down from above Earth wouldn't help, and Tesway is built with material that sensors can't see. Thankfully, the transit system that the Republic has and uses, wasn't slow, quite the opposite, as it was based on the Hyperloop ideology. It took around 20 minutes for the train to come to the station at Tesway R&D. Tyler got off and approached the entrance of the complex, which is where the security checking starts for this place. As this is the most advanced scientific development facility that the Human Federation has on Earth and possibly off of Earth as well, security is taken very seriously and is tight. Even with Tyler's military ID with the level of clearance he had, which wasn't low, it took him a good 15 minutes to get through the security. When that was done, Tyler found that he did have someone waiting for him in Tesway's lobby. The man was 6 feet tall, fairly thin overall but not in a sickly way, looked good for a man that's 36 in Tyler's opinion. His hair was of medium length and black in color and had a tendency to come down straight. The blue eyes that he had were still visible behind the red square semi-rimmed glasses. Currently, the man was wearing black slacks and a blue dress shirt with a red tie, and last but not least, the customary white lab coat. Tyler gained a smile as he walked up to the man whose name was Carlos Neal. He was a scientist here, one of the ones who unofficially ran things in areas of the complex. He's a natural and one of those who proved to Tyler that it didn't matter if one was born naturally or have genetic alterations. It also made Tyler wonder if Psy won't do amazing things as he gets older, as this man reminded him of his glasses-wearing friend. Anyway, Carlos was looking over reports of some sort, were Tyler to guess, and so, wasn't paying a great deal of attention to what was going on around himself. Busy as always, Carlos, Tyler greeted. Carlos had been looking over the day's morning report and the list of tasks for the day for the mobile suit development sector. He was the head of the sector, even though he didn't think he was skilled enough to do the job, but he hadn't been given an option to refuse. His message to Tyler McGregor was hopefully to help explain some oddities found with the 2 mobile suits that had come in days ago. The Omni one was undergoing needed work since it was discovered the builds had installed half the hydraulics improperly. But it was still being looked over as a unit to understand the designs of Omni's mobile suit ideology. Then there was the other machine that had come to the complex, which was similar yet different from the Omni prototype. It had become clear very quickly there was Federation tech in the suit, which raised a number of questions without answers. With Tyler's experience and time around the former colony, Carlos hoped that he may have some more information that could help with said answers. And so, upon Tyler's greeting, Carlos looked up from the page he was going over. "Ah, Tyler, a very quick response to my request. I didn't expect to see you for at least an hour." Tyler really didn't want to go into detail about why he had gotten to Tesway so quick, as that was kind of personal. He was avoiding Sakura, plain and simple. Tyler would admit that, though maybe not to Sakura directly, not that she would listen. And while Carlos was a friend, Tyler's issues with Sakura were something he didn't discuss with just anyone. So, Tyler frowned a margin and a hand went to the back of his head. Well, I happen to be free to come down, so I say why not." Carlos stared at Tyler for a moment. His current mannerisms were saying that whatever the reason was that he was here so quick was one he didn't want to talk about. Carlos knew Tyler had subjects that he declined to discuss, but this was more starker than others Carlos had asked about previously. Instead, Carlos pushed his glasses up to the bridge of his nose. "If you say so, I'll not ask further as it sounds like you don't want to talk about it. Tyler was grateful that Carlos didn't press the subject, but then Carlos was one that knew when to back off and not go too far. Tyler nodded, and Carlos rose from the seat that he'd been sitting in. Tyler followed him as he led the way into the Tessway complex. And no matter how many times that Tyler saw the place, he was always amazed at its size. The complex was for scientific research of course, but not just one specific area of science gets worked on here at Tessway. It was the reason the complex was known to be one of the most advanced development facilities that the Federation had. It's because the scientists that work here tend to do work in multiple areas and also bring in their own expertise and share them with each other. Carlos led Tyler into the mobile suit development area where he spent the majority of his time. Tyler knew that Carlos was one of the best mobile suit researchers in the world and colonies even if he didn't look like it. Tyler himself didn't call Carlos or refer to him as a geek, but by the historical definition, he knew Carlos fit the point. If he didn't have a wife and daughter at home to return to, Tyler suspected that Carlos wouldn't leave the lab. And Tyler knew there were times that Carlos did stay at Tessway for extended periods, even had a cot in his office from what Tyler had seen. Back in the present, as Tyler was led to the work floor, he spotted the Shadow standing in a maintenance cage. A good portion of the Shadow's plating which would cover the internal components of the machine were off as mechanics were doing work on the suit. Tyler also saw that the structure of the Shadow's shield was off to the side and appeared to be in the process of being rebuilt. He'd figured that the Shadow would need work to the point it could be considered an overhaul, but to see it with his own eyes made Tyler wince a bit. Tyler ended clearing his throat, which got Carlos to turn. Tyler started, "I'm sorry for dropping a mobile suit overhaul into your and others' laps, Carlos. I really try to not make messes for others to have to clean up, I assure you, but they still happen." Carlos blinked at Tyler's apology. To be honest, most of the workers and scientists here had been excited when the two mobile suits came in. They were new and glancing at specs only did so much, that in mind, most had been enjoying working on them. "Tyler," Carlos began, "you don't need to apologize. If anything, then you have helped refresh everyone's enthusiasm and broken the doldrum." Tyler was taken aback at the reply as it seemed his actions had helped rather than hindered. Of course, Tyler wouldn't say no to a free and thorough overhaul the Shadow needed after going through re-entry among other things he'd put it through over the last few weeks. And while Tyler wouldn't chide or discount the efforts of Murdoch and his team, Tessway would do a better job than they were able to do. Tyler also saw that the Aegis was also here in a cage dock that was next to the Shadow. The Aegis was undergoing similar treatment as Tyler's machine, though was having more pulled out from what he could see. He guessed that the scientist and mechanics were using the original specs that his team had gotten at Heliopolis. Tyler would assume they were fixing things done wrong by the original builders, as he believed they had been rushed during the second half of the project. Carlos got Tyler's attention back and guided him to his office, which was in a room just off the development floor. Carlos shut the door behind them, cutting off the sound of the work going on, giving them a better environment to have a conversation. He sat down at his desk and put the report he had been looking over in a drawer while Tyler took the seat in front of the desk. Carlos looked back up at Tyler. "Tyler, I'm hoping you could answer a few questions for me concerning the two mobile suits you brought with you upon your return to the Republic." Tyler had discovered an amount about Omni's project, but he didn't know every little part of it. Tyler had more got the general info and some on various other parts about the G project. Tyler ended out shrugging, "I'll try my best, but I don't know everything about those two machines, Carlos." While Carlos appreciated Tyler's candor, he still likely knew more than those at Tessway did, and any other info would be accepted. "I was wondering if you knew who any of the developers at Heliopolis's Morgan Roet were specifically," Carlos posed. Tyler had discovered the identity of a few of those that were involved in the development of Omni's project. But Alan had more time in Morgan Roet than Tyler himself did, and Tyler wouldn't deny that. However, Alan and Luke hadn't joined back up with him and Lisa, so their input wasn't available. Tyler only really knew the most about what was a part of the development was Professor Cato, and that was more a guess with the evidence he'd collected. "Unfortunately, I can't be of much help in that. I was positioned more around the college rather than Morgan Roet itself." "My teammate Alan didn't mention any names of note that I can recall, though he would know better than me," Tyler replied. "Why do you ask?" "From the inspections of the two machines, more the Shadow than the Aegis, but some of the equipment was Federation." Carlos brought up data on the display on his desk, "because one or more of them at one time had to have worked in Federation weapon development, even if they don't now," he returned. Tyler had wondered if what Carlos stated could be true. He'd suspected somehow those that had built the Shadow couldn't have been all Omni. The scope and the Echo Trace systems were not Omni developed from what Tyler had seen. Tyler nodded slowly in response, "Okay, I can see you being right on that with at least some of the equipment I saw with the one I piloted." A holographic image appeared in the middle of the office and it formed into a design spec of the Shadow. Carlos continued, "You have as sharp an eye as ever, Tyler. The suit you have been piloting has Federation technology in it. You can't find a few pieces of equipment that this unit has with the Earth Alliance or ZAFT. Although, I have to say that whoever it was, they've done an impressive job adapting Federation tech to work with the systems that the Alliance used in this prototype series. And I would think you understand that the Alliance systems don't work or play well with others. It was true that Tyler figured out that there was Federation equipment built into the Shadow. It had been fairly clear the more he'd delved into the systems of the machine. Tyler knew all too well that Omni systems didn't work or play well with others. It had been the major difficulty he'd been working against in the streamlining of the Shadow's operating system over and over again. It had caused Tyler to wonder what whoever had built the machine was thinking, though hiding the Shadow's existence made more sense with Federation tech being at stake. Yet, I'd seen some things that would be designed by the Federation plain as day. And it had been annoying to keep Omni personnel from getting a look at it, but I've managed. I assume you are referring to the Echo Trace system in the long-range scope, correct? The image of the Shadow zoomed in on the head and rotated to the right side with the hidden scope coming out. Carlos nodded. Those would be the two major ones. The hidden targeting scope is definitely a piece of Federation equipment and is one that's going into the next generation of mobile suits. Same for the detection system that is built to work with this scope, and it's the one that Federation scientists came up with. I was one of them myself. Tyler straightened as a detection system had never come up while he had been doing his work on the OS. Hold up, Carlos, what detection system are you talking about? Carlos blinked. You weren't aware that the scope can home in on targets that are using something to block them from view or employing stealth. Tyler's eyes widened at hearing the Shadow's scope could do what Carlos described. That would make the scope even more useful than he'd found it to be already. The scope made targeting better, especially when distance was involved, but Tyler would be looking into this more later. Nope, that is a feature I was not aware of, but I'll take a good look at it later, Tyler returned. Do continue where you were before I interrupted. Well, Carlos said, there's the Echo Trace emitter, which makes this machine invisible to any and all sensors that ZAFT and Omni have currently. Hence, why I was hoping you knew any of the developers, for some of those who helped with the systems have gone missing over the last year. Tyler looked at the floor. As I said, Carlos, I'm not the one to be asking on that, one of my teammates would have better info than me. Carlos sighed at not getting any clues, but he didn't blame Tyler for not knowing. So, he kept going. The other question that I'm not alone in wondering would be what information you have, if any, on the transformation capabilities that the X-303 Aegis has. It's very likely based on Federation technology that the fighters have, Carlos said. The rest of the conversation focused on the 5 Alliance machines and what Tyler and his team had learned after seeing them being used. Tesway might have the blueprints and designs for the Alliance prototypes, but that doesn't give data on their performance that came after that. Meanwhile, back on the Archangel, in the days that had gone by, some of the mechanics along with Mew, Crystal, and Sophia had put the parts together to make a simulator. With Kira and Lakis on the mend, the ship pilots wanted to keep busy. You know, I think this ship may have a future career in battlefield training if things don't work out, Sophia remarked. She worked on the final adjustments on the simulator as she spoke for practice for the Sky Graspers. Well, we've got the 2 current top aces in the entire Earth Alliance, and arguably the 2 most brilliant rookie pilots I've ever heard of, Murdoch added. We had a hell of a Federation pilot, so I really can't dispute that belief. Sophia smiled slightly as she finished her adjustments, patting the simulator almost fondly. It's not perfect, she said. Right now, it's not able to run simulations smoothly just yet, and it will still take time and tuning to make it run realistic simulations. Sophia paused for a moment. I'm more amazed you guys managed to put programs together that could do that idea at all. But the rumor is Sai's working on it, and he is showing to have a bit of a knack for programming where I don't. Mew exhaled. I'll take whatever we can get right now, he replied. I don't mind the quiet and not being attacked, but it is making me on edge for some reason. Crystal sighed, agreeing with Mew's sentiments since the journey to where they were had not been easy. ZAFT had been hunting the Archangel since Heliopolis. Even with Cruzet off the chase temporarily, Crystal and Mew didn't think they would stop. That no ZAFT forces had tracked the ship down and tried to assault it was kind of odd. Granted, the Archangel was in Federation territory currently, but that hadn't stopped enemy forces previously. Can't argue with you on that, Mew. Better to keep busy and prepare for whatever is to come, Crystal commented. Sophia shook her head. You edgy armor pilots, she remarked, instead of taking the good luck where you can get it, always talk about bad things ahead. Sophia's thoughts went back to the simulators. Hopefully when Ensign Yamato returns, he'll be able to upgrade the system with better scenarios. Currently, it's only a shoot and dodge game because some idiotic higher-up didn't think to give us proper simulations for fighter machines. And don't get me started on the lack of data, recent or otherwise, to build them with. I'm forced to work without. Well, the lack of data is probably a good sign, Murdoch said. It means we haven't seen that much combat since getting the Sky Graspers. Those kids haven't been so fortunate, still on the road to recovery as I understand it, even if they're adamant in working. Sophia looked up at the strike, which Lakis was in, currently working on the operating system. Then she glanced over to the Asuka that Kira was doing adjustments to. Both seem pretty anxious, but I can't blame either of them, Sophia remarked. to be expected after the battle in orbit. With ZAFT's Black Zephyr possibly tracking us, who knows how long we got until she finds us again, and we won't have the 8 orbital fleet's support, and that made a difference. Murdoch nodded with a frown. Yeah, that was all the motivation me and my boys needed to double time all our work. We made the needed repairs, and we've been working on wrist mounts that the Asuka can equip flamethrowers on, then eject them when the fuel runs out. It's so Kira will at least have options to work with, and Lakis asked us to mount a dual grenade launcher on the strike's right wrist. Kids are thinking about what could be coming seriously, I'll give them that. Mew made his way up the stairs towards the entrance of the hangar, leaving Sophia, Crystal, and Murdoch discussing possibilities for the mobile suits and sky graspers. At the door, when it opened, Muru was on the other side. Mew moved and let her in. What brings you down here, Captain? Just came to see how things were going, Muru answered. Mew and Muru scanned over the activity in the hangar, where many were working to keep busy and their minds off the potential issues ahead. Mechanics were currently mounting the grenade launcher on the strike, the right wrist only as to leave the left free for the shield of the Ale or the rocket anchor from the sword striker pack. Lakis was been working on adapting the strike's OS to use the new equipment. Kira had also been helping some of the mechanics, including the newest mechanic that had joined the crew, Arthur Nix. Muru wondered why the mechanics were putting together new equipment, as none of it was standard. Granted, Muru understood that combat on Earth would be different than it had been up in space. So, I'm curious, how long has this been going on? She asked, gesturing at the new equipment. Beats me, not that I'm complaining about the work, Mew replied with a shrug. We will need any advantage we can get down here on Earth against ZAFT. We can't depend on the Federation to bail us out a great deal along our way to JOSHA, and we have a distance to go. I won't deny you have a point, Lieutenant, Muru admitted. As much as I wish we will have clear sailing to HQ, the journey thus far has been anything but that. Mew nodded grimly. Yet, doubt that will change all that much with us being on Earth. I doubt we'd say no to help from the Federation and others, but can't factor that in. Muru looked at the deck as Mew's comment reminded her about leaving Tyler to his own devices up in orbit. Granted, Muru didn't appreciate an amount of Tyler's behavior, though she was more tolerant than Natarl was. However, that he was separated didn't sit well with her, and she couldn't think of a way to apologize to the volunteers for not being able to help their friend. Mew noticed Muru going silent and put a hand on her shoulder. Stop blaming yourself for Tyler getting separated from us, he said. Muru sighed in response. Am I that easy to read? Mew shook his head. Not all the time, but you aren't the only one whose thoughts have gone to Tyler. I know I have wondered if we could have done more, but it isn't helpful to focus on what could and couldn't have been done. Besides, the kid will have made it, I have no doubt about that, and he will find his way back. You just wait and see. Muru wished she was as confident that things would work out as Mew was. She still had serious concerns about the road ahead. The third mobile suit pilot had been their most skilled, and there was no arguing that any longer. Here on Earth, ZAFT would be able to strike with less warning than they did in space, as they came from underwater most of the time. Muru knew that the 4 pilots the Archangel still had would defend the ship and those on board with all they had, but the odds were still stacked against them. Muru glanced around the hangar again and spotted Minister Ulster's daughter moving to be in front of the Asuka's cockpit. That was odd, for as far as Muru knew the girl had a similar view as her father. Since when did our first volunteer come down here? Muru inquired. Mew looked in the direction that the captain had been and saw Flay checking in on Kira. The girl had popped into the hangar off and on since Kira and Lakis had been well enough to be down here. She had also been one of the main people that watched over the 2 coordinators when they had been in the Archangel's sickbay. The rumor was that the redhead was Cy Argyle's fiancée, though Mew couldn't say if that was true or not. That started when Kira and Lakis got back down here after released from sickbay. I believe she is supposed to be Mr. Argyle's fiancée if the rumor is right, Mew commented. You'll have to do your own research if you want to know more or are concerned about it. Muru blinked as Mew turned and left the hangar, his nonchalantness catching her off guard. The man had shown he could wave things off when he really should be taking them seriously, but he was dependable nonetheless. So, Muru followed after him and soon caught up. And you're not concerned about the situation? She asked. I'll grant that it's easy to forget, but Kira, Lakis, and the other volunteers are just kids without any military training at all. Mew took a moment to think about how to answer, for he had his suspicions about the 3 teen pilots the Archangel had. Granted, one of those 3 was not here at the moment, but he was also another matter entirely. But Mew believed that Kira and Lakis deserved credit for doing as well as they had under the circumstances they were forced into. I won't dispute that Kira and Lakis have no formal military training. Tyler was the only one I'm sure had military training even before he informed us he's a member of the Federation's military. How much training and what kind he's got, I can't even begin to guess, but enough he knows how to get what task he had done. However, with the Pink Princess, Mew paused for a moment, ordering his thoughts. Her skills are similar with the way Lakis has piloted, but I find it unlikely it's just natural talent. Muru uttered, turning to face him. Then do you think she was taught? Mew considered the question, as he had been wondering that too. He hadn't forgotten Tyler saying something about Lakis being taught during one of the mock battles. And Tyler was usually right, whether that was him being incredibly well informed or just having amazing intuition. Mew and Crystal had discussed this point, even tried to figure out who could have taught Lakis the skills she had. I'm inclined to think the princess was taught, he admitted. It's easy to miss, but the way she flies is a bit more fluid and controlled, she's actually a bit more skilled than Kira. Mew stopped for a moment since he didn't want to downplay Kira's progress, as the kid had gotten to a level that veteran pilots would acknowledge. Kira is a faster learner and is improving on a steep learning curve and has stronger physical and mental capabilities. That's why I believe he seems so naturally good at using a mobile suit. Mew hesitated. Outside of that though, I'll admit that I haven't seen a hint of military training, nothing like what Tyler has, and that kid hides his better than the majority of soldiers I've met can hope to do. Muru would say that Mew had a point about Tyler not showing that he had military training. His behavior would convince most, if not all but the most scrupulous individuals, that he was a stubborn and at times a rebellious teenager. She had a hard time accepting that Tyler McGregor was a soldier in the Federation's military and that he technically outranked every officer on the Archangel. But with Kira and Lakis, Muru couldn't see either of them having any teach them skills employed in this war, they were too nice. And what do you think it means? She asked. Mew sighed, as those who hadn't fought on the front lines wouldn't understand what he was getting at. After killing another, you could see the subtle signs from another that had done the same as you. Mew could see Mururamias hadn't actually killed another human being with her own hands, injured maybe, but not ended another life. You haven't been on the front lines of a battlefield until recently, have you, Muru? Muru stared at Mew, wondering what he was getting at. Not really, no, she answered. Why are you bringing that up? Mew shook his head. Because it makes a difference, you haven't killed another with your own hands. Muru blinked at Mew's statement, even though it was true that she hadn't actually killed a person herself. Mew continued, with Tyler, the way he fought, it's clear as day that he's done it before, but to those who haven't fought on a battlefield, it wouldn't be visible. Mew paused for a moment, considering the words that would get across what he was trying to convey. With the Pink Princess, she hasn't killed another, but I can't say for sure, it may be nothing or maybe something. If she was taught, then whoever did the job was no novice, they have experienced without question, I can't say much more than that. At any rate, she's here and on our side, we've trusted her this far, I see no reason not to continue that. But that's off topic, you were worrying about the situation with that Ulster girl. Mura was worried about all the volunteers. If she were honest, they were teenagers after all, and students, not soldiers. Most teenagers were not known for the best emotional control when under stress. And while Mura would applaud them for how they had done thus far, there were still chances incidents could happen. We're in a tense situation where stress is high, and they don't have the military discipline to help keep their emotions under control. Muru then put a hand to her chin, and now that you mention it, Tyler has proven that he has that kind of discipline. Looking back, she remarked. I hate to imagine where this could lead if there are no boundaries set for the younger group of this crew. Well, personally, I think it's a good thing, Mew replied. He felt the volunteers had done better than most could ever expect of them in a situation not of their own making. At their age, Mew believed he would have a harder time dealing with what they were, but then, they had one another and that made a difference. They require each other for emotional support among other things, and that has clearly helped. The redhead and Sai will be a huge help to them in a way that the rest of us just can't be to them. Mew paused, and smiled slightly. Or are you worried about potential fraternization since this is a mixed crew? Mura felt her cheeks heat up a bit at Mew's implied meaning with the last sentence. She had in no way said or meant to imply that she was concerned that the teens would do inappropriate things with one another or members of the crew. Yes, she knew such things could happen, but she had faith that those on the Archangel had enough sense to keep such urges under control. Wait, I didn't say anything about that, Mura shot back. Mew smirked as he had been trying to get Mura to stop being so stiff and such a worrywart. He had found the acting captain was a worrier and it was taking a toll on her and trickled down to the crew. I didn't say you had, I was just putting it out there, he commented. Besides, I hear Orb's kind of big on the open relationship concept, much like a good portion of the Human Federation is. Muru knew that Mew Laflaga was prodding her and she didn't like it in the least. Lieutenant, yelped Muru. The ace pilot couldn't help but laugh at his captain's flustered state, as it was better than her normal concern expressed. Tyler had returned back to his place after visiting Tesway, and the rest of the day had been as quiet as it could be. He would have liked it better if Sakura would leave him alone, but she wouldn't have that. Tyler had discovered in the last week that Sakura wouldn't listen to his instructions when it came to giving him space. Granted, Lisa and Athran helped Tyler get some time without Sakura, but it wasn't as much as Tyler would have liked. And then, he had found no info on the Archangel as of yet, which concerned Tyler. His friends were on that ship and he doubted ZAFT had given up sinking the Archangel. So while they were on that ship, their lives were in danger, plus, the ship crew were good people as well. The next day, Tyler figured it was high time he reported to the local superior officers so that Federation High Command would be appraised of his progress. He knew it was a responsibility he would do well to adhere to when he could. Tyler's boss had made sure in no uncertain terms that he was to file or give reports when possible, or else there would be unpleasant consequences. The Admiral Tyler reported to scared him to a degree, and so when he heard her say unpleasant consequences, he knew it was better to not find out what that meant and do as told. And a long report to an officer was far better than potential punishment from the woman, so Tyler would endure. That in mind, Tyler drove to the nearest train station and boarded the train for the hour ride it was to the Republic's military command center. Tyler showed his military ID when he arrived at the station for the command center and he was let inside. The main military complex in the Republic was hidden in the mountains west of Shira, built into the rock itself. Tyler knew the basic layout of the place as he visited it once a year or so normally. Taking the lift system that would go up to the offices of those working here, Tyler was ordering his thoughts for the report he was about to give. He knew the officer he would report to. The man was here from sunrise to sunset every weekday without fail. As far as Tyler knew, the top officer here had that routine for more than a decade now. So, when Tyler arrived at his destination, he knocked on the door which had the nameplate for General Bartholomew Maxwell. General Maxwell was going through the morning reports and was finding nothing out of the ordinary. He was a man in his mid-50s but looked to be more early 50s or late 40s, and when he stood, his height would be 180 centimeters. He had short black hair that was neatly combed, which fit his brown eyes and the goatee and mustache on his face by what others said. Maxwell was in his customary Federation white officer's uniform, which had the black in the same place as the regular officer uniform did. The shoulder pads were gold and had 2 stars below the Federation crest, and on the cuffs of the coat, there was one wide gold with a thin gold band above the wide one. Nevertheless, a knock on his door got Maxwell to pause in his scanning and look up. He had no standing appointments until the afternoon, so either it was someone coming to deliver something or an unscheduled appointment. "Enter," Maxwell ordered. The door opened and in walked a young man that Maxwell hadn't seen for a little more than a year now. Tyler McGregor was one that gave reports to Maxwell when he was around the Republic, which was normally annually. Maxwell wouldn't deny that McGregor was a heck of a soldier and the Federation was lucky to have him. The previous reports of his missions were enough for Maxwell to know that McGregor was one of the better specialists there was currently. And so, he watched Tyler stride up and salute. "General Maxwell, Commander Tyler McGregor, here to report upon previous assignment, sir." General Maxwell nodded to Tyler. "At ease, McGregor," he replied, "I am not Admiral Rain, so no need to be uptight and formal, as I know you do so rarely." Tyler's shoulders dropped a bit as he relaxed. "And rest assured, General, I am glad you are not her and I get to report to you." Maxwell chuckled. "I haven't had the opportunity myself to be in front of her, but I have heard it is an unforgettable experience that most don't wish to repeat." Maxwell cleared his throat. "But on to the reason you're here. It is good to see that you are doing better after going through re-entry and landing. Do have a seat so that you can begin your report. I don't doubt with you being gone for a year and the rumors flying around you have a great deal of things to cover." Maxwell gestured towards a chair in front of his desk, which Tyler took and exhaled. "That would be an understatement, sir. I'm still trying to figure out how I got into the mess I did and how it developed to what it has," Tyler remarked. Tyler then began the summary of what had started at Heliopolis and what he had been there to do. Maxwell had of course heard the reports about the Heliopolis collapse. Official reports said that ZAFT personnel had been involved. What Omni, or rather what the Atlantic Federation had been doing, was a treaty violation which they were denying point blank regardless of the evidence presented. That McGregor had been there had clearly curtailed the situation from being worse and prevented a major loss of life. The journey that led Omni's prototype warship was unlike most that Maxwell had heard. They had definitely had two odds stacked against them, with ZAFT pursuing them even into Federation territory. After a short break for a meal with the hours McGregor had been iterating what he had been a part of, he kept going. The story only made Maxwell wonder further how much worse the current war between ZAFT and the Alliance could get. The fall of Eurasia's Artemis was messy but could have been worse in the end than it had been, though the Eurasian Federation would disagree with the view. The battle Omni's 8th orbital fleet had been in was regrettable as much as the losses that came from it. McGregor's mission was still unfinished and it would be a difficult one from Maxwell's view. Omni had wanted mobile suits since seeing how effective ZAFT was with them. To deny them that had been an amount of work from many over the last few years. Maxwell had to postpone his afternoon meeting to be available to hear McGregor finish his report. Tyler finished around mid-afternoon before he was dismissed and he left the Republic's military command center. The report had taken a toll on Tyler as he had relived moments of his journey from Heliopolis. Many of those moments were more than just unpleasant. He had killed people, and that never felt good or right. That was why Tyler didn't want Kira or Lakis to be fighting. They would likely end out killing someone else. It was a burden that one carried for their life, and it was one that Tyler didn't want them to have. Still, Tyler headed back to his house and was in time for dinner with his guests. After the evening meal, Tyler figured with how his day had gone that it would be a good idea to just turn in for the night. So tired was Tyler that he didn't bother to tell Sakura to not sneak into his bed like he had the last few nights. But then, it wasn't like the woman would listen to Tyler even when he told her to do things. With that in mind, Tyler dropped off quickly even before Sakura snuck into his bed as she had done. Yet, Tyler was woken up by an incoming call, which got him to roll over and tap the communicator on his bedside table. "This is McGregor, who is calling and why at this time of night?" "Apologies Commander McGregor for calling at this late hour," the military personnel apologized. "It was stated that you wanted to know when there was information about Omni's vessel called the Archangel as soon as any came in. Information on the ship just came in, they are heading for Delia's and will likely dock there tomorrow early morning." "That is all Commander." Once the call ended, Tyler sunk back to his pillow as it was late and he could already tell that Sakura was in his bed. And like the times before, the pink-haired woman was scantily clad and was clinging on to Tyler. Normally, he would try to kick her out of his bed, but as he was too tired right now and only half awake at the moment, Tyler didn't fight this or care. Instead, Tyler mentally told himself that he would find out what the Archangel was dealing with. After knowing that, he would slip away to Tesway and take the shadow and find the Archangel. That in mind, Tyler spun around to face away from the unwanted bedmate and broke free of her arms encircling him, then settled back in the bed. Still, Tyler felt Sakura move in her sleep before he dropped off. She shifted and ended out snaking her arms to go around his torso again and press her front against Tyler's back. Sleep welcomed Tyler back into its fields and he returned to the dreams he'd been having before the communicator had woken him. When morning came, Tyler slipped away from Sakura and got to thinking about what he'd learned last night. The Archangel was around the Equatorial Union's capital Delia's in the area that is formerly known as India and the Indonesian islands. However, from what Tyler had heard recently, the Equatorial Union had been having internal issues. Its government was in the process of handling the issues and as was their normal style they wanted no outside interference or help. That wouldn't be a problem most of the time if not for the fact it meant that all non-Federation vessels were denied entry until internal affairs were settled. It was Tyler's understanding that the Equatorial Union did that to prevent problems from becoming more volatile, which he could agree with. Yet, such would force the Archangel to continue on its way and not go to Delia's. Tyler still bet that the Archangel's goal was Omni's JOSHA base in Alaska, a distance away from where they were. And unless the ship got supplies that Tyler wasn't aware of, which he doubted, it would still need to stop somewhere to do that. If the Archangel took the most direct route to Alaska, the two most likely places they could stop at either the Orb Union or the Republic itself. Then there were the rumors of pirate activity around the Indonesian islands that Tyler had been reading about on the information network. For the last few months, commercial vessels being attacked and raided for their cargo. The style that the aftermath displayed implied ZAFT subs being the culprits, though ZAFT said they had nothing to do with the piracy. For the time being, ZAFT was being taken at their word, but Tyler knew that if evidence was found, ZAFT would have uncomfortable questions to answer. Instead, commercial vessels were now escorted through the Indonesian islands until the pirate raids stopped. That the Archangel was traveling through the area in question concerned Tyler, as he doubted they were being escorted yet if they would be at all. He trusted Kira and Lakis would defend the ship if the need arose, but he rather it didn't. Nevertheless, that hope wasn't enough to have Tyler relax and not worry about his friends. But without knowing their location better than just a general area, Tyler couldn't rush off and expect to make it to them without issue. Yet, his thoughts wouldn't stop bouncing around his mind and plague him. By the time mid-afternoon came about, Tyler had made up his mind that he needed to go before his imagination got the better of him. And with trouble expected, Tyler headed over to Tesway R&D, hoping and praying that the shadow was ready to be used. If that was not the case, then Tyler would take whatever he could work with, the Aegis included, even if there would be serious questions and consequences with doing that. He knew there would be uncomfortable inquiries put to Tyler if he showed up in the Aegis, but he would deal with that if need be. There were things that Tyler couldn't tell those on the Archangel right now, and also things he didn't want to tell them. He didn't want to put his friend Athrun in a bad position since he didn't steal the prototype suit just because he could or wanted to. If those bridges became issues, then Tyler would burn them if necessary, but he wouldn't add to the problems he had if he didn't have to. So Tyler slipped away from his place and headed to Tesway via the Republic's transit system. Once he arrived at the laboratory, Tyler made his way to the mobile suit development section where the shadow should be. The facility was quiet and sparsely populated, yet it tends to be light on people working on the weekends. However, to Tyler's surprise, when he reached the development floor, he found that Carlos in his office. With it being the weekend, Tyler would have thought Carlos would be at home with his family that he was happy with. Carlos was at his desk doing work that had been piling up, though he was really at Tesway to avoid his in-laws. His wife's parents had never been the fondest of him, even if they didn't outright hate him either. Most times when they visited, they would grumble about his life choices and Carlos's wife would argue with them in his defense. Carlos didn't like to see his wife or his daughter fight with other family members. So, for them he spent time away from home while in-laws visited the family as a compromise. He was brought out of his thoughts when a knocking sound came and it made Carlos jump a bit. He looked around and after a moment came to see Tyler on the outside of his office looking in. Carlos hadn't expected to see Tyler until he contacted him about his mobile suit being done with repairs. And he knew the Shadow was still undergoing work and would be for another day or so. The shield needed the outer plating replaced and that would be molded on Monday. The beam rifle needed some minor adjustments with its internal components. And since none of the work was of urgent priority, it would be completed Monday. But the expression on Tyler's face told Carlos that something had come up which had him doing his thing on a battlefield rather soon. That in mind, Carlos got up from his desk and exited his office to face his friend. Tyler, what are you doing here? Tyler was wondering why Carlos was around the complex as he was a family man first before his work. It was the one thing more important to him than his scientific work, which was what his life was. So Tyler crossed his arms. I could ask you the same, Carlos. Normally you're home on weekends, Tyler replied. And while he wasn't one that pried into the personal lives of others, perhaps there are problems at home with the wife. Not that it's my business, of course, and I hope you are not having a falling out as you got a great lady in your life. While Carlos appreciated Tyler's concern, it was unwarranted as there weren't issues between him and his wife. So in response, Carlos rubbed the back of his head. Well, the in-laws are visiting, and well, Carlos hesitated, they don't get along with me the best. Something about disappointed in my work and job as a scientist, so I'm here working to keep harsh words from being said. My wife understands and doesn't fault me for this. I think she is actually, well, anyways, Carlos trailed off a bit, before focusing back on me. So, what about you? What brings you to Tesway on the weekend? Tyler had been ordering his thought as he had to explain the plight he had to deal with as of last night. To be honest, Carlos, I'm here to ask if my mobile suit is ready. Something has come up and I need a unit to use, Tyler answered. I'm seriously hoping that you can help me in this and help me save lives. Carlos could tell that Tyler was being absolutely serious about something coming up and it had lives in danger. But that was what made the truth harder to state. Well, one of the two mobile suits is ready, yes. However, he started, but trailed off. Tyler didn't like what Carlos could possibly be applying with the however. It ignited a bad feeling in him. He had enough problems he could foresee with what he planned to do, he didn't want to add more to the list. So, Tyler's head fell a bit as he asked the question on his mind. I assume that however means that something about the equipment isn't good and ready to go, am I right? Tyler couldn't know how right he was and Carlos knew that, but he didn't want to say it out loud. Yet, there was nothing else that Carlos could do for his young friend, so he nodded sadly. The Shadow's main beam rifle and the shield are still getting work done on them. The beam rifle will misfire half the time with the components as they are right now. And the shield is missing its outer armored layer as it needed to be replaced after what the heat of re-entry did to it. Tyler figured the Shadow's shield would need serious work and repair after the battle in orbit and the re-entry that followed. But in the back of his mind, he had still hoped somehow the Shadow had been repaired and was ready for the field. Nevertheless, as his mobile suit was at least ready minus its equipment, he could go with other equipment that was available. Tyler looked from the Shadow before he glanced at the Aegis. Then is the Aegis any more ready for use? Carlos could see that his young friend was grasping at straws, and while he didn't blame him, it wasn't helping. The Aegis was and still is in the worse shape than the Shadow had been when the two had arrived here, even if it hadn't looked it. Once workers had done a diagnostic on the Aegis, there had been many problems found. The worst damages that had been fixable had been addressed, but the hydraulics had not been salvageable. That in mind, Carlos shook his head. Unfortunately, no. We fixed what we could, but we found some of the hydraulics were put in badly and so needed to have them replaced. We ended out having to tear the bad pieces out, and that took longer than we expected. We are working on building the needed parts, but they won't be all done until Monday, sorry to say. That being said, the suit isn't in an acceptable condition to be used on the field, he admitted. Tyler knew he was asking a lot of his friend, along the lines of a freaking miracle, but he had hoped for something. He sighed in resignation. So, the Shadow is ready, but no equipment to work with, and the Aegis isn't usable. Tyler raised his head and stared Carlos in the face. Come on, Carlos, help me out here. I'm close to begging for anything, and you know I don't do that often and only with friends, Tyler said desperately. I need something to work with and you are the one I turn to for this. Carlos had never seen Tyler beg before and he wasn't sure he wanted to. Tyler was headstrong and could be stubborn to a fault sometimes, but he was dependable when it counted. And it was that which made Carlos happy. He had an alternative for Tyler to work with. So he smiled. Now Tyler, I never said there wasn't something I can do to help you. Yes, your mobile suit is ready except for the rifle and shield. As I see it, all that's needed is different equipment which happens to be available. Tyler took a moment to calm his breathing as it had been getting rapid and desperate. If Carlos said he had something for Tyler to work with, then he would take his friend's word for it. Well, don't keep me in suspense, Carlos, I've done enough of that to myself, Tyler admitted. So tell me what you got, man, I'm really pressed if it isn't obvious already. Oh, Carlos had seen clear evidence that Tyler was stressed and was pressed for time. But that made what Carlos had even better for a few reasons, the foremost being it would help Tyler. The other reason that Carlos was happy with helping Tyler was that the equipment was experimental and Tyler was the best tester that he'd ever had. All at Tesway had Tyler as their first choice for testing equipment, not only because he wasn't afraid of trying something potentially dangerous but would give amazing criticism and an honest opinion. And with the equipment pack that Carlos and others had made for the Shadow having 2 experimental prototype weapons, it didn't get riskier than that. Carlos smiled. How about I show you what I have, he posed. Carlos went over to a control console and typed in some commands to bring the Shadow to the center of the development floor. As the Shadow moved, Tyler wondered if Carlos had some sort of equipment pack as the suit had that ability to do as the strike did. Once the mobile suit reached the center of the floor, a compartment above the suit opened and something started coming down. The apparatus had a battery compartment in the center that sat behind and in between the 2 upper thrusters. Spars stretched over both shoulders. The central structure came down and there was a cluck and hiss as it docked and locked in. Tyler did see that attached to each spar was an arm unit much like the strike head with its launcher packs cannon. It made him think that this set had larger weapons that would require support than a single mobile suit arm could hold. The next thing that Tyler spotted was 2 barrels coming down on cranes on either side pretty much in line with the spars and mechanic arms. The one on the left appeared to have a thicker barrel after the main structure of the weapon. The other barrel was rectangular for 2/3 of the gun and triangular for the other third. The triangular section divided into 3 emitters, with one at the top and the other 2 on the bottom corners of the triangle shape. It kind of reminded Tyler of the Strike's Agni cannon, but he planned to ask Carlos when the opportunity came up. Tyler's gaze returned to the cannon on the left as he hadn't seen a weapon like it. Yet as Tyler looked harder he saw what looked like rails between the barrels like one was to slide forward. The barrel itself was long yet a little over 2 feet in diameter from the large end that was connected to the backpack to the end of the second half of the long weapon barrel. The big end was the shape of a metal liquid container barrels and 1.5 of the 100-gallon drums in length, which he assumed was where the ammunition was stored and fired from. Tyler was about to say something but the sound of hydraulics stopped him and he looked up again. Down was coming what appeared to be a beam rifle that had a slightly elongated barrel. The rifle was definitely longer by a small margin than the Shadow's own beam rifle by what Tyler saw. However, the rifle was attached to a holster on the left hip plate instead of the right as Tyler had expected to be placed. He was also starting to wonder if the said rifle was some sort of non-beam rifle. His gaze returned to the backpack. So Carlos, Tyler began, mind telling me what I'm looking at, because my brain is yelling what is that, in a rather excited fashion. What you're looking my friend is the Kale artillery pack, Carlos stated, and it comes with an extra battery for the equipment included. On the right, you're looking at an experimental prototype 300mm Titus compact positron blaster cannon. I recommend caution in its use as you should be aware of positron energy's effects on the environment, Carlos iterated gesturing at the said cannon. On the left, I'm proud to present the other prototype and first of its kind, the linear accelerator shot cannon, or LOS cannon for short. And on the left hip is the NR-103 115mm railgun rifle which is the switch out for the normal beam rifle. Tyler was interested in the equipment that Carlos was showing off as with previous equipment set didn't replace the shield and beam rifle. But he did have some questions about some of the weapons that Carlos was presenting. The positron cannon was self-explanatory, point in the intended target's direction and pull the trigger. Tyler knew he would have to use it sparingly as the beam had other side effects which were to be avoided when possible. However, the railgun and the LOS cannon brought up queries to him, which got him to nod slowly. Okay, neat Carlos, what does the LOS cannon do? And then give me a bit more on the railgun, I would like to know what I'm going to work with. The LOS cannon was the first attempt to make a working MAC gun that Enterprise-class cruisers had. It had been worked on for a while as the weapon was so hard to take its concept and make it smaller. Carlos ended out snickering, what does the LOS do? I would think its name would give you a hint, but you know how the magnetic acceleration cannon works. Of course, Tyler knew how one of the Federation's signature weapons worked, with his field work how could he not? But Tyler was trying to figure out what Carlos was getting at since the only thing that was coming to his mind was a comparison. And if that was true, then should the cannon be able to fling projectiles like a MAC gun could, Tyler would be impressed. So, Tyler nodded in answer, yeah, have seen and am aware of how the MAC gun works, do remember, I tend to work up in space my friend, why? Carlos continued, the LOS cannon works along the same principles, though it is a bit limited due to set amount of ammunition and they can't accelerate to the exact same speed but still to a respectable velocity. This cannon can fling each round at speeds that you would still gawk at, makes thick armor plating seem like paper, I'll tell you. Tyler's eyebrows rose at hearing Carlos iterating the specs as it sounded amazing. But then, the scientists here are pretty good at impressing others and so Carlos has done for Tyler. He knew scientists here came to him for testing equipment which Tyler was more than happy to help with. Carlos had even told him that he was the first go-to pilot that Tesway personnel thought of with experimental equipment. Tyler was proud of that fact and it was times like this that made the job worth every minute to him. So, Tyler faced his friend and bowed, once again Carlos, you have left me in awe by the work you and your colleagues do. If you could just give me a quick rundown about the railgun you mentioned, I can be on my way. The rifle that Tyler was asking about was made with the latest Federation ideology and would perform well by what Carlos saw. It was a cut above Omni's and ZAFT's takes on electromagnetic weapon technology for a couple of reasons. First, the rifle could do rapid fire for up to 15 shots without cooldown time, which neither of the other factions couldn't do. Then the rifle also had more punch as it was built with the newest rail system that was being tested to replace spaceship launch rails, and so was more efficient in delivery. Carlos knew that Tyler would not only love putting the railgun through its paces as well as getting good data. Carlos smiled at Tyler. The railgun rifle works much like a normal railgun, but it can do rapid fire for a bit and has more punch. Tyler liked what he was hearing about the rifle he'd be using in whatever he was going to be facing soon. The 3 weapons the Shadow had at its disposal would work with most situations that Tyler could think of. "Thank you very much, you are a freaking miracle worker, Carlos," Tyler remarked with a bow. "Now, where's the exit? I'm tight on time, I believe, or my intuition would have me think that." Carlos went over to another control console. "Your intuition is impeccable, so I believe you are likely right. But I'm always glad to oblige you, Tyler. The exit is..." Alarm sounded, and the 100-meter diameter circular shutter that allows ground-level access began opening. Carlos gestured towards the opening shutter, "Above, if that would fit your idea of an exit." Tyler nodded. "Carlos, a better exit you could not give me." Tyler then headed for the lift next to the Shadow and used it to get to the cockpit. He activated the Shadow's OS and noted that the system was running better than it had been. That meant the scientist here had streamlined it as he had been slowly doing while traveling on the Archangel, which he appreciated. Tyler also checked over the OS and made sure the equipment set would work well with the suit. There was a jerk as the Shadow moved forward toward the large opening shutter. By the time Tyler came to launching position, he'd checked over the changes that had been made and was happy with them. Tyler took off and flew out of Tessway, activating the Mirage colloid shortly after leaving the lab and headed towards the area where he believed the Archangel could be. Once Tyler hit the open ocean, he turned off the colloid to conserve power and regulated his speed to do the same. During the 2 hours that passed as Tyler flew towards the southeastern part of the Equatorial Union, thoughts were bouncing around his head. He was worried that he wouldn't reach the Archangel in time to help his friends and this war would take them from him. Tyler didn't doubt Kira and Lakis would defend the ship to the best of their abilities, he knew they would. But with the word of pirates around the same area, Tyler feared that multiple ZAFT-type subs might try to swarm the Archangel. And only hearing the humming of systems running inside the cockpit and my steady breathing wasn't helping. As Tyler traveled, he came across 2 Federation Dolphs Class C escort vessels, protecting a merchant vessel that was sailing towards Shira. The Dolphs class was the mainstream earthbound naval vessel type that the Federation's military used on the seas. The class had a length of 190 meters modeled along a similar framework Orb's Aegis class. As far as Tyler knew, they were designed around the same time and with unofficial collaboration. However, there were 2 major differences, which were armaments and the raised runway on the front half of the ship for launching Federation fighters. For armaments, Dolph's class had 16 missile launchers normally loaded with anti-ship missiles, along with 2 tri-barrel 40 cm turrets and the main 125 mm long-range cannon. The 2 turrets were on either side of the ship behind the center, whereas the long-range cannon is under the runway and can be brought up when the runway parts for the cannon's use. For defense, there are 4 CIWS Gatling turrets at back, front, and both sides, along with 4 countermeasure missile launchers. Dolph's class carry 2 fighters usually at any given time to be launched out for field operations. From the captain of one of the Dolph's vessels, Tyler learned that the pirate activity had been a tad more frequent as of late. The other point which Tyler read about was that said pirates were using ZAFT Voskilov-class submarine engines to raid passing ships. That didn't necessarily mean ZAFT was doing the raids off the record, but it implied some might be. If that was proven, ZAFT would have to answer for that, and it wouldn't be easy for them. Tyler kept going after passing the patrol, knowing there should be one more group ahead, as was the standard patrol pattern used currently. He had narrowed down the Archangel's probable location and he would take a stab at where he thought they were. Tyler felt that the sea was between the islands that once made up Indonesia before the Reconstruction War, the area called the Inda Sea. Shortly before Tyler entered the sea he was aiming for, he came across the patrol he was looking for. "Lead Dolph's class, this is Commander McGregor, I'm looking for an Omni vessel of a new class, do you have any information about that?" he asked. The lead vessel by the name of Lao Chi confirmed the message came from the mobile suit that was coming up from behind them. The question about the Omni vessel was what the group was looking into currently. The other escort that they had passed had mentioned pirates being active in the general area. "Commander McGregor, this is the Lao Chi, we seem to have the same mission. We are looking for Omni's Archangel, which was last seen around Delia's," the captain replied. Tyler was pleased that this patrol would be on hand to help. That would help if things were more towards the bad end of possibilities. But they didn't have the same speed the Shadow did, so they would be a little while out. "Keep your present course then," Tyler returned, "I'll be going ahead and seeing what can be done." The Laokai's captain acknowledged the suggestion and watched as the shadow fly by the ship. Tyler was pushing the shadow's thrusters power consumption, and the second battery, which was built into the Kale pack, was at 15% and falling steadily. He kept going and entered the Inda Sea, scanning around for any evidence of the Archangel. It was another 15 minutes before Tyler spotted something off ahead of him. To get a better look, Tyler brought out the LRT scope and used it to see what he was about to dive into. He saw the Archangel ahead, and it was still flying and was looking in fair condition overall. However, the ship wasn't safe or having an easy time, as 4 ZAFT Jins were attacking the vessel. The lead Gin was an assault type and had a standard loadout, including 2 Gatling guns on the shoulders, missile pods on its legs, and a couple of grenade launchers. One of the other 3 Jins was a Wasp aquatic type of suit, though Tyler couldn't say what the exact armaments were. The other 2 were standard Gin models with assault machine guns in hand and no other optional equipment. The other thing that Tyler caught sight of 2 aircraft flying around the Archangel as he got closer. The aircraft were the 2 that the 8th Orbital Fleet had given the Archangel, the Skygrasper as Tyler recalled them being referred to. They were attempting to hold off the mobile suits and were doing an admirable job, Tyler would have to say. However, Tyler's intuition was telling him that something was off, and doing so rather loudly. He was wondering why only 2 aircraft were out and none of the mobile suits. It didn't make sense. But in the end, it didn't matter. Tyler activated the Shadow's Mirage colloid and rushed forward, grabbing the railgun rifle. Tyler homed in on the Gin that was chasing the nearest aircraft and took aim with his railgun. After a moment of closing the distance, Tyler let loose 2 bolts which hit the Jin's shield, forcing it back and stopping its chase of the Skygrasper. Tyler then shot forward, grabbing his beam saber, and clipped off the Jin's shield arm before he spun around and kicked the suit away. Mew had been working with Crystal to defend the Archangel and the 2 Skygraspers. They were around as effective as mobile armors, so put the 2 pilots at a disadvantage. And it didn't take long for the 2 regular Jins to snag the attention of the aircraft and draw them away from the Archangel. As the Gin that Mew was dealing with tailed him, it was suddenly hit and forced back. Mew was looking around for whoever or whatever had helped him, and a moment later a figure appeared out of thin air. The figure materialized into the shadow, which was completely unexpected by Mew and Crystal. Not only was the shadow's appearance odd, but it also had different equipment attached than it did before. It looked to have 2 cannons and a longer rifle in the left hand by what Mew could see. Tyler's timing was nothing short of incredible, since the Archangel needed help against those assaulting them. And one with Tyler's skills would definitely make a difference in this situation. Both Mew and Crystal had no doubt about that. Plus, Tyler was wasting no time and drawing most of the attention of ZAFT onto him rather than the ship or the Skygraspers. Mew at least appreciated the pressure being off him and Crystal completely. Where Tyler had come from didn't matter at the moment, even if that didn't stop Crystal and Mew from wondering. Tyler got down to pushing his opponents off kilter and have them on the defensive rather than the attack. And while Tyler could tell he was making a difference, it was still 4 against 1 essentially. He would work with what he had. Tyler then had the thought to gain more attention. He should aim for what his opponents couldn't ignore. The ZAFT sub, likely of Oskilov class, would fit the bill for Tyler's idea to draw attention to himself. Also, it would give Tyler a chance to try out the LRT scope's detection system, and he wanted to see what it could. Tyler activated the scope, which came up with the option to use a COMM frequency to find a target. He input the common ZAFT channel and found the pirates were using that communication channel, further implying this was a ZAFT group doing things off the books. Tyler was satisfied when he received an outline of where the signals the Gin pilots were using to talk to their commander, now showing him where the sub was. With his target in sight, Tyler brought out the Loss cannon, having the lower barrel slide forward and combine with the other. The readout on one of Tyler's displays showed the circular coils that accelerated the ammunition were warming up. It also showed that the cannon had 6 rounds to use before it would have nothing to fire, which he knew meant he would have to make every shot count. Tyler continued to dodge as he waited for his cannon to be ready to use, which required the coils to warm up enough. At the same time, on the Archangel's bridge, the crew had been nervous as their situation was not looking the best. Both Mew and Crystal had taken the Skygraspers out to keep ZAFT busy while the ship's mobile suits were made ready. This ZAFT sub and those with it had caught the Archangel off guard somewhat, as there had been little warning. But Murdoch and his mechanics were rushing the needed work and would have the strike out in minutes, and the Asuka would follow shortly. And as good of pilots Mew and Crystal were, it was clear that ZAFT mobile suits still had the advantage in a fight. Both armor pilots were fighting hard, yet were getting pressed, and it looked like they may get beaten. However, as things looked their grimmest, something seemed to change, though wasn't immediately visible. It was as Sai was scanning over his sensor display that he noticed there was something there that hadn't been a moment ago. A separate signal had popped up near one of the Skygraspers, which wasn't one of the ZAFT Jins. It took a couple of seconds for Sai to put in the commands to get more information on the signal. When the info came back, Sai blinked, not exactly believing what he was seeing on his console. The signal was being identified as the Shadow, but that made little sense as it had been separated from the ship close to 2 weeks ago. Not that Sai wanted the signal to be wrong, as it said that Tyler was alive and okay enough to pilot. But when the Shadow's signal didn't vanish, Sai took that as it was not just him having wishful thinking. "Captain," Sai called, "a signal has just popped up, it's the shadow." Both Maru and Natarl thought they may have heard incorrectly as it had sounded like Mr. Argyle had said the shadow had appeared. There had been no word or sign of the shadow or what could have happened to its pilot. The crew of course hoped that Tyler had made it through his descent, but there had been no way to be sure if he had. For him to appear now of all times would indeed be the definition of impeccable timing. Maru glanced down to the CIC, "Are you sure about that?" she asked. Natarl rose from her seat and went over to Sai's console and looked it over, pausing momentarily on each signal. It was on the fifth one that she stopped as it was listed as the Archangel's missing mobile suit. Natarl put in a command which brought up details on the signal and it displayed the Shadow's ID code. That meant that it was as Sai stated, the Shadow had appeared at the Archangel's time of need. "He's right, Captain," Natarl announced, "I have no idea where it came from but the Shadow is on the field now." Down in the hangar, the strike moved to the catapult to launch out to the battlefield as its prep had been finished. Lakis was a tad antsy since battle stations had been called when ZAFT forces had appeared. The Asuka needed more time to be readied, but Lakis felt that both the lieutenant and the major would need help out there sooner rather than later. And with Tyler having vanished, Lakis didn't want to lose another of the Archangel's crew, they had become like family to a degree. The strike was equipped with the Ale Striker pack which she had chosen as this was going to be a fight over water. So, when the signal came, Lakis zoomed out to the battlefield ready to fight and defend the ship. Lakis quickly spotted both Sky Graspers who were still fighting against the Jinns and they were still flying. However, after a moment, Lakis saw that the Jinns were having issues not against the Sky Graspers, but another. She ended out blinking but what she saw didn't change and in her heart she was extremely glad it didn't. The Shadow was going around fighting against the Jinns and was forcing them on the defensive. To see the Shadow was akin to a weight being lifted of Lakis's shoulders as it meant that Tyler was alive. Although it was clear it had different equipment than it had in orbit. The black suit seemed to be missing its shield and had a rifle that replaced the missing beam rifle. The rifle the Shadow was using seemed to be more a railgun of sorts than a beam rifle. Along with those changes, it had two other cannons behind either shoulder. Back with Tyler, he knew that in a few minutes there would be Allied reinforcement from the Federation patrol that was heading this way. But that still meant that for those minutes, Tyler and the defenders of the Archangel were on their own. His Lost cannon was almost ready as he weaved out of attacks aimed for him. Tyler was using his rail rifle to keep the Jinns at a reasonable distance from him. A moment later, a beeping signaled the cannon was ready and so, Tyler brought it to firing position. He pulled the trigger and saw an ever so brief splash as the round entered the water heading for the sub. That was followed a moment later by a sizable upwelling of water which told Tyler he had hit his intended target. On the Voskilov class, the captain had made it clear that the pilots were to take down the Omni ship. Granted, they were in Federation territory, but if they should get this finished up quickly, there would be no concern. The practice of raiding passing vessels in this area was done with the understanding that no one on those ships were killed. If there were deaths then the Federation's military would look into this more thoroughly than they already did. But this Omni vessel was a standing problem for ZAFT and had the classification to be destroyed on sight. Things had been going well enough, even with the two aircraft that the enemy ship had sent out. Records said that the enemy vessel had mobile suits, up to 3 by what was stated in the previous encounters. None had come out yet, and if the ship could be taken down before they launched all the better the ZAFT captain believed. However, the situation changed when an unknown mobile suit appeared on the field. One of the operators did manage to identify it as one of the enemy's units a moment later. Nevertheless, the mobile suit had not come from the ship itself but from the open ocean seemingly. The black machine quickly pressed the Jinns more to the defensive which risked the mission taking too long and having a Federation patrol come upon this. This mission was off the record officially, were the Federation to witness it, then there would be harsher consequences. Then the sub was hit by something and punctured one side of the sub and effectively disabled 2 of the underwater catapults. The weapon used was unknown but whatever it was punched through the hull like it was soft aluminum. It wasn't a torpedo. The attack had struck from a high angle meaning from above the water's surface. With that in mind, the attack couldn't have come from the enemy ship, which pointed to one of the 2 enemy mobile suits. That one of them had a weapon that could strike underwater was problematic. And the damage was also causing other issues along with drawing out time that the Federation could appear. The attack certainly caused the ZAFT field leader and the other GIN pilots to pause and take notice. Tyler was once again impressed at the work those at Tesway could do with the display of the Lost cannon. Not only was there a feel-able recoil from the cannon firing, the round Tyler estimated was between 150 to 170 mm caliber. There was no shell ejection out the back but there was superheated steam pouring out of the vents on the back of the cannon's main structure. The screen to Tyler's left alerted him that the cannon was going through a cool-down phase mostly for the acceleration coils. He knew that the cannon could not and would not be inspected by Murdoch and his mechanics. Tyler was sure those on the Archangel wouldn't abuse Federation tech, but those they worked for would in a heartbeat. Tyler had the Lost cannon swing back to its storage position behind the left shoulder still had the barrel connected as the long barrel. He then went back to using the rail rifle he had to keep the Jins on their toes and on the defensive. Tyler was being made to work hard to not be hit often as he didn't have the shield that he was used to having to work with. The Shadow's phase shift was draining the power of the main battery slowly but surely. He would admit that the Gin pilots were competent as they definitely knew how to fight. And while a beam rifle would have made things quicker for Tyler to make a difference, his railgun rifle had enough punch to move the fight along. Lakis was trying to fight off the Jins that were coming at her. The strike seemed to be popular in this situation. The Shadow was also fending off the Archangel's attackers, but Tyler was handling himself as he always seemed to. Still, Lakis was determined to do what she could to make sure the Archangel didn't fall and that Tyler came back too. Even if Kira was not out yet, Lakis would use every lesson Sakura had given her to make her goal possible. Meanwhile, with Tyler, he noticed that his shot at the sub hadn't forced the vessel to come to the surface. Until the sub came up, it would make things harder in this battle, though it also made it difficult for the Jins to resupply as well. Yet, Tyler then saw out of the corner of his eye that the Federation patrol ships were closing in. They weren't in firing range for the ships yet, however, the lead should be close enough to send out their pair of aircraft. As Tyler recalled, Valkyries could carry a payload that had depth charges, and those should be able to coax the Voskilov class to the surface. As if Tyler's wish and thoughts were a signal, he looked down at his sensor display. He saw two signals that hadn't been there before. He assumed that the signals were the pair of fighter craft from the lead Dolph's class. Tyler hoped they had been loaded with depth charges, as that would move things along. Tyler was still dodging, but as there hadn't been any sign that the sub had moved from where it had been when he had shot it moments ago. So, with hope and a prey, Tyler opened a channel to one of the aircraft. Valkyrie pilots, the pirate sub you are searching for is at Red 13 Delta. Tyler took a breath. If you have a way to get it to surface, that would be very much appreciated. The two fighter pilots had been searching for the pirate ship suspected to be a ZAFT Voskilov class. Both Valkyries had been loaded with pods that contained depth charges, with the idea those would get a sub to surface. After the sub came up, they would be given the chance to leave, or else they would be fired upon. The second Dolph's class would launch their fighters shortly, and they would join the efforts to deal with these pirates. Then the message from Commander McGregor came giving the location of the sub. The approach would need to be adjusted to effectively deploy the depth charges, but that was simple enough. The lead pilot did give a reply to Commander McGregor. Thank you for the location, sir. There was a pause as the two aircraft made an arc so that they were approaching the sub from behind, commencing attack run. Tyler watched as the run was being made, though he couldn't see the Valkyries since they had their stealth systems on. But as Tyler kept fighting the Jins, he did see a line of splashes on either side of where the sub was. Tyler assumed those were the depth charges that would hopefully get the Voskilov class to surface. Half a minute later, the water was disturbed in upwellings of the ocean on either side of the sub. On the Voskilov class, the captain was dealing with the catapult damage, which was making it hard for the sub keeping where it was in the water and no sink. The battle was not going the best, and the longer that it went on, the worse it would likely be. The Federation's patrols were on a schedule normally, and it was getting closer to the time they would pass. But then one of the operators called out that objects had entered the waters on both sides of them. It was a moment later that the same operator shouted the objects were depth charges, which was not good for the sub. The charges went off and rocked the sub violently, and then Captain was informed about multiple hull breaches. The captain knew the sub would need to surface or it would sink regardless of how exposed it would be. Tyler was pleased to see the top of the Voskilov class submarine came into view as the vessel surfaced a moment after the water was thrown up. Not only that, Tyler noted that both the Duffy's class were now in range for their main guns to be effective. There would be the customary warning shot given, but after that would be the order to leave. Tyler knew. And the next thing that Tyler saw was a large splash was seen close to the sub, which would match the Dolph's class's main cannon. Then a message came over all channels. Attention, unidentified ZAFT vessel, your presence and your activity violates the Silas Border Agreement. The captain of the Lao Chi gestured at his XO to load torpedoes in the missile tubes as he continued. You're being classified as pirates for attacking commercial ships to steal cargo to fulfill self-interests as per the definition of piracy. Recall your mobile suits and leave immediately, or you will be fired upon. Tyler studied for a moment to see what this pirate force to see their response to the warning. He didn't expect much, as this ZAFT forces had been caught in the wrong, so would unlikely stop. As far as Tyler knew, ZAFT still considered the Archangel a priority target, so wouldn't miss an opportunity to sink her. And like Tyler suspected, the Jins didn't stop attacking, and the Voskilov class launched a ZAFT UMF-4A gun from its submerged catapults. Tyler got back to work fighting the nearest Gin using his rail rifle and the oscillator rifles, switching between the two. The first pair of Valkyries joined the battle shortly after delivering their depth charge payload. However, as the Valkyries got involved, one of the Jins began aggressively attacking the aircraft. Within a minute the Gin got a hit in on one of the Valkyries, causing the aircraft pilot's situation harder. The Valkyrie pilot quickly found that his aircraft's wing stabilizers weren't responding and the craft was falling in a glide. The same Gin came back around, only giving enough time for the Valkyrie pilot to eject from their craft. Tyler didn't like seeing an ally being taken out, if anything it frustrated him as this situation shouldn't be happening. He looked around as he hadn't seen a parachute deploy from the ejected pilot but saw nothing. A moment later Tyler did find the Valkyrie pilot still in their seat yet no chute out. Tyler dove after the pilot, storing his railgun rifle as he went, ignoring the Jins for the time being. He wouldn't let an ally die while he could do anything about it period, regardless of what others might say later on. Tyler managed to catch up and nab the pilot in the Shadow's hands before he leveled out his flight path. Lao Chi, Tyler started, please have a part of the deck cleared, I'm bringing in the ejected pilot. On the Archangel, the movement of the Shadow hadn't been missed even if a communication line hadn't been established. Neytarl felt the all too familiar frustration and irritation that came to her when Tyler did his own thing. The Archangel was in a combat situation, the priority for the mobile suits was to defend the ship. Yet, Tyler was going off towards the Federation ships that had appeared on sensors a little while ago. Granted, Tyler was supposed to be a Federation soldier, but that was not an excuse in Neytarl's mind. She managed to hold in the growl that wanted to escape her as she spoke, has there been any luck on contacting the Shadow? Mirelia had been trying to get a line to the Shadow, to hear Tyler's voice to confirm he was alive if anything else. However, she had been having no luck with the task, either the Shadow had its COMM shut off or it was on a radio frequency than she was using. And by the tone in the vice-captain's voice, she wasn't happy with Tyler traveling away from the Archangel itself. She didn't doubt that Tyler had a reason for whatever he was doing, he always did no matter how frustrating it may be. Not yet ma'am, Mirelia replied evenly, I have been trying but have had no success. Neytarl grumbled quietly, make sure that our pilots understand the priority of this battle is for the Archangel to make it through this. Mew heard the message from the ship stating the priority of the current mission. It made him believe Neytarl was expressing her irritation of Tyler as he was moving to one of the Federation ships. Mew had seen the movement and also that Tyler had caught something, likely the Federation pilot that had ejected from their aircraft. He didn't blame Tyler for the action, more would applaud him for it as it showed very good character. Mew had heard about how the Federation soldiers would watch out for each other and bail one another out when needed, it was something to see firsthand. If that is your way of calling out Tyler, Neytarl, Mew began, then hold off on that. Neytarl scoffed at Mew's comment, he is losing sight of, she started. Mew cut over her before she could go any further, the kid is saving lives, Mew insisted. You choose to call Tyler out on that, then at least listen to his reasons before you snap at him. At the same time, Tyler made it to the Lao Chi landing on the forward ship deck and having the Shadow kneel. Once the Shadow opened its hands, crew got the pilot Tyler had saved to the deck of the ship. The moment the pilot was free from their seat they turned and gave the thumbs up to the mobile suit. Tyler saw the gesture and was glad the pilot was okay as the Shadow rose up. He had the Shadow make the same gesture before the suit lifted off and began flying back towards the battle. While Tyler was flying back, the Lao Chi fired torpedoes from their missile launchers which splashed as they entered the water. The Gun detected the torpedoes entering the water and began tracking towards the Voskilov class. The ZAFT pilot moved their suit to be between their sub and the oncoming torpedoes in preparation to intercept. The Gun stayed in its cruising modem and fired off its 47mm rifle darts at the torpedoes, which downed 4 of the 8 torpedoes. The underwater mobile suit fired off its photon maser cannons to dispatch the other 4 torpedoes. Meanwhile, Tyler headed for the Gun that had taken out the Valkyrie whose pilot he just saved. He was more than miffed that the ZAFT pilot had not just disabled the Valkyrie craft, it was they didn't care that the pilot had been in danger of hitting the water and being left for dead. Tyler was currently feeling inclined to show the same point for the ZAFT forces around the immediate area. That in mind, Tyler activated the Shadow's Mirage colloid and moved forward, closing in on his intended target. Tyler got a hand on the Jin's shoulder and then banged his rail rifle into one of the wing thrusters. The Jin's eye swiveled just as Tyler pulled the trigger and blew apart the right shoulder thruster, leaving only some mounting structure. Tyler didn't waste time and shot the other wing thruster, destroying it, leaving the Gun hanging by the grip the Shadow had on it. Tyler then disengaged the Mirage colloid before dropping the Gun and training his rifle on the suit. He made 4 more shots, taking off the arms and legs of the Gun as it fell towards the water. One of the other Jins did try to move in to attempt to save its comrade, but Tyler swung his railgun in that direction and fired at the other ZAFT suit. The Gun trying to save the other was forced to block and come to a halt, thereby preventing the rescue. It wasn't that Tyler wanted the Gun pilot to die necessarily, just experience what it felt like to be helpless and unable to save themselves like they caused. His attention was drawn to an upwelling of water between the Defease class and the ZAFT sub. That meant that the Gun was intercepting shots fired at the sub and was drawing out the fight. Tyler brought the Lost Cannon back out along with the Shadow's scope in order to deal with the underwater mobile suit. The coils were warmed and ready, so Tyler just needed to find the machine which the scope's detection system revealed. Tyler pulled the trigger and the tower of water that resulted said he hit his target. As the battle kept going, it became clear that ZAFT was losing the advantage they had started with. The Federation appearing had turned the tide for the Archangel, and it was only getting more so. The ZAFT captain decided to cut their losses and ordered a retreat signal fired to recall the mobile suits. The signal was seen by all on the field, and while most were relieved to see that flares, some of the GIN pilots were not pleased. One of them wouldn't accept the retreat signal and kept attacking the strike. Tyler saw that and didn't like seeing the strike fending off one of the standard GINs after the retreat signal was deployed. And Tyler wasn't about to let Lakis die since he could do something to prevent that with her being a friend. Plus, Sakura would do horrible things to him if he stood by and did nothing while her little sister died. Tyler stored the railgun rifle and then brought out the other weapon the Kale pack had, the Titus compact positron blaster cannon. The cannon came down and swung forward and the barrel slid out to its active position. He pointed at the GIN, hearing the hum of the weapon charging much like the Archangel's Lohengrin. A few seconds later Tyler pulled the trigger for the weapon and a crimson beam outlined with white light shot from the combined output of the 3 barrels. Lakis had been defending against the GIN that was attacking her and was doing okay. She had seen the retreat signal that had been sent up by the Voskilov class, but the GIN didn't let up. The strike had shoved the GIN back a distance and Lakis prepared to keep going, but then the situation changed. A crimson beam outlined with white light came across Lakis's view and slammed into the GIN. The mobile suit seemed to hang in the air at the moment, then the beam ripped through it and disintegrating it and leaving nothing. Lakis glanced to her left and saw the shadow with a cannon out pointing at where the GIN had been. The feeling of watching someone else die in front of her still sickened Lakis as much as it did previously. On the Archangel's bridge, the crew could only stare at what had just occurred in front of them. The crimson beam were close to identical to what the Lohengrin blaster cannons could put out, though it was smaller. The shot had come from the shadow, specifically from one of the cannons it was carrying with the new equipment. The disintegration of the GIN matched what the positron blaster cannon would do perfectly. To Natarl and Maru, it showed that the Federation had very likely had reverse-engineered the technology. It brought up the question just how much of the G project was known to the Federation. Omni-Higher UPS would certainly be displeased that ZAFT had stolen the other G weapons. They would be even more furious that the Federation had the developed technology. The rest of the remaining ZAFT force, which was the assault-type GIN and the one-armed standard GIN along with the submarine, began retreating. With things settled, Tyler breathed out a sigh of relief that the battle was over. The Archangel was still sailing and not sunk, so Tyler considered this as a win for the moment. He turned around and witnessed both the sky graspers flying into land in the Archangel's catapults. Tyler took that as the Archangel had lost none of its defenders, which was another good sign. With that in mind, Tyler shut off the phase shift armor and piloted the Shadow to line up with the Archangel's right leg's catapult. He noted the strike was doing the same on the left, slightly ahead of himself. Tyler landed on board the ship and came to stand in the area for loading and unloading optional equipment. It took the mechanic that was manning the console a minute to start removing the equipment currently on the Shadow. The Kale backpack was removed and stored in one of the compartments that was used for striker packs. The railgun rifle was taken and stored in one of the rifle compartments, leaving the Shadow without equipment attached. Tyler turned the Shadow to face the airtight shutters that opened to the hangar, waiting for them to move aside. Murdoch and the mechanics in the hangar were working on getting the sky graspers ready to be inspected and then stored. The strike had come in before the Asuka could launch out, which was in a dock about ready to have been sent out. Kira was relieved to see the strike come back into the hangar, as it meant Lakis was alive and okay. Mew and Crystal looked at one another as they exited their aircraft and gave the other a thumbs up to show they were all right. Lakis began to glance around searching for the Shadow, as she was firm she'd seen it outside. Kira noticed Lakis was looking around and he was trying to figure out what she was searching for. Murdoch was barking orders to his boys as they were going around the hangar when he noticed two were at the consoles for the right catapult. He was trying to come up with any reason the two would be where they were, as all the mobile weapons were on board now. There was enough work for all the mechanics to do right now without a few slacking off in the corners of the hangar. Murdoch called out to the two mechanics, demanding to know what they were doing where they were. However, the next moment the airtight shutters opened and the Shadow moved into the hangar area. The sight of the mobile suit that had been missing for close to 2 weeks caused all in the hangar to stop and watch as the Shadow moved to its dock. Once in the dock and locked in, Tyler had the forward screen retract and the cockpit's hatch open before he climbed out. Many in the hangar were just staring at the teen, not quite believe he was here after the battle in orbit. Tyler was scanning the room and saw that the majority of things were as they had been the last time he'd been here. Yet the feeling in the hangar was not the same, and it didn't sit nice with Tyler, at least the silence wasn't pleasant. His feet touched down to the docking cage catwalk before he proceeded to the ladder and descended down to the main deck. After setting foot on the deck, the silence remained and caused Tyler to look around, finding that all eyes were on him. Now Tyler wasn't one to like or even enjoy being the center of attention, he wanted quite the opposite. With what his mother did for her profession, Tyler avoided the spotlight and the center stage as much as possible. The rest in the hangar were still processing that Tyler McGregor was standing there in front of them. Many were gaping at the teen, as truth be told, most had thought the teen had been lost. Tyler was wondering if they hadn't understood that he was downright difficult to get rid of, and then some. "Why is everyone staring at me like I've come back from the dead?" Tyler questioned almost flatly. "I mean, truth be told, I was questioning if I would make it in time for a bit, but I managed." So why am I being put in the position that it feels more like I'm a stranger here or something? Silence was Tyler's reply to his questions, to which he sighed, I'm alive I assure you, maybe not kicking as I normally do, but can do decently so. It was Lakis that moved first out of all those in the hangar by her rushing forward and embracing Tyler. She was so glad that he was alive and here after what happened up in orbit. The forced parting had been heart-wrenching. The near 2 weeks that followed with no news about him had been a form of torture. Tyler smiled in response, good to see you too Lakis, Tyler greeted, more the greeting I was expecting. Lakis's action acted as a trigger for others in the hangar. Mew and Crystal came forward with many of the mechanics behind them. The crowd quickly surrounded Tyler asking question after question from where he'd been to what had happened to Tyler after being separated from the ship. Mew and Crystal took the next few minutes to get all here under control and to give Tyler some space taking charge and everything. As they were doing that Kira approached his friend trying to find the words to say his feelings to Tyler. Parting with him had not been wanted nor had the way it happened left Kira rather haunted him. There were many words that Kira wanted to say to Tyler, but he couldn't get them out. Kira stared, I'm so. Tyler didn't regret his decision to send Kira back to the Archangel rather than going himself, it had been the better option. He knew that Kira would completely disagree with his decision and action, but that's why Tyler hadn't given his friend the chance to refuse. In the end, things had worked out fairly, better than Tyler had feared they might go after being separated from the Archangel. And so, Tyler cut over Kira, you have nothing to be sorry about Kira, he assured. You did exactly what I knew you would and that's why I sent you back to the Archangel. Even if Kira disagreed with Tyler and that he should have been the one to come back if not both of them, he just sighed. Instead, Kira put out a hand to Tyler to say that things were good between them. Tyler looked at the hand before he gained an expression that said he questioned why Kira was only offering that to him a friend. Tyler ignored the hand and hugged Kira instead as he had missed his friend while separated from the Archangel. He wouldn't accept a mere handshake from one of his best friends, it wasn't enough. Murdoch ordered his mechanics back to work and to move along and stop staring at the scene. Mew and Crystal stayed by Lakis, Kira, and Tyler as the crowd broke apart and moved on to assigned tasks. Kira and Tyler separated before Tyler faced the 2 mobile armor pilots he had pretty much bailed out of a bad situation. Neither Omni pilot would deny that Tyler's timing and actions had helped them make it through the battle. Must say Tyler, you really got me out of a jam out there, Mew remarked. Tyler wasn't looking for recognition, though he would say the thanks was appreciated as he didn't seem to get that from May on this ship, at least not vocally. As he would say to those that asked, he helped the ship by his own choice for his own reasons, he wasn't helping Omni directly. He was defending and helping friends period, those on the Archangel were just benefiting from that. So, Tyler waved a hand in dismissal, it's on the house this time, don't worry yourselves about it, he said. I'm just glad I got here in time to make a difference, that's my story and I'm sticking to it. Phase end. A/N. I'll leave off at this point a little behind where I stopped in the previous version, so on to the points of note. Some of you readers may have noticed that I have been expanding some of the dialogues, hope that it is being enjoyed. Now on to the major section, I made changes to the Shadow's Kale pack and the battle it was used in. My decision to not use the Aegis rifle as I did originally came when I considered a potential issue that another brought up. The question to me was, wouldn't the Archangel's mechanics recognize the beam rifle? And I agree with that point. Murdoch and his boys aren't so dumb to miss one of the G Project's weapons, overworked as they are. Thus, I chose to put in a different weapon in its place for Tyler to work with in the battle. The idea of a railgun rifle came to me and as this phase shows, it was an effective idea to go with. I did make some changes to the Lost Cannon's appearance, specifically how the barrel connects, made more sense to me. The changes to the battle were my way of making it more interesting even if others say it isn't. As always, please some of you take the time to write a review, I don't care of the length and tell me what you think, ask Castiona or even tell me I don't know what I'm doing. Until next time, peace out all.